The city of Isgard erupts into a chaotic celebration as confetti rains from above. Citizens scream for their savior, desperate to catch a glimpse of the kingdom's hero. Bathed in glory, the knight waves to his people while leading a triumphant procession. A massive parade winds through the cobblestone streets, marking a day of absolute victory. Peace has finally returned to the capital, but a dark shadow looms nearby. Far from the main stage, a young boy sprints frantically toward the distant cheering. He urges his sister to move faster before the historic moment passes them by. Suddenly, the boy freezes in his tracks as he spots a chilling, hooded figure. Amidst the joyous noise, an eerie silence falls between the child and the stranger. The mysterious man continues walking, carrying an aura of death that no one notices. The girl catches up, wondering why her brother has suddenly frozen in place. Confusion washes over her as she tries to understand what he sees. A dark, hooded figure brushes past them, radiating a bone-chilling presence. Her brother frantically warns her to look away before they are noticed. He whispers a terrifying truth, identifying the stranger as a forbidden dark mage. They watch in silence as the mysterious traveler continues his grim journey. A heavy curse clings to the man, marking him as a bringer of calamity. High above the city, the royal palace stands as a beacon of false security. From her balcony, a noblewoman gazes out at the sprawling kingdom below. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she senses a dark power shifting the atmosphere. The mysterious wanderer finally steps into the heart of the royal palace. The high saint gazes upon him, her voice trembling with disbelief and relief. Beneath the heavy hood, the man known as Minold remains cold and silent. He drops the shattered helmet of Isgard's final nightmare onto the cold floor. As she offers her gratitude, a faint smile touches her royal features. But the traveler isn't here for thanks. He demands the promised reward. Tension thickens in the hall, as the weight of their secret deal hangs heavy. She recalls the pact made in shadows, acknowledging the sacrifice he endured. Lowering his hood, the legendary dark mage reveals his true identity, Kim Min-jun. He has single-handedly changed the fate of every dark mage in the kingdom. The royal ruler questions if he truly intends to leave this world behind forever. Kneeling before her, the legendary warrior confirms his only desire is to return home. He has sacrificed everything for a kingdom that treated him like a mere tool. Desperate for his power, she begs him to stay for the sake of her empire. A dark smirk reveals he sees right through her mask of false concern. He cuts through her lies, demanding to know the true price of his service. Stunned silence fills the hall as the princess realizes her manipulation has finally failed. Having lived as a slave, he refuses to endure another moment of their exploitation. The hero stares her down, forcing her to offer a reward worth his status. She promises him anything, so he demands a legendary delicacy from his own world. The princess stands frozen as the hero demands delicacies from his home world. He ruthlessly insults their high-calorie biscuits, calling their finest meals nothing but trash. His demands turn even more bizarre, insisting on a powerful computer and lightning-fast internet. She begs him to ask for anything else, but he only cares about gaming rewards. Her knuckles turn white as she realizes she can no longer control this man. With a heavy heart, she finally agrees to begin the forbidden return ceremony. The massive doors to the ancient summoning chamber groan open for the first time. He looks around the hall with a mocking smile, ready to leave this nightmare. She instructs him to stand exactly where his life in this world first began. He takes the final step onto the seal, severing his ties to the empire. Standing atop the ancient seal, the hero prepares to sever his final tether. The ruler prepares to break the holy protection that once bound him to her. He readies himself for the transition, tightening his grip on a world he hates. To him, this divine blessing was never a gift but a suffocating leash. The cursed mark on his hand pulses as the end of his cycle nears. She cannot fathom why he would abandon godlike power for a simple life. Mocking her confusion, he warns that without the seal, her life is his. Resigned to her fate, she allows the ritual to consume the remaining magic. The mark vanishes into dark smoke, leaving her vulnerable to his absolute wrath. Now truly free, the summoned warrior stares at the hands that can destroy everything. The ruler prepares to strip the warrior of every ounce of his hard-earned power, but a sinister smirk reveals that everything is going exactly according to his plan. Before she can react, a crushing grip of dark energy seizes her very soul. He effortlessly hoists the queen into the air like a common, helpless puppet. Gasping for air, she realizes the terrifying depth of the man she tried to tame. He mocks her foolishness, confessing that his supposed weakness was nothing but a lie. With a single flick of his wrist, he discards the ruler like broken glass. She desperately clings to the hope that his dark mana cannot bridge the worlds. That hope shatters instantly as her eyes witness the impossible truth unfolding before her. Against all laws of magic, he tears open the forbidden gate to finally go home. The portal roars as the queen begs him to stop this reckless journey. He mocks her ignorance, claiming that all magic is fundamentally the same. Before vanishing forever, he prepares one final, parting gift for his former master. He clenches his fist, ready to unleash a wave of absolute destruction. With a final, cruel insult, the hero steps into the unstable rift. She reaches out in desperation, but the man she exploited is finally gone. A blinding explosion of mana tears through the very fabric of the palace. The world turns white as the dimensional gateway collapses in a violent surge. Silence falls over the throne room as the queen stares at the empty sky. Suddenly, a heavy fist slams down as he finally arrives in his home world. The queen collapses in despair, cursing the man who abandoned her for another world. High above a modern city, her final curse echoes through the clear blue sky. Suddenly, reality begins to crack against the glass of a quiet, unassuming apartment. A violent surge of forbidden mana shatters the barrier between two distant dimensions. The legendary warrior crashes onto the floor, wreathed in the remnants of his power. He gasps for air as the agonizing toll of the journey burns through his veins. He stares in disbelief, realizing the impossible jump across worlds actually worked. Trembling, he slowly rises, leaving the blood-soaked life of a hero behind him. Silence fills the small room as he stares at the mundane life he once knew. His gaze falls upon a simple smartphone, confirming he has truly returned home. He clutches the device, a relic from a life he thought was lost forever. The weight of the smartphone feels more real than any legendary blade he wielded. Familiar digital worlds flicker to life, confirming his impossible return to the modern era. A manic laugh erupts as the former hero finally escapes that otherworldly hell. But the celebration is cut short as a strange notification halts his joy. Reality strikes back with a connection error that signals something is deeply wrong. Outside, the heavy rhythmic thud of combat boots shatters the quiet neighborhood. Armed soldiers take positions, their weapons raised against a threat they barely understand. Orders bark through the radio as they close in on the warrior's hidden location. Regular troops wonder why they were sent to hunt a man who shouldn't exist. A lone soldier catches his breath, the crushing weight of the mission pressing down. With a silent signal, the squad prepares to breach the unknown territory. Heavy boots thunder against the pavement as the order to move finally rings out. They sweep through the alleyways, weapons raised against a phantom threat, but a sudden sight freezes the lead operative in his tracks. Meanwhile, a man walks the streets, bitter about the 2 years stolen from him. He stares at his phone, desperate for a signal that refuses to appear. Frustration boils over as he wanders through the eerie silence of a ghost town. From the shadows, the military watches in disbelief as a civilian wanders into hell. They scream for him to come back, but he only looks on in confusion. He stares in disbelief, wondering why the military has suddenly occupied his neighborhood. Assuming it is just a drill, he casually waves and tries to walk past. But the soldiers scream in terror, begging the young man to run for his life. Behind him, a monstrous beast of shadow lunges with its jaws wide open. Even with death inches away, he remains unnervingly calm as he turns his head. The beast strikes with lethal intent, while the soldiers watch the inevitable slaughter. He prepares to annihilate the creature, disgusted by such a weak and pathetic opponent. Suddenly, a wave of pure realization hits him as his face pales with shock. He stares at his own palm, realizing his world-ending demonic power has vanished. Instead of a killing blow, he can only offer a gentle touch to the beast. He slams the shadow beast into the pavement with overwhelming physical force. The soldiers watch in horror as he crushes the monster's skull bare-handed. He looks down at the pathetic creature with nothing but pure disgust. The witnesses are paralyzed, unable to believe a human could do this. He reflects on his lost magic, yet remains confident in his physical strength. Years of brutal, hellish training in Isgard turned his body into a weapon. His gaze turns cold as he contemplates the mystery of the beast's arrival. He wonders why these otherworldly nightmares are appearing on Earth's soil. With blood dripping from his knuckles, he turns to leave the carnage behind. He tries to speak, but the terrified soldiers recoil as if from death. The path to safety is narrow as the world teeters on total collapse. Escaping a prison sentence, the returned warrior hitches a ride toward the unknown. Even the soldiers are baffled by his complete ignorance of the current nightmare. He masks the truth of his hellish exile with a deceptive, casual smile. But the reality of this new Korea is nothing like the home he remembered. Vile creatures from another dimension have turned the streets into a bloody hunting ground. From the ashes of society, superhumans rose to challenge the encroaching darkness. Elite hunters now wage a constant war against the monsters flooding the city. He curses the saint who stole his life while the world changed without him. A flickering screen reveals the terrifying connection between a game and their reality. He desperately taps his phone, cursing the dead network that blocks his only escape. Beside him, the soldier watches with growing suspicion as the stranger acts completely oblivious. He senses a hidden power, deciding it is safer not to pry into his secrets. Breaking the tense silence, the soldier finally speaks to the mysterious man beside him. The traveler ignores the apocalypse, asking only if game developers and servers still exist. Baffled, the driver explains that monster theory is now a mandatory subject in universities. He begins to recount the dark history of how their world fell into ruin. It all started 2 years ago when a terrifying phenomenon bled from the dungeons. Massive crimson orbs manifested in the city, growing larger and more frequent every day. But the true nightmare began when something malicious started crawling out from the void. Giant monsters began pouring out from the strange dungeons in overwhelming numbers. The military lost control of the civilian sectors as their resources reached a breaking point. Hearing this dark reality, the traveler stares in disbelief at the world he once knew. He wonders if the game companies survived, desperately hoping his favorite servers are still online. The driver breaks the tension by asking the mysterious young man about his current age. A chilling smile crosses the soldier's face as he mentions the inevitable duty of enlistment. Meanwhile, the ruined city streets reflect the harsh new laws governing the surviving population. The traveler is paralyzed with fear, realizing his plan to relax is officially dead. Rage and disbelief consume him as he realizes he must serve for 5 years. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with an official summons that seals his miserable fate. The official summons hits like a death sentence, demanding he enlist by tomorrow morning. He screams in disbelief, realizing the government has completely abandoned traditional physical examinations. The soldier explains that manpower is so low, they now draft men on sight. His eyes widen as he hears a single word that sparks a desperate hope. Years ago, he used gaming to escape the crushing grief of losing his parents. Before being summoned to another world, he was just a lonely, shut-in gamer. In the digital world, he was a god slaying monsters before it became reality. Finally back on Earth, he weeps with joy while logging into his favorite server. The employee watches in confusion as he frantically orders food between intense boss raids. He pauses to savor the taste of a world he thought was lost forever. The harsh reality of a world on the brink finally sinks in. Headlines scream of rising monster casualties and the desperate need for hunters. A mandatory enlistment notice confirms his nightmare begins the very next morning. Though his godlike magic is gone, his lethal combat instincts remain razor-sharp. A sudden realization sends a shockwave through the crowded internet cafe. The game he loves offers exclusive rewards to those serving in the military. A chilling smile spreads across his face as a twisted plan takes root. The next morning arrives at the gates of the National Defense Center. While others tremble, he strolls toward his new life with a casual snack. Young men weep during their final goodbyes, unaware a monster is joining them. He stands among the weeping recruits casually snacking, while the world collapses around them. To him, their despair is a joke, compared to the hell he just escaped. He follows the crowd wondering if this army can even challenge a veteran of Isgard. Screams echo through the facility as the instructors demand absolute submission from the recruits. Inside the massive auditorium, the air grows heavy with the weight of military discipline. Drill sergeants bark orders, forcing the terrified young men to push past their limits. While the others tremble under the pressure, he simply watches with a look of disbelief. Compared to the monsters he slaughtered, these screaming men seem almost kind and gentle. A high-ranking officer takes the stage, his voice cutting through the chaotic noise. He offers a final chance to those who dreamed of joining the elite hunter corps. The commander explains that hunters receive treatment far beyond any regular soldier. But among the rows of exhausted recruits, a heavy silence fills the room. The officer scans the crowd, expecting no one to brave the elite trials. Suddenly, a single hand shoots up, shattering the tension of the massive auditorium. With a confident grin, the mysterious returned hero decides to make his move. The floor beneath his cheap sandals begins to splinter under an impossible weight. A violent shockwave erupts as he launches himself forward with terrifying speed. Instructors watch in pure disbelief as he effortlessly clears the entire room. He lands directly before the trembling commander, a predator facing a mere man. Kim Min-jun officially declares his intent to join the elite hunter corps. Deep within the jagged peaks of Isgard lies a valley forgotten by time. Tucked away in the shadows, a dark cave hides a terrifying secret. A lone voice echoes through the tunnel, lamenting a life of constant struggle. To be a dark mage is to endure a path of endless turmoil. He cannot rely on natural mana, needing demonic energy from slaughtered foes. With a predatory smirk, he asks a question to the empty air. Beside a crackling fire, he wonders how best to harvest his dark power. He waits in silence, arms crossed with the patience of a true monster. He sits atop a mountain of dead spiders, bored by the easy slaughter. Finally, the canyon's hidden boss emerges to face the man who shouldn't exist. The canyon's terrifying boss finally emerges only to find a man dying of boredom. Its entire brood had already been slaughtered like mere insects in a matter of seconds. Even as the monster lunges, Minold remains seated atop a throne of spider corpses. He casually insults the beast's stench before shattering its skull with a single strike. In the darkness of Isgard, he realized the ultimate answer was simply overwhelming power. 2 years of hellish dark magic had transformed this ordinary man into a monster. Back in the present, a high-ranking soldier offers a drink to a mysterious new recruit. Disguised as a common civilian, Minold politely accepts coffee from the unsuspecting battalion commander. The exhausted officer wonders why such an enthusiastic youth would ever volunteer for certain death. With a deceptive smile, the former dark mage claims he simply has business inside dungeons. Tension hangs heavy in the air as the two men exchange a silent gaze. Suddenly, the commander laughs, dismissing the recruit's terrifying power as a simple joke. Minold remains deadpan, his cold eyes fixed on the man who underestimates him. He realizes the Hunter Corps is his only path to reclaiming his lost glory. In this brutal unit, only the strongest survive and rise through the ranks. There are no limits to how high a monster like him can climb. He envisions himself tearing through dungeons, slaughtering every beast in his way. By absorbing demonic energy, he will eventually rule this world as a god. A dark smirk plays on his lips while planning his ultimate return. Within 5 years, he will conquer every dungeon and reach the very top. Minold enters the recruitment office, greeted with unexpected respect by the high-ranking commander. But the lower-ranking guards remain skeptical, demanding proof of his hidden hunter abilities. They insist he manifest his status window to expose his true power levels. Minold stares back with cold indifference, already unimpressed by their weak military structure. Realizing he must play along to infiltrate, he prepares to reveal his secret. He recalls the ancient systems of Isgard, wondering how this world's interface compares. With a sharp command, the holographic screen flickers into existence before his eyes. Suddenly, his calm expression shatters as the data on the screen defies reality. The suspicious soldier demands an answer, sensing something is deeply wrong with the recruit. Minold hesitates, staring at a status window that could expose his monstrous identity. System errors trigger total chaos as the recruitment process suddenly grinds to a halt. Far from the city, the Hunter Corps Training Center prepares for its newest arrival. Tension builds behind the closed doors of the battalion commander's private office. A seasoned officer greets a visitor, reminiscing about a meeting from a decade ago. The legendary recruit Sun Yun-seo stands at attention, her gaze unwavering and sharp. She dismisses her reputation, claiming she is just another soldier entering the fray. Firmly, she demands to be treated like everyone else regardless of her father's status. The commander chuckles, assuring her that his expectations are based solely on her talent. A rare moment of bashfulness passes over her as the commander continues his praise. He gazes out the window, offering final encouragement before the brutal training begins. The commander commends the elite recruit for choosing the life of a common soldier. Flustered by the unexpected praise, she struggles to maintain her professional military composure. Watching the transport depart, the officer remains deep in thought about the future. He reveals a strange report about a candidate who shouldn't even exist. A mysterious new comrade is arriving, one who possesses a truly unsettling potential. She looks on with curiosity, unaware of the monster about to enter her world. At the high-tech Hunter Corps headquarters, the atmosphere shifts as evening approaches. The returned hero gazes at the massive facility, hiding his immense strength behind a smile. He wanders through the expensive corridors, amazed by the modern world's defensive wealth. However, the cold reality remains that his survival here is still being decided. The officer warns that only a special evaluation will keep him out of prison. Unfazed by the threats, the returned hero simply asks for the final challenge. With a cold gesture, the commander reveals the true nature of the trial. Moving this massive crimson artifact just 1 inch is the only way to pass. He is given 10 minutes to prove he is a hunter and not a fraud. This dungeon byproduct is impossibly dense and completely immovable for any normal recruit. A dangerous smirk plays across the stranger's face as he hears the simple rules. He casually walks toward the monolith, treating the impossible task like a mere stroll. The officer watches with narrowed eyes, convinced he is dealing with another mediocre liar. As the hidden monster approaches the stone, the veteran officer expects another pathetic failure. The officer scoffs at reports of a recruit defying the laws of physics. From the observation deck, the veterans watch the stranger approach the immovable monolith. They cannot believe a man with a status error holds such terrifying potential. Standing before the massive red crystal, the traveler prepares his next move. He instantly recognizes this dense mineral from the hellish dungeons of his past. With a mocking smile, he treats the impossible challenge like a mere game. The elite soldiers watch in stunned silence as he winds up a strike. He unleashes a devastating blow packed with the weight of demonic energy. The indestructible surface begins to buckle under his sheer, overwhelming power. In a single explosion of force, the legendary artifact is reduced to shards. He mocks the ancient test, claiming the stone lacks the energy he needs. With a terrifying smirk, he throws a punch backed by pure, raw destruction. The supposedly indestructible red crystal instantly spiderwebs under his overwhelming physical might. In a single, casual strike, the legendary testing stone is reduced to rubble. The elite instructors watch in absolute horror as their reality is shattered. Smoke rises from the remains of an artifact that survived centuries of war. Even the seasoned veterans can only whisper in terror at this monstrous display. Disappointed by the lack of resistance, he wonders if he is simply too strong. Meanwhile, the new recruits are pushed to their absolute limits in the grueling heat. They realize something is fundamentally wrong with the impossible pace of this training. Joining the Hunter Corps means enduring training that is anything but ordinary. Recruits are forced to climb 6,000 steps while weighed down by heavy sandbags. The infamous devil instructor watches every second, waiting for the slightest sign of weakness. For most men, the brutal physical toll makes even standing feel like an impossibility. Their vision blurs as they realize the true horror of this elite military regime. But one man sprints past the suffering crowd with a terrifyingly wide smile. To him, this hellish pace is nothing more than a casual morning jog. He feels lighter than ever, knowing he could fly if his energy was restored. Compared to the nightmare of Isgard, these heavy weights feel like total feathers. Even the lavish meals at the base feel like a luxury he never expected. The brutal instructor reveals the final catch of this hellish military regime. He points to a schedule that promises something these men haven't seen in years. The mere mention of free time sends a shockwave of hope through the room. To a man who survived Isgard, this facility feels like a high-end vacation resort. He leaps forward, overjoyed by the prospect of hot meals and gaming sessions. A terrifying smirk creeps across his face as he realizes his luck has changed. The other recruits can only watch in horror as he becomes a literal blur. The instructor freezes as he hears a thunderous, rhythmic drumming approaching his position. A monster is sprinting toward him at a speed that defies every physical law. Even with heavy iron weights on his ankles, his power is completely off the charts. The monster arrives at the finish line before anyone can even process his speed. A task that takes an hour for elites was crushed in mere minutes. He stands there grinning as if he just finished a light morning stroll. Exhausted recruits desperately beg for the promised reward after their brutal trial. The instructor reveals the prize that was never meant to be claimed today. With the outing pass in hand, he finally has a ticket to freedom. A faint smile creeps across the instructor's face as he realizes the potential. The stopwatch confirms a record-breaking time that shatters every previous military standard. While others collapse, he casually warms up for whatever hell comes next. Back at the barracks, the other recruits collapse in a state of total exhaustion. A recruit celebrates gaining a single stat point while his peers cheer in amazement. Minjun watches in disbelief, wondering why such a pathetic increase causes such joy. He remembers the hell of Isgard where brutal training forced stats up by tens. The barracks buzz with rumors of the impossible prize he managed to secure. For the first time, he experiences the warmth of comrades laughing by his side. It is a sharp contrast to his past as a feared and shunned mage. The mention of an open computer room suddenly shatters his peaceful reflection. He sprints toward the digital sanctuary with more speed than any military drill. Finally reunited with technology, he loses himself in the glowing screen and clicking keys. Even a warrior from a hellish dimension needs a few hours of sleep tonight. After years in hell, 2 hours of sleep feels like a king's luxury. He spends every waking second grinding through digital dungeons to keep his edge. The morning brings a brutal marathon where failure means losing their only meal. While others struggle, he celebrates hitting max level with a casual smile. His comrades look on in horror as he treats this torture like a stroll. He mocks their exhaustion by offering a splash of water to the weak. To a survivor of Isgard, these elite soldiers are nothing but helpless baby chicks. The heavy rhythm of marching boots signals the end of their brief respite. Every recruit snaps to attention as a cold voice cuts through the air. Their commander declares them the most pathetic squadron to ever disgrace the military. While the recruits tremble, one man remains unfazed by the promise of a bloodbath. The commander screams the name of their final nightmare, the brutal dungeon adjustment training. These shifting death traps serve as the ultimate proving ground for every aspiring soldier. Panic spreads like wildfire as the men realize they are walking into a meat grinder. A twisted smile creeps across the officer's face as he revels in their terror. He believes in breaking men like wild horses using a heavy hand and whip. But even the harshest tyrant knows when to offer a sweet carrot to the desperate. He promises a precious vacation pass to anyone who manages to survive the coming hell. Instead of cheers, he is met with the hollow stares of men already broken inside. He roars at them to wake up, demanding they show passion for their freedom. The officer mocks their resolve, wondering if they simply came here to die. Amidst the sea of despair, one man smiles as if hearing good news. The training moves to the mountains where the true nightmare is set to begin. The recruits are paralyzed by the sheer scale of the looming threat before them. A massive gate pulses with energy, signaling the start of the deadly dungeon trial. Some foolishly hope for simple camping, unaware of the carnage that awaits them. Suddenly, a multi-ton military vehicle is tossed through the air like a toy. Dust chokes the air as the survivors realize they are being hunted by something. While everyone else panics, the returned warrior remains completely unfazed by the chaos. Behind the iron bars, a terrifying presence finally reveals its glowing eyes. Savage hounds snarl behind iron bars, their glowing eyes hungry for fresh blood. While the recruits collapse in pure terror, the returned hero stands completely unfazed. To a man who survived Isgard, these monsters are nothing more than harmless lapdogs. Lieutenant Lee mocks their cowardice, demanding they face the beasts waiting in the shadows. The order is clear. Form teams and slay a hound within the hour. Paralyzed with fear, the soldiers have no choice but to roar their compliance. The instructors push them toward the heavy equipment as the deadly trial begins. They are forced to wear massive safety suits, designed solely for crude physical protection. The recruits struggle with the weight, realizing how outmatched they truly are. The warrior only feels disgust at the stench of fear clinging to the equipment. Minjun boldly asks if they can shed their heavy armor after a quick victory. The instructor's rage softens upon realizing he is speaking to the top-ranked recruit. He challenges the prodigy to prove his worth by leading his terrified team. The other soldiers tremble, clutching their blades while praying for a viable survival plan. To a man who conquered hell, the solution to these beasts is insultingly simple. Minjun approaches his shaken comrades, promising to reveal his foolproof strategy for success. He casually explains they should just grab the monsters and snap their spines. If the beasts still breathe, he suggests ripping them apart like common food. The recruits stare in absolute horror as their leader displays a terrifying lack of humanity. The cages fly open as the order is given to release the starving hounds. The starving beasts break free, their jaws dripping with anticipation for the coming hunt. Instead of attacking, the monsters sprint toward the swirling blue abyss of the dungeon. Minjun casually explains that the creatures are simply returning to the only home they know. His comrades marvel at his logic, unaware of the dark experience fueling his intuition. A haunting memory of his hellish past reveals he survived by becoming a monster himself. Their brief moment of levity is shattered by the arrival of an enraged training officer. Lieutenant Lee bellows a terrifying command that seals the fate of the entire rookie squad. Terror grips the recruits as they realize they are the first team sent into danger. With no room for hesitation, the guards force the trembling soldiers toward the glowing threshold. Minjun walks forward calmly, eager to finish this trial and shed his heavy training gear. Lieutenant Lee barks orders for the instructors to prepare for the trial. Deep within the frozen caverns, the hidden monitors acknowledge the command. A sudden movement catches an observer's eye through the jagged ice. Below them, the first squad of 4 recruits steps into the abyss. Reports confirm only one team has entered the deadly training zone. Tension rises as the instructors focus on the most dangerous man present. While his comrades tremble, Kim Minjun wears a chillingly confident smirk. The staff knows this recruit possesses powers far beyond any normal human. They wonder if his perfect scores will hold against the dungeon's true horrors. From the shadows, starving predators prepare to feast on the approaching soldiers. Minjun senses the bloodlust of the hidden predators waiting in the frozen dark. From the jagged ice, starving wolves prepare to tear the recruits apart. He casually warns his terrified comrades that the slaughter is about to begin. The beasts lunge forward with bone-crushing force and glowing eyes of pure malice. While the others scream in absolute terror, Minjun remains unnervingly calm and collected. Stepping into the line of fire, he decides to handle this threat alone. 3 monsters charge at the lone recruit, unaware they are facing a god. With a single fluid motion, he prepares to end the first beast's life. As fangs snap inches from his face, he finds his first target with ease. One devastating blow shatters the ground and sends the predator to its grave. The first predator falls instantly, its skull crushed by a force it cannot comprehend. But the battlefield is total chaos, and another comrade screams as fangs sink in. The monster's predatory instincts flare, sensing a presence far more dangerous than simple prey. Minjun intervenes with a strike so powerful the eye can barely track the movement. Another beast is erased from existence, leaving nothing but a crater in the earth. He calmly commands his terrified team to stop begging and start fighting for survival. His voice cuts through the panic, demanding they use their numbers to overwhelm them. Inspired by his absolute confidence, the broken recruits finally begin to find their footing. Hidden observers watch in disbelief, questioning how a mere recruit possesses such divine authority. Under his legendary leadership, the once helpless lambs transform into a pack of ruthless hunters. The observers watch in pure shock, questioning if this recruit is actually a regressor. Behind him, the survivors realize Minjun's legendary leadership just secured the highest score. The hidden instructors finally reveal themselves, ordering the battered squad to leave immediately. Unfazed by the tension, Minjun playfully asks if his heroics earned a vacation pass. He even teases the stern officers, calling them soft-hearted despite their cold military facade. Suddenly, the ground groans under a weight that shouldn't exist in this world. A blinding rift of blue energy erupts, freezing the entire group in absolute terror. The instructors scramble for their radios, desperately screaming for backup as the situation spirals. While the recruits panic over a supposed earthquake, Minjun senses the true nightmare approaching. He calmly explains that the dungeon is transforming into something far more lethal. The recruits realize their situation is far worse than they ever imagined. Panic sets in as the atmosphere shifts into something cold and suffocating. Before their eyes, the only way home begins to collapse and vanish. While the soldiers scream for help, Minjun realizes they are already trapped. Dark energy surges through the cavern, signaling the birth of a true nightmare. With the radios dead, the instructors realize their survival window has closed. The entire dungeon transforms into a frozen tomb of jagged ice and shadows. The commanding officer orders them to wait, desperately hoping for a miracle. But behind his mask of authority, the corporal knows they are likely dead. He forces a smile to keep the recruits from spiraling into absolute madness. Minjun watches the instructors' forced optimism, knowing something is terribly wrong. They believed this dungeon was safe, but the safety net has just shredded. The only exit is now sealed tight behind heavy, mystical chains. Corporal Kim's facade begins to crack under the weight of the silence. The veterans realize there is no manual for the nightmare unfolding around them. Minjun remembers similar horrors from his hellish years spent in Isgard. They are officially facing the absolute worst-case scenario in this frozen tomb. The dungeon has evolved into an enclosed type, a death sentence for recruits. Panic spreads like wildfire, as the instructors realize they are truly trapped. The entrance has vanished, leaving them to rot in this icy abyss. Corporal Kim realizes they are trapped within the lethal confines of an enclosed dungeon. To escape this tomb, they must slaughter every single monster lurking in the shadows. The weight of their isolation finally shatters the veterans' composure. There is no backup coming because outside help is now a physical impossibility. 6 lives are on the line, including 4 recruits who have never seen blood. Fear paralyzes the group as the cold reality of their death sentence sinks in. Without their proper gear, the instructors are just as vulnerable as the students. Even a lowly goblin could wipe them out in this weakened, unequipped state. Desperation breeds a dangerous new strategy as Kim eyes the shaking recruits behind him. Their only hope lies in the heavy, dense armor the recruits are currently wearing. The cold strategy suggests using recruits as meat shields to ensure the instructor's survival. But gazing at his frightened student, Corporal Kim feels a sudden, sharp hesitation. He remembers the grueling weeks these kids spent trusting their lives to their seniors. His pride as a warrior will not permit such a cowardly, desperate betrayal. Deep within the icy dungeon, Minjun senses a pressure that shouldn't be there. His eyes widen as he realizes they are being hunted by a true monster. Sensing the recruit's sudden paralysis, Kim stops to check on the boy's condition. Minjun remains speechless, his survival instincts screaming that death is already upon them. A guttural roar shatters the silence, sending the recruits into a state of panic. Without warning, the instructor is savagely ambushed by a force he cannot see. Kim charges blindly into the shadows, ignoring the desperate warnings of a mere recruit. Minjun watches the instructor's back, knowing that even elite speed cannot outrun death. The silence is broken as the veteran soldiers collapse, neutralized by an invisible force. Stepping into the light, Minjun commands the remaining trainees to retreat or face annihilation. He quickly confirms the instructors are only unconscious, overwhelmed by a massive, crushing pressure. A familiar, foul stench lingers in the air, stirring memories of a forgotten nightmare. Without effort, he hurls the fallen men toward the group to clear his path. He issues a final order to wait by the exit while he settles this. His comrades scream in disbelief as the weakest recruit walks toward certain doom. Minjun dives into the freezing darkness, ready to face the monster he once knew. Minjun sprints forward, his heart racing with a thrill not felt since Isgard. The overwhelming demonic pressure is enough to crush the souls of any normal soldier. He smirks at the weakness of the instructors who collapsed from the mere atmosphere. Even the strongest warriors in other worlds require divine protection to survive this rot. For ordinary humans, this energy is a lethal poison that stops the heart instantly. To a dark mage, this energy acts like a charger for a dead phone. He tracks the source to a violent eruption of pure, unadulterated darkness ahead. Entering the cavern, he finds himself surrounded by jagged, glowing crystals of concentrated malice. Despite the suffocating aura, the silence suggests the predator is hiding in the shadows. He stares into the abyss, knowing the true nightmare is only just beginning. Minjun stares upward into the darkness, sensing a presence that cannot hide from him. A monstrous creature emerges, reeking of the demonic energy he knows too well. He recognizes the beast instantly as a dark hound, a predator from another world. These creatures are legendary killers, far more dangerous than any ordinary monster on Earth. Years ago in Isgard, he nearly died during his first encounter with this nightmare. Now, the beast lunges from the shadows, seeking to finish what it started. Minjun lunges forward, no longer the weak boy who once ran for his life. A single, devastating blow shatters the creature's skull in a spray of gore. The sheer force of the impact echoes through the cavern, ending the hunt instantly. Looking at his hands, the sickening scent of blood still haunts his senses. The beast's death unleashes a suffocating wave of lethal demonic energy. Ordinary humans would rot instantly from the creature's corrosive, venomous blood. Minjun stands firm, beginning to harvest the massive surge of spiritual power. Violent energy tears through his skin, leaving jagged scars across his hand. He smirks, knowing these deadly rules never apply to a dark mage. This entire feast only restores a measly 5% of his power. A chilling question remains. How did an Asgardian predator reach Earth's reality? The fallen instructors prove that humanity is defenseless against such otherworldly nightmares. Crossing worlds requires the peak of dark magic, or a saint's divine power. Minjun wonders if he is overthinking what might just be a minor anomaly. Minjun stands over the steaming remains of the beast he just annihilated. Nearby, the unconscious instructor finally begins to stir from his forced slumber. Panicked recruits hover over him, desperately praying for their leader to wake up. He snaps awake with a scream, his instincts screaming of a lingering threat. Shaking off the haze, the corporal frantically checks his students for any injuries. A trembling recruit reveals the unthinkable. Minjun has vanished deeper into the abyss. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the group as the terrifying reality sinks in. Enraged by such suicidal arrogance, the instructor lashes out at the remaining survivors. Shame gnaws at his soul for failing to protect the very lives he training. Suddenly, a terrified shout draws every eye toward a new, impossible sight ahead. Minjun emerges from the darkness, hauling the massive carcass of their worst nightmare. The instructors freeze in terror, unable to comprehend the monster's sudden, violent defeat. He drops the heavy beast with a bone-shaking thud that echoes through the abyss. They realize this is the same predator that effortlessly wiped out their entire unit. Trainees whisper in shock, wondering how a mere recruit could survive this slaughter. Behind those tired eyes lies a power that no ordinary human should ever possess. Suddenly, the dimensional gate roars to life, bathing the cavern in ethereal blue light. The corporal demands the truth, asking if he truly slayed the beast alone. With a silent, chilling nod, the mysterious warrior confirms their wildest, terrifying fears. Silence falls as the veteran realizes a monster-slaying god is standing among them. The order is given to evacuate the recruits immediately before more chaos erupts. Guilt weighs heavy on the veteran who nearly let his students perish in darkness. He instructs the mysterious recruit to reveal every terrifying detail to the high command. Shaking with shame, the instructor admits his own pathetic incompetence during the slaughter. Abandoning his post meant certain imprisonment, a price he is now willing to pay. Despite the failure, he offers a sincere thanks for the lives saved today. The hidden powerhouse simply laughs it off, feigning the modesty of a simple trainee. Steeling his resolve, the corporal prepares to face the consequences of his actions. As the soldier departs, the god in disguise ponders his next move in silence. With the final week approaching, the real game is only just beginning. Suddenly, the world flickers as a glitch in the reality system finally stabilizes. Minjun stares in horror as a notification confirms the massive error is fixed. He curses the broken interface while his pathetic new status window finally flickers. Standing alone, the returned hero realizes his godlike strength has completely vanished. A wave of pure shame hits him as he reads his ridiculous new title. It features a beautiful game character from the world he left behind. Back in Isgard, he created a fake cult just to escape obsessed stalkers. His past jokes have come back to haunt him in this weakened state. The penalty for dimensional travel was far steeper than he ever dared imagine. With his legendary skills gone, he is left with one single useless ability. This pathetic situation feels like a trashy novel written by a complete amateur. His current stats are so abysmal that every major goal seems completely unreachable. But he once stood at the absolute peak of dark magic in Isgard. To reclaim that throne, he must first target the source of the monsters. Despite the setbacks, the returned warrior believes his grand plan is still doable. He steps forward with a shadow of his former legendary power still burning. Meanwhile, the entire military training center has descended into a state of chaos. Commanders are panicking because a dungeon gate closed without any warning or orders. Word is spreading that a mere recruit slaughtered a monster no one recognized. Now, the frustrated recruits sit in silence, waiting for a freedom that never comes. Rumors of Minjun's impossible feat spread like wildfire through the recruit dorms. The harsh reality of the hunter ranks weighs heavily on every soldier present. Deep within the command center, a high-stakes meeting is about to begin. Minjun stands before his superiors, masking his true power behind a perfect salute. Inside the office, the atmosphere is thick with the scent of strict discipline. Lieutenant Li is dismissed after failing to contain the chaos of the gate. Now, the legendary warrior is left alone with the man holding his future. The commander mocks the failure of his officers while eyeing the elite recruit. But the conversation takes a sharp turn as the true objective is revealed. Even a battle-hardened hero is caught off guard by the commander's sudden proposition. The commander leans forward, offering a deal that could change everything for the recruit. A legendary creature stands tall among the commoners, hidden in plain sight. While ordinary soldiers struggle and scream, one man operates on a completely different level. His talent is so overwhelming that the gap between them becomes an endless void. The old veteran watches with a smirk, realizing he is witnessing a literal monster. True genius doesn't just lead the pack, it makes everyone else look like prey. Minjun stays silent, wondering why the atmosphere in the room has suddenly shifted. Sending a god-tier warrior to the front lines would be a waste of potential. Though military law demands a year of waiting, the rules no longer apply here. The recruit is stunned as he realizes he might finally bypass the bureaucracy. The commander offers a dangerous shortcut to the front lines of the Hunter Corps. He slams the desk, demanding to know if the recruit will take the bait. A heavy silence fills the room as two worlds collide in this tense standoff. Sweat beads on the officer's face, fearing the offer wasn't nearly tempting enough. But the recruit is lost in thought, weighing the weight of a single name. Chirwan is a frozen hellscape where monsters and blizzards claim the weak without mercy. Yet, a dark spark ignites in his eyes as he finds the prospect perfect. To him, a land of endless death is simply the fastest path to power. Every dungeon cleared is a door open toward his ultimate, secret objective. The commander can only stare in shock as the monster agrees to enter hell. Minjun shouts his suicidal decision to enter the world's most dangerous zone. The entire facility watches in silence as the transport vehicles begin to move. A terrified comrade cries out, unable to understand why Minjun would choose death. As the vans pull away, the distance between ordinary soldiers and a monster grows. He asks why anyone would ever volunteer for a place that breaks even heroes. Minjun simply smiles, his true goals far beyond what any normal human can imagine. To a man who has conquered worlds, reaching the peak is a trivial matter. He waves a final goodbye to the life he once knew as a recruit. The noisy distractions are gone, leaving only the cold air and his dark ambition. Standing alone in the empty courtyard, the predator finally prepares for his true hunt. A heavy military transport screeches to a violent halt in the dusty courtyard. Minjun looks on in confusion as the vehicle finally arrives to claim him. A massive, scarred superior looms over the recruit like an inescapable shadow. The officer claims the heavy snow delayed his arrival at the pickup point. Minjun freezes in shock, wondering how it could possibly be snowing this early. With a sharp click of his boots, the giant signals the end of conversation. He barks an order for the new recruit to climb inside the transport. Rattling alone in the back, Minjun prepares for a world of constant violence. His true life as a soldier begins now, hidden from the outside world. Hard training and monsters mean nothing, but one dark worry still haunts him. He imagines the brutal hazing rituals that await him in this hellish camp. One wrong move could snap his patience and reveal his true, monstrous power. To reclaim his lost life, he must swallow his pride and endure everything. Striking a superior would mean a one-way ticket to a cold military prison. The transport climbs higher into the frozen, isolated mountains of the Hunter Corps. Raucous laughter fades as the reality of his new assignment finally sinks in. They arrive at the fortress where the elite 104th Division waits in the snow. The massive, scarred officer leads the way through the sterile, silent barracks. Every step brings him closer to the wolves he must now call brothers. The door swings open as the giant introduces the newest lamb to the slaughter. The veteran orders the wolves to feed and break in their newest arrival. Two predatory faces light up at the sight of a fresh victim. Rumors of his legendary feat as a super soldier precede his every move. They waste no time asserting dominance by tossing his gear like trash. Minjun silently observes the two alphas who rule this frozen concrete hell. Their twisted grins reveal they have found a brand new toy to break. They question why a man with his talent would choose this suicide mission. He coldly explains that the front lines are the only path to power. A stunned silence falls over the room as they process his suicidal ambition. Mocking laughter erupts because only a madman would seek out the coming slaughter. They pry into his personal life, searching for any weakness they can exploit. Minjun realizes the only way to silence these pests is through a display of power. He calmly offers a feat of strength that sounds like a complete joke. The bullies erupt in fury, insulted by what they think is a pathetic bluff. But their mocking laughter dies instantly, as the air in the room suddenly shifts. A single finger strikes the floor with the force of a falling sledgehammer. He defies gravity itself, hoisting his entire body weight onto one trembling digit. Pure terror washes over their faces as they witness strength far beyond human limits. They realize even the strongest soldiers in the platoon could never match this monster. The heavy sound of combat boots signals the arrival of a dangerous new observer. He maintains his impossible balance while coldly telling the newcomer to get lost. The bullies freeze in disbelief as they recognize the man standing in the shadows. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he hears a voice from his past. The legendary Sergeant Lee Seung-ho stands there looking like he has seen a ghost. Instead of showing respect, the soldiers mock the officer for his easy instructor duties. They hurl insults and walk away, leaving the high-ranking soldier fuming in silence. He suppresses his rage, knowing he cannot vent his frustration on these arrogant fools. Finally, alone, the exhausted officer collapses onto his bed to escape the day stress. He distracts himself with his phone, searching for answers in a digital world. He watches footage of lethal volcanic dungeons while the unsuspecting recruits wait in silence. Minjun realizes that even in this small space, rank creates a massive divide. His thoughts are interrupted when a senior calls out for a man named Dongjin. The recruit is ordered to take charge and instruct the new arrival properly. Minjun stares in disbelief that this scrawny kid is actually his military superior. Dongjin reveals he has a special permit to visit the restricted base store. They make their way to the PX, seeking a brief escape from training. The senior generously offers to pay for whatever food the new recruit wants. But the staggering price of the snacks leaves the poor boy shaking in fear. While eating, Minjun asks why basic privileges require such rare and special permits. He learns that in this world, your rank determines if you even deserve comfort. Minjun can hardly believe that basic entertainment is locked behind a high military rank. His senior sighs, explaining that low-level privates have no power to change the system. But the returned hero refuses to accept a life without his simple digital comforts. Climbing the ladder to sergeant is the only way to reclaim his lost freedom. To Minjun, these petty restrictions are an insult to a man who survived hell. The kind senior admits he has failed every promotion exam for 3 long years. While offering words of encouragement, Minjun realizes he must carry them both upward. Suddenly, a predatory shadow looms over their small feast as a sergeant intervenes. Terror fills the air as the senior frantically offers up their hard-earned snacks. The arrogant intruder begins devouring their food, completely unaware of the monster nearby. Minjun watches in disgust as a greedy intruder disrupts their quiet meal. The arrogant sergeant demands perfection tomorrow, or they will both face death. Dongjin frantically tries to play nice, terrified of the bully's unpredictable temper. But the senior only responds with insults, mocking his failure to ever promote. Deep within, the returned hero's patience finally snaps as dark energy awakens. A silent, demonic wave creeps beneath the table toward the unsuspecting glutton. Suddenly, the sergeant's body recoils in pure shock as the invisible strike lands. He leaps back in terror while Minjun maintains a mask of perfect innocence. Desperate and confused, the bully checks his stolen snacks for some hidden poison. Trembling from an unknown fear, the tyrant finally flees the room in disgrace. The corrupt sergeant retreats in agony, poisoned by a skill he cannot even perceive. With the glutton gone, the talk turns to the lethal power of firearms training. Dongjin explains the specialized rounds used to pierce the hide of high-rank monsters. He warns that normal rifles are mere ponies compared to these military beasts. Firing these weapons feels like taming a wild stallion with the recoil of cannons. The senior urges him to prepare for the pain and the instructor's inevitable wrath. Minjun reflects on the comparison, knowing exactly what it means to face a beast. To him, even a stallion is nothing compared to the elephant-sized weapons of Isgard. A chilling smirk masks his true power as he looks forward to the carnage. The march begins at dawn, leading the unsuspecting recruits into a true hellscape. The thunderous roar of gunfire echoes through the military's specialized training facility. Recruits unleash a hail of lead, struggling to contain the weapon's monstrous recoil. A single target stands decimated, its head completely erased by a terrifyingly precise volley. Minjun lowers his smoking rifle, nonchalantly lamenting a single shot that went wide. The range officer stands frozen as he announces a nearly perfect score of 19. His fellow soldiers stare in absolute silence, unable to process the impossible display. Whispers of dumb luck spread through the crowd as the monster hides in plain sight. Even the veterans realize their best records are nothing compared to this anomaly's skill. High above the range, commanding officers confirm that the elite rumors are terrifyingly true. When questioned, he simply claims to be following orders while masking his true power. The scarred officer commends the recruit for his nearly perfect accuracy. Minjun learns he has been selected for a special, elite training session. The commander demands total focus while silencing the jealous, whispering crowd. Despite their envy, the other soldiers cannot help but applaud his talent. He seeks answers about the true nature of this mysterious upcoming trial. A senior explains the lethal power of their specialized armor-piercing ammunition. The mission requires purging live monsters within a high-stakes, winding facility. One stray bullet hitting a civilian target means an immediate, total failure. His comrade offers reassurance, thinking the recruit is paralyzed by fear. While others would tremble, the monster within Minjun feels only pure joy. His comrades are stunned, unable to believe a mere recruit landed 19 perfect shots. Even the experienced soldiers admit their own skills pale in comparison to his talent. They speak of a legendary sergeant who was once the squad's undisputed king. In this quiet moment, the hidden monster realizes he has already surpassed the elite. Encouraging words are shared, though they have no idea what he is truly capable of. He wonders if fate will allow him to fight alongside a trusted ally today. However, the squad pairings are controlled entirely by the whims of the military executives. Rumors suggest the teams are decided by a chaotic and unpredictable game of chance. The group finally arrives at the specialized facility where the real nightmare begins. An instructor's roar echoes, demanding everyone prepare for the lethal trial ahead of them. The hidden monster stands silently among the crowd, masking his overwhelming presence. Suddenly, a loudmouth sergeant approaches, eager to humiliate the supposedly weak newcomer. He boasts that the gap between their ranks is an insurmountable mountain. Minjun realizes this fool is the same man who never learned his lesson. The tyrant sets a strict time limit, demanding perfection from the recruit. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he issues a deadly warning. The returned hero remains chillingly silent, his expression betraying absolutely nothing. Leaning in, the sergeant mocks him, questioning if his past luck has vanished. Behind a polite mask, the warrior recognizes his partner is truly a lost cause. With one final threat, the bully demands results or promises a painful end. The arrogant veterans signal their readiness, confident that this trial will be child's play. Standing before the steel doors, the scarred commander bellows for the shooters to report. With smirks plastered on their faces, the elite squad prepares to descend into hell. The heavy elevators plunge into the subterranean facility where the true nightmare begins. Within the mechanical depths, the returned hero prepares to unleash his suppressed power. What was meant to be monster-slaying practice quickly transforms into a suffocating death trap. In this brutal environment, survival is second to crushing your fellow soldiers in speed. The only path to victory is reaching the final trigger before your rival does. High above, the digital monitors track every movement as the timer ticks towards zero. Minjun silently observes the shifting markers, realizing the monsters are far from ordinary. Sergeant Kim explains that the larger the digital marker, the deadlier the beast. Every lane hides two randomized nightmares, leaving survival entirely up to chance. A lone soldier steps into the darkness, unaware of the horror waiting inside. A grotesque rake toad emerges from the shadows with a hunger for flesh. Death strikes in a heartbeat as a lethal tongue nearly claims its first victim. The monitors reveal a desperate race, where one wrong move means instant disqualification. Minjun realizes that raw speed is useless against the cruel whims of luck. On the adjacent path, another recruit tears through a giant rat with ease. Brimming with overconfidence, he prepares to breeze through the final stage of training. But his arrogance shatters when a colossus descends to end his life instantly. A hail of bullets shreds the beast, ending its reign of terror in seconds. Panic sets in as the recruit realizes he has already lost the race. The finish line stands before him, a silent witness to his desperate struggle. With a triumphant smirk, he slams the button to lock in his final time. The clock stops at a record pace, marking a near-perfect run through the gauntlet. Whispers of disbelief spread as the crowd analyzes the impossible difficulty he faced. Arrogance flares as the victor mocks his rival for being too slow to survive. But his glory shatters when he notices the fatal mistake that disqualifies him instantly. Sergeant Kim watches the petty squabble, amused by the high-stakes bet they made. Hidden in the shadows, Minjun realizes that gambling with lives is the real game. Minjun shocks the veteran by proposing a dangerous gamble between them. He demands the loser grant the winner a single, absolute wish. The sergeant laughs at the recruit's audacity, certain of his own victory. Greed takes over as he demands 3 months of the boy's salary. Minjun internally mocks the man for being satisfied with such petty rewards. They lock eyes, sealing a deal that could ruin one of them forever. A nervous recruit watches the impossible tension rising between the two soldiers. Suddenly, the scarred commander's thunderous roar shatters the private moment of conflict. He demands a report, unaware of the illicit game happening under his nose. The rivals mask their true intentions, falling back into perfect military formation. The commander's thunderous order marks the beginning of a descent into the abyss. The elevator drops rapidly, carrying the weight of a life-or-death wager. Minjun curses his own impulsiveness for falling into the sergeant's petty trap. He clenches his fist as the suppressed demonic energy begins to leak out. A terrifying purple haze fills the room, signaling the return of a monster. Spectators mock the rookie, unaware that a god-tier battle has already started. Their arrogance instantly vanishes as the floor beneath them begins to buckle. A massive shockwave sends the entire squad crashing into the cold floor. Panic spreads as they realize this is no ordinary earthquake or training failure. On the screen, a dark anomaly emerges that shouldn't even be possible. A violent tremor shakes the base as the recruit senses a presence nearby. His gaze sharpens as the overwhelming pressure of a high-tier entity descends. A hideous, one-eyed beast emerges from the shadows, feasting on its own kin. Minjun watches the carnage with a bored expression, completely unimpressed by the horror. The monster's gaze locks onto the human, sensing a power that shouldn't exist. A massive shadow falls over the recruit as the predator prepares to strike. Suddenly, the monster's scream is cut short by a strike faster than sound. A brilliant flash of energy tears through the room, ending the fight instantly. As the dust clears, the hero looks down at his ruined military uniform. He wonders if the mess hall still has fried chicken waiting for him. During a standard training exercise, the recruit identifies a target he cannot shoot. But a monstrous predator suddenly interrupts the simulation with a deafening roar. Minjun is visibly annoyed that this beast is ruining his quiet afternoon. Without flinching, he meets the Titan's massive fist with a single, glowing strike. The impact sends shockwaves through the air as the creature's defense shatters instantly. Dark blood sprays everywhere as its arm is torn apart by pure force. He notes the creature has calmed down before preparing for the final blow. His eyes remain cold and bored, completely unimpressed by the supposed threat. However, the monster's flesh begins to writhe and mutate into something even worse. A massive blade of energy forms as the true battle finally begins. The containment system blares a warning as the entity's signature begins to spike. Panic erupts among the recruits as they realize the rookie is trapped in battle. The veteran instructor watches in horror as the combat simulation spirals out of control. A legendary Cyclops has emerged, a beast that should never have been released here. Known as the Devouring Demon, its power increases drastically after consuming its prey. The officer realizes the monster is only attacking because it feels truly hunted. Amidst the falling debris, Minjun simply smiles, finally finding a reason to be entertained. Lethal energy blades tear through the air, but he moves with effortless, inhuman grace. He casually kicks off the Titan's chest, completely unimpressed by its frenzied rage. Calmly reloading his rifle, he decides that a physical beatdown would be far simpler. He turns the firing range into a slaughterhouse, unloading lead into the towering nightmare. The beast screams in pain as the relentless barrage tears through its reinforced skin. He calmly observes the wound, noting that the creature's healing factor is finally slowing. A lethal arc of energy swings wide, missing the soldier by a hair's breadth. Even as death whistles past, his expression remains cold and hauntingly vacant. He wonders how this blinded Titan can still track his every move so perfectly. Diving into the danger zone, he dances around the monster's desperate, heavy strikes. The ground erupts into shrapnel as the beast's massive fist misses its mark. For the first time, the predatory demon realizes it has become the helpless prey. Something about the way the beast stands reveals a truth he didn't expect. The ground shatters as he realizes the monster's senses go far beyond mere sight. Minjun unleashes his suppressed demonic energy, taunting the beast that should have killed him. Meanwhile, the heavy boots of the commanding officer rush toward the containment zone's entrance. Armed with a massive heavy machine gun, the scarred veteran prepares for a bloodbath. Fear grips the officer's heart as he realizes the magnitude of this training disaster. No ordinary recruit could survive a Cyclops that has consumed such massive amounts of energy. He sprints through the corridors, praying that the young private can hold on longer. But nearby, the arrogant Sergeant Kim laughs while racing toward his own selfish goals. Checking his watch, he gloats that the brat never stood a chance against him. Already planning to steal the recruit's pay, he celebrates a failure that hasn't happened. Sergeant Kim dreams of an easy victory and a relaxing vacation ahead. But his smug grin vanishes as he finds his target already waiting there. The supposedly weak recruit stares back with eyes that have seen true hell. With a mocking smile, the hidden hero triggers the end of the simulation. Terror paralyzes the veteran as he realizes he was never the predator here. Even the seasoned officer stands frozen, unable to process the impossible scene. A high-level monster lies decimated in a single strike from a mere rookie. News of the anomaly spreads through the base like a devastating wildfire. Clapping echoes through the halls as the monster newbie makes his grand entrance. Rumors swirl about the private who slaughtered a nightmare without breaking a sweat. The soldiers rush to check on the rookie who just performed the impossible. But the veteran sergeant refuses to believe a mere recruit outclassed his squad. Even as the men gossip about the lost bet, the tension reaches breaking point. A sudden strike silences the room as the sergeant lets his ego explode. He screams that the results are void, desperate to salvage his crumbling reputation. Pointing a trembling finger, he accuses the hero of taking a cowardly shortcut. He displays the data, claiming the simulation was rigged in the newcomer's favor. The veteran demands an explanation, fueled by a pathetic fear of being surpassed. He screams for justice while the hidden master watches with cold, indifferent eyes. Now, a single terrified witness holds the truth that could shatter the hierarchy. The veteran's fragile ego finally snaps as he screams for a death wish. Minjun watches the pathetic display with nothing but cold, silent contempt. He remembers the effortless strike that ended a monster far beyond their comprehension. Instead of facing the truth, the bully targets a helpless recruit to vent. The entire room freezes as a heavy presence suddenly enters the barracks. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos, questioning the veteran's pathetic lack of shame. The newcomer reminds them that the recruit faced a nightmare they couldn't handle. Every soldier in the room stands paralyzed by the weight of this new arrival. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho has arrived to restore order and shatter the veteran's pride. The arrogant bully instantly crumbles, desperately trying to laugh off his own cowardice. The superior officer calls out the bully for pathetically abusing his military authority. The coward desperately tries to laugh off his blatant harassment as a simple joke. Order is restored as the veteran is reminded that his excuses mean absolutely nothing. A chilling reminder follows that rank should never be used to break those below. Hidden in plain sight, the returned hero finds the sergeant's sudden humiliation quite entertaining. Veins pop as the bully's fragile ego is shattered in front of the unit. One sharp glance forces the veteran to realize he is completely outmatched here. Fear takes over as the arrogant sergeant instantly crumbles into a submissive mess. The cold eyes of a true leader pierce through his pathetic facade once more. The superior strides away, leaving the recruits stunned, and the bully completely broken. News of a legendary 2-rank promotion spreads across the quiet military base. 2 recruits discuss how such a rare honor is now nearly impossible to achieve. Past disasters in the dungeons forced the military to tighten their strict advancement rules. Only a heroic rescue or an impossible feat could bypass the current regulations. Even then, your fate rests entirely on the subjective whims of the high command. Minjun realizes that his path to power depends solely on the commander's approval. He remembers the chaos of the border where monsters slaughtered everyone in their path. 2 days as a lowly private is already proving to be far too long. Just as he wishes for a crisis, a piercing siren shatters the evening silence. An emergency broadcast confirms that a massive swarm of monsters is attacking the reserve. An emergency siren blares as a terrified recruit realizes the nightmare has finally begun. These small bat monsters may look weak, but their speed is a death sentence. One spark is all it takes when these beasts start breathing lethal fire. The target is the military oil reserve, a massive powder keg waiting to ignite. Guards watch in horror as a swarm of shadows descends upon the flammable facility. Panic sets in as they realize firing their weapons could blow them all away. They are forced to wait for a protective shield that might never arrive in time. One wrong move means the entire camp will be erased from the map forever. The mere thought of the impending explosion sends a cold chill through their souls. Helplessly watching the sky, they realize the swarm has already claimed the horizon. He steps forward into the chaos, determined to lure the predators away. The guards are stunned to see a mere rookie walking toward certain death. He ignores their frantic warnings, knowing heavy gear would only slow him down. Above them, the sky bleeds orange as a monstrous swarm prepares to strike. Saving the camp is the perfect chance to hoard every drop of experience. A forbidden purple aura begins to surge from his palm with impossible intensity. Deep in the shadows, ancient horrors feast as they wait for their next meal. The screeching beasts descend, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in this world. He stands his ground, letting his demonic energy act as a lethal beacon. With a twisted smirk, the returned hero prepares to claim his bloody prize. The frontline soldiers freeze in place as the chaotic battlefield suddenly grinds to a halt. Panic spreads through the ranks as they realize something impossible is happening right now. Their eyes widen in pure disbelief as the recruit they mocked enters the fray. The commanding officer screams for them to deploy the shields before they are overrun. But Minjun has already unleashed a terrifying surge of forbidden purple magic onto the swarm. The sergeant bellows at his men. Furious, they are frozen while a private fights. With cold, ruthless efficiency, the returned hero begins tearing the flying monsters apart. He sighs in frustration, finding this manual slaughter far too slow for his liking. Even as his comrades call him a monster, he looks back with haunting eyes. The officer rushes forward, desperate to pull the madman back from certain death. Minjun scoffs at basic tactics while forbidden purple magic pulses through his veins. He reaches for a simple weapon as the battlefield descends into absolute chaos. A dark amusement fills him, finding the impending massacre to be nothing but fun. The sergeant is paralyzed by a sudden, inexplicable surge of agonizing internal pain. Doubled over in agony, the officer can only watch as his strength completely vanishes. Minjun looms over his fallen commander, casually asking to borrow his standard equipment. Blue lightning erupts from the baton as he treats the high-voltage weapon like a toy. A predatory glint returns to his eyes, signaling the end for anything in his path. He lunges forward like a bolt of thunder, leaving a trail of destruction behind. The swarm is instantly incinerated, proving that a god now walks among mere men. Minjun tears through the swarm with a terrifying smile on his face. The surrounding soldiers can only watch in disbelief as the recruit dominates. Every strike from his baton sends waves of lethal electricity through his prey. Fear grips the support units as they realize the true scale of the threat. High above the camp, a massive beast emerges to challenge the intruder. The monster unleashes a torrent of hellfire, threatening to incinerate everything below. Panicked orders ring out as the commander desperately calls for all-out fire. Even the seasoned officers hesitate, realizing their weapons might be completely useless. Minjun stands his ground, mocking the beast for trying to play with fire. He brings down a final, thunderous blow to show the creature true power. The monstrous beast screeches as lethal energy begins to tear through its very soul. Soldiers stare in disbelief at a man who just leaped beyond human limits. In the chaos, the final power connection is made to secure the perimeter. A massive hexagonal barrier flickers to life, sealing the survivors inside the base. Dozens of charred corpses are gathered as the aftermath of the slaughter becomes clear. Lee Sung-ho is snapped back to reality when his superior calls his name. He offers a stiff salute while reporting the failure of their advanced radar systems. The air reeks of burnt flesh, leaving the officers baffled by this overwhelming power. With 30 beasts dead, the soldiers wonder where their commander was during the fight. Questions arise as the high-ranking executives only appear once the danger has passed. The lieutenant suspects the commander was merely hiding, while the real battle unfolded outside. He immediately denies the credit, refusing to lie about who truly slaughtered the monsters. His superior is left speechless, wondering who else could possess such terrifying combat skills. The truth is even more chilling as he reveals one man killed 30 beasts. He confirms that even the torn beasts were victims of this singular, overwhelming force. The superior demands to know who could possibly replace their missing high-ranking executives. Minjun finally appears, looking more worried about his broken equipment than the dead monsters. By the next morning, the entire base is buzzing with rumors of his identity. Inside the commander's office, the interrogation begins to uncover the truth of his return. He calmly denies being a regressor, hiding the godlike power surging beneath his skin. The instructor warns the recruit never to repeat yesterday's reckless display of power. Minjun decides to stay silent, knowing his survival wasn't just a stroke of luck. The Hunter Corps operates as an elite division, far surpassing the regular military scale. Inside the office, the lecture continues as the recruit wonders why this matters now. The lieutenant asks if he understands the secret behind their unit's terrifying efficiency. He reveals the shocking truth that every single member of the Corps is awakened. Even those in administration and research possess powers that defy normal human limits. The recruit realizes that even the weakest-looking officer hides a dangerous potential. In this world, rank is determined only by the blood spilled and talent shown. Minjun sighs, disappointed that his morning was wasted on a simple information session. Minjun is warned to stay alert as a high-ranking visitor finally arrives. A prestigious vehicle carrying the division's greatest monster slayer speeds toward the base. Inside the luxury car sits a massive warrior with a terrifying, scarred presence. The engine cuts out as a heavy military boot crushes the dusty ground. The legendary 2-star general looms over the soldiers like a mountain of pure power. Colonel Lee Junbeom screams a salute, desperate to impress his superior officer. High-ranking officers tremble in line, knowing one wrong move could end their careers. The giant acknowledges a sergeant's bravery with a handshake that feels like iron. While the others celebrate, Minjun quietly measures the true strength of this visitor. The scarred beast turns his gaze toward Minjun, testing the recruit with bone-crushing force. Minjun feels a grip so powerful it defies his expectations of this world. General Du commands the room with a presence that crushes every soldier's spirit. The military elites scramble to track the mysterious gate appearing north of the base. Panic spreads as they realize their advanced radar systems failed to detect the threat. The recruits tremble in terror while Minjun secretly enjoys the chaos surrounding them. Du scolds the boy for his recklessness, unaware of the monster standing before him. Heavy boots echo through the hall as the lethal tension suddenly breaks into laughter. The commander acknowledges the impossible feat of one man slaughtering 30 deadly monsters alone. Relief washes over the officers as the general prepares to reveal a secret reward. Everything changes the moment a hand reaches out to tear away the recruit's identity. The commander officially rewards the hero for achieving what should have been impossible. A sudden promotion comes with a rare prize as the general orders an immediate vacation. The legendary warrior can barely contain his joy at this unexpected turn of military life. As he leaves the base, the weight of his secret identity feels lighter than ever. Comrades celebrate his success, unaware they are walking beside a god among mere men. Returning to civilization, the soldier finally steps back into the bustling city streets. His predatory gaze locks onto a target more precious than any dungeon boss or monster. Returning home is out of the question since it lacks the digital connection he craves. He decides to spend every second of his freedom conquering the virtual world instead. But the peace is shattered when a familiar voice calls out from the sidewalk. Locals grumble about the military locking down the mountain's valuable resources. Whispers of a toxic stench and a mysterious sickness haunt the restricted area. Despite the warnings of death, greed drives them to risk everything for profit. A shadow looms over them as an elite soldier demands the location. The atmosphere turns cold as they realize a true monster stands before them. A humble transport carries the disguised warrior toward the heart of the corruption. The driver questions if one man can truly end this nightmare alone. With chilling confidence, the soldier promises the mountain will be cleared by dawn. Left in his wake, the survivors can only stare at his departing back. Alone at last, the hero gazes upon the demonic energy devouring the sky. The soldier arrives at the restricted zone, choosing duty over a simple life. A familiar, sickening scent of dark power begins to drift through the autumn air. Heavily armed guards stand watch, completely unaware of the predator lurking nearby. Observing from the shadows, he realizes the dungeon's inner security is surprisingly weak. To remain undetected, he prepares a subtle curse to clear his path forward. Suddenly, the guards are overcome by an agonizing pain deep within their guts. Desperate and sweating, the sentries realize they cannot hold back the sudden illness. Fearing the worst, the men abandon their post to find a private relief. With the entrance now completely exposed, the barrier stands unguarded and vulnerable. He steps into the abyss, baffled by the overwhelming energy despite the silence. He embraces the chaos, his face twisted in a predatory and wicked grin. Dark energy surges through his veins as he channels a forbidden power. System notifications flood his vision, confirming his demonic energy is skyrocketing. A rare and lethal ability awakens, reflected in his cold, calculating eyes. He realizes his luck has finally turned, granting him an unexpected advantage. His stats reveal the true extent of his terrifying potential as a hunter. He recalls the shadow assassin that once served him in another world. With a single command, he calls forth the beast from the abyss. A monstrous silhouette begins to take shape within the swirling purple mist. Instead of a titan, a tiny, glowing creature pops into existence. The legendary shadow assassin he expected turned out to be a pathetic, glowing runt. He cursed his low demonic energy for this humiliating dimensional travel penalty. This tiny weakling looked like it would wither away under the slightest bit of sunlight. But as he looked closer, he realized he had completely underestimated the creature's nature. Small enough to go unnoticed, this hungry spirit could move through the shadows themselves. Leaving the abyss behind, he returned to the military base under the cover of night. Private Kim Min-jun reported back for duty, hiding his godlike power from his peers. His comrades swarmed him, jealous of the elite badge he earned in record-breaking time. They had no idea that their rising star was actually a monster in human skin. With his vacation over, he prepared to reveal the contents of his mysterious spoils. Back at the base, the hidden monster maintains his disguise with a simple gift. His comrade celebrates the moisturizer, oblivious to the terrifying power standing before him. The peaceful atmosphere shatters as a veteran soldier interrupts their moment with a sneer. He demands the magazine he requested, treating a literal god like a lowly boy. Minjun offers coffee sticks instead, hiding his lethal instincts behind a humble facade. Shock spreads through the barracks when they discover his name on the advancement list. His peers claim it is impossible for a recruit to rise this fast. Jealous whispers fill the room as they realize the youngest has already surpassed them. Minjun calmly reveals that his promotion was an offer from the highest command. A secret deal with the training commander has set a dangerous destiny in motion. Minjun casually sits as he drops a bombshell that leaves the entire room paralyzed. His comrades stare in pure disbelief at the suicidal path he has chosen. They call him a madman for attempting to skip years of grueling military advancement. While the veterans scoff at his ambition, the tension in the barracks becomes suffocating. They mockingly warn him of the suffering that awaits during the elite weapons trials. Rumors spread like wildfire through the halls about the recruit who fears nothing. Even a monster like Minjun is caught off guard by the mention of specialty training. The training commander finally takes the stage to reveal the exam's true nature. A room full of hopeful hunters listens intently as their deadly future is explained. Hidden among the crowd, Minjun prepares to unleash a power that shouldn't exist. Minjun dismisses the written exam as a joke while moving toward the real challenge. A perfect score is guaranteed, but he wonders what secret rewards await his dominance. He strides toward the arena, deciding to finally put in a bit of effort. The commander stands before the ranks, revealing a lethal arsenal for the upcoming trials. A deafening roar orders the low-ranking recruits to stick strictly to basic swordsmanship. Higher ranks claim their specialized gear while the threat of death hangs over slackers. Under the clear sky, the military base becomes a furnace for forging new monsters. They are told to master the basics before evolving the style into something lethal. The commander screams for absolute obedience, his voice echoing across the training grounds. The soldiers shout their compliance, unaware that a true predator walks among them. The commander bellows for absolute focus, demanding they master the most basic strikes. He demonstrates a series of lethal forms to show the recruits' true military power. A single blade cuts through the silence, marking the beginning of their transformation. The cloaked stranger watches intently, finally understanding the purpose of these specialized weapons. He realizes that facing high-rank monsters with only rifles is nothing but suicide. While the other recruits struggle, their clumsy movements prove they are not ready. The hidden predator steps forward, swinging his blade with a grace that shocks everyone. He silently wonders if the legendary swordsmanship of Isgard might be even more effective. In a blur of motion, he leaps high to deliver a devastating aerial strike. He concludes that absolute power depends entirely on how a master applies his technique. The commander bellows for the hidden predator to step forward and take the stage. He answers with a shout that echoes through the silence of the training grounds. Every eye follows his steady stride as he approaches the high podium alone. The instructor shocks the crowd by demanding they learn from this lowly recruit's technique. He unleashes a perfect dance of steel that leaves the air whistling in his wake. The other soldiers watch in stunned silence as their world is completely shattered. Exhausted and drained, he retreats to the shadows to escape the suffocating afternoon heat. His peaceful moment is interrupted by the authoritative figure looming over his shoulder once more. Instead of a reprimand, a secret reward is quietly slipped into his trembling hand. He stares at the unexpected gift while wondering why his superior carries such things. Minjun smirks at the small reward, a sweet moment of peace amidst the chaos. But his rest is cut short when a fellow soldier suddenly interrupts his solitude. A nervous trainee approaches, begging for a master's insight into his flawed technique. Shocked by the request, the hidden powerhouse wonders why anyone would seek his guidance. The soldier confesses his struggle, admitting he lacks the courage to face real monsters. With a calm gaze, Minjun agrees to judge the young man's desperate display of skill. Steel whistles through the air as the trainee unleashes a flurry of textbook strikes. Watching intently while snacking, Minjun realizes the boy's fundamentals are actually quite solid. The true flaw isn't in his blade, but the crippling fear clouding his eyes. Fortunately for him, molding a weakling into a warrior is exactly what Minjun does best. Minjun wears a predatory grin, knowing the time for his true power is coming. He envisions the legendary strength required to reach the rank of a top-tier hunter. Saturday arrives, bringing the long-awaited day of the brutal advancement examination. While some trainees blow off steam, others keep their eyes fixed on the prize. The tension builds as every candidate prepares their mind for the coming trial. Suddenly, the administrative speakers roar to life, calling all hunters to the training grounds. Donning his black uniform, Minjun prepares to finally claim his promotion to corporal. Under the burning sun, the commander barks orders at the gathered ranks of warriors. Fear and anticipation flicker in the eyes of men who might not survive today. The transport arrives to carry them toward a fate that will change everything. Elite hunters board the transport under strict orders to maintain absolute discipline. The bus roars toward Gapyong as candidates prepare for a life-altering advancement trial. Inside the cramped cabin, Whispers of a legendary battalion begin to stir tension. Distracted by the promise of female recruits, the hunters quickly lose their focus. One warrior grins, confident his year of secret training will finally be revealed. While the others joke about romance, the silent protagonist prepares for a bloodbath. He watches the landscape blur, knowing his true power must remain a secret. The heavy gates of the military base loom over them like a silent judge. Hundreds of candidates gather in the hall to face a grueling written examination. A battle-hardened commander announces that the first hurdle has already claimed its first victim. The announcement echoes through the hall, as the first failure is cruelly mocked. Trembling in sheer terror, the rejected hunter realizes his dreams have been crushed. While the crowd laughs at the pathetic display, they boast of their easy success. Amidst the noise, the silent protagonist remains completely unfazed by the petty drama. A cold, focused warrior prepares herself for the true challenges waiting in the shadows. High above the training grounds, the stage is set for a brutal advancement trial. Battle-hardened examiners watch the new recruits with eyes that hunger for raw potential. The commander takes the stage, his voice booming with the weight of military authority. He speaks of special exceptions, catching the attention of those who shouldn't be there. 2 names are finally revealed, marking the start of a legendary and violent era. Yunseo stands among the recruits, her presence radiating a cold and lethal focus. Beside her, a young hunter realizes he isn't the only prodigy in this room. The hall fills with tension as the weight of the trial begins to sink in. Whispers spread through the ranks about the monsters who volunteered for the front lines. Every eye searches for the legendary exceptions hidden within this crowd of ordinary soldiers. Yunseo remains silent, her gaze piercing through the facade of her fellow recruits. A sudden spark of recognition ignites as 2 elite predators finally lock eyes. She quickly turns away, refusing to let any weakness show before the trial begins. The commander's roar shatters the silence, demanding absolute excellence from every single soul. Captain Zhang takes the stage to announce the start of a brutal physical evaluation. Captain Zhang announces the first evaluation will be a deceptively simple strength test. To pass, candidates must physically move the mountain of a man standing before them. The mysterious stranger watches with utter disdain, finding the entire ordeal laughably pathetic. With only 1 minute on the clock, every inch moved determines their final score. The floor is marked for 10 meters, a distance seemingly impossible to reach. The first name is called, and the heavy atmosphere of the hall finally breaks. Private Kim Jin-hyuk steps forward, his face a mask of cold military determination. He slams into the examiner with everything he has, seeking a single opening. Veins burst as he strains against the immovable force, his face turning deep crimson. He pours every ounce of his soul into a desperate shove that defies his limits. The captain's pen delivers a cold, final verdict that shatters a man's dreams. Panic spreads through the ranks as the first recruit collapses in total, crushing defeat. One by one, the hopeful warriors fall before an immovable mountain of pure muscle. Disgust fills the examiner's eyes as he marks down yet another pathetic failure. Then, a single name echoes through the hall, changing the heavy atmosphere instantly. She moves with effortless grace, crossing the line that broke every man before her. Whispers fill the room about the commander's daughter and her legendary, inherited strength. Her cold gaze alone is enough to make the other recruits tremble in fear. A hidden monster watches from the shadows, recognizing a peer who shares his status. Now, the second special exception steps forward to prove his own overwhelming power. Kim Min-jong steps forward with a confidence that silences the entire training hall. He calculates his strength, aiming for bonus points instead of just passing. His foot slams into the ground, anchoring his body for an explosive display. With a sudden thrust of his palms, he unleashes a concentrated wave of force. The sheer pressure sends the massive instructor flying back across the marked floor. Dust and debris rain from the ceiling as the building groans under the impact. The seasoned captain grits his teeth, desperately trying to withstand the impossible momentum. Wood splinters and shatters as he is dragged backward by the overwhelming power. Pure disbelief paints the faces of the elite officers watching this monster in disguise. A perfect score is announced, leaving the other special candidates frozen in shock. Yunseo watches in silence as the mysterious rookie casually walks away from his feat. Outside the hall, the brutal reality of the exam continues with mediocre scores. For most candidates, the pressure is simply too much to bear as disqualifications mount. Despair begins to set in among the ranks of those barely clinging to hope. The captain suddenly announces the end of the strength evaluation to begin agility testing. Disqualified recruits are ushered out while the remaining few prepare for the next nightmare. A massive green barrier is erected, signaling a shift to a much deadlier trial. The arrival of heavy weaponry sends a wave of pure terror through the room. The realization hits that they must now survive a hail of incoming fire. A wicked grin confirms their fears, promising a test that will push them past breaking. The recruits tremble, as they are warned to dodge every incoming lethal shot. Suddenly, a dark presence watches from the shadows with a truly predatory grin. Captain Zhang Sanqiu prepares the lethal machinery that will decide their fate today. 1 minute of survival is all that stands between glory and immediate disqualification. Even the elite Sun Yunseo can't hide the cold sweat running down her face. The captain coldly announces that the lethal evaluation is finally ready to commence. Amidst the tension, one man walks forward with an aura that feels suffocating. Kim Minjong remains unnervingly calm as the eyes of every commander lock onto him. He offers a deceptively friendly wave while masking a power that defies all logic. The surrounding recruits watch in horror as they realize who they are up against. The veterans mock the rookies, convinced their previous experience guarantees a passing grade. They believe the physical standards have only risen to weed out the weak. A chilling warning echoes that relying on sight alone will lead to immediate failure. The lethal machinery roars to life, firing projectiles at speeds that defy human reaction. A sickening crack shatters the silence as the first candidate is brutally struck down. Blood stains the floor as a seasoned soldier collapses from a single devastating blow. Medics rush to drag the broken body away while the examiners call for the next. Minjung watches the carnage with a cold gaze, calculating the true lethality of this test. He knows that facing these machines is nothing compared to the monsters awaiting them. Another hopeful recruit falls, proving that even the strongest can be broken in seconds. Captain Zhang screams in fury at the pathetic display of the new recruits. Another candidate slinks away in shame after failing to meet the minimum standards. With a cold glare, the captain demands the next special exception candidate step forward. Private Sun Yunseo steps up, ready to prove why she belongs in this unit. She moves like a blur, effortlessly dodging every high-velocity projectile launched at her. The crowd watches in absolute silence as the counter climbs toward an impossible score. With a perfect finish, the captain erupts in joy at her flawless performance. Yunseo walks back through the stunned recruits, her presence alone commanding absolute respect. Her sharp eyes lock onto the only other recruit who isn't shaking in fear. As she stares down Minjong, the room fills with whispers of a dangerous rivalry. Yunseo snaps at him, demanding to know what he could possibly want. The command echoes through the hall as Minjong is finally called to the stage. He walks forward, feeling her predatory gaze burning a hole through his back. Beads of sweat form as he realizes she hasn't looked away for a second. The intense pressure of her stare makes even a simple walk feel like torture. He wonders if she is just desperate for praise after her earlier perfect performance. Suddenly, the testing machine roars to life, launching a projectile with lethal speed. The world slows down as the object misses his head by a mere fraction. Yunseo's cold composure shatters as she witnesses something she never thought possible. With a hidden resolve, he prepares to show everyone his true, overwhelming power. He stands motionless, as lethal projectiles reveal the massive gap in their raw talent. The surrounding recruits can only scream in disbelief at the impossible scene unfolding before them. Instead of merely dodging, he casually walks forward through the storm of deadly fire. Yunseo's cold mask shatters completely as a projectile passes his cheek at lethal speed. She watches in silence as his blurred afterimages dance through the deadly testing zone. The captain stares at his stopwatch in total shock, unable to process the new record. He frantically orders a ceasefire, declaring a perfect score for the mysterious new recruit. As the massive machine shuts down, the silence in the room becomes deafeningly heavy. With the preliminary tests finished, the atmosphere shifts toward the true danger awaiting outside. Before them stands a massive blue gate, marking the start of a far deadlier evaluation. The captain clears his throat to announce the start of the final stamina test. Recruits charge into the shifting dungeon for a grueling 40-minute march through the unknown. Commanders watch from the sidelines as the stamp system turns a run into survival. A desolate path stretches into the fog, hiding the true distance of the goal. Minjong wonders why the others are moving so slowly during such a critical evaluation. The stifling atmosphere weighs heavy as he contemplates breaking formation to sprint ahead. Suddenly, a blur of speed cuts through the air, nearly knocking him off balance. He recognizes those cold, sharp eyes as the commander's daughter finally makes her move. She doesn't even glance back, her focus entirely locked on reclaiming her lost pride. Yunzio ignites her true power, leaving every other recruit behind in a cloud of dust. The stranger grins, sensing a challenge from the commander's elite daughter. Minjong finally unleashes his hidden pace, leaving the standard recruits behind. The common soldiers can only watch in shock as a human blur ignites. Yunzio pushes her physical limits, determined to prove she is the absolute best. Her confidence instantly shatters the moment she feels a shadow looming beside her. With a casual stride, Minjung effortlessly overtakes the girl who should be untouchable. He mocks the difficulty of the trial, Realizing the military elites are nothing, Yunseo's world turns upside down as she stares at the back of a monster. He laughs while vanishing into the distance, treating this deadly exam like play. Left far behind, she realizes the true hierarchy has just been violently destroyed. Gasping for air, the elite prodigy finally feels the crushing weight of the trial. She retreats from the field, her composure fractured by the monster she just witnessed. Her arrival at the barracks instantly draws a crowd of starstruck fellow recruits. They whisper about her legendary father and the impossible stats she supposedly possesses. Despite the heavy expectations, she remains surprisingly humble under their intense gaze. Her peers realize the commander's daughter is far more grounded than the rumors suggested. They watch her walk away, certain she will eventually reign over their entire year. Seeking a moment of peace, she prepares to shed the burden of her uniform. However, she cannot forget the terrifying man who shattered the records with ease. Outside, the final results echo across the valley as the first phase concludes. High above the training ground, Yunseo waves the captured flag in total triumph. She descends to the cheers of her squad, having secured an impossible victory. The instructor screams the results, announcing a record-breaking time that shocks the camp. While the winners celebrate, the defeated team is summoned to face their failure. Yunseo stands among her peers as they are officially hailed as the new legends. Her comrades can hardly believe their luck, crediting their success entirely to her. Despite the overwhelming praise, she remains silent, her mind focused on the next challenge. The heat of the battle fades as the recruits finally return to their lockers. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere is light as they prepare to shed their gear. But the peace is shattered when a frantic recruit bursts in with urgent news. The morning victory is shattered by news of an impossible new record. As rumors spread through the locker room, one name haunts the silence. Yunseo freezes, realizing her perfect achievement has already been completely surpassed. The truth hits her like a physical blow. It really is that man. Even during the briefest moments of rest, stories of his godlike precision dominate. The physical gap between them feels wider with every frantic step of training. Wild legends of his strength keep the barracks awake long into the night. Despite her demands for silence, the shadow of his power refuses to fade. Rest is impossible when a monster is lurking just outside your door. A new day begins with the tightening of laces and a grim determination. Long ago, a silent shadow defined the path she was destined to follow. Yunseo stood small before the overwhelming weight of her family's military legacy. Her young eyes were already fixed on a horizon filled with heavy expectations. A simple reach from her father offered a promise of future strength. That fleeting moment of warmth became the foundation for her entire life. But every legend eventually walks away, leaving only a lingering void behind. She swore to chase his back until she finally surpassed his greatness. Even in restless sleep, her vow to match his power never wavers. After 4 weeks of absolute hell, she is summoned to the commander's office. Her father's former superior finally calls her in for a long overdue discussion. Yunseo accepts the praise for her perfect performance with professional grace. The commander offers her the choice of any elite division in the military. He assumes she will follow her legendary father into the prestigious 107th Division, but her focus is fixed on the mysterious recruit who shattered her records. A subtle smile plays on the commander's face as the hierarchy begins shifting. She demands to know exactly where the monster named Kim Minjong is going. Stepping into the field, she realizes her pride led to a foolish mistake. She recognizes that her petty provocations were beneath a true soldier's dignity. Haunted by the memory of his overwhelming power, her shame turns into regret. Now she races through the wasteland to offer an apology before it's too late. Yunseo vows to find her own strength far beyond her father's legendary shadow. She decides to swallow her pride and learn from the monster who surpassed her. Reaching the checkpoint, she finally catches up to the man who broke her records. But the mysterious recruit only looks back with a look of utter boredom. He flaunts his completed stamp, proving he finished the trial long ago. His casual mockery shatters her composure as he jokes about falling asleep waiting. Within an instant, her respect turns into a burning, uncontrollable rage. She demands her validation with a fury that terrifies the testing officers. Any thought of an apology vanishes as she sprints away in pure frustration. While she struggles to breathe, he stands perfectly calm among the fallen recruits. The commander's voice booms as he crowns a new king of the leaderboards. The former prodigy stands frozen, relegated to a humiliating second-place finish. A perfect score across every category proves this monster is in a different league. The grueling evaluation finally ends as the exhausted recruits salute their superior officer. Reaching for her discarded gear, she prepares to face the man who surpassed her. Tension thickens the air as the two elites finally lock eyes in the aftermath. Instead of a formal challenge, he offers a childish taunt that shatters her expectations. His casual disrespect leaves her speechless while he treats the exam like a game. He walks away with the commoners, leaving the stunned daughter of a legend behind. A dangerous smile creeps across her face as she accepts this new, impossible rival. He retreats in shame, realizing he was the one who fell for the bait. The elite commander's daughter stands tall, having finally reclaimed her silent authority. She pauses for a moment of reflection, the weight of the exam still lingering. With a sharp gaze, she prepares to move on to the next high-stakes phase. She marches toward the horizon, leaving the defeated recruits in her wake. The scene shifts to the base where the second practical exam is underway. A massive wooden club slams down, signaling the start of a brutal slaughter. Surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters, the mysterious recruit stands his ground alone. The beasts roar with murderous intent, but they have already lost the fight. One clean strike is all it takes to leave the creature dead and broken. He wipes the sweat from his brow, gripping the blade that will decide his fate. Every breath is a calculated rhythm as he prepares for the coming slaughter. Suddenly, a blue-skinned demon lunges from the shadows with a primitive, crushing weapon. He dances through the chaos, weaving between the strikes of multiple bloodthirsty beasts. His eyes sharpen, tracking every lethal movement with the precision of a master. Death misses him by a mere hair's breadth as the air itself begins to scream. With explosive force, he buries his boot into the monster's chest, shattering its momentum. But a second beast looms behind him, ready to crush his skull into the floor. The sound of whistling wood fills his ears as he stares down certain destruction. In one fluid motion, he carves through flesh, leaving only a trail of crimson behind. He faces a towering beast, his blade ready to taste blood in this trial. Every breath is a struggle as the monster's predatory eyes lock onto his soul. Two more demons emerge from the fog, surrounding him in a dance of death. He reflects on the path that led him to this brutal military gauntlet. From the shadows above, a mysterious observer watches his every calculated move. The second phase begins, testing their mastery over the cold steel of a blade. Form and precision are everything, as the examiners judge their lethal potential. One recruit stands out, his movements perfectly mimicking the division's sacred manuals. The captain laughs in approval, recognizing a talent that rivals the elite. But beneath the perfect score, the pressure of expectations begins to take hold. The weight of the final trial finally begins to take its toll. Even with his skills, the sheer intensity of combat is nearly overwhelming. Ferocious monsters lunge from the shadows with a single goal: total annihilation. This is the monster handling exam, where one mistake means a gruesome end. Forced to face 3 goblins at once, he must rely on his specialty blade. Blood paints the arena, as the desperate struggle for survival turns into a massacre. Standing over his fallen prey, he prepares to deliver the final, lethal blow. He plunges his sword deep, ending the life of the last remaining beast. The commander announces a passing time, but the victory feels hollow and exhausting. Barely clinging to consciousness, the young recruit realizes just how far he must go. Li Dongjin stands over the corpse, but the victory feels incredibly heavy. High above, the mysterious recruit watches every move with cold, analytical eyes. Despite having clear openings, the boy's hesitation nearly cost him his life. He wonders if the survivor truly lacks faith in his own lethal abilities. Exhausted and broken, the recruit retreats as the heavy doors begin to close. They pass each other in silence, one drowning in failure, the other ready. Now it is time for the record breaker to step into the blood-soaked arena. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as he prepares for absolute carnage. The spectators feel a sudden chill as the next candidate steps forward. Even the elite prodigy realizes a true predator has finally entered the stage. Kim Min-jong enters the arena, wielding nothing but a crude, spiked metal bat. The lieutenant colonel watches in disbelief, certain this dull weapon will fail him. A terrifying grin spreads across the recruit's face as he prepares for the test. Suddenly, the heavy gates slide open, and 3 bloodthirsty monsters rush the stage. To a true predator, the only thing that matters is pure, crushing impact. The monsters lunge forward, completely unaware of the monster waiting for them. His grip tightens until his veins bulge, channeling every ounce of hidden power. Like a rabbit sensing the hawk, the atmosphere shifts as he begins his swing. The predator strikes with lethal precision, leaving the helpless targets with no escape. These charging beasts have unknowingly walked straight into their own execution. A single blinding flash of blue energy tears the beasts apart instantly. In just 4 seconds, the boy stands alone amidst the absolute carnage. High-ranking officers can hardly believe the impossible data on their screens. While the crowd erupts in cheers, the division's top prodigy stands frozen. Their eyes meet, signaling the start of a rivalry that shouldn't exist. A dark, predatory grin reveals that this was merely a warm-up. He basks in the glory, demanding the entire world witness his arrival. Yunxia watches him with disgust, wondering what kind of monster he is. As the sun sets on the exam, the hierarchy has been permanently shattered. The instructors single out Minjung as the greatest talent they have seen. Minjung basks in his new rank as his comrades hail their rising star. They celebrate a promotion that was achieved at a terrifyingly impossible speed. Even the high command is stunned by the rookie who secured a perfect score. The entire squad erupts in cheers, knowing his success saved them all. Beneath his confident smile lies a dark arrogance looking down on his peers. As they prepare to move out, a heavy tension begins to settle. He singles out the exhausted Dongjin with a touch that feels like a threat. The sudden attention from the division's new monster leaves the soldier completely paralyzed. A predatory grin reveals his intent to push them beyond their breaking points. While the others laugh, the real nightmare is only just beginning for them. Yunxia watches the mysterious recruit who shattered her records board the transport. Her pride is wounded after losing her status as the division's top prodigy. Inside the bus, Minjung glares back at the girl who nearly matched him. He recalls her flawless performance during the brutal monster handling evaluation. It was obvious she would pass, but her talent still feels like a threat. As the vehicle begins to move, he senses a sudden shift in her demeanor. She remains outside, staring through the glass with an unreadable expression. Hesitation fades as she realizes she must fix the bridge she burned earlier. Swallowing her pride, she prepares to apologize for her cold behavior during testing, but a sudden realization strikes her, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Minjung slams the window, his gaze filled with a terrifying and unhinged intensity. He leans in close, a warning dripping from his lips like lethal venom. A cold promise of death leaves her standing there, completely paralyzed by fear. Yunxia can only stare back in disbelief as her world suddenly tilts. She watches the monster she just provoked vanish into the golden sunset. The exhaust fumes settle as the distance between them grows ever larger. She realizes she just encountered someone far more dangerous than she ever imagined. The wheels keep turning, carrying the record breaker toward his next bloody trial. As the bus climbs the mountain, the weight of the encounter lingers heavily. Inside, the other recruits have no idea they are sitting next to a demon. Minjung casually admits he crushed the division's top prodigy simply for her arrogance. His fellow recruits can only stare in stunned silence at his cold indifference. As the bus winds through the mountains, their disbelief turns into loud interrogation. They demand to know why he would disrespect the most beautiful girl in camp. With a deadpan expression, he claims she does not even interest him. One recruit leans in, desperate to know who could possibly surpass her. He utters a single name that leaves the entire cabin in total confusion. The soldiers whisper amongst themselves, wondering if this mysterious woman is an idol. He reveals his true obsession is actually a legendary beauty from a video game. The dramatic tension shatters as they realize their monster recruit is just a nerd. The mention of a fictional goddess lingers as the bus returns to camp. Within the quiet barracks, a rare moment of peace finally settles over the squad. Piles of empty boxes prove that the monster recruit has a human appetite. Laughter fills the room as the soldiers celebrate a victory they never expected. Even the sternest lieutenant can't hide his joy while delivering the late-night reward. Everyone knows this incredible feast is only possible because of one man's talent. Whispers of early promotion follow the rookie, who shattered every standing military record. Unfazed by the praise, he simply focuses on his meal with a deadpan expression. But the festive atmosphere is instantly shattered by a violent kick at the door. A cold command rings out, signaling that their night of rest is officially over. The festive atmosphere shifts as a lieutenant arrives with a special, high-priority delivery. He announces that headquarters has officially recognized their squad's unprecedented accomplishments tonight. Minjung stays quiet, focused on his drink, while the others discuss his perfect score. Greedy eyes turn toward the package, demanding a share of the exclusive reward. The lieutenant shuts them down, stating the gift is strictly for the record-breaking rookie. Resentment boils over as the rejected soldiers retreat, cursing the luck of their comrade. A bitter rival realizes the commander has been favoring the monster recruit all along. The moon rises over the silent barracks, signaling the start of a secret operation. Minjung slips into the darkness, cautiously checking the perimeter for any unwanted witnesses. But a sharp cough from the shadows reveals his late-night excursion was compromised. Minjung channels a forbidden power, calling a forgotten entity back into the world. From the swirling demonic mist, a dark shape begins to take physical form. Instead of a monster, a tiny shadow spirit with glowing eyes suddenly appears. He greets his old companion with a smile that hides his true intentions. Though its weak appearance initially shocked him, he quickly devises a brilliant plan. He realizes this small creature is the perfect tool for a clandestine mission. While the summon acts playfully, it is actually a master of gathering intelligence. He orders the spirit to stalk high-ranking officers and monitor their every move. His expression turns cold as he warns it to watch for demonic energy. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches from the darkness, proving he is no longer alone. He channels a swirl of forbidden energy to release his loyal shadow familiar. The tiny creature emerges from the darkness to begin its clandestine mission. He warns the spirit to stay hidden, fearing the consequences of being caught. Watching the entity run off with excitement fills his heart with pure anxiety. A sudden voice from behind freezes him in a moment of absolute terror. He frantically invents a story about needing fresh air to mask his secret. The captain questions his low tolerance while he plays the part of a fool. Little do they know that dark mages are completely immune to common toxins. In his former life, his body could instantly detoxify even the deadliest poisons. The tension vanishes as the officer formally congratulates him on his successful advancement. Captain Sanchiol warns him to stay sharp despite his recent overwhelming success. Minjong accepts the order with a calm face that hides his true power. As the captain walks away, the crushing fear of being discovered finally fades. He exhales in relief, thankful his secret remains hidden in the dark night. Watching the soldier depart, he notes the man's rigid adherence to military rules. Yet a subtle smirk reveals he actually prefers dealing with such predictable types. Under the moon's pale glow, he retreats to prepare for the trials ahead. Morning breaks over the division as a new day of grueling evaluations begins. Inside the command center, elite officers discuss a recruit who seems born ready. The commander reveals that this monster shattered every record with a perfect score. High-ranking commanders are losing their minds over this recruit's impossible growth. His history of slaughtering monsters at the oil reserve changes everything. Captain Zhong confirms that Minjong was the first to charge into battle. No normal human could achieve such a promotion in under a month. Now the highest authorities are turning their gaze toward this rising anomaly. The elite Special Forces Brigade is finally ready to make their move. A veteran commander senses a terrifying presence he hasn't felt in years. He realizes this boy belongs among the ranks of the Hunter Corps legends. Somewhere deep within the wasteland, a new monster is finally being born. A mysterious silhouette stands ready as the world prepares for total chaos. A tidal wave of lizardmen surges forward with bloodlust in their eyes. One man stands alone against an entire army of stone golems and monsters. The screeching cries of goblins echo through the valley as they prepare to strike. High-level orcs join the fray, their glowing eyes fixed on a single target. Instead of fear, a terrifyingly calm grin spreads across the young recruit's face. He casually taps his spiked bat, mocking the monsters for taking so long. Back in the barracks, a scarred veteran tries to drown his memories in alcohol. His comrades watch in silence as the weight of survival takes its heavy toll. Minjung returns from the showers, humming a tune like he hasn't a care. Morning arrives with a crushing headache for those who couldn't handle the pressure. Minjung turns as his name is called, his expression unreadable and calm. A tired officer stares back, his eyes heavy with the weight of last night. Despite the heavy drinking, Minjong remains completely unfazed by the physical toll. The officer can only watch in awe, calling him a true monster of endurance. A seasoned warrior approaches, dripping with sweat after a brutal morning workout. He claims the intensity of the training was exactly what he needed to recover. Minjung observes the man's powerful build, recognizing the discipline of a true soldier. They discuss the base facilities, noting that the newcomer hasn't visited the gym yet. As a newly promoted corporal, Minjung is granted full access to the elite equipment. The captain suggests testing his limits on the squad's advanced virtual reality device. The mention of virtual reality immediately sparks a dangerous curiosity in his eyes. He cracks his knuckles, eager to test the legendary Hunter Corps training facility. Without hesitation, the monster recruit makes his way toward the secondary training gym. A predatory smile spreads across his face as he reaches for the final door. He enters a massive high-tech arena designed to push warriors to their limit. The sheer realism of the simulation leaves even a seasoned fighter like him impressed. He approaches the control terminal, ready to summon a challenge worth his time. Scanning the list of threats, he selects the brutal strength of a savage orc. Driven by an insatiable hunger for battle, he demands as many enemies as possible. He is disappointed to learn the system caps his carnage at 30 monsters. He locks in his choice, craving the carnage of a legendary warrior. The prompt to choose a weapon only fuels his dark excitement. With his selections finalized, the monster recruit steps into the abyss. He dons the gear, ready to lose himself in the digital slaughter. Reality dissolves into a scorched desert as the simulation begins to breathe. Fully geared for war, he marvels at the terrifying realism of the arena. The countdown hits 0 as a horde of savage orcs begins their charge. His predatory grin widens as he prepares to shatter their digital bones. A single strike sends shockwaves through the air, obliterating the first monster. Feeling the weight of the blow, he prepares for the coming massacre. A single blinding arc of light cleaves through the horde like wet paper. These digital monsters never stood a chance against his overwhelming and raw destructive power. He laughs with unadulterated madness, relishing every second of this hyper-realistic slaughter. With a sickening crack, the final enemy shatters into a million flickering pixels. The simulation falls silent as he stands alone amidst the scorched and empty wasteland. But for a monster like him, 30 mere orcs are nowhere near enough. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he prepares to break the system. He selects every nightmare imaginable, summoning a massive army of elite high-ranking beasts. Now the real massacre begins, as a wave of fresh, bloodthirsty monsters charges. Massive stone titans rise from the digital dust, signaling the start of a nightmare. Scaled predators emerge from the shadows, hungry for the blood of a lone warrior. Minjong tightens his gear, completely unfazed by the growing legion of monsters before him. A terrifying grin splits his face as he realizes the real hunt has finally begun. Standing alone against a sea of beasts, he looks like a god of slaughter. He mockingly asks if they are ready before starting a cold, lethal countdown. The ground trembles as the first wave of bloodthirsty monsters lunges for his throat. Instead of retreating, he charges headlong into the center of the impending digital massacre. Leaping high with a spiked bat, he calls them cute before delivering absolute destruction. Minjung swings his spiked bat, shattering the first monster's skull with terrifying ease. He moves like a blur of violence, tearing through stone golems and flesh alike. The digital arena transforms into a playground for a man who knows no fear. Every swing of his spiked bat sends teeth and bone flying into the air. A single wide arc of energy carves a path of absolute ruin through the horde. Screams of agony echo across the desolate wasteland as the slaughter reaches its peak. No monster is fast enough to escape the crushing weight of his unnatural strength. With one final, devastating blow, he leaves the last predator broken in the dirt. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, the recruit finally completes his one-sided massacre. The brutal simulation finally ends as the recruit prepares to leave the arena. Digital systems flicker and die, signaling the conclusion of his absolute massacre. Back in reality, Minjung sheds his gear, still fueled by pure adrenaline. He stands alone in the facility, marveling at the intensity of the fight. To him, this military life is even better than his favorite games. Suddenly, a mysterious notification appears to announce the birth of a skill. The recruit stares in shock at the hologram floating right before his eyes. He has unlocked the secrets of blunt weaponry without any formal training. A wide grin spreads across his face as he touches the glowing screen. Minjong's secret training session is suddenly interrupted by a terrified witness. The trembling recruit points toward the monitor, as if he saw a ghost. Confused by the sudden panic, Minjong turns to face the digital evidence. A record of absolute carnage leaves both men staring in total disbelief. An eerie silence fills the hallway as the impossible reality sinks in. The witness frantically asks if one man truly slaughtered an entire army. Caught in the act, the monster recruit struggles to hide his true power. Suddenly, a dark realization hits him as he formulates a dangerous plan. With a predatory gaze, he invites the witness inside to keep him quiet. The terrified witness can only stammer out a single question in pure disbelief. But the monster recruit only responds with a chillingly calm and mocking tone. Flashing a predatory grin, he reveals the brutal fate awaiting the young recruit. Despite his desperate protests, the witness is forcefully dragged into the training room. The heavy metal door slams shut, sealing them both inside the dark facility. Steps echo through the hall as a powerful captain approaches the terminal. He scans a digital record that should be physically impossible to achieve. His eyes widen as he realizes an entire army was wiped out effortlessly. The captain stands frozen, staring at a massacre committed by a single man. Kim Guangshik approaches the base, unaware of the chaos brewing within the barracks. He steps into the room, finding his subordinates lounging instead of preparing for duty. A panicked soldier stops him, frantically explaining where the others have disappeared to. The recruit claims the legendary Kim Minjong is currently training alone at the gym. Terror strikes the young soldier as he realizes he just made a fatal slip. The atmosphere turns cold as he prays his superior didn't catch the mistake. Instead of a reprimand, the commander issues a chilling order to summon the monster. Desperate to escape the suffocating tension, the messenger bolts from the room. The commander turns his gaze toward the lazy recruits, his patience finally wearing thin. Unaware of the impending storm, they mockingly invite him to join their game. The soldiers have started a dangerous game, betting their salaries on a monster's rise. Guangshik questions the insanity of wagering their hard-earned pay on a mere recruit. They mock the impossible idea of a rookie reaching the top so quickly. But one soldier knows the truth, shouting that this recruit is far from ordinary. Guangshik stares at the names, realizing the gravity of the growing legend. He taunts their hesitation, asking if they truly fear the power they are mocking. With a sudden, violent motion, he slams his own signature onto the sheet. Silence falls over the room as the weight of his conviction sinks in. They realize he isn't joking, and there is no turning back from this gamble. He walks away after betting a full month's salary on the boy's success. Guangxik smirks, realizing the recruit is even more unhinged than he ever was. The high-stakes wager is finalized, betting an entire month's salary on the impossible. Deep inside the facility, the rhythmic clang of heavy iron fills the silent air. He ignores every warning, stepping toward the forbidden equipment meant for elite warriors. Minjiang strains against the crushing weight, his body trembling under the immense pressure. Every muscle fiber screams as he forces the massive barbell upward with raw strength. Veins bulge and sweat pours while he curls weights that would shatter ordinary bones. He casts the iron aside, the impact echoing like a thunderclap through the gym. Frustration boils over as he realizes his base stats haven't increased a single point. Yet, a hidden passive skill from Isgard ensures his strength remains truly godlike. He wonders if he will ever reclaim the legendary strength of a returned hero. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over him as the air begins to shimmer. A miraculous system window appears, granting him the very power he was desperately seeking. Before he can celebrate, a fellow soldier arrives with an urgent summons from above. Possessed by the thrill of his new skill, his eyes burn with unbridled ambition. His comrade watches in utter confusion as the normally stoic warrior begins to glow. He skips toward his meeting, his dark mood replaced by a terrifyingly cheerful energy. Arriving at the administrative office, he prepares to face whatever high-stakes mission awaits him. Standing perfectly at attention, he reports for duty with the discipline of an elite. The commander greets him warmly, unaware of the monstrous power brewing within his subordinate. Entering the office, he prepared to face the consequences of his recent, monstrous actions. But instead of a reprimand, he is met with praise for his first week. His superior beams with pride, celebrating the soldier's rapid advancement through the ranks. It turns out his brutal efficiency against the middle bats did not go unnoticed. He humbly brushes off the praise, masking the dark power swirling within his soul. Suddenly, a mysterious folder is thrust forward, containing the reward for his lethal success. Not only did he survive the battlefield, he achieved a perfect score in leadership. An official award of excellence proves that his rise to power is now unstoppable. He stares at the document, realizing this recognition is the key to further growth. With eyes gleaming with unholy ambition, he discovers a new way to break the system. The colonel warns that these prestigious honors are nearly impossible to obtain. But Minjiang only sees a shortcut to godlike power through rapid advancement. His blatant greed leaves his superior questioning if he even heard a word. A few days later, the unit arrives at the mouth of a nightmare. The commander announces their official assignment to clear a lethal new dungeon. Every soldier stands ready with specialized weapons for the coming slaughter. Heavy gear is unloaded as the heavy atmosphere of war settles in. A wave of pure dread washes over the men as they realize the truth. They are descending into the monster rat nest, the kingdom's most disgusting hell. A single step into the murky filth marks the beginning of their nightmare. The elite platoon descends into the abyss, hearts pounding against the weight of armor. They call this hell the sewers, where monsters thrive in the suffocating darkness. Even for seasoned hunters, a single step into this nest feels like a trap. Over 200 monster rats wait to tear the flesh from their bones. In these narrow tunnels, firearms are useless, forcing a desperate and bloody melee. To survive this complicated nightmare, they must execute a plan with zero mistakes. The commander marks the map, choosing the entrance for a final, lethal stand. Orders are barked to prepare the bait as the trap is finally set. A suffocating stench fills the air, forcing every man behind a cold gas mask. They carry the heavy lure forward, knowing one slip-up means a gruesome end. They produce the only thing foul enough to lure the monsters from their holes. The putrid stench of the rotting bait is enough to make any soldier gag. Every second counts as they scatter the lure across the cold, damp floor. A sudden, chilling sound snaps their attention toward the darkness ahead. Looking down, he realizes the ground is paved with the bones of the fallen. Cold sweat pours as the true scale of this death trap becomes clear. He stands amidst a massive graveyard of those who dared to enter before. These shattered skulls prove that the predators here are larger than any nightmare. The realization hits like a physical blow as the air turns deathly still. Suddenly, the silence breaks as a massive swarm charges from the front entrance. The commander bellows for the unit to prepare for an inevitable, bloody clash. Heavy boots slam into the earth as the formation locks into place. Lower-ranked soldiers scramble to the rear while the veterans brace for the impact. Despite the looming death, some soldiers recklessly wager on who kills the most. A sharp warning cuts through the banter, reminding them that one mistake means death. Minjong watches the darkness with a predatory gaze, his bloodlust beginning to stir. Then, a tidal wave of screeching monster rats erupts from the shadows. Orders scream across the line to hold firm against the overwhelming vermin swarm. Every man stands his ground as the first wave of monsters finally reaches them. Minjong unleashes a lethal blue arc, cleaving through the first beast with ease. Corporal Zhang Hanyang carves through the swarm, his blade a blur of lethal blue light. Sergeant Li Sungho follows with overwhelming force, crushing anything that dares to draw near. Amidst the carnage, Minjong observes the battlefield with the eyes of a seasoned predator. Together, the squad commanders transform this dark nest into a literal, blood-soaked slaughterhouse. A single strike from Guangxik bisects the vermin, leaving only severed remains behind him. Even as monsters lunge from the shadows, Minjong remains completely unfazed by the threat. He silently acknowledges their progress, noting that his comrades are performing better than expected. A brutal strike shatters bone, ending the life of another beast in the darkness. He watches as the veterans unleash massive energy rotations to clear the surrounding area. However, his focus shifts toward two specific soldiers who possess a truly terrifying potential. A hand tightens its grip on the blade as the real slaughter begins. Minji and Cheolman unleash devastating slashes to cull the encroaching vermin swarm. Minjung realizes that surviving this hell requires more than just simple luck. His predatory gaze locks onto the battlefield, analyzing every single lethal movement. Dongjin strikes with blinding speed, carving through monsters with a vertical blow. The young soldier stands firm, proving his worth in this life-or-death struggle. Minjong smiles as he witnesses the lethal fruits of his brutal training regimen. The air fills with battle cries as the unit pushes deeper into the darkness. They coordinate perfectly, covering each other's backs amidst the chaotic, blood-soaked frenzy. Yet, even in victory, the commander remains silent, sensing something far more dangerous. A single flash of light cleaves through the darkness, bisectional force ending a life. But the victory is short-lived as the soldier realizes the true horror behind him. From the pitch-black shadows of the rear, an endless tide of vermin begins to surge. Panic pierces the air as the scout screams a warning that they are surrounded. Gravity-defying strikes and ironclad shields are all that stand against the incoming slaughter. Heavy steel hammers and energy-infused blades turn the cave floor into a gruesome graveyard. Bones shatter and flesh explodes under the weight of an overwhelming, desperate counteroffensive. They believe the end is near, unaware that the real nightmare is just beginning. Amidst the carnage, a sinister purple haze begins to crawl across the soldier's armor. Only now does he realize his mask was hiding a lethal, invisible threat. The soldier strikes down the last rat, sensing a far greater threat approaching. Suddenly, the solid rock beneath his boots begins to shatter into jagged pieces. He screams a desperate warning as something massive prepares to breach the surface. Every man freezes in place, overwhelmed by a sudden, suffocating aura of death. A blinding explosion of light erupts from below, tossing the squad aside like toys. He stares upward in pure disbelief, his heart hammering against his very ribs. An irregular monster emerges from the dust, a towering titan of pure muscle. With glowing eyes and massive fangs, the beast lets out a blood-curdling roar. The scattered remains of other rats reveal the monster's gruesome and cannibalistic nature. It has evolved by devouring its own kin, reaching a truly impossible scale. The mutated titan looms over its prey, ready to end a life in seconds. Guangxik collapses in terror as the beast's foul breath fills the air. His comrade stands paralyzed, his muscles locking up against the crushing aura. Minjong screams for him to wake up before the entire squad is slaughtered. Looking death in the eye, the fallen soldier accepts his grim, inevitable fate. The monster raises a massive claw, wreathed in a sickening, dark purple energy. He braces for the impact, praying for a miracle that seems impossible now. Suddenly, a cold blade clears its sheath with a blinding, high-speed flash. A powerful shockwave erupts as the beast's lethal strike is violently parried away. The survivors stare in total silence as the mysterious savior's blade spins overhead. Panic erupts as a soldier desperately shoves his comrade away from the looming threat. Behind them, a monstrous blue titan looms with 4 eyes burning like hellfire. Minjung screams in terror as Li Dongjin recklessly throws himself into the fray. The beast's massive shadow swallows the ground as the lone warrior ascends. With a heavy tactical shield, he prepares to face the impossible head-on. The monster stares back with a terrifying, vacant gaze that knows no fear. Suddenly, a pillar of pure demonic energy obliterates the creature in one strike. As the dust settles, the survivors can hardly believe they are still alive. Through the thick smoke, a single gloved hand signals a silent victory. Li Dongjin stands tall, a mysterious savior who just changed the battlefield's fate. A terrified soldier realizes the situation has spiraled completely out of control. Minjung barks orders for his men to retreat before the real slaughter begins. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar as its multiple eyes glow purple. Dongjin braces behind his shield as the monster unleashes a crushing blow. A massive explosion of demonic power shakes the very foundations of the battlefield. The ceiling crumbles into lethal shards of stone raining down on the survivors. Soldiers scramble for cover as the cavern begins to collapse around them. Minjung smirks at the carnage, mockingly thanking the beast for the opening. With another ferocious swing, the creature prepares to finish its desperate prey. Minjung reveals his hidden power, glad that no witnesses remain in the smoke. The massive beast recoils as a sudden, explosive strike shatters its defenses. Dongjin braces himself, his shield holding firm against the creature's desperate rage. A torrential downpour of blue energy descends, slamming the titan into the dirt. The ground shudders as the monster falls, its terrifying strength finally forced away. Beams of light pierce the battlefield, ensuring the wounded predator cannot rise again. Amidst the settling smoke, Minjung observes the carnage with a cold, piercing gaze. The beast gasps its final breaths, defeated by a power it never expected. Suddenly, the air grows heavy as Minjung unleashes his own hidden, dark aura. He conjures a sphere of pure corruption, ready to claim the monster's soul. Violet flames consume the fallen titan, signaling the arrival of a true demon. The titan's corpse smolders as a sinister purple haze begins to rise. Minjung watches the system notification confirm his newly harvested demonic power. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he plots his next move. Outside the dungeon, the military base remains oblivious to the monster's fate. Exhausted soldiers collapse on the pavement, haunted by their near-death encounter. They admit defeat, unaware that a true predator walked among them. Reports are filed regarding the irregular monster that forced their desperate retreat. The soldier glances back, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong. Meanwhile, Minjung realizes the price of his victory is a nauseating stench. He gags in disgust while the world remains blind to his evolution. Minjung brushes away the dust of battle while contemplating the horrors of the front lines. His comrade collapses in relief, offering heartfelt gratitude for a life saved from certain death. He humbly apologizes for his reckless intervention against the demonic beast that nearly slaughtered them. The survivor looks on with concern, wondering if anyone could truly emerge from that unscathed. A calm, unsettling smile masks the predatory power surging beneath Minjung's skin. Suddenly, a superior presence looms over him, questioning his impossible lack of any injuries. The commander's gaze pierces through him, searching for any sign of a hidden, monstrous nature. Minjung maintains his perfect facade, confirming his health while his companion trembles in his shadow. Weary from the chaos, the leader demands a private interrogation once they return to camp. The young soldier accepts the order, his expression turning cold as the stakes rise. Minjung walks away while his commander watches with growing suspicion. Orders are barked into the radio as the weight of the mission takes hold. Miraculously, every survivor escaped the slaughter with only minor scratches. Nervous smiles break through the tension as the nightmare finally ends. A heavy hand on the shoulder signals a temporary reprieve from the madness. Steel-toed boots snap together as the soldiers prepare for their final orders. The commander's roar echoes across the field, canceling the entire operation. Under a blood-red sunset, the exhausted platoon prepares to retreat. But the true battle begins behind the closed doors of the administration office. Minjung faces his superior to explain a report that shouldn't be possible. A cold demand for a report forces Minjung to recount his impossible victory. He hesitates, knowing the truth of his bare-handed slaughter sounds like a lie. One wrong word could expose the terrifying secret he is desperately trying to hide. The weight of the interrogation intensifies as every detail is placed under scrutiny. His superior remains unconvinced by claims of a vision being conveniently obstructed by chaos. The officer demands to know how he crushed a monster with his bare fists. Under the crushing pressure, Minjung prepares to weave a web of calculated deception. He masks his predatory nature with a nervous laugh and a fake explanation. The final test arrives as he is ordered to reveal his hidden status window. He recites fabricated numbers that leave the seasoned investigator completely speechless with shock. The officer stares in disbelief at stats that simply should not exist. A mere soldier possesses physical power doubling that of a seasoned veteran. He laments that such monstrous talent is being wasted in the lower ranks. Minjung maintains his facade, hiding his dark secrets behind a humble smile. The superior offers a path to elite status, unaware of the predator nearby. He suggests education as a way to climb the military's rigid power hierarchy, but Minjung dismisses the offer, preferring to let his brutal results speak instead. The lieutenant is left speechless by the soldier's strange lack of personal ambition. Finally, The crushing pressure of the interrogation begins to dissipate into mutual respect. As night falls, the deception is complete, and the monster remains hidden. The lieutenant watches in silence as the mysterious soldier prepares to leave. A discarded beret remains on the desk, a symbol of a rising power. Minjung stops at the threshold as his superior calls out to him. The officer admits that the entire squad survived solely because of his actions. He vividly remembers the paralyzing terror of the beast that nearly killed them. Lowering his gaze, the high-ranking commander offers a sincere word of thanks. Minjung wears a humble mask, claiming he only did what was necessary. The lieutenant is completely deceived, seeing only a selfless hero in his ranks. But as he steps into the hall, the soldier's true face emerges. This was all a calculated play to harvest demonic energy and seize power. Minjung stands cold and ready as a new opportunity presents itself. A wounded soldier approaches the duo with a desperate request for strength. Minjung questions why this man wants to join his brutal special training. The bandaged recruit hesitates, clearly terrified of the monster he is addressing. He struggles to explain how he even tracked their secret location down. Minjung mockingly points out that his broken body hasn't even healed yet. Memories of the slaughter remind the survivor of his absolute helplessness. Desperate for power, he begs to start the hellish training immediately. A predatory grin spreads across Minjung's face as his trap finally closes. He asks the fool if he truly thinks they would ever accept him. Minjung mocks the hierarchy while staring down the man who once looked down on him. The once arrogant corporal trembles as the weight of his past actions finally catches up. He throws away his pride and begs for forgiveness from the man he once tormented. Desperation fuels his plea, as he reveals his hidden desire to climb the military ranks. Caught in the middle, the young recruit wonders if they should show the survivor mercy. A heavy silence fills the room as Minjung prepares to deliver a crushing ultimate verdict. For a fleeting moment, it seems like the monster is actually capable of showing kindness. But the predator quickly snaps the trap shut by rejecting the man's pathetic apology. The broken soldier accepts his fate, realizing some sins can never be truly washed away. He turns to leave the shadows, forever haunted by the mercy of a terrifying god. Minjung offers a single, humiliating condition to the man begging for his life. The soldier freezes in confusion as a bizarre and nonsensical command is issued. Minjung promises to reconsider his verdict if the soldier behaves like a bird. Minjung mocks the soldier's hesitation as fury boils beneath the man's skin. He hesitates for a moment, his pride battling against the primal urge to survive. The soldier finally abandons his dignity and lets out a series of pathetic coos. Onlookers watch in horror as their comrade descends into such total, soul-crushing desperation. Minjung erupts into sadistic laughter, relishing the sight of a warrior's broken spirit. Meanwhile, under the eerie glow of two moons, a grand fortress stands in silence. The creaking of a heavy carriage marks the arrival of a new, mysterious threat. A massive guard hauls a mysterious cargo through the silent, cold halls. The heavy wheels grind to a halt as a cryptic figure waits nearby. A woman draped in white offers cold praise for the successful delivery. The scarred warrior remains silent, his eyes hidden behind a cold steel mask. Tension thickens as the lady turns, her true intentions veiled in shadow. She senses his lingering gaze and demands to know what he seeks. He finally questions how much longer this twisted game must endure. Without a word, her heel clicks against the stone in a rhythmic march. She leaves him with a haunting answer that offers no real comfort. Her eyes betray a flicker of something far more dangerous than simple indifference. The cold noblewoman approaches the massive, shrouded cargo with a calculated stride. Peering beneath the veil, she finds a monstrous power glowing with sinister purple light. Even the hardened fortress guard can only watch in silence as she reveals the secret. Dark magic begins to surge as the ancient ritual circle ignites beneath her feet. She claims this terrifying burden is merely a gift for the one who vanished. The massive warrior falters, sensing the overwhelming malice radiating from the mysterious shipment. With a predatory gaze, she questions if any amount of power could truly be enough. Meanwhile, the hunters of the division toil in the dirt, unaware of the rising threat. Exhausted soldiers begin to wonder if their defensive preparations are even worth the effort. They dig through the earth, doubting if a simple camp can survive a monster's wrath. A heavy transport rumbles into the camp, signaling the end of their desperate wait. The laborers freeze in disbelief as the high-tier cargo finally reaches the front lines. Cheers erupt for the arrival of Stettel, the only material capable of stopping monsters. But the grueling task of unloading the dense mineral quickly becomes a waking nightmare. Blood stains the gray blocks as the soldiers realize how truly heavy they are. This dungeon-born hybrid of stone and metal is famous for breaking the strongest men. Its unnatural density makes even a single cube feel like a mountain of lead. Without these fortified walls, the entire division will be slaughtered by the next wave. The veteran halts his explanation when he spots a feat that defies all logic. Minjung casually hauls the crushing weight as if it were nothing but light feathers. Minjung lifts the crushing weight like it is nothing but a light toy. Guangxik can barely keep his grip as the mineral drains his very soul. He tries to play it off, hiding his shock at Minjung's unnatural power. Every other soldier is pushed to their absolute limit just to move one. While they crumble, Minjung whistles and hauls twice the load without breaking sweat. Finally, the scarred commander calls for a halt before his men truly break. The exhausted hunters collapse onto the asphalt, their bodies screaming in agonizing pain. But the silence is broken when Minjung asks about a dark rumor circulating. The commander reveals the terrifying truth about a dungeon that should not exist. Pure dread washes over the unit as they realize their nightmare is just beginning. Panic spreads through the ranks as the commander delivers a soul-crushing revelation. Grown men collapse in tears, desperately begging to avoid the nightmare ahead. Even Minjung is left bewildered by the sudden display of pure, unadulterated terror. Across the road, a veteran survivor watches the chaos with an unsettling calmness. He lets out a dark chuckle, knowing the horrors they are about to face. Legend speaks of tin can dungeons, anomalous zones that defy all known logic. These massive, sprawling labyrinths are vast enough to swallow an entire army whole. They swarm with endless monsters, yet strangely lack a single high-tier boss. To the military brass, these death traps are merely playgrounds for training recruits. The brutal reality of the hunter field maneuvers is finally coming to light. Minjung watches in confusion as his comrade speaks to an invisible presence. The veteran smirks, claiming he was simply satisfying someone's hidden curiosity. Hearing about the field maneuvers finally sparks a flicker of interest. While others weep in terror, Minjung finds the weeping recruits utterly annoying. The commander insists this brutal training is an opportunity for true glory. A sudden realization hits Minjung as he considers the potential rewards. He imagines himself surrounded by endless awards and prestigious military accomplishments. The dangerous front lines are actually the perfect shortcut to quick promotion. But his excitement dies when a sinister shadow with glowing eyes appears. His gaze turns cold, wondering why this nightmare is haunting him now. A sinister shadow with glowing purple eyes mocks him from the darkness. He violently stomps the manifestation into the dirt before anyone can notice. Minjung breathes a sigh of relief that his secret remains hidden for now. He desperately tries to smother the lingering traces of his corrupted demonic energy. Suddenly, a distant conversation catches his attention and puts him on high alert. Meanwhile, officers walk through the base discussing an urgent request for reinforcements. She explains that an irregular monster has appeared in a nearby dungeon. The situation is dire since the breach occurred directly within a restricted zone. He confirms the threat is within a military area, not a civilian locality. With soldiers mysteriously losing consciousness, she warns the dungeon must be cleared immediately. The commander orders a full retreat, shifting focus to the chaos in Hongshan. His soldiers obey instantly, completely unaware of the monster hiding in their ranks. Minjung watches the departure with a cold, calculating gaze that pierces the air. A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across his face as his dark plans take shape. Within the gloom, a twisted manifestation of demonic energy stares back with purple eyes. He ruthlessly crushes the lingering corruption, erasing every trace of his secret power. Standing triumphant, he decides to exploit this distraction for a much-needed day off. While the city rests peacefully, a dangerous predator prepares to walk its streets. Discarding his heavy military gear, he trades his uniform for a civilian disguise. Now hidden in plain sight, the world has no idea who just arrived. Minjung zips up his civilian jacket, preparing to disappear into the city. He scans his room one last time, ensuring no evidence is left behind. A faded family portrait reveals the shadows of a past he cannot escape. His commander approaches, impressed by his relentless work ethic at the site. The dangerous predator puts on a humble smile, playing the loyal soldier perfectly. Tension rises as the commander questions why his home address is now restricted. He quickly fabricates a story, claiming he spent his time in an arcade. Convinced by the act, the commander looks at him with genuine, misplaced pity. A key is offered, a generous gift that provides a hidden base of operations. The commander has no idea he just gave the monster a perfect sanctuary. Minjung tries to refuse the gift, maintaining his humble facade to avoid suspicion. But the commander insists, determined to reward his most hard-working and dedicated soldier. A secret address is revealed, providing a private sanctuary far from prying eyes. The monster realizes this location is the perfect place to hide his dark activities. With a cheerful wave, the commander leaves, unknowingly aiding his own greatest enemy. He leans back with a heavy sigh, exhausted by the weight of his responsibilities. His eyes drift back to the classified files resting on his cluttered desk. The cold records show a tragic past, listing Minjong's parents as simply missing. Overwhelmed by misplaced pity, he truly believes he is helping a broken orphan. He has unknowingly granted the ultimate sanctuary to a predator in disguise. A faded photograph reveals the family he was forced to leave behind, but the innocent child he once was has been replaced by a monster. Donning his hood, he prepares to unleash the darkness he has been suppressing. It is time to leave the sanctuary and begin the real hunt. He arrives at the quiet terminal, a predator entering a new territory unnoticed. Walking through the city streets, he blends in perfectly with the unsuspecting crowd. Every step brings him closer to the secret location hidden within this county. While the military coordinates their perimeter, he listens in on their every move. Armed guards block the path, thinking a simple barricade can stop the inevitable. They never even notice the shadow leaping over them into the restricted zone. Leaping from the heights, he effortlessly bypasses the military's pathetic attempts at security. He vanishes into the narrow shadows, a predator stalking through a concrete jungle. Every breath is calculated as he observes the perimeter from his hidden vantage. Ahead, a massive surge of blue energy marks the entrance to his destination. He wonders what monster awaits him as he prepares to start the hunt. Even with a playful spirit mocking him, his cold focus never breaks. With a single stride, he crosses the threshold into a world of pure chaos. The sky turns a deathly gray as the dungeon's oppressive atmosphere takes hold. Deep within the fog, he walks the path where only the strongest survive. The suffocating humidity confirms it. Something massive is lurking in the dark. Minjong halts as a chilling presence suddenly disrupts the eerie silence of the woods. A shattered blade lies abandoned, a grim testament to a struggle that ended poorly. He examines the wreckage, wondering what kind of monster could break such a weapon. Sensing eyes in the dark, he coldly calls out to the hidden predator watching. His patience wears thin as he demands the stalker finally reveal its true form. The mist parts as a massive shadow descends upon the clearing with murderous intent. He stares up at a mutated beast, questioning if this is just a goblin. The creature's sheer size proves the previous investigative team was lucky to survive. Without warning, the monstrosity lunges forward to crush the intruder under its weight. Minjung narrowly evades a devastating strike that ripples with a terrifying purple aura. Minjung lunges forward with a strike meant to end the hunt instantly. A devastating pillar of light erupts as the ground shatters beneath the force. He watches closely, realizing this monster is far stronger than he first anticipated. His fist connects with bone-shattering impact as demonic energy flares in the dark. A perfectly timed vertical kick sends the behemoth reeling back into the shadows. Landing gracefully, he mockingly praises the creature for its impressive and sturdy defense. The predator prepares for another round, shocked the beast survived such a blow. The monstrosity retaliates with a desperate swipe as Minjung casually dodges the strike. With a predatory grin, he warns the beast that its luck has finally expired. Activating his corruption skill, he watches the creature begin to sink into certain doom. A flurry of devastating blows rains down with overwhelming force. Minjong mocks his opponent while unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. But the monster barely flinches as it tanks the hunter's demonic energy. Suddenly a massive counterattack catches the predator completely off guard. He is sent skidding across the dirt by the beast's raw power. Looking down at his shredded sleeve, he realizes this is no ordinary fight. His eyes fall upon a shattered blade, left behind in the chaos. Previous enemies were merely ants compared to this armored monstrosity. Taking up the broken steel, he prepares to end this game forever. The creature bellows a final challenge as it lunges for the kill. The beast bellows a final challenge, thinking it finally has the upper hand. It traps the hunter in a crushing grip, mocking his perceived weakness. But the predator remains unfazed, more concerned with his ruined attire than death. Infuriated by the damage to his clothes, he unleashes a devastating counter. The creature's roar of triumph instantly turns into a scream of pure agony. With a single bone-shattering kick, the hierarchy of power is brutally corrected. Cold, predatory eyes reveal the monster was never the true threat here. He stands over the fallen beast, proving that some men are beyond salvation. Drawing out the creature's essence, he begins to feast on its dark power. New skills awaken as his status evolves, turning this hunt into a massacre. The system reveals a terrifying growth in power, as new skills manifest instantly. A predatory grin spreads across his face after landing an impossibly lucky critical hit. Standing over the massive carcass, he realizes the kill was far too easy. He draws the blade, wondering if another hunter had struck this monster first. Something shimmering deep within the beast's flesh catches his keen, opportunistic eyes. Without hesitation, he reaches into the dark ichor to claim his hidden prize. His pupils dilate as he feels the cold touch of a foreign material. Blood drips from his fingers, revealing a truth he never expected to find. Resting in his palm is a jagged metallic shard from a shattered weapon. Now he must wonder if a secret investigative team is already closing in. The jagged metal shard in his hand feels eerily familiar. Suddenly, a pack of mocking beasts emerges from the dark forest. He calmly pockets the clue, eager to test his newest ability. With a predatory grin, he invites the monsters to their death. The creatures jeer, unaware of the true monster standing before them. Dark, swirling energy begins to pool within his outstretched palms. He mocks the system, unleashing power that defies its lowly rank. Massive blades of shadow erupt, tearing through the very air. Flesh and bone stand no chance against his overwhelming demonic force. Even with his mission complete, he decides to finish the slaughter. The creature trembles in fear, realizing it has encountered something far more primal. With a twisted grin, Minjong mocks the beast for its pathetic, lonely end. Back in the human world, a surge of chaotic energy tears through space. From the depths of the void, the shadow of a true monster emerges. His feet touch solid ground, as the scent of the city fills his lungs. He stands triumphant, declaring the dungeon a mere warm-up for what comes next. One eye glows with a sinister purple light as he reveals his next target. Meanwhile, a squad of weary soldiers treks through the unforgiving mountain terrain. Exhausted and battered, they believe the worst of the battle is finally over. Dongjin stays alert, unaware that a predator is already closing in on them. Minjung enjoys a rare moment of peace after his brutal dungeon conquest. Reality hits hard as his squad faces a terrifying new training mandate. The soldiers realize the upcoming mission is far deadlier than they imagined. Every platoon must converge on the heart of a monster-infested territory. The weary hunters begin their ascent into the treacherous mountain pass. Dongjin senses a shift in the air as the first threat approaches. Orders scream out for the men to brace for an immediate ambush. Bladed weapons are drawn as the squad prepares for a desperate struggle. Strange dark spheres suddenly swarm the hillside with unnatural speed. A toothy maw reveals that these shadows are hungry for human flesh. The commander shouts for every man to drop their blades and ready their rifles. The squad hits the dirt, locking their sights onto the incoming swarm of shadows. Minjung settles into position, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for the real slaughter. He flashes a predatory grin, recalling that this was always his favorite training exercise. The order to fire at will echoes across the hillside as panic sets in. A single finger pulls the trigger, unleashing a hail of lead into the sky. Bullets tear through the floating spheres, forcing the dark, toothy masses to burst apart. The soldiers maintain their formation, desperately trying to keep the hungry monsters at bay. Guangxik screams that these things are too tough to kill with simple steel. A wall of gunfire erupts as the platoon fights to survive the unnatural ambush. Bullets fly as the soldiers desperately try to keep the shadows at bay. The order to cease fire echoes, forcing the men into a desperate melee. 3 monstrous spheres remain, hungry for the taste of fresh human blood. Minjung watches coldly, calculating how a single injury could ruin their score. Panic erupts as the toothy nightmares lunge at the terrified, defenseless troops. Refusing to let his ranking slip, the predator finally enters the fray. He charges forward with blinding speed, leaving his shocked comrades behind. With a single brutal kick, he sends the creature hurtling into the sky. The platoon watches in stunned silence as the monster is effortlessly launched away. Minjung grins, secretly wishing he could unleash his true demonic power instead. The soldiers unleash a relentless hail of gunfire toward the darkening sky. Massive explosions ripple through the air as the projectiles find their mark. Minjung moves like a blur, launching himself into a devastating aerial strike. Guangxik barks orders for every man to focus fire on the remaining threats. The toothy nightmares are torn apart, their black forms dissolving into nothingness. Silence returns to the ridge as the platoon surveys the quieted battlefield. The commander calls for a brief rest to check gear and identify injuries. A weary soldier reaches out to acknowledge the predator who saved them. The troops offer clumsy signs of respect to their seemingly ordinary comrade. But the heavy atmosphere lingers, leaving the survivors feeling strangely unsettled. Exhaustion sets in as the soldiers collapse, their spirits crushed by relentless combat. They struggle to breathe, questioning if they can survive even one more encounter. Li Dongjin reveals a dark secret about the dungeon they were sent to clear. The rumors suggest a high-level boss monster should have been waiting for them. A sudden wave of dread washes over the recruits as a shadow descends. A massive beast lies dead, its life extinguished by a single, overwhelming force. General Du Sukyong stands over the corpse, wiping gore from his colossal hands. He marches toward the survivors, radiating a killing intent that freezes their blood. The commander flashes a demonic smile, eager to begin their true nightmare training. Overwhelmed by pure terror, the soldiers can only cry as their hell continues. The commander ends their brief respite, dragging the broken recruits back to hell. As the soldiers weep, a hidden predator watches their misery with a sinister smirk. Minjung realizes the massive general is far more dangerous than he first appeared. The exhausted unit marches forward, unaware of the nightmare waiting in the clearing. One scout raises his hand to signal, his face suddenly draining of all color. Pure terror grips the soldier as he witnesses something that defies all logic. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the entire squad freezes in their tracks. Even the cold-blooded Minjung breaks his composure, sweating at the sight before him. In the distance, the monstrous general sits patiently, radiating an aura of pure death. A single grim sign reveals the brutal fate awaiting anyone who fails this test. Despite being marked as injured, the general radiates a terrifying, predatory aura. Deep within the silent woods, a secluded workshop hides a legendary secret. An ancient master rests, unaware that his peace is about to be shattered. He senses a familiar, overwhelming presence approaching from the shadows. A scarred warrior stands before him, radiating the aura of a true monster. The master realizes the mission ended far sooner than anyone expected. Even the finest steel couldn't withstand the pressure of his reckless power. Looking at the shattered edge, the blacksmith sees signs of an impossible struggle. He questions if the warrior has been hunting creatures from the darkest depths. Leaving the past behind, the military gathers at the central assembly point. High-ranking officers gather as reports confirm monster numbers are surging beyond all projections. Commander Ko Jongcheol prays for a miracle, fearing the coming storm will claim lives. Colonel John notes the soldiers' strength is fading just as the threat reaches its peak. Tension thickens within the command tent as the burden of leadership weighs on their shoulders. Suddenly, Colonel Lee Junbyam bursts in, his expression hardened by an urgent, terrifying discovery. He demands the location of the division commander, sensing a shift in the battlefield's balance. A heavy silence falls as the truth finally surfaces behind their sweating brows. A panicked scream echoes through the camp, signaling a total collapse of military order. Jian laughs nervously, knowing that once that monster is unleashed, no force can stop him. Panic takes hold as Lee realizes the commander is heading straight for his vulnerable recruits. Lee Junbyam delivers the chilling news that the division commander has finally moved. A mysterious warning echoes through the camp as the shadow of power looms. General Du Sokyong emerges with a predatory grin, hunting for a specific target. The surrounding soldiers freeze in pure terror, sensing an overwhelming presence. Lee realizes the training mission has just taken a deadly, unexpected turn. The role of the wounded was supposed to be a simple military exercise. Horror strikes as Lee realizes the division commander is playing the part himself. The massive general towers over him like a monster ready to strike. With a terrifying smile, the monster demands to be carried by his subordinate. Lee gasps for air, knowing his life now hangs by a single thread. The monster general plays a sick game, demanding a salute while labeled as injured. Terrified soldiers prepare a stretcher for a man who could crush them with ease. Beneath the playful tag lies a predator ready to tear through anyone in sight. He approaches his prey with a heavy silence that makes their hearts stop beating. With a single motion, he crushes the rules like they are nothing but trash. He dismisses the entire exercise, leaving his subordinates trembling in his massive shadow. The general commands them to continue, ignoring the terror etched into their pale faces. The pressure is so suffocating that even seasoned veterans are finally reduced to tears. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he finds his next true target. Minjung realizes the situation has spiraled into a nightmare he cannot possibly escape. Minjung grins as the brutal training finally starts to feel like a game. But the twisted entertainment in this hellscape was only just beginning. Vicious monsters swarm the field while the general watches with chilling indifference. Chemical weapons rain from the sky as soldiers scramble for their lives. Even while carrying the massive general, Minjung's lethal instincts remain razor-sharp. The physical toll of this madness pushes every soldier to their absolute limit. Terror grips the survivors as they realize the next wave is already here. A colossal swamp predator rises from the muck, ready to claim its prey. With a desperate roar, a soldier unleashes a surge of concentrated mana. The beast is instantly cleaved apart by a single, blinding stroke of light. Dark energy tears through the monsters, leaving nothing but spray in its wake. Gasping for air, the weight of the battlefield finally crushes his spirit. His legs give out as he collapses under the sheer pressure of the hunt. A hideous predator lunges its tongue ready to claim another victim. But a blinding flash of steel silences the beast before it can strike. Even a primitive skill becomes a lethal weapon in the hands of a monster. Minjung realizes that every low-level ability is a stepping stone to absolute power. Amidst the chaos, a hand reaches out to pull a comrade from despair. He stands tall as a beacon of hope, while the slaughter continues behind them. A stuttered thanks is met with a silence that speaks of grim determination. A helpless soldier stares death in the face as a beast lunges for him. But a sudden flash of blue energy cleaves the nightmare in two. Minjung moves like a ghost, carving a path of destruction through the horde. His lethal efficiency leaves the surrounding troops frozen in absolute shock. General Du watches the carnage, noting these maneuvers are the deadliest yet. Even as a monster towers over him, the commander doesn't flinch. With a single casual strike, he sends the massive predator screaming into the clouds. The exhausted battalion rallies under his overwhelming presence to finish the fight. They survive another day, unaware of the monster hiding in their own ranks. Because Minjung has finally caught the eye of the most dangerous man alive. Far from the main battlefield, a secret crisis unfolds in the northern dungeon sector. A lone squad is suddenly swarmed by a pack of ravenous, orb-like predators. The soldiers are pushed to their absolute limits as their stamina begins to fail. One shadow leaps with a mouthful of fangs, targeting a fatal opening. They barely have time to breathe as the monsters close in for the kill. Clenching her sword with white-knuckled resolve, Sun Yun-seo refuses to let her team die. She moves faster than the eye can follow, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The nightmare ends in an instant as the beast is sliced into useless scraps. A heavy silence falls over the clearing as the survivors finally catch their breath. Even her allies are stunned by the sheer destructive force she just unleashed. Praise for her solo victory is cut short by a sudden, lethal ambush. Terror freezes her soul as the shadow closes the distance in a heartbeat. A sickening crack echoes through the clearing as her helmet is sent flying. The warrior collapses into the dirt, her life hanging by a single thread. But from the chaos emerges a presence far more dangerous than any monster. Sun Yun-seo turns with eyes like cold steel, refusing to witness more slaughter. With a single, blinding flash, she carves through the darkness to save her comrade. Her blade hums with a lethal precision that leaves no room for error. As the sun sets on the battlefield, the stench of blood finally fades. The survivors rest, unaware that their true trial has only just begun. The veterans stand amidst the sunset, unaware of the shadow looming behind them. A sudden presence freezes their blood as a monstrous figure emerges from the ranks. General Du Sukyong reveals a predatory grin that promises nothing but absolute hell. Panic sets in as the survivors realize their nightmare is far from over. The towering commander watches his prey, his injured status a mockery of their fear. The weary soldiers continue their desperate struggle to master their blades in the distance. A momentary sense of pride flickers before the crushing weight of reality returns. The general's heavy hand falls, marking a target for the trials yet to come. With a chilling command, he demands they survive the final, brutal phase of training. Silence falls over the clearing as the true predator prepares his next move. General Du Sokyong crushes a soldier's throat, demanding absolute perfection from his terrified prey. While Guangshik struggles for air, the rest of the squad watches in paralyzed silence. Minjong warns his comrade to stay silent, knowing curiosity only leads to a quick death. Their attention shifts toward a disturbing landmark looming just beyond the training ground's edge. A massive, jagged scar tears through the earth, guarded by warnings no one dares ignore. The realization of what lies within that abyss sends a chill through the veteran soldiers. Suddenly, Commander Zhang Xiao barks orders for the division to march toward the Forbidden Zone. Questions arise about the nature of the hole, a mystery that defies all logic. Minjong reveals the terrifying truth behind the dungeon hole that most recruits never survive. This unknown phenomenon is the true nightmare, and their survival is no longer guaranteed. A simple gate can drag an unsuspecting soul into another dimension entirely. Minjung begins explaining the lethal mechanics of the infinite space they now inhabit. He reveals that even these hellish dungeons possess strict, invisible geographical borders. Within these boundaries lie dead zones where all connection to reality is severed. These anomalies are known as dungeon holes, the ultimate graveyard for the careless. Terrified, Dongjin wonders what happens to those who accidentally cross into the void. Minjong wears a predatory grin while admitting the truth sounds like a fairy tale. Crossing the threshold causes a soldier to simply pop back into random locations. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a frantic commotion breaks out among the ranks. The veterans freeze in horror as the impossible starts happening right before them. The veterans freeze in horror as a body suddenly materializes from the void. They stare in stunned silence at the impossible sight before their very eyes. A female soldier lies motionless, having been spat out by the dungeon hole. She desperately gulps down water, parched from her time in the dead zone. The camp remains tense as the survivors slowly begin to regain their composure. Their commander watches silently, his stern gaze hiding a whirlwind of dark suspicions. He quickly radios the 4th Battalion to report the miracle they just witnessed. Still shaken, she frantically asks if her comrades survived the crossing as well. He offers a reassuring smile, confirming that every single soldier made it back. She finally breathes a sigh of relief, the weight of the nightmare lifting. The exhausted soldier collapses onto the grass as the orange sun begins to set. Her foot is heavily bandaged, a clear sign that her grueling journey took its toll. She stares at the ground, the weight of her failure crashing down upon her. Her superior warns that continuing her training is impossible with such a severe injury. A transfer crew is already on the way to remove her from the front lines. She tries to protest, but her body gives in to the overwhelming physical pain. Suddenly, a shadow looms over them as the division commander himself unexpectedly arrives. Terror grips her heart because a man of his rank should never be here. The sergeant reports that a fractured ankle has officially ended her participation in the mission. The general looks down with a cold pity, demanding to know exactly what transpired. Panicked and trembling, the girl explains her narrow escape from a lethal dungeon fall. The general looms over her, questioning if she survived a gap in the abyss. She shouts her name with a desperate salute, hoping to satisfy the terrifying commander. Recognition strikes the general like a lightning bolt when he hears her father's name. She nervously confirms her lineage as the daughter of a legendary military figure. Despite her prestigious bloodline, the reality of her severe injury remains painfully clear. The atmosphere shifts as the general turns his attention toward a silent, watching soldier. Out of the crowd, the mysterious Kim Min-jong is suddenly called to the front. The commander barks a direct order for the corporal to carry the fallen girl. Terror paralyzes her because this man is the last person who should be here. Min-jong stands frozen as a command he never expected echoes through the air. The general roars with fury, demanding the corporal take responsibility for the wounded girl. He stares down at the trembling soldier, realizing he is now her only lifeline. While the commander's rage boils over, the legendary hero's daughter breaks down in shame. With a sharp salute and a predatory grin, Min-jong accepts the unexpected mission. Fear ripples through her as she realizes she is at this monster's mercy. The mysterious soldier crouches down, offering a humiliating piggyback ride in front of everyone. His eyes turn cold as he warns her that quitting means losing everything. Trapped between her pride and her future, she faces a choice that could break her. Swallowing her dignity, she finally whispers for help, surrendering to the man she fears. The broken soldier finally surrenders her pride to the monster standing before her. Whispers of his inhuman strength spread like wildfire among the shocked onlookers. Effortlessly, he hoists his burden as if she weighs nothing at all. The sergeant orders them to retreat, warning him to signal if fatigue sets in. He laughs off the concern, his predatory nature leaking through his twisted grin. Every step forward is a crushing blow to the legendary hero's daughter's dignity. Shame burns brighter than any injury as she realizes her complete helplessness. This is no act of kindness, but a calculated display of overwhelming power. The general watches in silence as the mysterious soldier sprints toward the horizon. Rumors of favoritism swirl, but the true nature of this mission remains hidden. The general insists that training never takes precedence over the life of a soldier. Confusion clouds the sergeant's mind as he struggles to interpret these unusual commands. A single name echoes in the general's mind, dredging up ghosts from the past. Fury burns in the general's heart as he curses the man responsible for this. Shame paints her face red as she realizes how far she has truly fallen. They march into the fading light, unaware of the storm brewing within their ranks. She searches for answers in their shadows, feeling the weight of an unspoken truth. A predatory grin stretches across the general's face as his secret plan unfolds. The crushing weight of her own helplessness makes every passing moment feel like torture. Though she begs to be left behind, her silent savior refuses to let go. She stares in confusion as he compares her weight to something inhuman. Amidst the marching ranks, he casually guesses her weight with terrifying precision. Overwhelmed by shame, she begs him to stop speaking in front of the others. A heavy silence falls as she processes the strange kindness of her savior. With eyes closed, she vows to repay the debt for his unexpected assistance. Suddenly, his expression shifts into a predatory grin as he mentions her legendary father. He continues his cold assessment, unaware of the powerful eyes watching from behind. Frantic and humiliated, she beats against his back to silence his dangerous tongue. The high-ranking officers watch the display with a calculated, unreadable stillness. A sinister satisfaction spreads across the general's face as his hidden plan solidifies. The silent night sky becomes a canvas for an approaching catastrophe. Exhausted and broken, the soldiers drag their feet through a living nightmare. Every shadow feels like a death sentence to these shell-shocked survivors. Broken and terrified, they beg for an end to this hellish ordeal. Behind their tears, the general watches with a chilling, sadistic satisfaction. Only 2 kilometers remain before this brutal trial finally reaches its end. A brief moment of relief washes over the men as safety nears. A sudden, heavy silence falls as their hearts stop in pure terror. Screams echo through the ranks as lethal threats descend from the clouds. The commander bellows for battle as airborne monsters swarm the terrified troops. Lethal predators known as black rakes descend like a plague from the darkened sky. The sergeant freezes in disbelief as the most dangerous monsters appear at the worst time. High-ranking officers watch from the sidelines as the brutal training exercise takes a deadly turn. The general mocks their misfortune, knowing the exhausted troops have reached their breaking point. These sparrow-sized beasts possess razor-sharp fangs capable of shredding human skin in seconds. Even the veteran commander admits his aging eyes can barely track their lightning-fast movements. Desperate soldiers swing their glowing blades, fighting a losing battle against the overwhelming swarm. Amidst the chaos, the leaders realize this predicament will cost the survivors everything. The scarred director calculates the failure, knowing their poor reactions will result in heavy penalties. He stares into the abyss, realizing even his intervention cannot save them from this nightmare. One wrong move means a total failure, and the penalty is more than death. The veteran commander freezes, realizing his troops are waiting for a miracle. He grits his teeth in silence, feeling the weight of every life on his shoulders. Suddenly, a low-rank hunter steps forward with the injured girl on his back. Before anyone can react, he breaks formation and charges directly toward the commander. Dropping to his knees, he begs for one final chance to turn the tide. The commander stares in disbelief, knowing the boy is already at his absolute limit. But looking into his eyes, he sees a cold calculation that defies human logic. Despite the burden on his back, the boy insists he can end this nightmare. With time running out, the commander finally asks for his desperate plan of attack. The entire squad freezes in shock as the impossible plan is finally revealed. Yunseo can hardly believe the words coming from the man carrying her. Even the seasoned sergeant is left speechless by the sheer audacity of it. He grants a single chance, warning that failure means an immediate, bloody retreat. To the injured girl, this strategy sounds like a desperate, suicidal gamble. High above, the very air screams as a terrifying power begins to manifest. The commander frantically demands he hand over the girl before the impact. But Minjung refuses to wait, barking orders that defy the entire military hierarchy. Pushed to the absolute brink, the sergeant realizes there is no turning back. He rallies the troops, forcing everyone to bet their lives on a monster. The general watches in disbelief, questioning the sanity of using standard rifles against monsters. Minjung ignores the doubt, readying his weapon while telling his passenger to hold tight. He refuses to let his burden fall, promising to protect her amidst the chaos. Her eyes widen as she realizes the suicidal nature of his next move. To her, this man is nothing short of a lunatic with a death wish. But a hidden, sinister power awakens within him, revealing his past as a mage. Screaming horrors descend from the sky, hungry for the blood of the desperate soldiers. He smiles into the face of death, more familiar with the darkness than anyone. Centering his target, he prepares to fire a shot that defies all logic. Dark energy surges through the steel as he unleashes a cursed, high-tier skill. Minjung fires his rifle, masking a forbidden power within the barrel. A sinister shadow tears through the night like a living bullet. The dark projectile locks onto the screeching beast circling above. In one violent motion, the creature is shredded by the cursed energy. She watches in utter disbelief as the impossible kill unfolds. Clinging to him, she wonders how a low-ranking soldier possesses such power. He smirks, his eyes glowing with the malice of a dark mage. The battlefield erupts as he unleashes a relentless barrage of magical fire. More horrors descend from the clouds, unaware of the predator below. The sky turns into a graveyard of smoke and demonic residue. The squad stands paralyzed, witnessing a display of power that defies all military logic. But Minjung only smirks, his eyes burning with a dark, predatory purple light. He emerges from the carnage, carrying the girl with a strength that seems impossible. Heavy boots hit the dry earth as the survivors begin their long trek back. Silent whispers spread through the ranks as they watch the monster walk among them. Even the battle-hardened sergeant can't hide his terror at what he just witnessed. The group descends from the mountain, leaving the blood-soaked dungeon far behind them. At the base camp, the remaining forces greet the survivors with stunned, rhythmic applause. A massive line of soldiers filters through the gates, forever changed by the slaughter. The survivors collapse in exhaustion, wondering if the horror has truly come to an end. The sergeant watches in silence as the exhausted survivors finally cross the threshold. A loud announcement echoes through the camp, confirming that every single member survived. Emerging from the shadows, the group returns with their wounded held high in triumph. Despite the carnage, a predatory smirk plays on the face of the mysterious savior. Medics rush forward with stretchers to stabilize those who barely clung to life. The battle-hardened sergeant roars with pride, praising the bastards who refused to die. A rare moment of respect follows as the commander salutes his battered warriors. The order is given to maintain discipline even as they retreat toward the barracks. As the ranks filter into the darkness, the weight of their survival finally hits. Amidst the chaos, the dark mage casually demands a reward for his impossible feat. The mysterious soldier is caught off guard by a sudden, booming call. His superior offers rare praise for his reckless courage on the battlefield. Even a dark mage feels a flicker of bashfulness under the spotlight. Medics finally arrive to relieve the warrior of his heavy, living burden. The legendary soldier's daughter whispers her gratitude while being carried away. Her commander reassures her that surviving together is the only true victory. Suddenly, a manic roar of laughter echoes across the entire military base. The Major General is ecstatic that every single soldier made it back. The general lunges forward, seizing the hero in a crushing, bone-breaking embrace. This eccentric commander's overwhelming energy leaves the silent savior completely speechless. The sergeant stands frozen as the weight of their impossible survival finally sinks in. General Du credits the entire victory to the man he calls a lucky bastard. He lunges forward, trapping the silent hero in a bone-crushing, enthusiastic embrace. But beneath the laughter, the commander's eyes search for the truth behind his power. Heavy footsteps echo as the cold-eyed Colonel Yuji suddenly enters the fray. She cuts through the chaos with an aura of absolute, terrifying authority. Even the dark mage feels a chill as this high-ranking predator passes him by. She demands a status report from the legend's daughter regarding her severe injuries. With a sharp command, she orders the medics to move the girl immediately. This new arrival brings a cold pressure that changes the entire atmosphere. Colonel Yuji confronts the general with a sharp question about the recent observation. She maintains a polite smile while requesting a private meeting regarding the hidden truth. The general hesitates, questioning why this urgent discussion must happen at this very moment. Her expression darkens with an intensity that leaves no room for further military debate. As morning breaks over the quiet base, the atmosphere shifts from tension to hunger. Within the empty mess hall, the dark mage devours his meal with predatory focus. A lone cook approaches the solitary soldier, carrying a mountain of freshly fried rewards. Minjung's eyes light up as he is offered a tray of his favorite food. He can hardly believe his luck, asking if this feast is truly all for him. With the rest of the unit asleep, he finally enjoys a rare moment of peace. Minjung determines a fried chicken as a reward for his survival. He devours the feast while hearing whispers of his platoon's legendary reputation. Word of his solo victory against the night monsters has reached the top. While 70% of the division failed, this dark mage stands alone. The taste of victory is sweet for a man hiding such terrifying power. Elsewhere, the high-ranking officers march through the halls with chilling authority. The general hums a quiet tune, seemingly pleased with the brutal results. He looks out over the horizon, savoring the eerie silence of the base. After a night of carnage, the entire camp has finally fallen quiet. His subordinates confirm the survivors are all currently unconscious from the strain. The general smirks, knowing even the exhausted survivors deserve a proper meal tonight. High-ranking officers march through the facility, reflecting on the brutal training's surprising outcome. Captain Chiwu beams with admiration for the legendary division commander's incredible presence. But the atmosphere shifts as the officers recall a conversation that went south. They remember the terrifying 4th Battalion commander berating the general for his failures. Chiwu wonders how anyone could dare to speak so boldly to their superior. Yet the truth remains that they failed to protect their own during the chaos. The weight of their incompetence hangs heavy as they continue down the quiet hall. Even the most seasoned veterans fear the cold fury of the woman with the blade. In the end, they admit only Kim Minjong's godlike talent saved the entire operation. A chilling smile reveals the anticipation brewing for the upcoming high-stakes meeting. Deep within the 104th Division headquarters, the air crackles with unspoken tension. Behind heavy doors, the highest authorities prepare for a report that changes everything. General Du scrutinizes the reports, searching for any sign of hidden potential or failure. Across from him, the lethal colonel sits in silence, masking her true intentions. They finalize the dungeon cleanup schedule before turning to the fate of the injured. She sets her cup down, reporting that the girl's injuries were surprisingly minor. With her recovery nearly complete, the legendary soldier's daughter will soon return to duty. He acknowledges her father's bloodline, just as a sudden ringtone shatters the quiet room. The general answers the call, ready to face whatever new chaos has emerged. General Du bristles when an unknown caller greets him with a familiar, aggressive slur. From the shadows, a voice replies with a chilling and absolute sense of authority. The mysterious caller mocks the general for forgetting the sound of a true warrior. Recognition hits like a physical blow as the general realizes who is actually calling. Colonel Jihai watches the exchange with a sharp, calculating gaze as the tension rises. Sitting behind a desk of power, the legendary commander finally makes his move. A single nameplate confirms the return of the man who defined military history. With a predatory grin, the scarred commander demands a duel to settle old scores. Enraged by the sudden challenge, the general screams back at his long-lost rival. The legend remains unmoved, coldly demanding a time and place for their inevitable clash. The general mocks his rival's overprotective nature after his daughter's brutal injury. Colonel Jihi watches in silence as the commander's professional facade begins to crumble. On the other end, the legendary warrior treats a high-ranking official like a punching bag. Rage boils over as the general screams at the sheer audacity of his old friend. He desperately tries to justify the training accident while his subordinate looks on in shock. But the mockery turns personal, striking a nerve that no battlefield wound ever could. The phone screen shatters under the pressure of a man pushed to his absolute limit. He demands to know his rival's location, ready to settle this with blood and steel. A pathetic defense of his bachelor life is roared out in a fit of madness. The office trembles as the general slams his desk, ignored by the man he hates. The tense silence breaks as the colonel confirms the chaotic call has finally ended. Left staring at a shattered screen, the general's disbelief quickly turns into pure rage. He frantically demands his rival's contact info, desperate to continue this explosive confrontation. A weary sigh escapes the colonel as she watches her superior spiral into madness. She warns him to stay calm, admitting the rival general should be truly furious. Insulted, he accuses her of treason for siding with the man he hates most. She calmly explains that the hospital simply followed protocol by notifying the girl's father. The general freezes as she details the high-ranking guardian's power to uncover the truth. She smirks while suggesting an apology and exposing his true motive for the test. Cornered by logic, he offers a pathetic excuse to cover his reckless tactical gamble. The general stares at his shattered phone as the gravity of his mistake hits. The colonel steps in to bridge the gap by initiating the dreaded speakerphone call. The air turns cold as she connects the call to a legendary commander. He sits in tense silence while the line clicks open to his rival. A chilling voice asks if the bearded coward is hiding in the room. She remains professional while explaining the convenient excuse of a broken communication device. He begins a frantic explanation about the sudden emergency that derailed the training exercise. The pressure becomes unbearable as he struggles to maintain his crumbling military composure. A wave of relief washes over her when the lethal conversation finally shifts. The general finally breaks, offering a formal apology for hindering the young girl's growth. The colonel listens in silence as a voice on the line questions her sanity. A suffocating stillness fills the office while the general prepares for a coming storm. The legendary commander erupts, demanding the identity of the man who touched his daughter. Shock ripples through the room as the weight of the demand finally hits home. Pure parental rage burns through the phone as he threatens to hunt the mysterious bastard. The line goes dead, leaving the colonel paralyzed by the gravity of his words. Her phone begins to vibrate violently as the fallout of the conversation starts spiraling. She avoids eye contact, sweating under the pressure of a secret too dangerous to keep. The general descends into absolute terror upon hearing the mention of a formal apology. She frantically tries to steady him before his military composure shatters beyond all repair. The general's grip tightens as he demands a vehicle for an immediate departure. Jihi stammers in confusion, unable to process his sudden and reckless command. His face contorts with a terrifying rage that promises total destruction in Daejeon. Left alone, the colonel can only curse the madness of the men above her. Meanwhile, Minjung strolls through the halls, completely unaware of the approaching storm. He hums a light-hearted tune about chicken, masking his true and deadly nature. But as he passes the water cooler, a sinister presence begins to stir. His predatory instincts flare, forcing him to a dead stop in the empty corridor. He whips around, his sharp eyes searching for the source of the hidden threat. A tiny, demonic shadow emerges, greeting the dark mage with a chilling smile. Minjung can barely contain his rising irritation as his secret life begins to unravel. He quickly shoves the demonic stowaway back into the shadows before anyone catches him. Glancing around the base, he ensures no prying eyes are watching his every move. But the persistent little spirit refuses to obey, popping back into existence with ease. He sternly warns the creature that its constant presence puts them both in danger. The mindless summon tilts its head, completely failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, more of the playful shadows emerge, mocking his attempts at maintaining total secrecy. He crouches low, explaining that their reckless behavior is pushing him to his limit. Seeing the creature's visible sadness, the dark mage feels a rare flicker of guilt. With a heavy sigh, he realizes controlling these chaotic spirits is his greatest challenge yet. The small shadow presents a swirling core of pure, concentrated demonic energy. Minjung watches in silence as his gluttonous summon feasts on the dark power. With a proud gesture, the creature reveals a secret it discovered while scouting. The dark mage realizes his familiar has uncovered something far more dangerous than expected. A vision of ruined streets confirms the demonic energy has returned to Huaqian. He praises the Nightwalker for evolving its skills despite its low rank. With a dismissive wave, he sends his loyal shadow back into the darkness. Minjiang begins calculating a lie to justify his sudden departure from the base. Approaching the dormitory, he fears that moving too fast will expose his identity. He slips inside, grateful for the reward that keeps his double life hidden. The barracks erupt in cheers as the low-ranked soldier returns a hero, but Minjiang stands frozen, completely blindsided by the sudden, thunderous celebration. His commander steps forward, officially naming him the division's most elite warrior. Because of his impossible feats, the entire platoon earned a precious day off. Suddenly, a predatory glint ignites within the hidden mage's wide, sparkling eyes. Without hesitation, he demands to take his leave at the first possible moment. The sudden urgency sends a wave of suspicion through his confused superiors. He flashes a perfect mask of innocence, hiding his true dark intentions. His comrades can only stare in silence at the man they barely recognize. The commander reluctantly agrees, unknowingly granting the dark mage his freedom. The ruins of Huaqian stand as a silent witness to a battle few survived. Returning to the site of the carnage, the true cost of victory feels heavy. Masked units scramble to contain the supernatural fallout before the public notices anything. But as the dust settles, a chilling realization begins to dawn on the survivors. Minjiang observes the massive hunter mobilization with growing suspicion and silent dread. He remains a shadow among the wreckage, watching the military lockdown tighten its net. Internal exhaustion strikes as his gluttonous spirit finishes devouring his stolen demonic power. His cover nearly shatters when a high-ranking witness calls out his forgotten name. Beyond the city center, the scars of the demonic invasion remain etched in stone. The secret war continues under the guise of a routine military cleanup operation. Exhaustion settles over the city as soldiers begin the grim task of supernatural cleanup. The weight of a failed military operation hangs heavy over the frustrated battalion. Tensions rise among the ruins where families once lived before the gates opened. Bitter complaints echo through the debris as the soldiers face their endless duties. One figure stands apart from the rest, working with an intensity that seems inhuman. Her squadmates watch in disbelief, worried she is pushing past her physical limits. The general's daughter masks her pain, maintaining the pride of her legendary bloodline. Her recovery from a shattered ankle is nothing short of a medical miracle. She offers a quiet word of thanks while hiding her exhaustion behind a mask. A sudden stir in the crowd signals the arrival of a hunter who shouldn't exist. The exhausted cleanup crew freezes as a shadow falls over the ruins. They recognize the man standing before them as a soldier from their own division. Shock washes over them as they realize this is the legendary hunter Kim Minjiang. But the monster-slaying hero looks completely drained and caught off guard by their presence. Heavy footsteps echo through the silence as he stands among the weary workers. The lead soldier demands to know what a high-ranking hunter is doing here. With a cold, deadpan expression, Minjiang gives the most unbelievable answer. Vacation. His nonchalant attitude immediately rubs the hard-working soldiers the wrong way. She snaps back, accusing him of being a liar or even a military deserter. To her absolute disbelief, he produces official papers proving he is telling the truth. Minjiang struggles to hide his true motives under the soldier's intense, suspicious gaze. He weaves a desperate lie about helping, masking his true hunger for demonic energy. Suddenly, the air fractures as a familiar, terrifying power begins to bleed through reality. A massive dimensional gate tears open, threatening to consume everything in its wake. While the soldiers freeze in terror, a dark, predatory grin crosses Minjiang's face. Despair sets in for the weary workers facing an endless nightmare of monster cleanup. Chaos erupts as the commander screams for an immediate evacuation of the restricted zone. Amidst the frantic retreat, the mysterious hunter calmly walks toward the looming danger. She desperately begs him to run, unaware that he has finally found his prize. With his prey in sight, the Shadow Warrior prepares to unleash his hidden strength. Yunxia warns that the monsters are coming and the area is no longer safe. Minjiang flashes a predatory grin, offering to stay behind to buy them time. She screams at his back, unable to believe his suicidal plan to face danger. The surrounding soldiers flee in terror, knowing one mistake means certain death for everyone. He dismissively asks for her gear, promising to retreat if the situation turns south. Yunseo hesitates, reminding him that his injuries are still far from being fully healed. His gaze turns cold as he tells her she is only in his way. Frustration boils over as she realizes she cannot change his stubborn, dangerous mind. With a heavy heart, she prepares to hand over the only protection she has. She desperately pleads for him to run the moment the situation turns truly lethal. She sprints away for help while he prepares to face the coming slaughter. Crackling energy surrounds the lone soldier as he stares into the coming storm. Most monsters never dare to leave the safety of their dark, twisted habitats. He unsheathes his blade, knowing exactly what kind of hell is about to break. Standard military gear is cast aside as he prepares to use his true power. A massive surge of blue energy tears through the center of the ruined city. From the light emerges a beast that usually hunts in a bloodthirsty pack. Instead of fear, a predatory smirk crosses his face as he assesses the threat. A stampede of nightmare creatures charges forward to trample anything in their path. Standing before the towering beast, the secret dark mage doesn't even flinch. He smirks at the stampede, identifying the beasts as nothing more than red boars. They have feasted on demonic energy, but to him, they are just lively prey. Without a hint of hesitation, the secret mage lunges directly into the charging herd. He tests his limits, unleashing a low-rank dark arrow to gauge their thick hides. The shadowy projectiles strike true but fail to pierce the monster's reinforced skin. Disappointed by the lack of impact, he realizes a simple spell won't be enough. He leaps high into the air, effortlessly clearing the wall of tusks and fur. Gravity becomes his ally as he descends with a crushing force onto the battlefield. Mocking their high defense, he prepares to show them the meaning of true power. A lethal grid of purple energy erupts, instantly shredding the invincible beasts into ribbons. The monstrous beasts close in, their eyes glowing with a feral, predatory hunger. Minjung smiles coldly, acknowledging their ironclad hides before questioning their internal defenses. Dark energy erupts as he activates a forbidden skill to rot them from within. The corruption takes hold immediately, turning the massive creature's strength into their greatest weakness. He mockingly asks if they find the taste of his demonic power too bitter. Black blood spills from their mouths as the internal decay ravages their vital organs. One beast lunges in a desperate frenzy, but the soldier doesn't even flinch. With a casual step, he evades the strike, letting the monster's momentum destroy itself. He laughs at the chaos, thanking them for doing the dirty work of killing each other. The once invincible pack collapses into a heap of rotting meat and shattered bones. He grips his blade, wondering if a simple knife can handle the coming slaughter. A violent surge of demonic energy erupts, carving a deadly pattern through the air. Every kill feeds his darkness, forcing his forbidden skills to evolve even further. He wears a predator's grin until a sudden voice calls out his official name. The cold-blooded killer freezes in shock as reinforcements disrupt his dark momentum. An entire platoon of hunters arrives on the scene with impossible speed. Before he can react, a commander grabs him, demanding to know his identity. Lieutenant Ji Yeyun checks for wounds, unaware she is touching a literal monster. He quickly feigns heroism, claiming he stayed behind only to save his comrades. The soldiers are moved by his lie while he fumes over his ruined plans. Minjong presents his vacation papers, forced to play the role of a diligent soldier. The lieutenant scrutinizes his permit, wondering why a soldier on leave is here. He spins a web of lies, claiming he simply wanted to protect the city. A heavy silence falls as the commander weighs the suspicious timing of his arrival. Satisfied for now, she orders the unit to withdraw and leave the investigation behind. Suddenly, the crowd erupts, hailing the secret monster as a legendary hero. The commander watches the spectacle, unaware of the darkness hiding behind his mask. Behind his empty gaze, the predator grows weary of this pathetic charade. Surrounded by fawning soldiers, he mentally curses the very people he just saved. As night falls over the base, a new storm begins to brew in the shadows. An explosive cry of shock shatters the peace within the quiet administrative office. Military officials freeze as a name they never expected to hear surfaces again. They scramble to verify the location of a soldier supposed to be on vacation. The news is impossible, as a lone man reportedly annihilated a monstrous threat. On the front lines, the unit works tirelessly to secure the bloody disaster zone. There he is, a monster in human skin, blending in with the cleanup crew. The soldiers watch in disbelief as a high-tier hunter performs menial labor. His false display of humility instantly captures the admiration of his unsuspecting peers. They gossip about his godlike strength and how he conquered death with a knife. Little do they know, this hero is just a predator playing a twisted game. A sudden confrontation breaks the silence as the monster is nearly caught off guard. He masks his lethal instincts with a clumsy laugh and a fake apology. Dismissing her presence, the predator continues his charade of a low-ranking laborer. But something about his hollow eyes leaves her paralyzed with a growing suspicion. She stops him in his tracks, demanding a moment to uncover the truth. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, the atmosphere turns suffocatingly tense. Two hunters stand alone amidst the ruins of a city hiding dark secrets. With an icy stare, he asks exactly what she hopes to find out. Memories of a strange encounter begin to flood back into her mind. She remembers his hidden malice, and the day he cursed her from the shadows. He stares back blankly, wondering why this hunter is suddenly acting so strange. A flash of a previous confrontation reminds him of the friction between them. He casually mentions that his previous death threat wasn't actually a curse. The weight of his cold words forces a heavy sigh from the investigator. Lowering her head, she offers a sincere apology for her past reckless behavior. He simply watches her, thinking about how exhausting her way of life must be. With a hopeful gaze, she asks if he can truly forgive her actions. Dismissing the apology, he turns to leave this ruined city behind him forever. She stops him cold by mentioning a legendary perfect score on a promotion test. His sharp eyes narrow as he wonders if his secret identity has been compromised. Under the pale moonlight, a mysterious figure from the past begins to emerge. The sudden revelation leaves Minjong questioning the true identity of this unknown player. Trembling with emotion, she begins to speak of the man she once called father. She reveals her parent is actually the legendary commander of the entire division. He was a common soldier who defied fate to reach the absolute peak of power. Minjong is instantly captivated by the tale of a man who surpassed all limits. Yet, the timeline of this impossible rise to glory doesn't seem to add up. Before the gates opened, he was nothing more than a frail and sickly student. Awakening changed everything, giving him the strength to protect those he loved most dearly. Now, Minjong is determined to face this mysterious warrior who conquered his own destiny. She predicts a joyful reunion between her legendary father and the rising hunter. Under the pale moonlight, the division headquarters hides a brewing storm of violence. A thunderous impact shatters the silence as questions of cowardice fill the air. Colonel Lee breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence before him. An arrogant commander dismisses the very idea of terror as a pathetic joke. She demands to know why a busy person would mention Kim Minjong's name. Rage and disbelief flare in his eyes as the forbidden truth comes to light. Total chaos erupts as two military titans trade blows that shake the entire building. Despair takes hold of the colonel as he witnesses the birth of true monsters. Nothing can stop the collision of these two forces, destined to destroy everything. Yuji steps into the center of the storm to halt the madness. She declares the 5 minutes are up, forcing the two monsters to stop. Battered and bloodied, the two rivals lock eyes with newfound respect. They trade insults like old friends after nearly leveling the entire training hall. The shattered floor tells the story of a battle that defied human limits. Under the pale moonlight, the bearded giant finally rests his weary bones. His rival sits nearby, both men pushed to the very edge of death. Jihai arrives with urgent news regarding the suspicious clearing of the gate. The commander acknowledges the victory, knowing a greater threat is still looming. With a crisp salute, she departs to prepare for the inevitable coming war. After the brutal duel, the two warriors find a moment of tense, heavy silence. Sun demands to know the real reason behind this sudden, late-night confrontation. With an intense gaze, the bearded giant prepares to reveal a shocking new plan. He intends to promote Minjong to sergeant, shattering every military tradition in the process. Sun explodes in anger, unable to believe his rival is backing such a monster. Despite the heated argument, their broken bodies can barely sustain the lingering hostility. The promotion speed is impossible, leaving Sun questioning the true motive behind the move. But the ambition goes even higher, aiming to make him a full commissioned officer. A rise this fast will inevitably attract the deadliest eyes in the entire military. Because deep in the shadows, the most dangerous players are already making their move. The battered giant demands his rival join his side for the coming storm. But Sun refuses to follow blindly until he witnesses the monster's power firsthand. Under a cold moon, two legends forge a silent and uneasy alliance of necessity. Across the county, a far more sinister presence begins to stir in the shadows. Minjung senses a chilling pressure that shouldn't exist in this peaceful night. From the swirling demonic energy, a terrifying shadow manifests before his very eyes. A hooded figure draped in purple flames reveals a lethal and ancient aura. With a predatory grin, the hunter has finally cornered his long-awaited prey. Oblivious to the lurking death, the soldiers prepare to depart for their mission. They board the transport, completely unaware that a deadly fate is already closing in. The hunt concludes as the female soldiers bid Minjung a grateful farewell. One hunter playfully suggests a future meeting, clearly impressed by his hidden strength. Her comrade quickly silences her, sensing the gravity of the situation they survived. Inside the transport, the atmosphere shifts as eyes remain fixed on the mysterious hero. The blue-haired elite watches him intently, questioning the true nature of his power. As the bus disappears into the night, Minjung is left alone with his thoughts. He takes a long breath, finally letting the tension of the battle fade away. Suddenly, his predatory senses flare as he feels a gaze from the darkness. A small demonic entity manifests from the shadows, radiating a familiar purple glow. Minjung stands frozen, staring at a creature that shouldn't exist in this world. The tiny shadow entity sheepishly tries to explain its failure to its master. Minjuang stares down the creature, disappointed that the demonic energy was wasted. Suddenly, the small beast freezes in shock as a new presence emerges. It frantically gestures toward the woods, sensing something that shouldn't exist. Its eyes flare with a sinister purple light, revealing a hidden predatory instinct. Minjuang realizes this creature can detect beings crossing through dimensions alone. A dark grin spreads across his face as he understands its true purpose. He demands to know the location of this mysterious and powerful interloper. Together, they venture deep into the suffocating darkness of the forbidden forest. The hunt begins as they finally close in on their hidden target. Minjuang stops in his tracks as the ground begins to warp with dark energy. A violent surge of purple lightning tears through the very fabric of reality. From the depths of the abyss, a terrifying presence finally begins to take shape. Minjuang freezes in disbelief, realizing this man shouldn't even exist in this world. The mysterious traveler kneels amidst the smoke, radiating an overwhelming and ancient pressure. He rises slowly, a single cold eye peering from beneath his tattered dark hood. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he whispers that he finally found him. Minjuang grits his teeth, bracing for a battle against an enemy he cannot calculate. But as the shadows fade, the legendary threat reveals a shockingly handsome face. The tension shatters instantly as the supposed monster sniffles with a pathetic runny nose. Minjuang erupts in fury as the legendary traveler lunges toward him with reckless abandon. But the dramatic reunion ends instantly as the mysterious warrior faceplants into the dirt. Even Minjuang's dark summons can only watch in secondhand embarrassment at this pathetic display. He demands to know why this dimensional wanderer refuses to just stay away. Tears well in the traveler's eyes as he pathetically whimpers Minjuang's name. Minjuang stares back with utter disbelief, wondering how this man survived at all. He remembers the traveler's journey, collapsed and broken in a wasteland of ancient bones. A massive predator's shadow falls over him, marking the end of his desperate flight. A monstrous beast towers above the silver-haired man, preparing to tear him apart. He squeezed his eyes shut, fully expecting to die in that godforsaken desert. The silver-haired wanderer braces for a death that seems absolutely certain. Suddenly, the monstrous beast's head erupts in a violent burst of demonic energy. The titan collapses instantly as a mysterious figure steps onto the battlefield. Minjuang stands amidst the carnage, wondering how anyone could survive this hell. He looms over the fallen traveler, demanding to know his true identity. Terror grips the man as he stares at the terrifying power before him. Minjuang notes that while others perished, this weakling remains strangely unscathed. He leans in closer, searching for answers within the traveler's hollow gaze. Shock strikes when the stranger speaks his name, revealing an impossible connection. Tears finally spill over as the wanderer realizes his long search is over. The broken traveler stares in disbelief at the man standing before him. Minjuang scoffs at the pathetic sight of a mage so incredibly weak. He turns to leave, warning the fragile survivor to stay out of dungeons. But a sudden thought makes the powerful hunter halt in his tracks. Looking back, he demands to know the identity of this mysterious wanderer. The silver-haired man hesitates, admitting that he possesses no name at all. A dangerous spark ignites within Minjuang's eyes as a plan takes shape. With a predatory grin, he decides to grant the nameless soul a title. Reverting to his military authority, he seizes the traveler with intense focus. He demands to know how such a weakling survived a jump across dimensions. The broken traveler clings to his former master, mourning the ruin of their church. Minjuang snaps back, calling his followers nothing more than obsessed, dangerous fanatics. With a cold shove, the powerful hunter rejects the man who crossed dimensions. Sobbing on the ground, the nameless soul begs to serve as a loyal right hand. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses Minjuang's face at this display of absolute desperation. He summons a surge of dark energy, questioning why a weakling would risk everything. The purple aura envelops the traveler, forcing him to stand before his new lord. Overwhelmed by gratitude, the survivor swears an eternal debt to the man who saved him. His eyes fill with a terrifyingly pure faith, fueled by a desire to serve. But Minjuang simply stares in disbelief, completely exhausted by the traveler's absurdly dramatic devotion. Minjuang demands to know how a weakling could possibly cross between different worlds. He threatens the traveler's life, suspecting a secret plot by the elusive Saint Woman. The traveler reveals dark rumors began spreading the moment Minjuang left his former world. A lone crow circles a massive, silent temple hidden deep within the mountain range. The bird slips through a narrow stone window into the heart of the sanctuary. Beneath the shadows, the traveler infiltrates the building to uncover its horrifying secrets. Eerie, guttural noises echo through the halls every night, chilling him to the bone. He watches as masked guards haul heavy, rattling cages toward the temple's inner depths. Behind the thick curtains, a monstrous beast glares with a sinister, glowing purple eye. An army of captured monsters is being funneled into the temple for something sinister. The traveler watches from the shadows as the temple's dark secrets finally unfold. He realizes with horror that nothing entering those cursed walls ever returns alive. Deep within the sanctuary, masked guards move heavy cages under a mysterious gaze. He narrowly escapes the darkness after witnessing the gruesome processing of captured monsters. Back in the present, Minjuang seizes the traveler, demanding proof of these claims. The hunter's eyes burn with intensity as he questions the validity of the story. Suspicion hangs heavy in the air as they stand alone in the dark forest. Minjuang begins searching through his gear for a specific item to confirm the report. He reveals a jagged metal shard, engraved with a pattern from another world. This fragment confirms the involvement of elite temple guards in a cross-dimensional conspiracy. Minjuang finally understands the gravity of the threat posed by those dimensional bastards. He scolds the traveler for risking everything on a blind leap through the portal. She laughs off the danger despite nearly being erased within the unstable dimensional gap. The hunter realizes that no one in this twisted game is truly sane anymore. He focuses on the mysterious metal shard, a physical link to a hidden conspiracy. With the evidence in hand, he demands to know her true reason for coming. The scene shifts back 3 years to the golden, sunset-drenched peaks of Isgard. A woman in white watches the horizon as the wind sweeps across the cliffs. She turns as she senses someone approaching, her eyes filled with a quiet intensity. A mysterious man arrives at the summit, wondering why she called him there. The woman in white enjoys the gentle breeze as the sun begins to set. Her companion remains visibly annoyed, his patience wearing thin after days of traveling. He demands to know the purpose of this meeting while standing on the precipice. She offers a soft apology, bound by the sacred limits of her temple territory. The mystery deepens as he questions why she summoned him to this lonely peak. She brings up his fallen allies and the strange rumors of a fanatical cult. He dismisses the idea immediately, claiming those men were never his true comrades anyway. A playful smile touches her lips as she mentions his homeworld and its terminology. They continue their walk along the rocky edge, the weight of 2 worlds between them. He explains that back on Earth, the creatures they face are known as hounds. Minold struggles to grasp the impossible truth while standing on the edge of Isgard. He questions if the monsters ravaging Earth share a dark origin with this world. The mysterious woman confirms his fears with a chillingly calm smile. Centuries ago, the same gates and beasts began tearing through Isgard's peaceful lands. Both worlds are being hunted by the exact same supernatural phenomenon. She admits that bridging these dimensions required immense power and careful preparation. Minold stares into the horizon, realizing the true scale of the looming threat. He accepts the burden, warning her to uphold her end of their bargain. She playfully cautions him to remain committed to his dangerous path. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the silent, moonlit mountains of Hwacheon County. Minjun realizes the Saintess has been manipulating the gates of Isgard for a long time. He questions why she is wasting massive holy power just to summon endless monsters. Perhaps she is burning through sacred relics solely to hunt him down like prey. A sudden presence snaps him out of his deep and dangerous thoughts. The silver-haired Bongu kneels, swearing an oath of eternal loyalty to his master. Minjun sighs, insisting his new companion use his real name in this world. The fanatical servant remains overjoyed, completely ignoring his master's repeated and stern corrections. Minjun remains skeptical, doubting that his small gift of demonic energy was truly enough. Bongu reveals his limited shape-shifting ability, eager to prove his worth to the king. Spotting a nearby crow, Minjun wonders if his servant can mimic the creature's form. Bongu accepts the command, his soul anchored by the weight of a dark oath. Minjun orders his loyal servant to coordinate with the shadow lurking in the brush. The Nightwalker manifests from the void, a silent predator fueled by demonic essence. An immediate clash of egos erupts between the 2 monsters vying for their master's favor. Sensing the rising tension, Minjun intervenes before their petty bickering spirals out of control. Bongu struggles to maintain his bird disguise while his fanatical human mind screams in protest. Deep down, both entities realize only one can remain the king's favored right-hand man. With a predatory grin, the master demands they cease their games and cooperate immediately. A suffocating silence descends as the rivals process the gravity of his terrifying threat. They reluctantly seal a forced alliance, knowing any further disobedience means certain, agonizing death. Minjung issues his final commands, binding his monsters to a strict vow of secrecy. With a cold gaze, he dismisses his servants to begin their covert infiltration. The 2 rivals linger in the shadows, bound by a master they dare not cross. Bonga's predatory instincts flare as he prepares to hunt in his feathered disguise. He takes to the moonlit sky, leaving his master to watch from the darkness. Alone at last, The weight of his secret double life begins to take hold. Even a king of shadows must deal with the mundane pangs of human hunger. Days later, the morning peace is shattered by a man screaming like a lunatic. The soldiers watch in confusion as the base's hierarchy starts to fracture and fail. Whispers of madness spread, while Minjung silently prepares for the coming storm. The barracks erupt in confusion as the latest performance rankings are finally announced. One soldier points toward the administrative office where the official records are kept. Shock spreads through the unit as the soldiers realize the hierarchy has changed. Sergeant Lee Sunho prepares himself, certain that his recent raids secured the lead. He remains confident that his reputation as a performance machine is still unmatched. However, the group realizes his high score is not enough to take first place. Tension rises as a secret regarding the true rankings begins to surface. A manic whisper reveals the devastating truth that Sungho has fallen to second. The soldiers scramble to find the person capable of surpassing such a high score. Suddenly, the legendary corporal returns from his vacation to reclaim his rightful throne. The silence shatters as the unit confirms a new king has claimed first place. Pure disbelief washes over the veterans as they hear the impossible 99-point score. Suddenly, a superior officer enters the barracks to deliver a life-changing announcement. He greets the legendary corporal, acknowledging the monster who just returned from vacation. Every soldier in the room stands frozen, unable to process the shifting hierarchy. A new rank insignia is revealed, signaling a rise in power nobody expected. Screams of shock erupt as they realize a second special promotion is happening. Headquarter documents confirm his absolute dominance in the field and the Huaqian dungeon. Memories of his brutal combat efficiency flash through their minds as he smiles. With a single motion, he discards his old life to embrace his new authority. Applause fills the room as the monster officially claims his new status. Even as they cheer, a cold sweat begins to drench the doubters. Hidden within a pocket, a secret document is finally brought into the light. It reveals a reckless gamble on just how fast he would climb. Some celebrate their winnings while others realize they made a grave mistake. A simple gesture confirms that their secret game has been exposed. He stands there holding the proof of their disrespect with chilling silence. Pure terror strikes the heart of the soldier who bet against him. With a predatory grin, he calculates the exact cost of their insolence. In this moment, the man realizes his life now belongs to a monster. Minjung stares at the secret document with a grin that screams pure malice. The name on the uniform belongs to a man who thrives on absolute chaos. He maintains a chillingly calm expression while savoring the scent of their fear. His subordinates stand frozen like statues, praying to survive this sudden confrontation. The terrified soldier attempts to buy his way out with a desperate bribe. Minjung dismisses the money, claiming he only cares about their physical improvement. He oversees a brutal training session that feels more like a slow execution. Sweat and terror pour down as the soldier realizes there is no escape. With a single finger, he applies a pressure that breaks the man's spirit. The light fades from his eyes as he faces the cost of his insolence. Minjung crushes their spirits by lifting massive weights with just one casual hand. The soldier underneath him is pushed past his physical and mental breaking point. His comrades watch in absolute silence, realizing they are trapped with a monster. With a chilling smile, he claims this torture is merely for their own benefit. When he calls for the next victim, they desperately plead for their lives. He wears a mask of disappointment that hides a much darker, predatory intent. They attempt to back away slowly, praying he lets them leave this nightmare. A cold shiver runs down their spines as his shadow looms over them. The air turns heavy with demonic pressure as his true nature begins leaking. He reveals a terrifying grin, reminding them that mercy was never an option. Fear paralyzes the soldiers as they witness a level of cruelty they never expected. Behind the heavy training room doors, the sounds of absolute agony echo through the halls. Exhausted and broken, the men collapse under the weight of a monster's relentless demands. With a deceptive calm, he suggests that he only needs a very simple favor. Desperate to escape the hellish workout, they promise to do anything he asks instead. He begins listing the brutal restrictions that come with being at the very bottom. Confusion turns to pure dread as they realize the psychological trap is closing in. Every comfort they once knew is systematically stripped away by his cold, calculating words. They scramble to their feet, forced to acknowledge their new, terrifying reality. The weight of this unfair discrimination sinks in, proving that mercy is truly dead. Two subordinates foolishly plot to game the system through a secret betting pool. Their superior arrives like a cold shadow, instantly silencing their desperate laughter. He maintains a chilling professional facade while delegating the next phase of training. Panic flares in their eyes as they realize they might never truly be free. With a dismissive wave, he grants them a temporary reprieve from his suffocating presence. They scramble away in a blur of motion, desperate to escape the monster's gaze. Nearby, another broken soldier stumbles under the weight of his own exhaustion. Terror consumes Kim Guangshik as he realizes he was singled out by the predator. The monster reveals that the personnel reshuffle has placed him in the second squad. Tears of pure dread fall as he realizes his hellish training has just begun. Meet the Snake Mine, a predatory nightmare forged in the deepest pits of hell. These monsters lie in wait beneath the earth, sensing every vibration from above. Unlike common serpents, they carry no venom, but their true power is far deadlier. Upon their death, these creatures transform into volatile bombs that devastate the battlefield. Survival depends on one rule. You must sever their tails before the final strike. A surgical strike disconnects the detonator, preventing a fatal blast from ever occurring. The beasts shriek in fury as their only means of destruction is sliced away. Soldiers must move with absolute perfection, knowing one wrong move triggers an explosion. Terror fills their eyes as they realize the risk of a massive chain reaction. In this dense forest, every slithering shadow represents a potential death sentence. Clearing the Snake Mine dungeon requires a level of precision most hunters simply lack. One wrong move against these volatile serpents usually ends in a fiery, localized extinction. Tension spikes as a lethal predator lunges from the shadows to claim its next victim. But this rookie reacts with a terrifying speed that defies every known combat logic. Rumors whisper of a monster from Isgard who hunted these bombs like mere toys. He treats the world's most dangerous detonators as nothing more than harmless climbing rope. The squad finally exhales as the immediate threat is neutralized by his overwhelming skill. With the perimeter secured, the commanding officer calls for a brief, well-earned reprieve. Deep within the treacherous forest, the hunters regroup under the oppressive canopy of green. Even during their rest, seasoned veterans keep a watchful eye on the shifting shadows. Minjung admires his new blade, realizing the true potential of this cursed dungeon. Suddenly, a system alert confirms a permanent boost to his already godlike agility. He realizes this treacherous pit is actually a goldmine for his growing power. But the celebration is cut short when a subordinate calls out his true name. His senses sharpen instantly as he detects a massive surge of pure demonic energy. The atmosphere shifts as he scans the perimeter for the source of this malice. With a confident grin, he finally reveals exactly where he is heading next. Miles away, a silent observer perched above the city streets waits for his arrival. Bonga's glowing eyes narrow in shock as the master suddenly appears in Incheon. A few days later, the quiet suburbs of the city hide a brewing storm. Under the cover of night, a hooded figure looms over a silent suburban home. His loyal familiar descends from above to deliver a report on the target's status. The bird confirms that no monsters are present, yet a dark energy remains inside. A lone individual stays within the house, completely unaware of the predator outside. Escaping his strict military duties was a gamble he simply had to take tonight. He pulls up a black mask, readying himself for a potentially illegal infiltration. He justifies the intrusion as a vital mission to purge a lurking, dangerous curse. Headed toward the gates, he receives a final warning to avoid being caught. A single, silent step marks the start of a stealthy breach into the property. Slipping through the window, the master and his shadow familiar enter the lion's den. He creeps through the silent shadows of the target's darkened living room. Every sense is on high alert as he scans for the hidden threat. Suddenly, a mysterious purple crystal glows with an eerie, pulsating light. The demonic energy is overwhelming yet strangely refined to prevent any physical harm. Just as he reaches for the artifact, a cold voice commands him to freeze. A sudden presence looms behind him, radiating the confidence of a seasoned warrior. He spins around in shock, realizing he was never the only predator here. A blue-haired woman stands ready for battle, her fists raised in a deadly stance. Outside the quiet suburban home, a high-stakes confrontation is about to explode. Moments earlier, she was relaxing in her bedroom, totally oblivious to the coming danger. A simple family text hides the chilling reality of a house under watch. Totally oblivious to the danger, she shares a quiet moment with her mother. But the peace shatters, as a sudden noise causes her fingers to freeze. In an instant, her gentle expression hardens into the mask of a warrior. She creeps toward the door, sensing an intruder lurking within the heavy shadows. Descending the stairs, she prepares to face whatever nightmare has entered her home. Her breath hitches as she catches sight of the predator in the dark. A hooded man stands amidst the wreckage of her safety, radiating killing intent. She orders him to stay still, but this intruder is no ordinary thief. Ready for a bloody confrontation, she demands he reveal his true identity. The intruder stands still as the woman closes in on his position. Minjong curses his luck when he realizes who has caught him red-handed. The woman takes a combat stance, recognizing the predator from their past encounter. Tension fills the dark living room as the two warriors face off silently. He realizes the demonic energy belongs to a powerful division commander's home. High on the balcony, his crow companion watches the disaster unfold in shock. The scout frantically blames the shadow spirit for failing to remain hidden. He cannot believe this specific woman is home on such a critical night. Memories of their ill-fated history fuel his growing rage and frustration. She bellows a final warning, ready to strike if he moves an inch. He refuses to leave after traveling this far for his secret mission. The woman roars her final warning as her patience completely evaporates. She unleashes a high-speed kick that should have ended the fight instantly. He reveals a pen and paper as if he is just beginning. He weaves through her flurry of strikes with terrifying superhuman grace. Her desperate movements are reflected in his cold and unmoving gaze. He silently admits her martial arts skills are worthy of a promotion. A single hand rises to stop her momentum with absolute ease. The crushing reality of their power difference finally dawns on her. He looks her in the eye, knowing she remains leagues below him. Her heart sinks as she realizes her best strike was completely useless. Before she can react, the hooded intruder seizes her wrist like a vice. The strength behind his grip is inhuman, crushing any hope of a counterattack. Infuriated, she demands to know if this monster is just playing with her. In an instant, her perception shifts as she identifies the terrifying truth. This man is no ordinary burglar. He is a high-level awakened. She lunges forward with a desperate, bone-shattering kick to reclaim her life. He moves like a phantom, vanishing from her sight with impossible agility. The gap in their power is a bottomless abyss she cannot hope to cross. His cold eyes ignore her struggle, focusing only on the mysterious purple artifact. The shadow of a predator looms over her, turning her home into a battlefield. Terror paralyzes her senses as she realizes his speed is beyond all human comprehension. While she falters, he seizes the mysterious artifact with the precision of a ghost. He retreats to the balcony, leaving her breathless and completely outclassed in seconds. She screams for the intruder to stop, but her voice vanishes into the night. He leaps into the abyss, followed closely by a crow with glowing pink eyes. Trembling with frustration, she realizes she could not land a single hit on him. In the silence of his wake, she finds a small piece of crumpled paper. With shaking hands, she unfolds the message left behind by her impossible opponent. A single, mocking word stares back at her, marking the start of her nightmare. Her fury explodes as she realizes she has been completely toyed with. He disappears into the night, leaving his humiliated opponent screaming into the void. Seeking refuge in the shadows, he stops to inspect his stolen prize. The mysterious artifact pulses with an ominous light that defies all logic. This crystal radiates a demonic pressure far beyond any ordinary monster. His loyal crow servant trembles, recognizing the lethal nature of the object. He silences his subordinates, his mind consumed by the anomaly in his hand. Even in the legendary realm of Isgard, such a relic remains unheard of. Usually, these stones are mere mana batteries found within the hearts of beasts. But as the shell begins to fracture, a terrifying truth starts to emerge. He reaches for the shattered fragments of a crystal that shouldn't exist on Earth. Crushing the relic in his palm, he forces the forbidden essence to merge with him. A violent surge of demonic energy erupts, threatening to consume everything in its path. System notifications flood his vision as his raw power begins to reach terrifying heights. He smirks as the impossible happens, gaining 2 legendary skills in a single moment. Reviewing his updated status, he realizes his path to absolute dominance is now clear. The first skill grants him total concealment, masking the predatory aura he emits. This perfect timing ensures that his dark evolution remains hidden from the Saintess's eyes. Turning toward his trembling servants, he decides to test his new authority immediately. With a simple gesture, he binds his loyal crow in an inescapable grip of shadow. Minjung tests the crushing weight of his new authority on his trembling servants. With a flick of his wrist, he sends them spiraling toward their next mission. He demands absolute intelligence on every dungeon overflowing with dark, demonic energy. The terrified creatures bow low, acknowledging the terrifying power of their new master. His dark evolution continues as he manifests orbs of pure, concentrated destruction. Even as he walks away, his presence looms heavy over the cowering underlings. Behind him, the bizarre duo finds a moment of strange, twisted companionship. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he offers a surprisingly human invitation. They arrive at a quiet restaurant, hiding their monstrous nature from the world. A massive feast awaits, a brief calm before the inevitable storm of blood. Tears stream down his face as he tastes real food for the first time. This simple meal feels like a holy ritual for the displaced demonic scout. His master watches in silence, completely unfazed by the sudden emotional display. He coldly commands his subordinate to stop sobbing and finish the feast immediately. Anything is better than the wretched, soul-crushing rations found within the demonic realm. Suddenly, a sharp vibration from his pocket shatters the brief moment of peace. A mysterious message arrives, threatening to disrupt his carefully laid plans for dominance. His subordinates are spiraling into panic over a brutal new military training regime. Word of a lethal hunter operation spreads through the digital ranks like wildfire. The shadows of war are closing in on the awakened soldiers once again. The brutal guerrilla training begins, as these soldiers are pushed beyond human limits. Screams of agony echo through the forest as the pressure becomes absolutely unbearable. Broken and battered, the recruits collapse under the gaze of their merciless instructors. Amidst the suffering, one soldier finally snaps, his sanity slipping into the abyss. The trial intensifies as they face the terrifying heights of the three-rope bridge. A haunting, predatory grin spreads across his face as something dark awakens inside. He charges across the swaying ropes with a manic energy that defies all reason. Rappelling down the jagged walls, he moves with the grace of a seasoned killer. The instructors watch in stunned silence as their trainee transforms into a monster. Even behind a gas mask, the lead overseer cannot hide his growing unease. The broken soldiers stand in silence, haunted by the brutal demands of their commanders. Their dismissal comes like a cold breath, signaling the end of a living nightmare. This wasn't standard military service. It was the infamous hunter-guerrilla training program. Deep within the camp, even the survivors are left as hollow shells of men. Tears stream down his face as the weight of the ordeal finally breaks him. Every soldier carries the same expression of pure, unadulterated despair after the trial. A simple meal becomes a cruel reminder of the humanity they nearly lost. They sit in the dark, forced to eat in a silence that screams of exhaustion. He wonders how he survived to see his final year in this hellish place. Fear lingers as they wonder if the commander's hatred was the only true lesson. Gossip spreads like wildfire among the men who have never met the true monster. They are forced to survive in cramped, miserable tents where even sleep is a luxury. The red-haired soldier watches in confusion as his comrade devours his meager rations. Fear grips his heart because eating too much leads to a terrifying consequence. The latrines are a place of pure nightmare where no man wants to go alone. Darkness settles over the camp as the weight of the grueling training intensifies. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Captain Seo Jongwoon makes his commanding entrance. Exhausted soldiers snap to attention, offering a desperate salute to their superior. He grants them a rare moment of peace, ordering the instructors to take watch. But the captain's scarred face reveals the true dark purpose of this hellish trial. Captain Seo Jongwoon bellows orders, announcing the arrival of the brutal trench combat trial. The atmosphere ignites as soldiers roar with excitement, desperate to prove their worth. Violence erupts instantly as two titans collide in a display of raw, unfiltered power. The rules are simple but lethal. Dominate the square arena or face immediate elimination. A monstrous warrior grins, his eyes filled with the thrill of impending carnage. With terrifying ease, he hoists his opponent into the air like a mere ragdoll. He launches the helpless man through the air, sending him crashing beyond the boundaries. The relentless assault continues as bones rattle under the weight of crushing blows. Chaos consumes the ring while bodies pile up in a desperate struggle for survival. A sharp command brings the slaughter to a halt, leaving only one man standing. The referee declares victory in a brutal trial where only raw strength matters. This grueling trench combat holds a special, heavy meaning for the 104th Division. High-ranking commanders observe the carnage, their eyes fixed on a single, terrifying anomaly. Colonel Lee marvels at the exceptional warrior who dominated last year's winning squad. Colonel Jian laughs, noting the man's meteoric rise from a corporal to a sergeant. The mystery deepens as they realize one man single-handedly crushed 10 entire squads. But Lieutenant Colonel Ko drops a bombshell regarding the soldier's recent promotion exam. Shock ripples through the leadership as a scandalous truth begins to surface. Accusations fly that a promotion was delayed just to rig the upcoming training. A desperate denial erupts as the commander tries to hide his blatant manipulation. High-ranking commanders watch the field, feeling the pressure of a rigged battalion competition. Colonel Yu Jihei remains silent as accusations of corruption fly between the military leaders. A nervous soldier announces the final squads, signaling the start of an ego-driven war. Tension reaches a breaking point as the failure of the 4th Battalion becomes clear. Only one elite squad remains standing, facing a training intensity designed to crush them. Meanwhile, unaware of the brewing storm, the other soldiers relax in the shade. Suddenly, a massive soldier stops in his tracks, spotting a legendary figure among them. With a wide grin, he asks if he is truly facing the famous Kim Minjong. Minjong looks back with indifference, confirming the identity of the man who shouldn't exist. A simple soldier realizes he is standing before the fastest sergeant in military history. Minjung tries to keep a low profile, while politely acknowledging the sudden praise. But a sinister grin spreads across the face of a hidden predator. A massive brute mocks the legend, calling his intelligence into question. Rage boils over as his comrades refuse to let the insult slide. They scream in fury, demanding the giant take back his disrespectful words. Before they can strike, massive hands clamp down on their shoulders like iron. The sheer size of the monster dwarfs them, radiating a suffocating pressure. He mockingly claims his insults were meant to stay inside his head. His grip tightens with bone-crushing force, veins bulging from the intense strain. Paralyzed by raw strength, the soldiers realize they are completely outmatched. The monster offers a fake apology, while a predatory grin spreads across his face. He laughs with his group, completely dismissing the men he just humiliated. Outraged soldiers demand their legendary sergeant finally step in and take action. Minjong calmly raises a finger, telling his furious subordinates to stay back. Blinded by rage, the soldier screams that he will teach that brute a lesson. Suddenly, a chilling sensation stops the man's heart as he senses a terrifying presence. A dark, twisted smile forms on Minjong's face as he repeats his calm warning. He promises they will meet again soon, radiating an aura of pure malice. Meanwhile, the intense heat of the military training grounds hides even greater threats. Elite squads wait on standby, unaware of the monster lurking within their own ranks. Cha-Mari grows weary of the grueling physical contact required by this bizarre training exercise. Hi-Ho reminds her that their battalion's pride is on the line during this elite evaluation. The realization that they are the only squad left sends a shiver down Mara's spine. High above the arena, the commanding officers observe the remaining candidates with icy indifference. Commander Yu Jihei sits in stony silence, her dark aura unsettling everyone around her. Mari flinches as she senses the commander's lethal gaze locking onto their position. The overwhelming pressure makes the young soldier tremble under the weight of sheer intimidation. Despite the suffocating atmosphere, the squad gathers their resolve for the final trial. The announcer's voice booms across the grounds, calling the 4th Battalion to the front. Led by their powerhouse, the women stand tall to face the monster watching them. Saitbail steps forward with a hunger for the ultimate title of king. But the brutal reality of the training grounds sends Mari into a panicked scream. A mountain of a man begins crushing the weak with his overwhelming physical strength. He treats the elite female soldiers like helpless dolls while the rest can only watch. Nayun and Jae-yoon struggle in his iron grip as the monster enjoys their suffering. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his wrist with a force that defies logic. Saitbail strikes with a power so immense it sends the giant flying backward. The once confident bully can only gasp in shock as his dominance is shattered instantly. Without giving him a second to breathe, the blonde commander closes the distance. She slams him into the dirt, proving that true power doesn't come from size. The giant's reign of terror ends with a single, soul-crushing blow to the face. He is sent crashing into the dirt as his overwhelming physical dominance completely evaporates. Saitbail nonchalantly brushes off her hands, having humbled the monster without breaking a sweat. But the chaos isn't over, as another predator sets his sights on Corporal Mari. A greedy hand reaches out to snatch the girl who seems like easy prey. The soldier sneers with a twisted joy, certain that his target has nowhere to run. In a blur of motion, the terrified girl transforms into a lethal weapon of war. She uses his own momentum against him, executing a perfect throw that defies his size. Even the squad commander can only watch in silence as the underdog claims her victory. With the bully neutralized, Mari proves that the 4th Battalion's training has finally paid off. Mari issues a final warning to those foolish enough to underestimate her. Behind her, the battlefield erupts as another predator prepares to strike. Hyeju intercepts the attack with the grace of a seasoned killer. The soldier realizes too late that he is no longer the hunter. Every desperate struggle only pulls him deeper into her calculated trap. He screams about finding an opening, unaware his fate is already sealed. Gravity becomes his enemy as he is sent spiraling toward the cold floor. Her gaze remains cold, radiating the terrifying discipline of the 4th Battalion. She tightens her grip, silently acknowledging the mentor who honed her skills. A thunderous impact marks the end of his pathetic challenge for dominance. Mari lets out a mocking laugh, her confidence radiating through the intense training grounds. The elite soldiers of the 4th Battalion look down on their pathetic, struggling competition. Arrogance masks the fear of a giant who thinks he can still dominate this field. Those who failed are left in the dirt, forced to watch their betters take over. Fueled by pure ego, the massive brutes charge forward to reclaim their lost pride. They believe this is their moment to shine, unaware of the monster waiting ahead. Speed and power collide, as Saitbail intercepts the dual assault with terrifying ease. They mock her for standing alone, completely blind to the gap in their strength. The giant's smug grin vanishes the moment he realizes he cannot move an inch. Two massive warriors are brought to their knees by a single, overwhelming force of nature. A predatory smirk signals the beginning of a total tactical humiliation. No one said this was going to be a fair one-on-one fight. In an instant, the female warriors overwhelm the arrogant brutes with sheer coordination. Terrified screams echo as the massive soldiers realize they are completely outmatched. Seit Bayal stands tall, proving that the 4th Battalion is not to be trifled with. The official victory is declared while the losers lie broken in the dirt. With the match over, Seit Bayal calmly dusts off the filth of her defeated enemies. From the sidelines, a legendary observer watches the rising power of this elite squad. He acknowledges their flawless teamwork and the lethal potential hidden within their ranks. Even the skeptics are forced to admit that this unit is truly something special. The soldiers prepare for a brutal showdown in the upcoming quarterfinals. They map out a path to victory, desperate to teach their rivals a lesson. Confidence turns to doubt as they gaze upon the 4th Battalion's overwhelming presence. Sensing their gaze, the pink-haired corporal turns to face her unexpected audience. Amidst the tension, the legendary sergeant watches with a cold, piercing intensity. Suddenly, Mari breaks character, calling out to the man who shouldn't exist. The entire squad freezes as she offers a greeting that defies military logic. While his comrades blush in confusion, Minjong remains a silent wall of stone. Her infectious energy radiates, leaving her teammates questioning her sudden change in heart. Faced with such raw spirit, their previous arrogance finally begins to crumble. The soldiers quickly switch sides, deciding to cheer for the invincible 4th Battalion. Minjong watches their fickle loyalty with nothing but pure contempt for these fools. High above the arena, the military elite gather to witness the next display. Captain Seo can barely hide his disappointment as his high expectations crumble. While some mourn their losses, others revel in the chaos of a victory. Tension boils between the commanders as the 4th Battalion's dominance becomes undeniable. The announcer's voice cuts through the air, signaling the start of the match. Yu Jihei's gaze sharpens, her focus locked onto the next phase of battle. The squad stands ready, their previous arrogance replaced by the weight of duty. One name haunts the commander's mind as she prepares for the legendary sergeant. The promise of a squad vacation hangs in the air as the 104th marches. Minjung casually rejects his squad's excitement, preferring to stand alone in the coming war. He casts one final look behind, before turning away from their false sense of hope. A predatory grin spreads across his face, as he prepares to unleash absolute chaos. Below the observation deck, the elite squads gather for a clash of pure dominance. Rivalries ignite as every soldier prepares to prove their worth on this brutal battlefield. The command to get ready echoes, signaling the start of a total massacre. A single whistle blast shatters the silence, sending the warriors into a frenzied charge. While his squad surges forward, Minjong remains motionless, watching with chilling indifference. The first collision is violent, proving this competition is a matter of life and death. The training ground transforms into a chaotic war zone as the soldiers collide. Men are slammed into the dirt with bone-shattering force during the opening scuffle. A monstrous soldier towers over the field, his face twisted into a sadistic grin. He tosses his opponents aside like they weigh nothing more than wet paper. Terror grips the recruits as they realize physical strength alone won't save them. Even the seasoned veterans can only watch in frustration as the hierarchy shifts. Amidst the madness, the massive brute sets his sights on a new target. But his arrogance falters when he feels a sudden, chilling pressure in the air. Dark, predatory eyes lock onto him, radiating a level of bloodlust he cannot comprehend. A mysterious figure strolls through the carnage, smiling as if this is mere child's play. Minjung eyes his opponent, deciding to test a forbidden power on the massive brute. The giant charges forward with a roar, completely unaware of the trap being set. A sinister purple glow ignites as Minjong activates the demonic energy's grasp skill. Pure terror replaces arrogance when the soldier feels an invisible force seize his movement. With an effortless flick, the legendary sergeant sends the mountain of muscle crashing down. He realizes that even unrefined demonic energy is enough to shatter an enemy's balance. The brute gasps for air, humiliated by a technique no ordinary human can see. Rage boils over as the fallen soldier refuses to accept this impossible gap in power. He lunges again with desperate claws, but his target remains hauntingly calm and still. One simple movement sends the giant stumbling into a total and pathetic physical collapse. Minjong walks away, leaving a mountain of muscle broken on the cold floor. The fallen soldier stares in disbelief at the monster standing before him. A wicked grin spreads as he hides the true source of his power. The legendary sergeant decides the time for games has finally come to an end. In a blur of impossible speed, he effortlessly dances around every desperate strike. Before the giant can react, a cold grip locks him into a fatal embrace. A devastating impact shatters the floor as the brute is finally brought down. He looks down with contempt, offering a final, mocking goodbye to his victim. The morning sun rises over the base as the dust finally settles. Minjung calmly takes his seat, having cruised into the final round with ease. The tension reaches a breaking point as the final match finally approaches. Every soldier watches with bated breath, knowing the stakes have never been higher. Their faces are masks of grim determination, bracing for the coming storm. The commander voice booms across the arena, signaling the start of the final round. Heavy boots echo against the concrete as the true monsters take the stage. A massive brute steps forward, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated arrogance. Both sides march toward the center, ready to settle their scores once and for all. Whispers spread through the ranks about his past life as an undefeated champion wrestler. They say he never lost a single match before his awakening changed everything. The tension in the air is thick as the soldiers witness a blatant provocation. Infuriated by the disrespect, he can barely contain the boiling rage inside him. His fury ignites like a wildfire as his comrades try to hold him back. From the sidelines, Minjung watches the quarterfinals unfold with a cold, calculating gaze. The massive brute exhales a breath of relief after a suspiciously easy victory. He stands tall and arrogant, basking in a win that feels completely unearned. While he whistles in triumph, his opponent remains broken and humiliated on the ground. Shaking and battered, she struggles to stand against the weight of her crushing defeat. Sensing a new presence, the giant's smug expression suddenly shifts into one of curiosity. The match ends in a crushing 6-0 landslide victory. Not a single soul managed to stay standing within the arena bounds. Every challenger was ruthlessly slammed into the cold, hard floor. The massive brute stands triumphant over a field of broken, defeated recruits. This isn't a game. It is a display of absolute, overwhelming combat power. Minjung watches coldly, knowing the winner simply followed the rules of strength. While some scream in anger, the weight of their total humiliation sinks in. In this brutal world, the only true sin is being too weak. Now, the giant prepares to teach these bastards a lesson in true manners. Minjung sighs, realizing these recruits are nowhere near ready for the coming slaughter. The giant mocks the idea of waiting for a formal match to settle scores. A line of hardened soldiers stands ready, their eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. One warrior steps forward, taunting his opponent to take them all on at once. A twisted, predatory grin spreads across the face of the monster leading the pack. He looms over the field, confident that no one can challenge his absolute authority. Sudden tension snaps through the air as he roughly cuts off his subordinate's speech. He stares down the crowd, searching for even a flicker of fear in their eyes. Disappointed by the lack of reaction, he admits his plan to provoke them failed. Confusion ripples through the ranks as a bizarre rumor begins to spread. They look toward the distance, questioning the motives of a mysterious cheering girl. One soldier erupts in a desperate denial, trying to shut down the gossip. He shouts that the sergeant's only love is a fictional 2D game character. A heavy, stunned silence falls over the training grounds as the truth sinks in. The massive giant's face twitches as a wave of mockery begins to boil over. Explosive laughter shatters the tension, turning the legendary sergeant into a total laughingstock. The men watch in horror, realizing they just crossed a very dangerous line. The giant howls with derision, calling his superior a pathetic, delusional loser. The referee signals the start of a match that will determine everything. The massive giant sneers, mocking the sergeant's pathetic obsession with a fictional girl. With a final breath, the official prepares to ignite the fuse of this confrontation. The wrestler drops into his stance, ready to crush the man he considers a loser. A sharp whistle shatters the air as the soldiers charge with murderous intent. Amidst the chaos, Minjung stands perfectly still, like a predator waiting for his prey. The giant lunges forward, screaming at his superior for daring to space out mid-fight. His hands reach out to seize victory, unaware of the monster he just cornered. A bone-shattering impact erupts as the legendary sergeant finally decides to strike back. The surrounding recruits watch in stunned silence as the power dynamic suddenly shifts. The massive wrestler staggers back, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force he just faced. Desperate to save face, he blames a clumsy misstep for his humiliating collapse. Minjung simply shrugs it off, his casual stance mocking the giant's fragile ego. From the observation deck, the high-ranking officers realize this is no ordinary fight. The lead instructor senses the rising killing intent and prepares to intervene immediately. He frantically reminds them that physical violence is strictly forbidden during this exercise. But as the authority figure turns away, the beast's rage only boils hotter. With a face twisted by pure malice, he vows to end the sergeant's life. Minjung just grins, finding the monster's desperate threats to be nothing but cute. The commanding officer shouts for the brutal training session to resume at once. Minjong whispers a chilling response, claiming he is not done being cute. The confused giant watches as a dark presence begins to take over. He scoffs, asking if the sergeant is simply planning to turn and run. A single, sharp glance proves that the real slaughter is only beginning. Purple light streaks across the field as the first victim is sent flying. Minjung moves like a blur, unleashing a relentless assault on everyone nearby. His subordinates collapse in tears, begging to know why they are being attacked. The massive soldier stands paralyzed as he witnesses the absolute chaos unfolding. Friendly fire is irrelevant when a monster finally decides to stop holding back. Minjong charges forward like a predator who has finally found his prey. His own teammates realize too late they are trapped with a total psycho. A single strike sends them reeling as his speed defies all human logic. Even the strongest witnesses can only watch in absolute, paralyzing disbelief. Every desperate attempt to resist is crushed by sheer, overwhelming force. He tosses them aside like broken dolls, turning the training into a slaughter. A terrifying, dark aura erupts as he loses himself to the demonic thrill. High-ranking officers argue frantically over whether to stop this senseless carnage. The captain screams in outrage as his best soldier turns on his own. But the cold reality leaves everyone speechless as the true nightmare begins. The high command can no longer ignore the monster they've unleashed on the field. Panic spreads through the ranks as they demand accountability for the rising body count. Yet the commander remains cold, certain that their judge will handle the chaos alone. Defeated warriors lay broken as the captain realizes he cannot stop the carnage. She watches the training grounds with a calculated gaze, waiting for the breaking point. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a new challenger turns his head toward the fray. A massive titan locks his arms around the sergeant in a desperate, bone-crushing grip. He sneers at the monster, shocked that a mere soldier would dare to wrestle. The giant tightens his hold, convinced that his opponent has finally made a fatal error. He flashes a predatory grin, ready to prove that raw power loses to technique. The giant believes his wrestling technique will finally bring the sergeant to his knees. But the tables turn instantly as the sergeant hoists the titan like a feather. With a bone-shattering impact, he drives the massive challenger straight into the floor. The former champion gasps for air, his pride shattered by a single overwhelming strike. Standing over his prey, the sergeant demands he rise for even more brutal punishment. Trembling on the ground, the giant realizes his elite skills are completely useless here. A terrifying aura erupts as the sergeant reveals the face of a true monster. Desperate pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears as the predator strikes once again. He launches the massive body into the air with a display of impossible strength. The earth trembles as the challenger is buried deep into the dirt and forgotten. Minjong looms over his broken opponent, refusing to let the suffering end just yet. The massive wrestler begs for a reprieve that will never come from this monster. Surrender is a luxury the sergeant simply does not allow on his training ground. He leans in to whisper that his favorite woman is no mere fiction. The sergeant follows up by slamming the giant with world-breaking force. The elite onlookers can only watch in stunned silence as their champion falls. Consciousness fades as the defeated man foams at the mouth from the sheer impact. The sergeant's eyes burn with a predatory intensity that haunts everyone present. A single man lies broken in a crater, serving as a warning to all. The match is officially over, cementing his absolute reign over the military ranks. Heavy footsteps echo as the victor finally steps away from the broken, unconscious challenger. Minjung stares back with a hollow gaze, showing no remorse for his overwhelming display. The elite soldiers watch in stunned silence, unable to process the violence they witnessed. He offers a casual smile, claiming he simply got a bit too caught up. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the crowd erupts into wild, adrenaline-fueled cheers. They marvel at the fall of a champion who was once considered completely untouchable. His comrades celebrate the crushing victory, finding the brutal efficiency of it truly refreshing. While they rejoice, the sergeant remains strangely detached from their sudden, frantic energy. But the celebration is cut short by a voice reminding him of the rules. A superior turns away in disgust, marking the sergeant as a dangerous, unpredictable liability. The sergeant realizes his display of power may have finally crossed the line. He strides away from the chaos, his presence heavy with an untouchable aura. A predatory smirk escapes him as he scoffs at the limits of his peers. In his mind, he knows that staying still means becoming someone else's prey. Challenges from the fallen only fuel his desire to reach even greater heights. The training grounds transform as the entire division assembles in perfect formation. Commander Yu Jihei steps to the podium to honor the day's absolute victor. She bestows a golden medal upon the man who redefined their military standards. Captain Seo leads the salute, acknowledging the terrifying strength of their legendary leader. Under the clear sky, the camp prepares for the next phase of dominance. A weary hunter prepares for the final stretch of these grueling military drills. He quickly fabricates an excuse to slip away before the unit moves out. Bitter resentment grows as he questions the necessity of such primitive training methods. Just as he turns to leave, a sudden voice halts him in his tracks. Blood rushes to his face when he realizes who has been watching him. The blue-haired warrior appears, radiating a grace that feels out of place here. Following a night of intense struggle, the sun rises over the completed training. In the shadows of the base, a secret plot begins to take root. Captain Seo declares they must push forward even if it means certain punishment. The conspirators prepare to lure their unsuspecting targets toward a final rendezvous point. The youngest recruit is warned that his role in the plan is absolutely vital. Beneath the falling snow, a clandestine meeting begins before the exhaustion even fades. Time is running out as they desperately search for the perfect rendezvous point. Every opinion matters when the stakes of their secret operation are this high. Suddenly, a sharp notification rings out, threatening to shatter their fragile focus. The group huddles in shock as an unexpected message flashes across the screen. A simple request for a vacation quickly turns into a dangerous complication. The hidden agenda is revealed when she asks for the legendary sergeant's number. Fear takes hold as they realize this single slip-up could expose their plot. Trapped by their own proximity, they struggle to find a lie worth believing. Anxiety ripples through the ranks as the weight of their failure finally sinks in. Realizing their secret plot has backfired, the soldiers scramble to distance themselves from disaster. Every second counts as they decide to abandon the mission before consequences catch up. Panic takes over as they flee the scene, desperate to erase any evidence of involvement. They walk away in silence, wondering if the legendary sergeant suspects their hidden betrayal. Left alone in the freezing cold, one soldier realizes he is the perfect scapegoat. Meanwhile, the quiet corridors of the military base hide a power shift about to erupt. Minjung returns to his quarters, his calm demeanor masking the predatory monster within him. A glowing interface reveals the terrifying truth of his rapidly evolving combat potential. He smirks at the memory of crushing the former champion with effortless, overwhelming force. Minjung pushes his limits in the gym, desperate to grind out every last stat point. Every agonizing rep counts as his agility finally edges upward by a single point. A rare manic grin breaks across his face when his strength stat suddenly explodes. The moment of triumph is shattered by a frantic voice calling out his name. He slams the heavy iron back onto the rack, the echoing clang signaling an interruption. Sitting up with an annoyed glare, he demands to know what could possibly be urgent. His temper flares when his subordinate asks for soup instead of focusing on the mission. He clutches his head in frustration, wondering why he deals with such incompetent underlings. But his irritation vanishes instantly when a report of a mysterious aura is finally mentioned. He questions if this mysterious aura is the dark demonic energy he truly seeks. A foreign aura lingers in the air, unlike anything from his past life. Back in the training facility, he demands answers regarding this mysterious new threat. The vital report is interrupted when his scout asks for a soup break. His fury boils over until a sudden notification pierces the tense gym air. An unknown woman reaches out, questioning if this is truly the legendary hunter. He stares at the screen in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected contact. Annoyance returns as he wonders how his private number was even leaked. Just as he prepares to block her, the door is violently kicked open. A frantic officer lunges at him, desperate to confirm the sender's identity. He tearfully begs his superior to seize this rare and incredible opportunity. Confusion turns to suspicion as he demands an explanation for the sudden chaos. He realizes his subordinate was the one who leaked his private contact information. The officer desperately pleads for his life while claiming it was for the military. Cold fury radiates from the legendary sergeant as his patience finally hits its limit. He senses a hidden scheme involving a high-ranking hunter he never wanted to meet. Rage boils over while he physically confronts the man responsible for this massive betrayal. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as he prepares a brutal lesson. The terrified subordinate can only tremble under the weight of his murderous killing intent. 1 week later, the setting shifts to the vibrant gates of a crowded amusement park. Polished combat boots strike the pavement, signaling the arrival of a man on a mission. The elite 104th Hunter Division gathers, their presence radiating a suffocating, lethal pressure. Zhang expresses his gratitude, finally stepping into a territory he never thought possible. Kwang Six's rage boils over, branding him a traitor in front of the entire unit. They arrive at Thunderland, where the whimsical scenery masks a far more serious objective. A cold authority reveals that this detour is purely to satisfy Chiolo's secret request. The young soldier trembles with embarrassment, his innocent wish dragging the squad into public. Zhang is stunned, never expecting the iron-willed Sergeant Sungho to yield so easily. He realizes that even a cold-blooded killing machine possesses a surprisingly human heart. Seung-ho shuts him down, claiming anything is better than another day with just soldiers. The mission shifts as they begin scouting for the elusive ladies of the 4th Battalion. Jong's face lights up as he finally spots their targets across the crowded park. The elite ladies of the 4th Battalion stand together, laughing in the bright sun. But as the soldiers close in, their excitement instantly vanishes into pure shock. The entire unit freezes, staring at a sight they never could have anticipated. Even the stoic Sergeant Seung-ho feels a sudden, heavy chill down his spine. A massive, shadowy figure looms directly behind the unsuspecting group of female hunters. The man reveals himself, sporting a jagged scar and an aura of lethal dominance. Outraged, the subordinates mistake this high-ranking legend for a common street thug. Seung-ho realizes the terrifying truth and desperately orders his men to stand down. He snaps into a perfect salute before the most dangerous man in the military. The soldiers realize they just insulted the legendary 107th Division commander himself. Panic spreads like wildfire as they recognize him from high-profile military briefings. A young female hunter desperately begs her powerful father to leave the scene. The battle-hardened legend softens his gaze, promising to depart after one meeting. She remains paralyzed with embarrassment as her teammates watch the surreal exchange. Suddenly, the commander's focus shifts, pointing directly at the man in the back. The surrounding soldiers are left completely clueless by this sudden change in atmosphere. The warmth vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold, predatory aura of pure dominance. Heavy footsteps echo through the park as the Titan approaches his intended target. He looms over Minjong, demanding to know if he is the monster he's seeking. The commander's face contorts in pure disbelief as he utters a name long forgotten. Oblivious to the tension, the soldiers celebrate their arrival at the park gates. A frantic hunter urges the team forward, knowing their precious time is ticking away. She grabs her comrade, dragging him into the excitement without a second thought. A firm grip signals the start of a wild race into the park's attractions. Meanwhile, the rest of the unit stands frozen by her surprisingly informal attitude. Two veterans quickly take charge, promising to lead the way through the fastest route. The female hunters cheer with joy, finally escaping the crushing weight of military life. They sprint ahead in a chaotic blur, leaving the awkward tension far behind them. Only the high-ranking officers remain, staring in silence as their subordinates disappear. Yunseo sighs deeply, struggling to tolerate the overwhelming noise of the park. Her comrade shares her disdain, feeling completely alienated by the festive atmosphere. They wander toward the attractions, unable to stop thinking about their training. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad surrenders to the thrill of the rides. The female hunters finally relax, trading tactical gear for colorful bunny ears. Shouts of excitement erupt as they conquer every high-speed challenge in sight. Even a casual arm wrestling match becomes a brutal test of their supernatural power. The group eventually finds a shooting gallery that sparks their competitive military instincts. A seasoned marksman takes aim, treating the carnival game like a battlefield. He pulls the trigger with lethal focus, proving his skills never truly rest. An elite hunter stares down at a tomato plushie, his only reward for failure. He scoffs at his comrade, promising to show them what true expertise looks like. With the eyes of his squad on him, the veteran prepares to fire. Despite his arrogance, he earns nothing but the same embarrassing consolation prize. His failure comes with a heavy price as the squad reminds him of their bet. The legendary commander watches the chaos, seemingly uninterested in such trivial games. But the prize shelf holds a secret that catches his elite attention. A rare, limited edition keyring sits waiting for a master to claim it. Suddenly, the cold soldier transforms into a man possessed by pure desire. He locks onto the target, ready to unleash hell for a piece of plastic. Rapid gunfire shatters the piece as the legendary soldier clears the range. The stall owner stands frozen, paralyzed by the impossible display of marksmanship. With cold, surgical precision, the elite hunter finally sets his weapon down. He dismisses the final round, declaring that his victory is already absolute. His subordinates whisper in awe, terrified by their commander's flawless accuracy. Finally, the battle-hardened veteran reaches out to claim his hard-earned reward. He holds a limited edition treasure that most would dismiss as a mere trinket. The squad looks on in utter confusion, unable to understand his obsession. A joyful smile breaks his stoic mask as he celebrates a successful mission. His men laugh nervously, watching their predatory commander find happiness in plastic. The legendary hunter proudly displays his prize while his confused squad watches on. A lingering shadow falls over the celebration as a concerned comrade approaches him. She desperately asks about the secret conversation he shared with her powerful father. The veteran pauses, his mind drifting back to the chilling encounter from earlier. Meanwhile, in a desolate parking lot, a monster waited in total silence. The high-ranking commander apologized for dragging the elite soldier away from his rest. Minjong remains cautious, questioning the true purpose behind this sudden, private summons. A terrifying intensity flashes in the superior's eyes, revealing a hidden, darker motive. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupts as the commander violently seizes his subordinate. A monstrous grip tightens, signaling that this conversation is far from a friendly request. The commander's grip tightens as he tests the young soldier's resolve in silence. An overwhelming aura radiates from the high-ranking officer, suffocating the entire area. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure vanishes, replaced by a chillingly calm and calculated smile. He praises the sergeant's discipline, acknowledging that his instincts were far sharper than expected. Behind that scarred face lies a hidden agenda that remains shrouded in deep mystery. Mentioning his daughter's debt, the commander prepares to offer an unexpected and valuable reward. He pulls out a mysterious black box containing a name that carries immense weight. This rare dungeon artifact is usually reserved for the highest echelons of military power. The metallic bracelet possesses the unique ability to randomly surge a hunter's core stats. Realizing he just hit the jackpot, Minjong accepts the gift with a polite bow. The commander hands over the secret artifact, demanding absolute silence about this exchange. He offers an invitation to Daejeon, a gesture of respect from a powerful superior. Suddenly, his tone shifts into a lethal warning regarding any interest in his daughter. The high-ranking officer departs, leaving a lingering pressure in the quiet air. Minjung pockets the valuable treasure, unfazed by the commander's terrifying and bloody threats. Returning to his team, he casually brushes off the intensity of the secret meeting. Yunseo approaches him, worried that her father might have caused trouble during their talk. He reveals the commander's business card, explaining the unexpected invitation for a future meal. She wonders why her father would be so generous to a lower-ranked soldier. Blushing, she remembers the moment he carried her to safety during their darkest hour. Yunseo apologizes for her father's lethal pressure, her voice trembling with genuine concern. Minjong reveals the commander's business card, unfazed by the shadow of a legendary threat. He wears a predatory grin, intent on turning a death threat into a free meal. The 104th Division marches through the park, unaware of the tension that just passed. Confusion ripples through the ranks as the soldiers question why they are gathered together. Kwangsik hesitates, wondering if it is rude to ask about their commander's strange generosity. A fellow hunter beams with pride, ready to explain the debt they all owe. She describes how Minjong single-handedly avenged their squad after a humiliating defeat in combat. The team joins in, loudly declaring that lunch is on the entire squad today. High spirits return to the veterans as they move toward their next destination together. The soldiers realize they were merely spectators to Minjong's overwhelming display of power. Tears well up as they remember the fallen comrade whose death demanded such vengeance. Meanwhile, in Daejeon, a massive surge of energy rips through the city streets. Sharp talons grip the edge as a silent observer descends upon the scene. With glowing pink eyes, Bongu monitors the military movements from the shadows. Patrols from the 107th Division scramble to secure the perimeter of the unstable gate. A frantic report arrives, detailing a discovery that could shift the balance of power. Colonel Lee Songjin reels at the news of a massive mana stone hall. The swirling blue abyss pulses with a hidden threat that no one truly understands. A predatory grin spreads across the commander's face as he plots his next move. The commander's eyes gleam with greed as he calculates the massive mana stone hall. Under a clear blue sky, the colorful towers of Thunderland hide a looming military presence. Civilians gather at the gates, unaware of the elite hunters moving within the crowd. The female soldiers of the 104th bid a cheerful farewell after their brief respite. Kwangsik and Hanyang laugh heartily, promising to cover the next meal for their comrades. Yunseo waves them off with a playful smile amidst the lingering, festive atmosphere. Chiolo remains stoic yet determined, already planning the team's next gathering in the city. With high spirits, the division officially concludes their unusual day at the amusement park. The mission calls as the tall glass towers of the city come back into focus. The 104th marches forward, ready to face whatever darkness awaits in the urban shadows. Minjong's rare moment of peace is shattered by a desperate cry for help. From the shadows, his loyal scout spots a dungeon that shouldn't be active. A volatile blue rift tears through the city streets, defying every known law. What started as a simple investigation has turned into a full-scale military operation. While hidden enemies plot with a grin, Minjong's fury reaches a boiling point. The scene shifts to Daejeon, where the midday sun hides a growing darkness. Traffic halts as the weight of an impending disaster settles over the city. Standing alone against the chaos, the legendary hunter arrives to reclaim control. Surveying the absolute wreckage, he realizes this is far worse than he imagined. Forbidden crystals are being harvested as the portal pulses with a deadly, ancient energy. Soldiers haul massive loads of glowing crystals as the operation begins in earnest. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out the badge of the 104th Division. He wonders if this simple identification will be enough to infiltrate the dungeon. Even a legendary hunter can be caught off guard by a sudden presence. His loyal scout arrives in a feathered disguise to deliver a critical report. Staring at the bird, he questions the dignity of this ridiculous transformation. He dismisses the look, focusing instead on the legendary Hall of Mana Stones. A fortune in pure energy sits before them, pulsing with an unnatural light. This discovery is 100 times greater than anything found in Isgard. The sheer scale of the treasure leaves even the shapeshifter completely speechless. Humanity is desperately trying to weaponize an energy they barely even understand. Suddenly, a volatile rift begins to tear through the fabric of reality itself. The legendary sergeant senses the shift as a chilling pressure fills the air. Even his loyal scout trembles, unable to grasp the magnitude of this aura. Minjung realizes this terrifying power is something he has only witnessed once before. Gritting his teeth, he sprints toward the source before the city is consumed. Massive, otherworldly tentacles erupt from the portal, shattering the surrounding military blockade. Panic ensues as soldiers are ordered to abandon their treasures and run for cover. Desperate cries for trapped comrades are ignored in the face of certain death. Amidst the cowardice, Minjung leaps into the fray to face the coming nightmare. Minjung realizes the horrific truth as he shouts that this is a fake dungeon. He ignores the frantic warnings of soldiers as the eldritch tentacles begin to swarm. Declaring his rank, the legendary sergeant vows to dismantle this nightmare from within. The surrounding troops watch in absolute horror at his suicidal declaration of war. With inhuman speed, he pushes past the blockade toward the center of the chaos. Even the seasoned commanders can only watch as the blue energy begins to surge. Minjung leaps directly into the portal, defying the very laws of reality and death. His silhouette vanishes into the blinding light of the unstable, pulsing dimensional rift. A massive vortex of demonic energy erupts, threatening to consume everything in its path. Left behind in the wake of his power, the remaining soldiers stand frozen in disbelief. A catastrophic surge of energy erupts, leaving the seasoned commander certain that death is imminent. Crossing the impossible threshold, Minjung enters the silent, suffocating darkness of the hidden dungeon. Cold and calculated, the legendary sergeant prepares to face whatever horrors lurk within the shadows. He stumbles upon a group of traumatized soldiers huddled amongst a field of broken crystals. These exhausted survivors look up in terror, their faces pale from the trauma of combat. Without wasting a second, Minjung demands to know if anyone else is still alive nearby. The confused privates can barely process how a lone sergeant just happened to appear here. Ignoring their shock, he warns them of the impending danger and checks for any injuries. He barks an order for the men to stand and verify their remaining combat equipment. Their limited arsenal is laid out, marking the start of a desperate mission to escape. The survivors reveal they were abandoned, left behind as a mere transportation team. Minjung realizes the tactical absurdity of sending such a weak unit alone. A chilling realization settles over the group as the true danger becomes clear. He orders the traumatized men to reclaim their gear for the coming fight. With a cold gaze, the sergeant prepares to reveal a terrifying hidden truth. They aren't in a normal dungeon, but a rare and deadly fake one. This phenomenon rarely occurs, turning the very ground they walk on into death. The entire cavern is actually a massive, living monster waiting to swallow them. Those glowing blue crystals were never loot, they were only a predator's bait. Despite the horror, Minjung offers a predatory grin, promising they will survive. Minjung confidently vows to lead the terrified survivors out of this living hell. He demands absolute obedience if they want to see the sun again. The plan is simple but suicidal. Fight through the heart of the dungeon. Fear paralyzes the young soldiers as they realize the true scale of the nightmare. Suddenly, the sergeant senses a shift in the air that signals approaching death. Behind them, the very floor begins to warp into something foul and unnatural. Grotesque monsters crawl from the shadows, hungry for the taste of human flesh. Panic erupts as the soldiers realize they are surrounded by an endless horde. With a single devastating strike, Minjung unleashes his overwhelming power upon the enemy. He stands as an unbreakable shield, ordering the men to stay in his shadow. The survivors realize the man leading them is a living legend among hunters. Stories of his impossible rise have circulated through the community for years. He was the rookie who shattered every record to reach sergeant in record time. To the world, he is the invincible monster who fears no dungeon depths. Back at the base, a sudden shout shatters the tense silence of the camp. Commander Sun Taeho erupts in a fury that rivals the monsters themselves. He violently seizes a subordinate as his patience finally reaches its breaking point. The commander demands to know why soldiers were sent into such a death trap. His eyes burn with a murderous intensity that promises a brutal punishment. He screams that sending men into a fake dungeon without backup is suicide. The terrified soldier pleads for mercy as the commander's grip tightens like a steel vice. Without authorization, soldiers were deployed into a dungeon that was supposed to be empty. The commander screams, accusing his subordinate of sacrificing lives just to pad a career record. He tosses the man aside like garbage, his patience for excuses finally reaching its end. A cold, murderous glare settles over the area as the gravity of the disaster looms. Shaking before the dark portal, the soldier realizes there is no escaping this man's wrath. One single casualty means a life in prison for anyone who authorized this suicide mission. Deep within the abyss, the legendary sergeant treats a deadly swarm like a simple game. The cavern floor is littered with the remains of creatures that never stood a chance. But even in total victory, a familiar irritation begins to burn within the sergeant's eyes. Minjung scolds the young soldiers for disrupting his flow during the hunt. He lets out a heavy sigh while trying to maintain his composure. Before them lies a path infested with parasites guarding the dungeon core. He explains that these creatures are merely bait meant to consume the unwary. The sergeant warns his team to conserve their energy for the coming swarm. While the soldiers cheer with newfound hope, Minjung hides his true intentions. His status window flickers as he hungrily eyes the massive experience points available. A dark, predatory grin spreads across his face at the thought of power. With a commanding shout, he orders the unit to march deeper into hell. The survivors draw their blades, unaware they are tools in a larger game. Minjung leads his unit into the abyss with a smile that screams hidden malice. From the sludge of the cave, a mindless army of clay monsters begins to rise. The low-level survivors are already buckling under the dungeon's crushing, stamina-draining atmosphere. Minjung knows their weak stats make them walking corpses in this high-level zone. He points toward the glowing core, the only exit from this living nightmare. The grotesque creatures howl, a wall of flesh standing between the soldiers and survival. Terror grips the men as they realize they are completely outclassed by the swarm. With a cold gaze, the sergeant commands them to stay alive at any cost. He cracks his knuckles, preparing to hoard every drop of experience for himself. Inspired by his fake concern, the soldiers vow to hold the line until victory. The legendary sergeant watches the chaos unfold with a chilling, predatory grin. His rescued unit draws their blades, desperate to survive this living nightmare. Grotesque abominations howl as they swarm the terrified soldiers from every side. Minjung realizes he must hide his true demonic power while witnesses are watching. He weaves through the carnage with speed that defies every law of physics. A single strike sends the mud-like creatures flying in a spray of filth. He leaps high into the air, a shadow descending upon his helpless prey. Even without using his full strength, his movements are refined and absolutely lethal. With a terrifying laugh, he unleashes a crushing blow to end the struggle. The monsters can only stare in horror as their inevitable end arrives. The mud-like abominations think they have finally trapped their elusive prey. But Minjung moves with a speed that turns their ambush into a slaughter. A predatory grin spreads across his face as the hunt truly begins. He laughs maniacally, demanding the monsters serve as his fuel for growth. Suddenly, a mysterious purple artifact begins to pulse with an ancient, dark power. The air grows heavy as the orb radiates a lethal, suffocating energy. Even the legendary sergeant freezes as he senses a shift in the atmosphere. He screams for everyone to retreat before the lethal toxins consume them all. Behind him, the exhausted survivors tremble in the shadow of impending doom. Without warning, the pedestal erupts in a violent explosion of pure demonic corruption. Minjung stands amidst the toxic corruption, fearing his team won't survive the poison. He realizes time is running out and prepares to tear through the dungeon alone. Deep within the darkness, a forgotten artifact begins to resonate with malevolent force. The surge of demonic energy triggers a hidden power dormant within his equipment. Stunned by the sudden light, the sergeant realizes a transformation is finally beginning. He remembers when his superior gifted him this rare item meant for high-ranking generals. This simple silver band was originally meant to be saved for a greater crisis. The bracelet of imitation awakens, offering the power to copy any known skill. A wave of relief washes over him as fate hands him the ultimate wildcard. With the legendary artifact now active, he prepares to unleash a god-tier ability. Minjung searches his memories for the ultimate skill to end this desperate struggle. He reaches deep into the void to manifest a power born from darkness. A massive black blade erupts into existence, pulsing with a lethal purple aura. The surrounding survivors can only stare in awe at the sergeant's overwhelming transformation. A sinister smile crosses his face as he prepares to unleash his secret weapon. This terrifying weapon belonged to a dark knight he barely managed to defeat. He activates Banishment, a skill that summons a sword capable of tearing space apart. With cold eyes, he challenges his foes to face the weight of his power. A single violent swing carves a jagged rift into the very air itself. Reality shatters as a dimensional void opens to swallow everything in its path. The copied sword technique carves through the mindless horde with surgical precision. Dimensional energy tears the very fabric of the dungeon apart in an instant. At the heart of the chaos, a volatile mana core pulses with lethal power. Under the weight of the Dark Knight's skill, the orb finally begins to shatter. A blinding eruption of purple energy consumes everything within the cursed chamber. Minjuang stands amidst the wreckage as his shadowy aura begins to settle. He skillfully weaves the lingering demonic energy back into his own grasp. But his victory is interrupted by news of a lethal threat brewing outside. Rogue soldiers are rigging the dungeon entrance with a massive mana explosive. With the bomb primed, they prepare to bury everyone inside the collapsing rift. Commander Sun watches as the lethal mana bomb is finally set in place. Deep within the dungeon, Minjuang hears the desperate calls of his worried comrades. The boss core lies shattered, its purple energy completely drained by the sergeant. With a predatory grin, Minjuang declares it is time to fight their way out. Outside, the military has transformed the portal into a ticking time bomb of mana. One wrong move will cause the entire rift to collapse into pure nothingness. A nervous soldier hands the final trigger to the cold and calculating commander. The fate of everyone inside rests on a single, fragile red button. Sun Taeho wonders if this gamble will truly force the gate to open, or if the dungeon will swallow them whole in a violent, unpredictable reaction. News of the legendary sergeant's arrival sends shockwaves through the military command center. A nervous soldier confirms that the monster of the 104th is already inside. Commander Sun Taeho erupts in fury at this unauthorized breach of his territory. Reports state the sergeant charged into the abyss without waiting for a single order. Panic sets in as the higher-ups realize the 104th Division is already en route. The commander stares into the swirling purple vortex where his old rival now fights. A heavy silence falls as he contemplates the true weight of the sergeant's presence. The dungeon gate churns with unstable energy as the internal battle reaches its peak. Suddenly, the dark portal shifts, revealing a glimpse of the world beyond the rift. With a cold gaze, the commander prepares to trigger the final lethal solution. The perimeter is clear, but the commander knows the true nightmare is only beginning. Hours have passed without equipment, leaving the 104th Division's fate to a single man. The violet abyss churns with a violent energy that threatens to consume the world. A sudden tremor erupts as the unstable gate begins to scream under the pressure. Fractures tear across the surface of the rift, signaling the end of the silence. Desperate orders ring out to prepare every medic for the inevitable wave of casualties. Taeho charges toward the collapsing rift, refusing to let his rivals die in vain. Using his bare hands, he pries at the cracking gate to find the survivors. Sirens wail as medical teams arrive at a scene of absolute chaos and destruction. The medical corps reports for duty just as the portal yields to his will. Taeho freezes in shock as the violent energy finally begins to recede. 3 familiar shadows emerge from the depths of the shimmering blue abyss. Against all odds, the lost soldiers stumble back into the light of reality. The commander's face contorts with a mixture of disbelief and pure, unbridled relief. He lunges forward to check if his men are truly standing before him. With tears streaming down his face, the survivor confirms their miraculous survival. The impossible mission is over, and the dungeon has been officially conquered. Behind them stands the man who turned a suicide mission into a triumph. Medics rush into the chaotic street to tend to the battered but living. The weight of the victory settles as the division prepares for the aftermath. Minjuang offers a formal salute, marking the end of a bloody, impossible conquest. But behind that disciplined exterior lies the grin of a true apex predator. The legendary commander returns the gesture, acknowledging a debt that can never be repaid. As evening falls over the headquarters, the weight of the day's miracles settles in. Inside the private office, the 2 powerhouses sit down to discuss the impossible truth. Every word spoken carries the heavy silence of a man who barely escaped death. The commander questions why a soldier on vacation would dive into a lethal gate. With a cheerful face, he claims he only came for a promised free meal. The veteran commander is left reeling by the soldiers' total lack of common sense. Though the story is clearly far-fetched, the commander is forced to accept the result. Minjuang insists his body moved on pure instinct when the gate began to collapse. The scarred commander stares intensely, analyzing the mysterious strength hidden behind that smile. Tension breaks into booming laughter as the veteran acknowledges the young soldier's undeniable eccentricity. He offers sincere gratitude for a miracle clear that saved every single life involved. But the warm praise is immediately followed by a chilling, cold-blooded warning. Silence fills the room as the weight of their current situation finally takes hold. The commander warns that performing such impossible feats makes him a massive target. Powerful eyes at headquarters are now fixed on the man who climbed the ranks. While Minjung questions the danger, the veteran sees the political storm approaching fast. He promises to stand as a shield against anyone who dares threaten his subordinate. Minjung expresses his gratitude, but the atmosphere remains thick with unspoken tension. The commander offers a reward for the miracle clear that saved his entire unit. A bold request for a promotion is met with a cold and immediate rejection. The young sergeant's high hopes vanish instantly, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, a mysterious crystal radiating refined demonic energy catches his expert eye. He senses a power within the stone that no ordinary soldier should ever recognize. The commander tests him, questioning if he truly understands the value of this artifact. Masking his true intent, Minjung claims he simply wants it for his personal collection. Suspicion flickers in the veteran's eyes as he weighs the risk of this request. He reveals that the byproduct is bound to the dungeon, complicating his hidden agenda. The commander reveals the last remaining crystal from his personal collection after a burglary. He sets the artifact down, its purple glow pulsing with untapped demonic potential. Without warning, the veteran officer hands over the priceless treasure to his young subordinate. Minjung celebrates his prize as the commander silently notes the boy's growing influence. The atmosphere turns heavy when the leader questions his relationship with the commander's daughter. Minjung immediately clarifies their professional bond, ensuring no misunderstandings jeopardize his standing. A rare smile breaks across the commander's face as he dismisses the sergeant. With a sharp salute, Minjung prepares to exit while receiving his final orders. Night falls over the quiet city streets as the tension of the meeting lingers. Standing alone under the dim streetlights, the sergeant carefully evaluates his hard-earned prize. Minjung watches his shape-shifting subordinate devour food like a starving beast. He crushes the rare crystal, absorbing its dark power with cold efficiency. A flood of demonic energy surges through him, pushing his stats to the limit. The system rewards his growth by unlocking a devastating new combat skill. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, a storm of political fury is brewing. The high-stakes meeting begins with a roar of anger behind closed doors. Commanders clash over the recent dungeon disaster, as blame is ruthlessly shifted. Lieutenant General Kim Chungmo bellows threats of an upcoming military audit. Even the powerful son Taeho can only endure the humiliation in silence. The veteran leaders warn that one more failure will cost them their careers. Lieutenant General Kim Changmo screams for the survivor to be sent to headquarters immediately, but his frantic rage is cut short when the door suddenly swings wide open. Every officer in the room snaps into a rigid salute as power shifts instantly. Heavy footsteps echo as a superior commander enters to silence the petty bickering. The arrogant Kim Changmo trembles while desperately trying to rectify his loud behavior. A cold hand rests as the commander confirms he has read the latest report. Veteran generals watch with grim expressions, knowing the stakes have never been higher. From the shadows, the true architect of the military division finally prepares to speak. General Gu Hakchul asks with a smirk if Kim Minjung is the cause again. Far from the politics, a vehicle speeds toward the gates of the Hunter Squad. Tires scream against the pavement as a vehicle screeches to a violent halt. Sergeant Lee Sunho lunges from the car with pure fury burning in his eyes. He sprints toward the headquarters, leaving no time to even shut his door. His destination is clear as he reaches the company commander's private office. The heavy door flies open with a thunderous bang that shakes the room. Sunho demands to know where they went while his subordinates tremble in fear. A panicked soldier stammers out a report that confirms his absolute worst nightmare. The realization hits that Kim Minjung has been marked as the primary target. Sunho collapses onto a sofa, cursing the cowards who orchestrated this betrayal. He grits his teeth, realizing they waited until he was gone to strike. A cold sweat drips down the soldier's face as the pressure becomes unbearable. To understand this nightmare, we have to go back exactly 1 hour ago. Trapped in a room with monsters in human skin, the interrogation begins. The special task force has arrived, led by 2 men with terrifying reputations. He knows their demands are insane, but refusal isn't an option here. They want access to a soldier who just returned from a brief vacation. The tension in the room thickens as he tries to maintain his composure. With a sinister smirk, they remind him exactly who is pulling the strings. He desperately protests the breach of protocol, but they only laugh at him. They mockingly offer to forge the official paperwork right then and there. The nervous officer tries to buy time during this forced interrogation, but the elite hunter demands the immediate presence of their primary target. Suddenly, the heavy door swings open to reveal the man they seek. Minjung enters the lion's den with a perfect and disciplined military salute. The room falls silent as the legendary task force finally faces him. His eyes lock onto a symbol that strikes fear into every soldier. It is the mark of the unit serving directly under headquarters. The commander stands up with a predatory grin to acknowledge his prey. A firm handshake masks the deadly tension between these two powerhouses. They mockingly praise his heroic past while preparing to tear him down. Minjong greets the elite officers with a smile that hides his true intentions. The Special Task Force commander acknowledges that they need men with his lethal talents. Minjong realizes this meeting is actually a recruitment offer for the most dangerous unit. They explain their role involves high-risk raids and hunting down rogue civilian targets. But the commander dismisses the formalities to get to the real heart of the deal. Minjong's eyes light up at the mention of a reward he cannot refuse. Their unit requires absolute combat mastery to police those who think they are gods. Headquarters has been watching his every move, and now offers him a special promotion. The prospect of rising through the ranks instantly fills Minjong with pure excitement. If he joins the elite squad, he will become a staff sergeant this very moment. The recruiters promise endless opportunities for those brave enough to join the elite. Minjong accepts the offer immediately, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying hidden ambition. A specialized communication device rings, suddenly cutting through the high-stakes conversation. The officer moves to secure the restricted equipment issued only to the elite squad. This small piece of hardware represents a level of clearance most hunters never see. Minjong stares at the device with an intensity that makes the room grow silent. He points toward the gear, curious about the digital privileges of his new rank. They explain it is a high-security tool designed to handle the world's darkest secrets. However, the legendary sergeant only cares about one thing that most people take for granted. The recruiters are stunned when he asks for nothing but total, unrestricted internet access. The recruiters explain that joining the elite squad means surrendering all personal digital freedom. Minjong smirks internally, knowing these high-ranking officers have absolutely no idea who he is. Without a second thought, the legendary sergeant pushes the prestigious recruitment offer away. The elite officers freeze in pure shock, as their golden opportunity is flatly rejected. Stunned by the sudden refusal, they demand to know what could possibly be more important. Minjong realizes that joining their restricted ranks would kill his only source of power. A roar of pure disbelief echoes through the office as the shocking truth comes out. The officer explodes in rage, unable to believe a mobile game is the reason. With a cold, deadpan expression, Minjong claims this game is his life's vital energy. The room falls into heavy silence as the elite hunters realize he is completely serious. The elite recruiters finally accept the rejection, deciding to leave the legendary sergeant behind. A subordinate mockingly ushers them toward the exit as the tension reaches its peak. They walk away in silence, but the air is thick with unvented military pride. Suddenly, the veteran officer snaps, accusing Minjong of being a fraud who fears failure. He spits out a final insult, claiming the sergeant couldn't even pass their entrance. A dangerous glint flickers in Minjong's eyes as the blatant disrespect hits its mark. With a single cold question, he freezes the elite duo right in their tracks. The officer's face turns a murderous red as the subordinate watches in pure terror. Minjong stares them down, demanding to know why they think he would ever fail. The room transforms into a battlefield of wills as the legendary sergeant takes the bait. The veteran officer's rage boils over as he prepares to settle the score. He looms over Minjong, challenging the legendary sergeant to prove his worth. Panic erupts as comrades desperately try to halt the impending military disaster. A firm hand suddenly clamps down, silencing the chaos with absolute authority. The first sergeant intervenes with a chilling smile that masks a deadly intent. He suggests moving this confrontation to the training center for a formal evaluation. The group gathers within the cold, sterile walls where reputations go to die. Smug faces watch while others tremble, knowing the massive power gap ahead. The test is simple. Survive a freestyle duel against a monstrous elite warrior. Minjong stares back coldly, disinterested in joining their little games at all. Minjong demands a formal apology if he manages to pass this forced entrance exam. The elite warrior seethes with rage at the sheer audacity of this lowly newcomer. He mocks the boy's choice of weapon, promising to beat some respect into him. The referee sets the stage for a brutal 3-round duel to settle the score. Both combatants take their stances as the air in the room turns heavy. The veteran lunges with blinding speed, aiming to end the fight in a heartbeat. Minjong narrowly evades the lethal strike, moving with a grace that defies logic. The massive elite continues his relentless pursuit, desperate to land a crushing blow. Using his whip to maintain distance, the sergeant orchestrates a masterclass in defensive combat. A deafening crash echoes through the hall as the first exchange reaches a violent end. The veteran instructor watches with a mixture of predatory focus and rising frustration. Nearby, the official's face pales as the atmosphere in the room shifts violently. Minjong lies motionless on the cold floor, his body seemingly broken by the impact. But beneath the shadows, a terrifyingly wide grin spreads across his face. Cold sweat beads on the referee's forehead as he witnesses something truly inhuman. Rising back to his feet, The young sergeant ignores the pain with chilling indifference. The official desperately asks what his next move is before things go too far. With absolute certainty, Minjong declares that his only intention is to claim victory. A heavy silence falls over the hall as everyone realizes he isn't joking. The referee knows Minjong can win, and that realization is the most terrifying part. Minjong calmly considers the weight of the victory he is about to claim. He wonders if humiliating his superiors will lead to unwanted trouble later on. The elite instructors watch with smug grins, unaware of the monster they face. A nervous official warns that the pride of this unit is easily wounded. Deep in thought, the young sergeant prepares to make a chillingly calculated choice. The referee is left stunned, as Minjong suddenly changes his entire combat stance. Flashing a predatory smile, he decides to grant them one single pity hit. A thunderous impact shakes the room as the duel reaches its violent conclusion. Minjong collapses on the floor while the veteran walks away with smug satisfaction. The evaluation is abruptly ended, as the sergeant is ordered to the infirmary. The referee stands frozen, unable to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Yu mocks the young sergeant, claiming he still falls short of elite standards. But his arrogance instantly transforms into shock as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. From the cold floor, the fallen soldier begins to stir with unnatural speed. Flashing a lethal grin, he declares that this match is far from over. The veteran instructor recoils, his confidence shattered by this impossible recovery. Despite taking a direct, bone-crushing strike, Minjong rises like a relentless shadow. The old man grits his teeth, wondering how any human survived that impact. Fearing for their lives, the officer desperately tries to terminate the lethal evaluation. With eyes full of malice, the monster insists on finishing what they started. The veteran instructor warns the soldier that his stubbornness will be his downfall. He vows to make the young man regret even trying to stand back up. Minjong just smirks, manifesting a lethal whip made of pure, concentrated magical energy. Enraged by this blatant display of arrogance, the old master loses all composure. He lunges forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in a single heartbeat. A flurry of steel rains down as the instructor unleashes a relentless barrage. Amidst the chaotic storm of blades, the sergeant remains eerily calm and focused. With a predatory grin, he lashes out with his glowing purple weapon. The instructor's eyes widen in pure shock as the momentum of battle shifts. He commits to one final, desperate strike to end this nightmare once and for all. Minjong grips his lethal weapon, ready to turn the tide of this evaluation. With a sudden snap, the dark whip coils around the master's blade. A blinding explosion of purple energy erupts from the point of contact. The veteran instructor stares in disbelief as his control over the match slips. Without a moment of hesitation, the sergeant lashes out with overwhelming force. The instructor's katana is sent flying, spinning uselessly through the air. The witnessing officers watch in horror as the combat energy reaches critical levels. Desperate to survive, the old master blocks the relentless strikes with pure muscle. A predatory smirk returns to the instructor's face as he regains his footing. The monster laughs, declaring that these attacks are too weak to scratch him. A sudden, violent impact strikes with the force of a natural disaster. The veteran instructor's face contorts as a mysterious purple energy invades his senses. He screams in absolute agony as the dark power ripples through his very veins. The referee watches in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend the monster before him. The legendary sergeant is brought to his knees by an attack he never saw. A lethal arc of shadow cuts through the air, sealing the master's defeat. Minjong tightens his grip on the weapon that shouldn't even exist here. He stands tall, manifesting a demonic magic whip that crackles with terrifying energy. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he prepares for the kill. The officers desperately call for a stop before the match turns into a massacre. The sergeant lashes out with a weapon born from pure demonic energy. The elite instructor screams as the cursed strike shreds his physical defense. One lethal blow leaves the veteran coughing blood on the cold floor. Minjong mocks his prey, acknowledging their skill with a terrifying predatory grin. The magic-shrouded whip swirls through the air with a mind of its own. This same power once brought even the mightiest orc warriors to their knees. Dark shadows coil around the sergeant as he prepares the final execution. Trembling in absolute fear, the instructor realizes he has provoked a monster. He warns his opponent that simply surviving the first hit is not enough. Officers desperately rush in to stop the match before it becomes a massacre. A thunderous crack echoes through the training facility as the final blow connects. The sergeant stands cold as his magic-infused whip retracts from the shattered pavement. The elite veteran collapses, his eyes rolling back as he foams from the mouth. Once a terrifying force, the massive instructor now lies motionless on the cold floor. Panic erupts as high-ranking officers scramble to prevent any further bloodshed. Major Yu catches his fallen comrade, unable to believe the devastation before him. A warrior who survived hordes of orcs has been neutralized by a single strike. The spectators realize the training tool in this man's hands is a lethal weapon. Seeing such raw, overwhelming potential, the military knows they cannot let him go. Standing tall, the officer offers a humble apology to settle the monster's wrath. Minjung wonders if he accidentally unleashed too much magic on his opponent. Looking at the broken veteran, even the monster feels a flicker of regret. He offers a formal apology for losing control and disrespecting his rank. The high-ranking officer stares back, realizing this man is no ordinary soldier. He extends a special invitation, urging the sergeant to seek even greater power. Medics rush to carry the disgraced instructor away before his condition worsens. The officer bows his head, acknowledging the chaos and apologizing for the mess. Minjong watches in silence as the elite forces retreat from his overwhelming presence. A predatory grin returns as he realizes he just secured a lethal connection. Deep inside the commander's office, the sound of manic laughter fills the air. High-ranking officers can't hide their satisfaction after witnessing such a monstrous performance. They immediately wonder where the legendary Private Kim Minjung has disappeared to. Reports confirm he has already returned to his grueling personal training regime. Even a direct refusal from the special units won't stop the commander's interest. His reputation is skyrocketing, making him the most coveted asset in the military. The division must move quickly to ensure their star soldier stays loyal. A secret plan is already in motion to keep him within their grasp. Meanwhile, Minjung continues to shatter his limits in the depths of the facility. With his magic whip in hand, he prepares for a life-changing offer. Somewhere in the shadows, the commander's manic laughter echoes through the halls. The commander couldn't hide his glee over Minjong's latest display of absolute dominance. He relished the thought of the elite task force fuming over their missed prize. Even though the special units are circling, the commander has already secured his victory. His trusted subordinate agrees that the time for subtle moves has finally ended. Rising with newfound purpose, he prepares to reward his most valuable human weapon. The commander reaches for the secure line to initiate the next phase of his plan. He demands to know if the secret project he requested is finally ready for deployment. With a predatory grin, he orders every classified file brought to his desk immediately. Outside the quiet facility, the gears of a massive military conspiracy begin to turn. Unaware of the scheme, the division's finest soldiers stand ready for their next mission. The name of the new commander is carved into the unit's very foundation. Shockwaves of disbelief hit the soldiers as the sudden change of leadership is announced. Lee steps forward to confirm that the sergeant has earned his rightful place. Doubts arise whether their veteran leader is being forced out of his position. A new horizon beckons for the old guard as the monster takes the lead. The squad erupts in pure joy for the man they respect above all others. One soldier breaks the celebration to ask about a legendary rumor from the past. He suspects Minjung was the ghost who cleared an entire dungeon alone. The room falls silent as they realize a global phenomenon stands among them. With a cold and casual air, Minjung confirms the impossible feat was his doing. The entire squad stands frozen in shock at the magnitude of his secret. Minjung casually brushes off their concern, acting as if the massacre was nothing. They press him for details on the rewards for his godlike performance. The soldiers erupt in pure hysteria, realizing a true monster leads their ranks. Within the depths of the goblin colony, the hunt begins for the unit. Every strike is lethal, as the green-skinned creatures are torn apart with ease. Word spreads about the elite special forces offer that he casually threw away. They recount the story of him beating a master instructor into the dirt. To some, these legendary feats sound like impossible fairy tales from another world. But his unprecedented promotion confirms that a new era of power has arrived. A blood-curdling roar shatters the silence, freezing the elite soldiers in their tracks. Massive, clawed hands tear through solid timber as the predator finally reveals itself. Glowing eyes and jagged tusks mark the arrival of a true forest nightmare. The muscular beast stalks forward, stepping over the corpses of its fallen kin. It unleashes a deafening cry, signaling a hunt that no ordinary human can survive. Trapped in a state of pure shock, the scouts realize they are outmatched. Death swings downward as the monster prepares to crush its trembling prey. Suddenly, a streak of black demonic energy cuts through the air like lightning. The magic whip strikes with surgical precision, blinding the creature in one blow. Pathetic whimpers replace the roars as the monster collapses before its new master. A lethal black streak tears through the air with terrifying speed. Onlooking soldiers freeze as they witness a power beyond their comprehension. The monstrous prey trembles in absolute terror before its inevitable end. Minjung stands calm, wielding a weapon that defies standard military protocol. A cold smirk reveals he is enjoying this one-sided slaughter. Rumors spread about the legendary gift bestowed by the division commander. With a wild swing, He unleashes the whip's true, devastating potential. A single strike results in a violent explosion of pure demonic energy. His comrades wonder why he chose such an unconventional tool of death. He rejected the elite scout offer just to remain the ultimate predator here. Minjung realizes his new equipment far exceeds even his wildest expectations. The weapon feels like a natural extension of his own lethal intent. A rare mana stone embedded in the hilt provides overwhelming destructive power. His fellow soldiers watch in stunned silence as the training ground erupts. A predatory grin spreads across his face at the thought of rapid promotion. With this cursed tool, climbing the military ranks will be effortless. Meanwhile, a quiet evening descends upon the city of Chuncheon. Succulent meat sizzles over the flame, offering a brief moment of peace. Even during a meal, Minjung carries the heavy aura of a born killer. He asks his companion for permission to eat, breaking the awkward silence. Minjung turns the conversation toward a much more suspicious and pressing matter. He demands to know why this soldier is suddenly joining him for dinner. The atmosphere remains tense as the cook prepares a meal for the pair. She ignores his killing aura, completely consumed by the delicious food before her. While she happily stuffs her face, Minjung remains on high alert for traps. He watches with pure irritation as her cheerfulness clashes with his dark presence. The girl doesn't have a care in the world while savoring every single bite. He offers to pay for the meal, but she insists money is not the problem. Minjung questions how she tracked his exact movements to this very specific restaurant. A chilling realization strikes him as he wonders if he is being hunted. Minjung uncovers a trail of messages from a suspicious rat named Guangshik. The girl desperately claims her presence is nothing more than a simple coincidence. His demonic energy flares as he prepares to crush her pathetic lies. She finally breaks, admitting she was the one who orchestrated this meeting. Minjung leans in with a terrifying intensity, demanding to know her true motive. He drops a bombshell question that leaves even the restaurant staff stunned. She explodes in a fit of rage, unable to handle his sudden, casual arrogance. He remains unmoved, suggesting they drop the formalities since they are the same age. While she frantically denies any hidden feelings, the cook watches the drama unfold. But beneath the bickering and sizzling meat, a much darker secret remains hidden. She trembles while connecting the dots between his arrival and the recent dungeon chaos. Minjung freezes as she lists every lethal incident that follows him like a shadow. A faint blush creeps up as she wonders if another disaster might strike. Mortified by her own words, she realizes she just voiced her most suspicious thoughts. The heavy silence in the restaurant draws every eye toward their increasingly tense table. She watches him closely, her gaze softening as if searching for a hidden truth. A forced laugh erupts from him, a desperate attempt to mask his rising panic. He frantically denies being a walking catastrophe while his hands shake with nervous energy. Her suspicion only deepens as she witnesses his bizarre and overly defensive reaction. He crushes the cup in terror, realizing his secret might finally be exposed. A tense dinner becomes the stage for a clash of hidden military agendas. The sharp glint of a new rank marks her transition into the elite. She reveals her promotion success while he masks his true power with playfulness. Frustration boils over as she compares her progress to his impossible sergeant status. Their heated argument over military etiquette hides a history written in blood. A sudden surge of demonic energy warns him of an approaching disaster. Through his specialized perception, he watches a forbidden gate begin to manifest. He struggles to maintain his cover, while her sharp intuition begins to linger. Haunting memories of past dungeon breaks resurface, demanding he take immediate action. Driven into a corner, the legendary sergeant prepares to unleash his hidden strength. Minjung makes a quick excuse to slip away from his suspicious companion unnoticed. He moves through the shadows of the park, searching for the source of disturbance. The air crackles with blue lightning as the forbidden gate begins its manifestation. From the darkness, his loyal summon emerges to signal the exact location of danger. He commends his familiar for finding the sinister magical signature before anyone else could. His mood shifts as he realizes his primary scout has mysteriously gone out of touch. His predatory gaze sharpens as the true scale of the threat finally becomes clear. Violent surges of energy tear through the ground, marking the arrival of a dungeon. He realizes the cold winter night is the only thing keeping civilians from slaughter. A massive blue gate manifests, proving the monsters behind it have no mercy or conscience. He approaches the unstable energy, driven by duty and the promise of promotion. A terrifying silhouette begins to take shape within the swirling blue vortex. The looming shadow pulses with a malice that signals a high-rank threat. Sensing the shift in pressure, he realizes something monstrous is about to emerge. A sudden vibration from his pocket forces him to check for urgent updates. An emergency alert confirms that a catastrophic dungeon manifestation has officially begun. He prepares to hold the line, knowing he must stall until reinforcements arrive. Purple demonic energy surges through his veins as he readies his hidden power. A massive, fanged beast tears through the dimensional fabric with overwhelming strength. The creature lets out a deafening roar as the desperate struggle for survival begins. Minjung commands himself to stay steady as the pressure becomes suffocating. A grotesque predator lunges forward with a blade forged from pure malice. He barely evades the lethal arc, realizing this is only a single scout. The sheer volume of absorbed magical energy makes every strike a potential death sentence. Every movement must be calculated against a beast that defies all logic. Darkness coils around his fingertips as he prepares to unleash a low-rank counterattack. Suddenly, the monster shifts its weight to hurl a massive, chained iron weight. His eyes widen as the projectile breaks the sound barrier in an instant. The ground shatters under the weight of an impact that could level buildings. Standing amidst the dust, the creature retracts its heavy chain for another strike. The massive iron weight crashes down with enough force to shatter the earth itself. Minjung stabilizes his stance, absorbing the impact as the dust begins to settle. Even the veterans watch in disbelief at a recruit wielding such terrifying, unknown power. The grotesque beast snarls, its predatory eyes locked onto its next meal. A lethal chain whistles through the air, forcing the soldier into a desperate evasion. He narrowly avoids a crushing blow that would have ended the fight instantly. Using the momentum of the swing, he spins through the air like a ghost. High above the battlefield, he spots the perfect opening in the monster's reckless assault. Dark energy flares as he brings down a crushing strike from the heavens. The ground trembles as the legendary sergeant finally brings the towering nightmare down. Minjung stares down the beast, realizing the previous strike wasn't enough to end it. As he prepares one final blow, a familiar voice suddenly screams his name. The legendary sergeant freezes in shock as he turns toward the unexpected interruption. Out of nowhere, Corporal Sun charges onto the battlefield wielding a makeshift street sign. The monster seizes the moment, launching a lethal-bladed tail at the distracted hunter. The air whistles as the razor-sharp weapon slices through the dark night sky. With inhuman reflexes, he catches the heavy metal chain bare-handed to stop the assault. He demands to know what she is doing there while effortlessly restraining the beast. The massive creature lets out a deafening roar of pure, unbridled frustration. She ignores the danger, screaming at him for skipping dinner and fighting without weapons. Minjung demands to know how his subordinate tracked him to this chaotic battlefield. She grips a heavy metal street sign like a desperate, makeshift weapon of war. Plummeting from above, she screams that a disaster alert led her straight here. The jagged metal pole whistles through the air as she hurls it toward him. A terrifying predatory grin spreads across the legendary sergeant's face as he reacts. He launches himself into the dark sky with the speed of a hunting panther. The air screams as he closes the distance to the spinning metal projectile. With effortless, superhuman strength, he snatches the heavy sign right out of midair. Dark, demonic energy surges as he binds his magical whip around the steel. He brings the massive weight crashing down, crushing the beast in one brutal strike. The jagged steel tears through the monster's jaw with a sickening, wet crunch. A single, devastating blow leaves the massive beast broken and lifeless on the pavement. Corporal Sun can only shield her eyes from the sheer force of the impact. Demonic energy pulses as the legendary sergeant stands victorious over his fallen prey. He turns toward the coughing soldier, still gripping the twisted, makeshift weapon. She stares in disbelief, never imagining a mere sergeant possessed such terrifying power. Shaken, she asks if he truly neutralized a high-risk irregular all by himself. He just scoffs, claiming her interference actually made the execution much more difficult. They inspect the strange, chained monster that shouldn't have emerged from the gate alone. But as the gate crackles, she warns him their conversation is far from over. A monstrous silhouette emerges from the crackling blue gate, signaling imminent disaster. Corporal Sun watches in terror as the legendary sergeant remains disturbingly calm. Not one, but 5 horrific beasts surge forward with bloodthirsty intent. She begs him to retreat, but he simply shoulders his makeshift weapon. With a chilling smile, he tells her to run and save herself instead. She screams in disbelief as he prepares to face the nightmare entirely alone. While the monsters roar for blood, a predatory grin spreads across his face. Violent purple demonic energy erupts, transforming a simple signpost into a deadly relic. He vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving the shocked corporal in his wake. Eyes wide with manic joy, the legend charges headfirst into the slaughter. Beneath the unnatural light of 2 moons, the world begins to change forever. A man whose existence was erased moves silently through the dense, dark forest. Every step resonates with the lethal intent of a legend returning from the dead. He stands before an ancient monolith, the gateway to power beyond human comprehension. The earth trembles as the massive stone cracks open at his silent command. A hidden staircase descends into an abyss where only nightmares are meant to dwell. He walks into the darkness, leaving the surface world and its rules behind. Through the cold, silent corridors, he approaches the heart of this forgotten tomb. No one knows he is here, and no one can stop what comes next. He reaches the final chamber, ready to claim a throne built on demonic energy. A mysterious figure stands before the sacred stone, seeking the power hidden within. With a silent gesture, they focus their energy to awaken the ancient, slumbering seal. The hood falls back, revealing a face that has been hidden for far too long. She stands alone in the silent chamber, a remnant of a forgotten, bloody era. Her crimson eyes burn with a resolve that could set the entire world aflame. She calls out to her master, pleading for him to wait a moment longer. Meanwhile, a military helicopter cuts through the skies over a deserted island near Nagasaki. The elite instructor waits on the shore, his presence radiating pure, crushing physical pressure. As the aircraft descends, the ocean wind kicks up a violent, blinding sandstorm. The next phase of the operation begins, and the stakes have never been higher. The Korean division commander descends into a storm of international secrets and danger. His eyes remain sharp, scanning for any sign of a trap or betrayal. An uneasy alliance is forged on the shores of a mysterious, deserted island. A massive blue gate looms behind them, pulsing with an ancient, terrifying power. Behind closed doors, the general analyzes the data with a heavy, suspicious heart. The plan seems perfect, yet the lack of preparation time raises major alarms. He realizes this abnormal dungeon was hidden perfectly to avoid any human detection. A scarred hand slams the folder, emphasizing the lethal nature of the mission. The general demands the truth, sensing a dark motive behind this sudden cooperation. Silence fills the room as the Japanese representative hides his true, sinister intentions. Japan manages its hunters through government associations and civilian guilds working in tandem. But abnormal dungeons are surging, forcing a desperate need for a new training system. The commander watches carefully, sensing the weight of the proposal being laid out. Masaru suggests a joint operation to merge their elite forces for the coming storm. A dark smile creeps across the commander's face as he reviews the dispatch list. He realizes the general has played a dangerous card by including a specific monster. Masaru studies the files, stunned by a single hunter's meteoric rise through the ranks. This man's promotion speed is unheard of, making him a legend in the community. The rumors of his terrifying growth are far more than just simple campfire stories. Now, all eyes are on the upcoming raid to see this anomaly in action. Kim Min-jong stands unfazed as the battlefield erupts with his name. A massive crimson demon descends, threatening to crush everything in its path. While others panic, Min-jong remains motionless as reinforcements strike the beast's skull. Two elite hunters from the task force engage the monster with blinding speed. Their coordinated assault creates a shockwave that rattles the foundations of the dungeon. Even after a brutal beating, the demonic entity refuses to fall, roaring in defiance. The Japanese representatives realize this monster's durability is far beyond their initial estimates. A cold, decisive hand reaches for a blade as the true power steps forward. In a single flash of light, the creature is systematically dismantled into nothingness. Suzuki Mio of the Japanese Hunter Association finally reveals her terrifying, absolute lethality. The veteran soldiers stand paralyzed by a display of power they cannot comprehend. Two more elite hunters from the Danjo Guild emerge to survey the carnage. Behind them lies a mangled corpse, proof that Suzuki is a literal monster. The atmosphere turns freezing as the master swordsman walks past her allies. She stops before Min-jong, looking down on the man who should be leading. With a cold gaze, she demands he stays in the backlines to survive. Min-jong says nothing, his predatory eyes reflecting a dark, rising storm. His squad is relieved by her presence, unaware of the hidden power nearby. Major Hyundo watches closely, sensing the massive gap in their current strength. This nightmare is evolving into something far worse than the records ever predicted. Sangdeok's fury erupts as he screams about the perceived insult to his pride. The captain accuses Min-jong of intentionally trying to humiliate their entire nation. Major Hyundo steps in to defend the rookie from the veteran's harsh judgment. Min-jong remains silent, secretly analyzing the true combat potential of everyone present. The Japanese delegation moves with lethal grace, effortlessly tearing through the monster horde. He realizes the gap in power is wider than anyone else dares to admit. His eyes lock onto the swordswoman, recognizing her as the primary threat. Sangdeok demands total focus while aggressively asserting his dominance over the young soldier. Min-jong plays the part of the obedient subordinate, while hiding his utter contempt. The foreign hunters regroup, never suspecting a predatory gaze is tracking their every move. Mio senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere that chills her to the bone. She draws her blade instantly, warning the others that a massive presence is approaching. Her eyes narrow, focusing every ounce of her concentration on the suffocating darkness ahead. A colossal axe descends from the shadows, but her master-level swordsmanship barely holds firm. The ground shatters under the weight of an attack meant to pulverize them instantly. Despite her narrow escape, Mio realizes their opponent is unlike anything they have faced. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the cavern as the hunters prepare for the worst. A terrifying silhouette emerges from the gloom, radiating an overwhelming pressure of pure malice. The dungeon boss finally reveals its hideous form, a demonic entity hungry for slaughter. While the others panic, Minjung watches the nightmare unfold with complete, cold indifference. Mio senses the shift in the air as her team prepares for the unknown. She desperately commands the other teams to rally while they hold the line. Before the words leave her lips, a blue nightmare descends from the ceiling. Total terror grips her heart as she realizes the monster's speed is inhuman. The demon lets out a blood-curdling roar that echoes through the cavern walls. Every hunter lunges forward in a desperate, uncoordinated attempt to stop the slaughter. The monster mocks their speed, having stolen their gear before they could even react. Ken and Ren can only watch in horror as their formation completely crumbles. With a single, devastating blow, the beast sends a warrior flying into stone. Mio finally draws her blade, striking at the heart of the blue terror. Mio's heart stops as she stares into the face of certain death. The blue nightmare looms over them, wielding a blade with terrifying grace. It laughs, mocking the puny humans who dare to stand their ground. The veteran instructor prepares to reveal the true power of his mana sword. He steps forward, drawing a specialized weapon designed to kill high-rank monsters. A brilliant blue aura erupts from the steel, fueled by his very life force. His comrades watch in utter shock as the legendary blade begins to glow. With a thunderous roar, the instructor lunges at the laughing demon. He screams his title, pouring every ounce of pride into this one strike. But the monster is faster, ending the hope of the squad with one kick. Suzuki Mio channels her final reserves of mana to face the blue-skinned demon. She strikes with a desperate blast of energy, hoping to buy her team time. Gasping for breath, she screams for her injured comrades to retreat immediately. But Minjong has already moved, carrying the fallen hunters with impossible speed. She stares in pure shock, unable to comprehend when he even reached them. Her confusion turns to dread as his hand tightens around his own blade. With a chilling smile, he suggests they simply slaughter the boss right now. Mio frantically warns him to stop, terrified by his reckless lack of fear. He merely smirks, asking if he is mimicking her technique correctly. Suddenly, he unleashes a devastating explosion of power that dwarfs her own. Mio watches in utter disbelief as the battlefield begins to warp around them. A monstrous blue demon emerges, its eyes filled with a primal, bloodthirsty hunger. Minjung stands at the center of a terrifying vortex, radiating pure, unadulterated power. The sheer pressure of his presence forces even the strongest monsters to hesitate. Ignoring the warning signs, the beast lunges forward to crush the arrogant human. He simply smiles, finding the lethal strike to be nothing more than a toy. Before the demon can react, the air shatters from the force of his movement. The monster finally realizes the terrifying gap in power as its confidence instantly vanishes. A single casual swing sends the massive creature flying into the solid rock walls. Minjong mocks the beast's weakness while it lies broken and helpless beneath his gaze. Minjong unleashes a surge of concentrated mana that defies every known law of physics. Suzuki Mio freezes as she realizes she is facing a monster in human skin. The surrounding area shatters under the weight of his absolute and overwhelming destructive power. Even elite hunters watch in horror as reality bends around his every movement. He offers a mocking apology while casually wielding a blade made of demonic energy. Behind his calm exterior lies a primal darkness that is finally beginning to wake. Dissatisfied with his strength, he prepares to refine his strike for maximum lethality. The creature senses impending doom as the very air begins to burn with malice. With a manic grin, Minjong lunges forward to deliver a final and decisive strike. A massive explosion of blue flames consumes everything as the beast is utterly erased. His raw power is too much for even high-grade mana steel to contain. The beast never stood a chance as its physical form begins to shatter. A guttural scream echoes through the cave as the monster realizes its mortality. Mio watches in pure disbelief as the elite equipment disintegrates from mere pressure. He casually laments his lack of restraint while staring at the useless hilt. The creature trembles like a child before the man who defies all logic. Casting aside his broken weapon, he prepares to end this one-sided slaughter. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as he shifts focus to the rewards. Elsewhere, his comrades enjoy a rare moment of peace under a clear sky. They laugh and savor the quiet, unaware of the carnage their leader unleashes. Back at the base, soldiers struggle under the weight of their leader's strict rules. Even the veterans tremble as they realize a snitch is listening to their complaints. They scream about the monster who achieved the rank of sergeant in 1 month. Yet, despite the fear, the platoon's strength has reached heights they never imagined possible. Some desperately pray their terrifying commander stays in Japan until their service finally ends. Suddenly, a sharp sound catches their attention, cutting through the lazy afternoon chatter. A young corporal continues his endless chores, unaware of the shadow looming over them. He rushes forward to meet his comrades, hoping for a moment of well-earned rest. He laughs off the exhaustion, grateful for the promotion he earned through sheer grit. But the question remains whether their monstrous leader will ever return from the abyss. The base is buzzing with news that their terrifying commander has finally finished his mission. Rumors spread of the sergeant single-handedly slaughtering a dungeon boss that should have been impossible. His subordinates erupt in a mix of pure shock and desperate hope for his return. Because the raid ended so quickly, the entire squad has been granted an unexpected vacation. Some soldiers frantically wish their monstrous leader would stay away for an entire year instead. They wonder how a man with such overwhelming power spends his rare moments of peace. A joke is made that he is probably hunting more monsters even during his downtime. Laughter fills the air as they try to humanize the legend they all fear. Suddenly, a chilling realization settles over them that their joke is likely a terrifying reality. Far away in the misty streets of Japan, the monster begins his next solo hunt. Minjun wanders the desolate streets of Japan, hunting for a power that defies logic. Suddenly, his loyal scout screeches through the air with a message for his master. The crow confirms that the scent of demonic energy is finally within their grasp. A predatory smirk crosses the sergeant's face as he prepares to end this hunt. He recalls the only enemy he could never defeat, a digital phantom known as lag. Even a legendary monster is powerless against the sudden frustrations of a bad connection. But humor vanishes instantly as a sharp, murderous intent pierces through the morning air. The sound of burning rubber screams against the pavement, signaling a high-speed approach. A mysterious figure clad in black tactical gear charges directly toward the unsuspecting soldier. The rider slams on the brakes, stopping just inches away from a deadly confrontation. A high-speed drift tears through the silent streets of this abandoned urban wasteland. The mysterious rider reveals her face, catching the legendary sergeant completely off guard. Suzuki Mio stands tall, questioning why a hunter of his caliber is wandering here. He stares back in silence, wondering if this elite hunter has been stalking him. She warns him that a previous dungeon break turned this entire district into ruins. Every move they make is being watched by the association's relentless surveillance network. She points toward the shadows, signaling that they are not as alone as they think. High above the wreckage, a familiar crow circles the mechanical eyes in the sky. The red glare of a hidden camera confirms they are deep within enemy territory. Bongu moves to intercept the signal before their secret mission is exposed to the world. Bongu circles the association's watchful eyes, unaware that his master is already watching. The realization hits him like a physical blow as he freezes midair. Minjong stares up with a predatory grin, catching his scout in a blatant lie. The shapeshifter stammers out a desperate excuse about sensing a ripple of demonic energy. Suzuki Mio interrupts the tension, demanding to know why a powerhouse is lurking here. He pauses for a heartbeat, his mind racing to find a believable cover story. With a straight face, the legendary sergeant claims he simply wandered off and got lost. He whistles a casual tune, leaving the elite Japanese hunter fuming in his wake. She senses a terrifying depth to his power that defies every known hunter rank. Suddenly, a violent eruption shatters the peace, signaling that the real chaos has begun. A monstrous roar shatters the air as the elite hunter freezes in terror. She draws her blade to protect the man she believes is a helpless civilian. But the legendary sergeant is merely observing his own secret weapon in action. His loyal scout has transformed into a beast, to stage a perfect distraction. She screams for him to avoid the corrupted underground where madness takes hold. Her desperate warning gives him the exact location of the hidden gate he seeks. Without a second thought, the sergeant sprints directly into the heart of danger. She struggles to understand how such a monster could bypass their elite surveillance. Realizing the threat is real, she unleashes her blade's true, burning power. The high-ranking hunter leaps to strike down the very monster her target summoned. Suzuki Mio unleashes a devastating strike, determined to end the rampaging monster once and for all. But the beast's reaction proves it is far more agile than any normal creature. Fear strikes her heart as she realizes her lethal blow barely left a scratch. Before she can swing again, the creature retreats into the shadows, mocking her efforts. Left alone, the elite hunter is baffled by the monster's sudden and tactical disappearance. Meanwhile, Minjong arrives at the restricted zone, his eyes locked on the hidden gate. Every surveillance camera in the vicinity is instantly shattered by silent, dark energy projectiles. With the evidence destroyed, the legendary sergeant casually prepares for his true objective. He feigns surprise at the barricades, playing the role of an innocent bystander perfectly. With one powerful kick, he shatters the gate's defenses and plunges into the abyss. The legendary sergeant basks in the overwhelming surge of raw, demonic power. System notifications flood his vision as his core energy reaches terrifying new heights. Forbidden skills evolve instantly, granting him the strength to crush any obstacle ahead. He checks his progress, marveling at the monster he is rapidly becoming. His profile reveals a list of lethal abilities that defy all known logic. With these buffs, even his most formidable allies wouldn't stand a chance. He dismisses the screen, satisfied that his true potential is finally awakening. Elsewhere, the elite swordsman Suzuki Mio stands amidst the wreckage of battle. She cautiously navigates the ruins, sensing a presence far more dangerous than before. Sensing a threat, she draws her blade with lethal, lightning-fast precision. Mio stalks the ruins, cornering the terrified instructor who is shaking in the shadows. Her cold gaze pierces through the darkness, searching for any sign of a hidden threat. A sudden flash of steel forces the instructor to recoil in absolute, paralyzing fear. Trapped behind the rubble, she peers through the cracks, desperate to find an escape. With a single, devastating strike, Mio obliterates the barrier between her and her prey. But just as she prepares to finish it, something completely unexpected catches her eye. Out of the smoke emerges a tiny, shadowy familiar emitting a deceptively innocent meow. The lethal swordsman's composure shatters instantly, her face flushing at the creature's adorable appearance. That mistake is nearly fatal, as the demonic familiar hisses and lashes out violently. She reaches out in confusion, left alone as the mysterious entity vanishes into thin air. Mio tightens her grip on her blade as the hunt begins in earnest. She reports back that her target has vanished into the city's blind spots, but a sudden update from headquarters leaves the elite warrior completely stunned. Deep within the association, officials notice a terrifying anomaly with the monster crystals. The dark corruption has vanished entirely, leaving the stones pure and powerless. Scanning the wreckage, Mio insists that nothing remains of the previous battle. Her superiors laugh it off, dismissing the impossible disappearance as a mere equipment error. Yet her instincts scream that something far more dangerous is watching from the shadows. She spins around, feeling a chill that shouldn't exist in this empty wasteland. Looking toward the horizon, she realizes a power beyond her comprehension has awakened. The elite task force gathers at the military airfield for their next mission. Tensions run high among the ranks as soldiers prepare for the unknown. Major John seals the deal with a firm handshake before deployment begins. But while the leaders coordinate, the soldiers whisper about the missing equipment. Minjong's predatory senses tingle as a familiar shadow approaches from the distance. Suzuki Mio arrives with a cold gaze, searching for answers only he possesses. He desperately hopes she stays away, fearing his secret power will be exposed. She corners him immediately, questioning his whereabouts during the previous night's chaos. Her aura turns suffocating as she mentions the destroyed entrance and broken surveillance. Minjung plays the fool, sweating under the pressure of her relentless investigation. Mio hides her suspicion behind a cold, calculated smile as she finally retreats. She offers a chilling farewell, leaving the soldiers to wonder what she truly knows. Her presence lingers like a curse, drawing every nervous eye in the compound. Minjung remains silent, feeling her predatory gaze burn into his back one last time. Under the pale moonlight, the silence of the forest is shattered by desperate gasps. A shadow falls through the canopy, pursued by a familiar that never loses scent. The loyal scout collapses, his strength failing against an invisible, overwhelming pressure. Emerging from the darkness, Minjong claims his prize, carrying the broken ally away. Deep within the military barracks, the night holds secrets that no one dare investigate. Behind locked doors, agonized screams echo, signaling the start of a brutal new evolution. Minjong stands like a vengeful god over the broken bodies of his own men. He mocks their regression, disgusted that they have become so soft and pathetic. An entire squad of hunters couldn't even last 30 seconds against his shadow. The defeated soldiers can only beg for mercy from the man they call demon. He gazes with pure contempt at those who failed his high expectations. With a roar, he commands the survivors to get back on their feet. His expression shifts into a terrifying mask of madness as he cracks his knuckles. A sudden spark of intuition flashes through his mind, halting his next move. He looks toward the horizon, feeling a familiar but dangerous energy approaching fast. He leaves his confused men behind, sprinting toward the source of the disturbance. The survivors breathe a sigh of relief as the terrifying pressure finally lifts. Heavy tactical boots thunder against the pavement as a new hunt begins. Minjung demands answers through the mental link after sensing a massive demonic explosion. He blurs past the base, desperate to reach his scout before time runs out. Distorted voices whisper of dimensional shocks while he tears through the dark forest. He skids to a sudden halt, his senses screaming that he is close. Under the cold moonlight, the sergeant stands alone in the silent, haunting woods. He narrows his gaze to filter out the noise and find the energy signature. Bonga's demonic presence is flickering out like a dying flame in the abyss. His eyes snap with predatory focus as he finally locks onto the target. Minjung tears through the forest, ignoring the physical strain of his rapid movement. The mental shock of crossing dimensions begins to rattle his elite military composure. He screams the name of the lost realm as he plunges into the unknown. Flashbacks reveal his loyal scout once fought a desperate battle against relentless giants. Bongu dodged the crushing weight of their blades with impossible, predatory grace. Beneath the dark hood, his focus sharpened to a deadly and singular point. He launched into the air, turning his body into a lethal, spiraling weapon. A single strike shattered the iron defense of the massive, helmeted warrior. He landed silently among the wreckage, already choosing his next unfortunate target. His hand clamped down on the metal visor, signaling the end of the struggle. A single crushing blow signals the brutal end of the initial skirmish. Bongu leaves a trail of broken bodies in his wake, moving with grace. He stops dead as a shadow looms, cast by a truly monstrous opponent. A massive, ironclad warrior stands ready, his strength far exceeding any normal human. The confrontation escalates as they crash toward the massive inner gates. The heavy wood cannot withstand the impact, fracturing under the sheer force. With a deafening boom, Bongu is sent spiraling through the shattered entrance. He slides across the cold floor, struggling to regain his combat stance. The Titan remains unmoved, a wall of muscle that refuses to break. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, a predatory grin spreads across his face. Trespassing in the sacred temple of the goddess is an unforgivable death sentence. Trapped between a hulking Titan and divine authority, the thief has nowhere to run. The priestess offers a single chance at mercy if she surrenders the stolen treasure. Clinging to her blade, the masked intruder wonders if her luck has finally expired. A chilling realization strikes as she senses a presence far beyond any normal human. A predatory smirk pulls at her lips as she prepares to reject their mercy. Throwing back her hood, she reveals a power that burns with blinding purple light. She activates the stolen relic, preparing to tear a hole through reality itself. The priestess watches in horror as the thief attempts an impossible dimensional jump, but crossing between worlds is suicide for anyone without the ancient hidden coordinates. The thief finally activates the forbidden teleportation circle, channeling raw dimensional energy. She mocks her enemies, revealing she stole the coordinates from a helpless parasite. Desperate to protect the temple, the massive guardian lunges to stop her escape. But the instructor holds the divine relic high, its power pulsing with malice. A blinding shockwave of pink light blasts the warrior back into the shadows. With a predatory grin, the traitor prepares to vanish into another world entirely. Suddenly, her expression of triumph twists into a gaze of pure, unfiltered terror. The guardian stands frozen as the priestess reveals her true, terrifying aura. A chilling shadow consumes her face, proving she never needed protection at all. Under the cold moonlight, a dark new chapter of this war begins. Bongu reveals a concentrated sphere of pure, volatile demonic energy to his small companion. He smugly boasts about the rare gift, never suspecting the familiar's hidden hunger. This precious reward from Kim Minjong was meant to be shared, not stolen. But the Nightwalker's expression shifts into a mask of pure, sinister greed. Panic sets in as Bongu realizes the creature is devouring the entire orb. He reaches out in a desperate attempt to reclaim the unstable power. Sudden arcs of black lightning tear through the air as the energy reacts. Terror fills his eyes as the familiar's body begins to lose total control. A blinding shockwave of raw destruction erupts, obliterating everything in its path. When the smoke clears, only a scorched void remains of their secret meeting. Bongu lies broken as the corrupted energy finally tears his world apart. Minjung's voice echoes through the void, demanding answers for the sudden demonic explosion. Surrounded by black lightning, the loyal scout can barely whisper his master's name. Heavy footsteps approach as the dimensional barrier shatters under the weight of an intruder. A hooded figure emerges from the smoke, towering over the defeated and bleeding scout. The elite instructor sneers with cold crimson eyes, calling him a pathetic little parasite. Terror freezes Bonga's heart as he realizes exactly who has crossed the dimensional threshold. In the wake of total devastation, the hunter lies powerless before his new executioner. She senses something familiar lingering in the air, a power that shouldn't be here. Suddenly, the instructor's body recoils as a terrifying ancient presence begins to take hold. Minjong catches the falling instructor as the battlefield falls into a chilling silence. She looks up with fading eyes, whispering a name that carries ancient weight. Without a word, He lifts her broken body, while darkness begins to swirl. The moon watches as the hunter realizes his allies have been utterly desecrated. Pure, unadulterated rage consumes him as he screams at the shadows responsible. Seeing his loyal scout and the instructor both broken is the final straw. He unleashes the demonic energy's grasp, a power that defies every known law. Violent purple flames surge forth to stabilize his fallen companions before they slip away. With a terrifying smile, he vows to keep them alive for his own vengeance. Amidst the chaos, a single eye flickers open to witness the monster has become. Minjong's fury reaches a boiling point as demonic energy radiates from his very soul. The wounded instructor awakens, realizing her master's power pulled her back from the brink. He doesn't hesitate to lift her broken frame, ignoring the weight of the world. A sudden blush creeps across her face as he carries her with surprising tenderness. Once on the ground, she immediately offers her eternal loyalty to her savior. But Minjong only roars in frustration, demanding she stays alive to repay her debts. He exhales a heavy sigh, the exhaustion of the battle finally catching up. Even his loyal scouts aren't safe from his sudden heated rant about their names. She remains prostrate, claiming her presence here serves a far different, mysterious purpose. His gaze suddenly sharpens, sensing that she may have witnessed something truly terrifying. The legendary sergeant bestowed a cursed treasure upon his newfound, loyal servant. This rare demonic artifact was meant to replace the eye she lost in battle. But the glowing iris holds a terrifying power known as the imperfect prophecy. Minjong demands to know the dark secrets hidden within her fractured vision. With a trembling voice, she reveals a future consumed by absolute, crushing despair. The prophecy showed the complete and utter destruction of the entire human world. Returning to the present, she remains shaken by the weight of her discovery. He struggles to process the weight of a world destined to fall into darkness. She insists that he and Bongu were the only ones left in the ruins. He demands to know if this vision is why she tracked them so relentlessly. He demands to know how she crossed dimensions without the necessary power. His sharp eyes narrow as he catches sight of something completely unexpected. A mysterious divine relic hangs around her neck, pulsing with ancient energy. He sighs in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of her presence. He presses her for the truth about what triggered the coming apocalypse. She whispers that a collision of absolute hatred ignited a global war. The revelation hits him like a physical blow, leaving him completely stunned. Rage boils over as he realizes the peace he fought for has vanished. She delivers the final crushing blow, announcing the return of the Nova Empire. Meanwhile, in the frozen north, a dark fortress signals a terrifying new era. The trail of blood begins with the slaughter of these once mighty beasts. Not a single monster was left standing as the shadow moved deeper inside. The Grand Hall has been transformed into a silent, gore-soaked graveyard. The intruder finally halts his advance before the ultimate seat of power. A monstrous guardian of stitched flesh and iron blocks the path ahead. From the shadows above, a high-ranking noble watches with cold, calculating eyes. He mocks the warrior, claiming the previous kills were merely worthless distractions. This final abomination was engineered specifically to end the legendary sergeant's life. Minjong freezes, wondering how this stranger could possibly know his true identity. The Duke reveals his allegiance to the Nova Empire and their absolute reach. The arrogant Duke mocks the sergeant, offering him a place within the Nova Empire. Minjong dismisses the offer, tired of hearing the noble's desperate and hollow recruitment pitch. The noble persists, promising that his secret knowledge could elevate the warrior's hidden potential. Unmoved, the sergeant declares he has no time for games or the Empire's politics. Realizing words are useless, the Duke prepares to let his final engineered masterpiece strike. The massive, stitched guardian roars as it charges forward with intent to kill. Minjong stands his ground in the shadows, seemingly unfazed by the approaching enemy. His fist clenches as he prepares to show the true meaning of demonic power. As the Duke sighs in disappointment, Minjong unleashes a flood of S-rank skills. With the threat neutralized, the legendary warrior disappears into the darkness with his prize. Minjong pauses as a powerful presence suddenly blocks his path forward. Before him stands a legendary figure radiating an aura of absolute authority. The sergeant questions why the ambitious leader decided to confront him alone. Archmage Isaac stares back with eyes that have seen 1,000 wars. A subtle smirk plays on the old man's face as he speaks. He notes the castle is falling while asking if Minjong is injured. The warrior casually gestures to his body, showing he is completely unharmed. Isaac inquires about the Duke's status while staring down the young soldier. He asks for a report on the strength of the Empire's masterpiece. Minjong shrugs off the encounter like it was just another boring day. The Archmage scoffs at the warrior, calling the strength of his enemy completely pathetic. He speaks of a secret lab filled with knowledge the world must never uncover. As Minjong prepares to leave, Isaac warns that these atrocities must remain forever buried. Just as the soldier turns away, a heavy question forces him to suddenly stop. The old mage asks how much faith he truly places in the holy saintess. A dark, predatory smirk slowly stretches across the sergeant's face in the dim light. He looks back with chilling eyes, confessing he doesn't trust her at all. Suddenly, news arrives that the hero has successfully assassinated the Empire's mighty emperor. Minjung grows frustrated as he learns the artificial monsters have somehow returned to life. His loyal companions tremble in the forest, realizing the nightmare is far from over. Anxiety grips the sergeant as he clenches his fist in the dark forest. He desperately questions if his loyal followers survived the recent monster resurgence. His elite instructor hangs her head in shame while her familiar watches silently. Minjung sighs and dismisses his helplessness as the weight of leadership takes hold. His silver-haired scout remains disturbingly optimistic about their unit's true combat strength. The scout's unwavering faith only fuels the instructor's growing frustration and disbelief. Suddenly, a mysterious system notification reveals the deepening loyalty of his subordinates. Minjung stares in confusion as a bizarre new party effect manifests before him. His followers watch him with intense devotion that borders on a terrifying cult. Standing tall, the sergeant vows to reclaim his legendary power and end this war. His loyal followers celebrate their survival with newfound hope and excitement. But Minjung's dark grin suggests his true plan is only just beginning. A few days later, the group relocates to a quiet apartment building. The legendary sergeant reveals a mountain of cash that defies all logic. His subordinates can only stare in absolute silence at the overwhelming wealth. The greedy scout immediately loses his mind over the glittering fortune. His instructor quickly puts him in his place with a devastating punch. She wonders if such a massive gift is truly necessary for their mission. Even with a broken head, the scout refuses to leave the gold. Minjung vows to never let his comrades live in poverty again. The duo stares in awe as their future suddenly glitters with newfound hope. Minjung hands over a fortune, warning his scout to secure a secret identity. But the bird's obnoxious celebration quickly pushes the former instructor to her limit. She violently silences the scout, while their leader watches the chaotic scene unfold. Minjung knows that despite their constant bickering, these two are elite-level monsters. Turning to her master, the woman prepares to ask for a life-changing favor. She pledges her total allegiance, begging to officially join the ranks of hunters. A lonely red bus winds through the mountains toward their next dangerous destination. Sitting in the shadows, the legendary sergeant remains focused on the mission ahead. He contemplates the weight of the identities they must now protect at all costs. Seoyin makes a bold request to officially enlist within the elite hunter corps. Minjung mentally calculates the dangerous logistics of forging a new identity for her. Her raw power is undeniable, a lethal asset forged in the fires of combat. But the sergeant remains skeptical, wondering why this monster wants to serve him. He imagines her unhinged nature causing a total catastrophe for the military police. Realizing she is even more unpredictable than his bird scout, his anxiety spikes. The sheer stress of managing such a volatile force begins to consume him. He leans back, feeling the crushing weight of his growing squad of misfits. Finally, he decides to stop overthinking and let the chaos unfold naturally. The bus speeds toward Siorak as he prepares for the inevitable disaster ahead. The towering peaks of Siorak loom ahead, shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. Deep within the wilderness, the legendary sergeant begins his hunt for the unknown. Every step through the dense brush brings him closer to a hidden, lurking danger. Suddenly, a dark shadow manifests on his shoulder, signaling that the target is near. His loyal familiar confirms the location, sensing a massive surge of unstable magical energy. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he anticipates the coming bloodbath. Sunlight pierces through the canopy, illuminating the path toward a world-shattering discovery. Taking cover behind the jagged rocks, he realizes they are no longer alone. A massive blue rift tears through reality, vibrating with a power that shouldn't exist. To his shock, a rival squad has already arrived to claim the dungeon's prize. Minjung immediately senses these men do not belong to the official hunter corps. The intruders stop in their tracks, startled by the sudden presence of a soldier. He walks forward with the calm confidence of a man who fears nothing. A massive figure looms over him, attempting to intimidate the legendary sergeant. The giant stares him down, his eyes filled with suspicion and hidden agendas. Minjung blinks in surprise, realizing this situation is far more complicated than expected. The commander of the group demands to know what a soldier is doing here. Maintaining his cover, Minjung explains he is investigating reports of abnormal dungeon activity. The leader scoffs, claiming the official military investigation was finalized long ago. These civilian hunters claim to have high-level permission to seize the dungeon's secrets. Minjung dismisses the tension, claiming he has no interest in starting a fight. The mercenary leader remains suspicious, questioning why a lone soldier is investigating now. Minjung reminds them that the military usually holds absolute authority over these gates. Desperate for profit, the civilian hunter fears his payday is being snatched away. He acknowledges that dungeons mean money, flashing a sharp and predatory smirk. He clears his throat, preparing to offer a deal they simply cannot refuse. The sergeant promises not to interfere with their rights if they follow his lead. Confused, the hunters watch as he gestures toward the swirling blue dungeon portal. He casually demands they wait exactly 5 minutes before following him inside. The mercenary's eyes narrow, realizing he is dealing with a truly dangerous man. Minjong stands before the greedy hunters, his presence alone commanding their total attention. He offers a deceptive smile, promising to forfeit every cent of the dungeon's riches. The mercenary leader hesitates, suspicious of a soldier who demands nothing but entry. Unable to decide, he turns back to consult his team about the strange offer. From the shadows, the sergeant watches them scramble toward the swirling blue portal. The civilians argue in hushed tones, wondering if this free help is a trap. They notice something terrifyingly wrong. The man carries no weapons or tactical gear. One hunter suggests reporting him, fearing the military's strict and unforgiving regulations. But greed wins as their leader realizes they lack the numbers to enter alone. Minjung waits patiently, knowing exactly how this desperate and deadly gamble ends. The civilian hunters realize they have no choice but to follow the stranger's lead. Song Ji-yoon, a privileged Nepo baby strategist, steps forward with arrogant and misplaced confidence. Her team reluctantly agrees to the gamble, unaware of the monster lurking nearby. While the amateurs celebrate, a silent predator watches their every move from the shadows. Sergeant Kim Minjong simply yawns, finding their desperate power plays nothing more than boring. Ji-yoon wears a sharp smirk, finally spotting the man who shouldn't even be here. The heavy rhythm of military boots signals the arrival of a force they cannot control. Minjong emerges from the tree line, his presence instantly crushing the camp's lighthearted mood. She calls out his name, confirming she has finally found the legendary sergeant. Minjung remains silent, already calculating exactly how this woman plans to betray him. Ji-yoon flashes a playful smile, claiming she is his biggest fan. Minjung remains completely unimpressed, his deadpan expression showing he sees through her. Ji-yoon watches from afar as Minjung boldly refuses any protective equipment for the mission. The countdown begins, ticking down the final seconds before the operation goes live. With 5 minutes left, the sergeant confirms the plan with cold, robotic precision. The sergeant's sudden intensity leaves the veteran officer feeling a wave of pure dread. A terrifying smirk crosses his face as he vows to slaughter anything in his path. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, the atmosphere is thick with growing tension. High-ranking officials gather in silence, realizing the monster they unleashed is now uncontrollable. Major General Song Baeomji breaks into a cold sweat, fearing the coming storm. General Gu Hakchul stares at the file, the crushing weight of command pressing down. He questions if their dire situation is truly beyond any hope of control now. Major General Song Baeomji trembles, desperately promising to find another way to reach him. The classified folder hits the desk with a finality that echoes through the room. Standing before his superior, the Major General faces a question that chills his blood. Gu Hakchul leans forward, suspecting that internal opposition is sabotaging their high-stakes operation. He acknowledges the growing disapproval within the ranks regarding this dangerous and experimental plan. Even the monster they intend to deploy is showing signs of open rebellion. With a cold dismissal, the commander orders his terrified subordinate to leave the office. Fearing the consequences of failure, Song Baeomji swears he will force the mission forward. Gu Hakchul dismisses his subordinate with a cold, final command to leave his presence. The Major General retreats from the office, the weight of failure heavy on him. Alone in the hallway, he collapses under the crushing pressure of the impossible mission. Suddenly, a vibration breaks the silence, pulling him back from the brink of despair. He answers his daughter, masking his terror with a forced sense of paternal warmth. His expression shifts to bewilderment as she shares news he never expected to hear. A predatory grin spreads across his face, realizing his luck has finally changed. Miles away, Song Ji-yoon stands before a swirling vortex of unstable, blue, magical energy. She reveals with a smirk that she has finally located the legendary Kim Minjong. Meanwhile, deep within a forgotten dungeon, a dark and silent path awaits its master. Deep within the damp silence of a forgotten dungeon, tension begins to rise. A single drop of water echoes against the cold and cracked stone floor. The stillness is suddenly shattered by the heavy step of a predatory beast. A massive blue monster slithers through the shadows, searching for its next meal. It freezes, as the rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps fills the dark corridor. From the void, A presence emerges that is far more dangerous than any monster. The creature hisses in hunger, unaware it has just encountered its worst nightmare. Kim Min-jung watches the lunging beast with a look of pure, cold boredom. He effortlessly maneuvers through the air, treating the lethal attack like a game. He strikes with lethal precision, unimpressed by the creature's pathetic and faint energy. Min-jung casually restrains the beasts, proving that only his presence keeps the civilians safe. He dashes past the carnage, knowing his presence is the only thing preventing disaster. The monsters lunge with desperate hunger, completely unaware they are already outclassed. With a mocking grace, he flips through the air, refusing to waste time. He leaves the predators in the dust, disappearing into the dark, stone corridor. The confused creatures can only stare, unable to comprehend his overwhelming speed. He moves like a blur, his speed leaving nothing but echoes in his wake. Something catches his sharp eyes, forcing his predatory composure to shift into high alert. He skids to a sudden halt, sensing a presence that finally demands his attention. Surveying the silent chamber, he realizes he has finally reached the heart of the mystery. Facing an impenetrable barrier, Min-jung decides to stop wasting time on formalities. He gathers his overwhelming power, focusing every ounce of strength into one limb. A sinister purple glow ignites in his eye, signaling the awakening of demonic energy. With a single devastating kick, the massive stone wall shatters like fragile glass. He steps through the settling dust, his presence heavy enough to freeze the air. Deep within the pitch-black chamber, a colossal silhouette begins to move. A prehistoric guardian stirs, its scales pulsing with a volatile and ancient aura. Its predatory gaze locks onto the intruder, sensing a soul that shouldn't exist. Min-jung barely reacts, completely unimpressed by the mountain of muscle towering over him. The apex predator of this dungeon has awakened, but it is already outclassed. Min-jung greets the beast with a smile that promises only absolute destruction. Chaos erupts as massive shadow limbs tear through the ranks of the unprepared. The ground trembles under the weight of a strike meant to crush him. With terrifying ease, he stops the monster's overwhelming force with a single hand. He mocks the creature, mentioning a new power he is eager to test. Dark clouds of demonic energy begin to swirl over the doomed prehistoric guardian. A new skill activates as he offers the beast a taste of true corruption. His silhouette darkens, signaling the end for anything standing in his way. A lethal purple rain falls, melting away the defenses of the massive predator. In its final moments, the monster's gaze fills with pure, unadulterated terror. The prehistoric guardian collapses as the weight of the demonic corruption takes hold. Lethal purple needles pierce the earth, sealing the fate of anything caught below. Its thick scales offer no protection against the searing heat of the dark energy. A deafening roar of agony echoes through the dungeon as the beast finally breaks. Yet Min-jung simply sighs, disappointed by the lack of a real challenge. His predatory gaze remains cold, searching for a spark of true power. With a sickening tear, the monster's massive tail is ripped clean from its body. The severed limb hits the stone floor with a heavy, final thud. Despite its desperate struggle, the creature is now nothing more than a toy. One final strike launches the titan upward, ending the one-sided slaughter instantly. The legendary sergeant dances through the chaos as the titan unleashes its primal fury. Min-jung mocks the beast, asking if it feels lighter without its severed tail. Enraged by the insult, the monster lunges forward, with a speed that defies logic. A massive impact sends shockwaves through the air, catching the hunter off guard. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise crosses Min-jung's cold, calculating eyes. The predator retaliates with a torrent of toxic bile, drowning the battlefield in green. Thick, acidic slime coats the soldier, pinning him down under its suffocating weight. A heavy stomp shakes the stone floor as the beast prepares to claim victory. Drenched in filth and hunched over, the elite soldier is finally brought to heel. The beast unhinges its massive jaws, ready to devour the legend once and for all. The monster thinks it has won, leaving the legend buried under toxic filth. Suddenly, a slime-covered hand snaps out, crushing the beast's pride with terrifying strength. Fear finally flickers in the predator's eyes as the tables turn instantly. Dark energy erupts from the soldier, burning away the poison with demonic malice. He scoffs at the toxin, activating his demonic grasp to seize control. Spectral claws of shadow surge forward, crushing the monster's throat from the inside. With a twisted grin, he prepares to unleash a devastating rain of corruption. The creature's pupils dilate in total despair, realizing it has invited death inside. A violent purple explosion tears through the monster's core, painting the walls with gore. Emerging from the carnage, the commander casually points toward his next challenge. The monster withers as purple flames consume its very soul. Min-jung stands tall, basking in the raw power of his evolution. His stats surge instantly, unlocking a lethal new ability for his arsenal. He scoffs at the risks, knowing his body can handle the strain. With the beast finally silenced, the commander turns toward the next task. He prepares to unleash corruption, a technique designed for total battlefield erasure. A massive shockwave of darkness erupts, vaporizing everything left in its path. He admits the power is perfect for cleaning up the remaining filth. His boots crunch over the debris as he moves with predatory grace. Exiting the carnage, he wonders if he even broke a sweat. Outside the unstable portal, the soldiers wait in silence for their commander to return. Minutes tick by as the masked scout grows increasingly restless about the delay. The veteran officer checks his watch, wondering why the mission is taking so long. A chilling realization begins to dawn on them that something is fundamentally wrong. No hunter should be able to clear an entire dungeon in such record time. They fear the darkness inside has already claimed another victim from their elite unit. Panic settles in as they consider the terrifying possibility that they are completely screwed. They decide to stay put, hoping the rest of the team arrives before disaster strikes. Yet the commander knows better, certain that death cannot touch a man that powerful. Suddenly, a heavy shadow looms over them as the monster himself finally arrives. The heavy silence is broken by the crushing weight of an unspoken secret. They discuss the mysterious fan who seems to know the monster's every move. Rumors of a regular soldier clearing an elite zone spread like wildfire. The soldiers demand to know how she uncovered his classified name and face. She dismisses their concerns, telling them to gear up for the coming slaughter. Terror grips the commander as he wonders if any man can survive such darkness. The weight of the mission forces a cold, sharp breath from her lungs. She confronts the veteran officer, asking if he truly trusts a monster's words. A chilling smile confirms she does not believe a single word of his story. The wait is over, and she finally moves to uncover the truth for herself. The blonde hunter plots to find leverage against the rising legendary soldier. Suddenly, her comrade shouts in disbelief as the atmosphere shifts. Tension spikes among the waiting soldiers as the portal begins to surge. A heavy combat boot finally steps out from the swirling blue energy. Minjong emerges from the portal shirtless, his physical evolution on full display. The female hunters are left speechless by his sudden and overwhelming transformation. The team leader rushes forward, desperate to know what happened inside. With a casual grin, Minjung simply asks to borrow a spare shirt. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, a quiet apartment hides a new secret. A mysterious figure works tirelessly at a computer, tracking the unfolding events. Inside a quiet room, a woman struggles to master a language that feels entirely foreign. Her focus remains unbroken as she types away, unaware of the shadow approaching her window. A familiar crow descends from the sky, clutching a mysterious black bag in its beak. With a surge of dark energy, the shapeshifter returns to his human form inside. Li Banggu gleefully reveals his prize, completely oblivious to the rising tension in the air. The woman demands to know where he disappeared to while she was busy working. He casually grabs a cooking pot, explaining that their supply of noodles had finally vanished. Banggu continues to hum a happy tune while a dark, murderous aura looms behind him. He turns around with a bright smile, offering to share a meal with his companion. His kindness is met with a devastating blow that sends him reeling across the room. The red-haired warrior looms over her companion with a gaze of pure, murderous intent. Desperate for mercy, the shapeshifter begs her to use words, instead of her devastating fists. She scolds him for wasting the master's precious demonic energy on mere leisurely strolls. Despite the beating, he remains annoyingly confident in his ability to locate hidden dungeons. A dark realization hits as she regrets accepting power tied to a dimension-traveling penalty. He remains optimistic, claiming their master will grow stronger than anyone else in this world. Suddenly, his cheerful boasting is cut short by a violent grip on his collar. She snaps that simply increasing stats won't stop their limited energy from running out. With Isgard far away, collecting demonic energy has become a grueling and dangerous task. He nervously laughs it off, insisting that their master's grand plan is already in motion. Her patience finally snaps as she lashes out at his constant laziness. But her aggressive strike is caught effortlessly before it can even land. Tensions flare between the two companions as their personalities clash once again. He quickly offers a shallow apology to avoid further physical confrontation. She grits her teeth, barely containing her burning rage toward his incompetence. Their master suddenly returns, cutting through the chaos with a single look. The fighting stops instantly as they scramble to greet the powerful commander. He tosses them a meal, while demanding a status report on their mission. While one celebrates the food, the master reveals a secret black market meeting. He then discovers their strange secret hidden among the books on the desk. The silver-haired shapeshifter stuffs his face while vowing never to leave his master's side. However, the legendary commander remains completely unmoved by his companion's sudden display of loyalty. He questions if they are truly prepared to infiltrate the high-stakes world of the hunters. The red-haired warrior proudly declares she has mastered the language to ensure their success. Suddenly, a sharp notification cuts through the air, drawing their attention to the screen. Her expression shifts instantly into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage at the insults. She attacks the keys with demonic intensity, her aura flaring with every hateful keystroke. Anonymous critics are slandering her master's name, unaware of the monster they just triggered. Her fingers move like a blur, unleashing a verbal onslaught against those hiding behind screens. The commander watches in horror as his subordinate evolves into a terrifyingly elite keyboard warrior. Minjung warns his gluttonous companion that he will be completely unreachable for the entire week. He is entering the dreaded 5-minute standby, where every second demands absolute, lethal readiness. This elite quick response squad operates around the clock, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Within the Hunter Corps, squads rotate through this grueling duty to maintain peak operational security. Even for these seasoned killers, the psychological toll of constant emergency alerts is reaching its limit. Though actual deployments are rare, the notorious reputation of this service haunts every soldier involved. The silence is shattered when Minjong arrives, screaming for an immediate move to the grounds. Desperate soldiers pray this is just another drill, fearing their rest has been stolen again. Their sergeant shuts down the complaints, forcing the exhausted men back into the field immediately. Pure frustration erupts as the men realize they are trapped in a cycle of drills. The shout for mobilization echoes through the barracks as the squad's rest is stolen. Their leader barks that the vice commander is waiting for a perfect execution. This constant cycle of mock drills has pushed every soldier to their breaking point. The men scramble onto the transport as the pressure of the mission mounts. Minjung remains calm as headquarters transmits the coordinates for their next drop zone. His predatory gaze shifts, detecting a strange tension hidden within the routine orders. A thumbs up from the mirror signals that the entire unit is finally boarded. He checks the radio, coldly confirming that the hunt is officially moving out. The truck roars to life, speeding toward a battlefield that shouldn't even exist. Something about this drill feels far more extreme than any training they've survived. The transport screeches to a violent halt as an unexpected roadblock appears ahead. Minjung is urged to look forward as the atmosphere suddenly turns icy cold. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the face blocking their path. 2 elite guards stand firm, signaling for the vehicle to stop immediately. A familiar man with a menacing mustache stares back with a predatory grin. The sergeant struggles to process how this man could possibly be standing here. He remembers this officer as a powerful figure from a dark, forgotten past. A memory flashes of a brutal confrontation where Minjong dominated him completely. He steps off the transport, prepared for a reunion that feels like a trap. The ghost from his past welcomes him back with a fake, mocking warmth. The ghost from his past claims his vehicle broke down with a fake apology. Minjong checks the time, sensing that every second wasted is a calculated trap. A predatory grin spreads across the officer's face as the tension reaches its peak. Refusing to play along, the sergeant orders his squad to move out on foot. Heavy combat boots thunder against the pavement as the elite team begins their sprint. The squad ignores the suspicious officer, racing toward the mission's true objective. He watches them vanish into the distance, satisfied that his deception worked perfectly. The man's mask slips, revealing his true contempt for the soldiers he just manipulated. Through the dense forest, the hunters charge forward with their weapons at the ready. Minjung demands more speed, threatening anyone who dares to slow the mission down. From the very first day, the tension in the air is suffocatingly thick. A predatory smile creeps across his face as he realizes this mission is different. Deep within the forest, the hidden base reveals a gathering of elite forces. The sudden arrival of high-ranking officers catches the entire squad completely off guard. Major General Song Byumgi appears, radiating an aura of overwhelming and arrogant authority. He checks the time with a mocking smirk, noting they barely made the deadline. Forcing his frustration down, Minjong snaps his men into a rigid formation immediately. He offers a perfect military salute to the man who holds their lives. Behind that steady hand, his gaze burns with a cold and calculating intensity. The general smiles back, satisfied to see the legendary sergeant finally under his thumb. Minjong offers a mocking salute, realizing the elite forces are finally making their move. Rewinding just a few minutes, a heavy silence settles over the dense mountain forest. A squad of high-ranking officers arrives, radiating an aura that commands absolute obedience. The sheer pressure of their presence makes even seasoned veterans break into cold sweat. General Song mocks their discomfort, acting as if his terrifying power is perfectly normal. Colonel Lee bows his head in a desperate display of forced and trembling loyalty. The general's booming laughter masks a deadly intent that chills the very air. Amidst the fake pleasantries, Captain Seo watches the scene with a cold, silent judgment. He knows that among awakened warriors, mere rank is never enough to ensure control. Major Han Borum stands ready, representing the force tasked with policing fellow hunters. The pressure of standing before the elite task force is suffocating for the officers. General Song laughs off the tension while mocking the local command's pathetic state. But beneath that boisterous exterior lies a predator, waiting for the perfect moment. The arrival of the Special Task Force commander signals a shift in the hunt. As the second day of the standby begins, the atmosphere grows dangerously heavy. Deep within the barracks, the soldiers prepare for a storm they cannot outrun. Exhaustion settles into the bones of every man forced into this mock situation. Whispers spread through the ranks about the general's true, dark motive for coming. They realize this isn't a drill. It's a personal vendetta against one man. The legend of Sergeant Kim Minjong has finally drawn the ultimate monster's attention. The soldiers can't believe a high-ranking officer would be this incredibly petty. They realize the situation is far worse than they initially dared to imagine. Every man in the barracks feels the suffocating weight of the coming storm. Failure is not an option when their very survival is on the line. They try to laugh, claiming no hell is worse than their sergeant's training. But the crushing reality of their exhaustion quickly silences their desperate bravado. They collapse like broken dolls, cursing the demon who pushes them too far. One mistake means their nightmare will only become more brutal and unforgiving. Even as they cry out in pain, their commander remains cold and unmoved. A faint, predatory smile proves that everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. The alarm screams as the sergeant orders his men toward the training grounds. Steel-toed boots slam against the concrete in perfect, soul-crushing unison. Their voices rise in a desperate chorus of obedience to their demonic commander. Beyond the barracks, the silent mountains watch the start of a bloody hunt. Armed to the teeth, the squad plunges into the suffocating green abyss. They close in on a derelict outpost where the air feels unnaturally heavy. Static crackles as headquarters demands a status update on the suspicious targets. With a cold gaze, the sergeant reports that everything is perfectly normal. The rookies tremble, sensing that their mission is nothing but a deadly lie. A sinister light ignites in his eyes as the true slaughter begins. A soldier laughs off the warning, convinced this is just another routine training exercise. But Minjong's predatory instincts flare as he detects a presence that shouldn't exist. He suddenly bellows a command to halt, his voice cutting through the mountain air. The squad advances toward the derelict outpost, unaware of the monsters waiting inside. Confusion ripples through the ranks as the atmosphere shifts from mock training to terror. A heavy combat boot steps from the shadows, signaling a confrontation with the unknown. Two mysterious figures in black emerge, radiating a killing intent that freezes the blood. Panicked rookies level their weapons, realizing their mock situation just became a death trap. Minjong mockingly radios headquarters, reporting that he is about to secure the suspicious targets. He watches the intruders walk away, knowing the real slaughter is only just beginning. Minjung commands his men to holster their weapons for a brutal hand-to-hand lesson. The eager rookies swarm forward, believing their massive numbers will guarantee an easy victory. But their first strike meets a wall of pure and unyielding muscle. This mysterious intruder towers over them, radiating a pressure that feels like certain death. With a single, effortless motion, he sends the seasoned soldiers flying like broken rag dolls. A violent exchange of blows begins, but the speed is far beyond human comprehension. He moves like a flickering shadow, striking every target before they can even blink. Fear paralyzes the remaining men as they realize they are fighting a literal monster. One soldier throws a desperate punch, praying to land just a single lucky hit. His hope vanishes instantly when the monster parries his strike with terrifying ease. The masked phantom strikes, with a violence that shatters the forest's fragile peace. Minjong remains unnervingly calm, commanding his panicked squad to fall back immediately. A crushing pressure looms over the soldiers as the monster prepares another strike. Elites are handled like children, lifted and broken by an enemy they cannot touch. Park Chanbyong watches in horror as his unit is decimated by a single man. Finally, the legendary sergeant steps into the light with a terrifying, predatory grin. He mocks the intruder, treating this life-or-death struggle like a simple field exercise. The masked warrior responds with a silent challenge, beckoning the sergeant to his death. Tension reaches a breaking point as the two most dangerous men present finally collide. A blur of lethal strikes erupts, turning the clearing into a chaotic zone of death. Minjong moves like a ghost, weaving through the chaos with terrifying precision. The intruder realizes too late that he has stepped into a predator's den. A bone-shattering kick connects, sending the arrogant warrior flying through the air. Gravity becomes his enemy, as he loses all control over the desperate situation. One final, crushing blow slams him into the dirt with absolute, overwhelming force. Gasping for air, the the once confident assassin can only choke on his own blood. Minjung stares down at the broken man with cold, unwavering indifference. The surrounding soldiers watch in stunned silence, paralyzed by the sheer display of power. With a wicked grin, he orders his men to trample the pathetic intruder. Bloodlust ignites in their eyes as they prepare to finish the job without mercy. Minjung watches with a sadistic grin as his men ruthlessly trample the fallen intruder. The sound of desperate, ragged breathing fills the air as the struggle intensifies. Suddenly, a massive wall of muscle emerges, lifting the soldiers like mere toys. Chanbyong lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his strength into a desperate strike. But his blows land against a chest that feels harder than solid reinforced steel. Gritting his teeth, the team leader refuses to yield against this absolute monster. A single, devastating counterattack sends the soldiers flying back like broken dolls. The giant stands completely unfazed, having wiped the floor with the entire squad. His cold, bored eyes suggest that he hasn't even begun to try yet. Minjung steps forward, impressed by a man who can survive such a relentless onslaught. Minjung offers a free hit, mocking the giant with a playful taunt. The massive intruder sneers, thinking this little soldier has a death wish. He winds up a blow powerful enough to shatter concrete and bone alike. A thunderous impact connects, seemingly crushing the legendary sergeant's skull instantly. But the monster's eyes widen in pure terror as the smoke begins clearing. Minjung just smirks, the devastating strike leaving nothing but a tiny scratch. He calmly announces that the warm-up is over and it is his turn. The intruder braces his massive frame, desperate to tank the incoming counterattack. With a roar of power, Minjung lunges forward like a predatory shadow. His fist buries deep into the giant's gut, unleashing a world-shattering shockwave. The earth-shattering impact sends a lethal shockwave through the entire battlefield. Gasps of agony escape the intruder as he collapses before the legendary sergeant. With a cold smirk, Minjung orders his men to finish the job mercilessly. His squad responds with bloodthirsty grins, ready to unleash their hidden primal rage. The once unstoppable monster crawls in the dirt, pathetically begging for his life. Terror reflects in his dying eyes as the brutal execution begins without hesitation. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials within the military headquarters are reaching their breaking point. Tensions explode behind closed doors as commanders clash over these extreme tactical methods. The colonel desperately pleads for the orders to be revoked before it is too late. He warns that this internal conflict will ignite a war between the hunters themselves. The commander mocks the colonel's growing desperation with a bone-chilling smirk. Powerless and enraged, the colonel's hand trembles as his authority begins to crumble. Suddenly, a sharp knock shatters the heavy silence of the command center. Both men turn as a cold voice grants permission for the messenger to enter. The captain bursts through the doors, carrying news that will change everything. He offers a rigid salute, announcing the return of the elite standby members. A sinister grin spreads across the commander's face, signaling a dark turn. Panic seizes the colonel as he frantically asks if anyone was lost in battle. The captain's lips tremble as he reveals the devastating count of the casualties. Total chaos erupts as the colonel demands to know who didn't make it back. The captain delivers the shocking report that the lethal intruders were easily neutralized. The colonel stands frozen in disbelief as the nightmare scenario suddenly vanishes. He questions how such a terrifying threat resulted in only minor scratches. Relief floods the room as the report confirms the soldiers are perfectly fine. A manic, joyful smile breaks across the colonel's face for the first time. He turns away with a triumphant laugh, savoring the taste of absolute victory. Yet, the commander's blood boils as he clenches his fist in silent fury. Unbothered by the chaos, the legendary sergeant casually enjoys his hard-earned reward. A sudden scream of denial shatters the peace outside the military hospital. The commander stares at his fallen elites, broken by a man who shouldn't exist. The elite major lies broken, a battered shadow of the warrior she once was. Beside her, another high-ranking officer remains motionless after their absolute, one-sided defeat. Outside, a scream of pure desperation echoes as the crushing reality finally sets in. High above, the commander watches the carnage with cold, simmering rage behind the glass. Inside the command center, the air turns heavy as the survivors stand at attention. With a sharp command, the commander orders the other officers to clear the room. They retreat in silence, leaving the legendary sergeant alone to face the coming storm. As the heavy doors close, a suffocating silence descends upon the two remaining men. The commander approaches, his killing intent radiating with every single heavy, rhythmic footstep. Yet the mysterious soldier simply watches, completely unbothered by the monster before him. The commander stares intently, weighing the value of the monster disguised as a soldier. Suddenly, he erupts into booming laughter, praising the sergeant for his unprecedented combat achievements. Despite the flattery regarding his solo takedown of two majors, Minjung remains deathly silent. A heavy hand drops onto his shoulder, marking the start of a dangerous proposition. The commander offers a direct promotion to lieutenant if he joins the elite task force. He tightens his grip, trying to read the thoughts of the man who shouldn't exist. With a predatory grin, the commander promises to grant any desire the sergeant holds. A subtle, mocking curve begins to form on the mysterious soldier's lips. He looks the commander in the eye, questioning if he can truly handle the consequences. Outside, the high-ranking officers watch the chilling exchange through the glass in stunned silence. High-ranking officers watch in fear as the commander attempts to scout the sergeant. The battalion commander knows that Minjung is far more dangerous than anyone realizes. Suddenly, a violent roar erupts from behind the closed doors, shattering the tense silence. A death wish is uttered as the sergeant dares to insult the special commander. Instead of panic, the old veteran grins at the sheer audacity of this man. He realizes that Minjung is a monster who has never learned how to retreat. Anxiety fills the air as they wonder if the sergeant will cross a fatal line. Cold sweat pours down their faces as the verbal war inside reaches a peak. They contemplate a desperate intervention before the situation turns into a bloody massacre. Yet a dark curiosity keeps them anchored, waiting to see who survives this confrontation. The air thickens as the commander towers over the sergeant with pure rage. He can't believe the legendary hunter is demanding guaranteed hours for a video game. Minjung remains stone-faced, refusing to accept any ban on his personal electronic devices. He doubles down with chilling focus, prioritizing a game over his military career. Exploding with authority, the commander screams that the army is built on absolute obedience. He looms closer, questioning if the previous brutal training wasn't enough to break him. A single finger points down as he threatens to make the entire squad suffer. The sergeant offers no reaction, his cold gaze unsettling even the highest authority. The commander mocks his lack of response, accusing him of abandoning his own men. Finally, a wicked grin appears as he pivots to a lethal case of blackmail. The sergeant's gaze remains cold as he prepares for a psychological war of nerves. The commander corners him with a smirk, demanding a total inspection of his belongings. He erupts in fury when his authority is questioned by a mere subordinate. A sharp salute and a sudden change in tone leave the commander completely baffled. A rival officer marches in, declaring that he personally authorized the sergeant's actions. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall as the true authority makes his presence known. Tension reaches a breaking point as two high-ranking commanders stand toe-to-toe. The once confident commander begins to sweat under the pressure of a superior's arrival. With a lethal grin, the officer asks if this intrusion was planned in secret. He reveals a hidden tip-off, slamming the evidence directly against his rival's chest. Documents pulled from an envelope reveal a secret that changes everything. The commander's face contorts in shock as the damning truth hits him. His rival watches with a predatory grin, enjoying the total collapse of authority. Meanwhile, the legendary sergeant remains unfazed, his cold eyes hiding dark intentions. A mysterious woman watches from the background, claiming to be his greatest fan. She tracks his every move as he prepares to step into the abyss. A sinister purple glow ignites in his eye, revealing his true demonic nature. Contacting her superior, she asks if their top scouting priority has finally shifted. With a dangerous smile, she confirms she has finally encountered the legendary soldier. But a dark presence follows her, proving she is not the only predator. A rare moment of peace masks the brewing storm on this sun-drenched shore. Two unsuspecting allies stumble upon a hidden stash of elite military gear. Curiosity takes hold as they uncover the legendary soldier's most private belongings. A small, innocent charm reveals a side of the commander no one expected. Memories of a softer past contrast sharply with his current life of violence. She believes he is desperately clinging to the warmth of their shared history. But others remain skeptical, sensing a far more calculating mind behind his actions. Their secret investigation is suddenly interrupted by a familiar and overwhelming presence. The legendary sergeant finally emerges, caught in a struggle unlike any other. Even a master of demonic energy cannot escape the crushing pressure of his peers. A simple game of chance turns into a display of overwhelming, terrifying force. Minjung rewrites the rules of the game with his bare hands and pure intimidation. While his companions laugh, the legendary sergeant's intensity creates a suffocating atmosphere. Desperate to escape his wrath, a defeated man offers up everything he has left. But the elite hunter isn't looking for money or common military supplies. A small, hidden trinket is suddenly snatched away, exposing a long-guarded secret. For the first time, the cold-blooded commander's mask of composure completely shatters. Even his subordinates are frozen in shock as the truth finally comes to light. A single innocent charm holds more weight than any weapon in his vast arsenal. The squad watches in stunned silence as their leader's private world is revealed. The legendary sergeant stands like a wall of pure, suffocating pressure. A forgotten memory resurfaces as he clutches the charm that changed everything. Terror erupts as the commander snaps, hunting his own men across the beach. Desperate pleas fall on deaf ears while the hunter's rage reaches a boiling point. No one can escape the predatory speed of a man who has lost control. Every step shatters the sand as he closes the distance with lethal intent. Fearing for their lives, they dive into the depths to escape his wrath. While his subordinates flee in horror, a secret misunderstanding begins to take root. She mistakenly believes his violent outburst is a sign of deep, hidden affection. The cowards swim for the horizon, leaving the monster alone with his thoughts. Treading water, the team leader snaps as the commander realizes his fatal mistake. Absolute panic sets in when he admits to destroying a precious item by accident. The command is clear, but begging for mercy feels like a death sentence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a chilling realization washes over the veteran leader. They freeze in the open sea, sensing a presence far more dangerous than rage. Massive shadows glide beneath the surface, turning the water into a hunting ground. A dark, murky shape moves with predatory speed through the depths below them. The ocean begins to boil as the true terror finally decides to surface. A monstrous beast erupts from the waves, its jaws wide and teeth razor-sharp. Horrified, they realize their desperate escape has led them into a living nightmare. The sun-drenched coast seems like the perfect escape from the relentless war. A momentary peace is found in the meticulous creation of a sand fortress. But tranquility shatters when reports of missing comrades reach the shore. A chilling silence falls as the weight of their disappearance settles in. They realize the missing men were last seen with the most dangerous sergeant. Suddenly, the beachgoers' laughter turns into screams of pure, unadulterated shock. A heavy, wet footfall signals the return of those who barely escaped alive. Battered and broken, the survivors crawl back from the edge of the abyss. They collapse onto the sand, their strength spent from a harrowing ordeal. These horrific wounds prove they were crushed by a man who shouldn't exist. Panic erupts as the commander screams to get the wounded to a medic immediately. Every breath is a struggle for the survivors who barely escaped the unseen horror. Their eyes are filled with the hollow stare of men who have seen death. Minjong looms over them like a predator, demanding answers for this sudden, bloody failure. He notices gruesome teeth marks carved deep into the flesh of the shivering soldier. The survivor stammers about monsters known as scarlet anglerfish rising from the dark depths. A wave of terror washes over the crowd as the predatory threat becomes reality. Minjung recalls these beasts from a cursed dungeon that should have stayed sealed forever. When asked for a body count, the commander admits they couldn't kill even one. Defeated and humiliated, they confess that survival was their only pathetic victory today. Struck by a sudden wave of guilt, the sergeant offers a desperate, blushing apology. Minjung ignores the sentiment, coldly directing the wounded soldiers toward the nearby medical bay. Urgent commands ring out across the shore, initiating a massive evacuation of the entire resort. The atmosphere shifts as Minjong asks how much they truly know about the scarlet anglerfish. A dark realization settles over him, sensing a mystery that defies all known hunter logic. These aquatic terrors are apex predators, utilizing extreme heat and bioluminescence to slaughter their prey. Their hunger is so absolute that they typically prioritize cannibalism over any form of cooperation. But a terrifying anomaly has emerged, as the monsters are now coordinating their lethal strikes. Refusing to wait for backup, the elite commander prepares to confront the nightmare alone. She grabs his arm, pleading with him not to face the danger alone. Minjung stares ahead, sensing that their time has already run out. He ruthlessly asserts that his power is best utilized as a lone wolf. The rejection leaves her frozen, unable to process his overwhelming level of confidence. He acknowledges that for this moment, even he must acknowledge the stakes. His massive frame stands as the only shield between humanity and total annihilation. The commander issues a final directive to prepare for the inevitable incoming assault. Despite the fear, the remaining squad members prepare to defend the coastal resort. They remain silent, knowing the bloodiest battle of their lives has finally arrived. The squad acknowledges their final orders as the pressure of the mission peaks. Minjong steels his resolve, knowing one wrong move could end it all. Violent impacts shatter the shoreline as the hidden threat finally makes its move. He launches forward because there is only one reason left to keep fighting. The veteran commanders flee as they realize why the monsters are working together. The hunters turn back in horror as the terrifying truth is finally revealed. Amidst the carnage, a defenseless child stands frozen in the path of destruction. Across the horizon, a massive silhouette emerges from the depths of the ocean. The ultimate predator has arrived, and a one-sided slaughter is about to begin. Deep within the abyss, a terrifying cycle of evolution begins to stir. Thousands of pulsating red orbs cling to the jagged depths of the ocean. The monsters are breeding, preparing to unleash a tide of unspeakable horror. Back at headquarters, a high-ranking officer discovers a treacherous secret within the ranks. Commander Song demands answers, suspecting a mole has already infiltrated their operation. Incriminating evidence is cast aside as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Violence erupts between the veteran leaders as accusations of betrayal fly. Song roars in fury when the interrogation turns into a threat against his family. A cold warning is whispered to silence the commander before the truth escapes. Song recoils in a blind fury as the weight of the accusations finally hits. Even the guards can only watch in confusion as their commander begins to crumble. Every nerve in his body screams for violence while he struggles to maintain control. He pushes past his subordinates, desperate to escape the suffocating tension of the room. Dismissing the investigation entirely, the commander attempts a hasty retreat to save his skin. But his men aren't fools, knowing he is only trying to bury his own corruption. Just as he reaches for the exit, a single name brings him to a halt. Minsu watches with a predatory grin, mentioning a general who shouldn't be named here. Song freezes, delivering a final, chilling warning to keep those dangerous secrets buried deep. The heavy door slams shut, sealing the secrets of the corrupt military within. Minjung realizes he is the only witness to a conversation that could kill him. The high-ranking officer erupts into mocking laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Desperately seeking survival, the hunter frantically swears he heard absolutely nothing of their schemes. Satisfied with the display of submission, the commander turns to leave the tense room. He promises to bury the evidence of the illegal dungeon raid for now. Minjung plays the part of a loyal soldier, hiding his true intentions behind a smile. But the walk toward the exit stops as one final question hangs in the air. The officer lists every suspicious detail, proving he knows exactly who Minjung really is. The commander demands an explanation for the impossible string of coincidences. Minjung remains silent, hiding his lethal intent behind a soldier's mask. He promises a future confession if the officer overlooks the obvious cracks. A predatory grin confirms the commander is willing to wait for the truth. Meanwhile, deep within the 104th Division, a new tactical meeting begins. Colonel Yu Jihee meticulously reviews the classified reports on her desk. A sharp knock breaks the silence as she grants permission to enter. The office doors swing open to reveal the next player in this game. Sergeant Sun Yunseo reports for duty with a sharp and disciplined salute. The weight of silence fills the room as the aroma of fresh coffee lingers. A promotion is usually a cause for celebration among the elite ranks. But rising through the military hierarchy, this quickly raises immediate red flags. Yunseo struggles to maintain her composure under the intense gaze of her superior. Her mind drifts back to the man who made this impossible climb possible. The sheer speed of her advancement feels more like a burden than a victory. Jihee knows that certain individuals simply operate outside the normal laws of progression. The pleasantries end as the atmosphere in the office shifts toward cold professionalism. Every word now carries the lethal weight of a high-stakes interrogation. The commander demands the truth about her secret contact with the Special Task Force. Jihee confronts Yunseo about the secret recruitment offer from the elite Special Task Force. The weight of the decision hangs heavy as the commander asks for her final answer. Despite the career-defining opportunity, the choice rests solely on Yunseo's personal ambitions. Without a second thought, the young sergeant rejects the most prestigious unit in the military. The unexpected refusal leaves the seasoned battalion commander stunned by such a bold move. Relief washes over Jihee as she realizes her most promising soldier isn't leaving yet. But a lingering suspicion remains about why anyone would throw away such ultimate power. Jihee questions why she refuses her father's influence just to stay in this division. Silence fills the room as Yunseo prepares to reveal the secret driving her obsession. She clenches her fist, driven by a one-sided rivalry with a man of terrifying talent. The goal is to surpass a man who possesses truly terrifying levels of power. She confirms that her target is still serving within the same military division. Her commander watches her intently, sensing the burning ambition hidden behind her eyes. A rare moment of encouragement follows as she is told to keep fighting. However, a sudden question about her upcoming vacation plans catches her off guard. She explains that she will be spending her time off with her squad. The girls arrive at the resort, finally ready to enjoy some peace and quiet. Suddenly, the legendary sergeant appears with his own group, looking just as tired. Both teams converge at the entrance, turning a simple vacation into a standoff. Their eyes meet in total shock as their secret getaway becomes a disaster. Minjong's hope for a quiet escape vanishes the moment he sees a familiar face. The legendary sergeant's irritation peaks as his carefully planned vacation spirals into total chaos. Suddenly, a predatory presence locks onto him, freezing the air with a single greeting. Polished shoes click against the floor as an overwhelming power draws closer with every step. A massive hand grips a suitcase with enough force to shatter reinforced steel. A mountain of a man emerges, his aura burning with the intensity of a sun. His face contorts in a terrifying snarl as he demands to know the truth. The peaceful horizon remains undisturbed, unaware of the explosive confrontation beginning inside. While the elite hunter faces a monster, his teammates blissfully begin to unpack. Chanbyong beams with joy, convinced this disastrous coincidence is actually a gift from fate. The promise of a luxury resort has the squad buzzing with unearned excitement. While the soldiers gossip, Chanbyong senses a dark, suffocating energy approaching the room. He turns toward the door, anticipating the arrival of a truly broken man. Minjung enters looking like a ghost, haunted by the shadows of a brutal interrogation. Probing questions about the Major General only cause the exhausted commander to pull away. The legendary hunter finally hits his limit, collapsing onto the bed in total defeat. He seethes into his pillow, realizing he is trapped in a web of coincidences. An awkward silence descends as the reality of their dangerous vacation sets in. While the others play, Chanbyong watches his broken leader with growing, silent concern. He forces a desperate smile, praying they can survive this brief moment of peace. Chanbyong freezes as the absurdity of the situation finally begins to set in. His elite teammates stand ready for vacation, wearing the most ridiculous suits imaginable. Minjung finally snaps, slamming his subordinates into the floor for their absolute stupidity. He leaves them broken and groaning, warning them to change before they die. Suddenly, a heavy hand drops onto the commander's shoulder, stopping him mid-stride. Another soldier appears, giving a confident thumbs up despite the violence behind him. Even the most disciplined hunters are starting to lose their minds in this heat. Minjung catches his reflection, realizing the mask of a legendary soldier is slipping. For the first time in years, a faint, predatory smirk crosses his tired face. Outside, the beach beckons, a temporary paradise before the next blood-soaked mission begins. Minjung steps onto the sand, finally trading his tactical gear for the summer sun. Behind him, the elite female hunters prepare for a rare moment of relaxation. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered as a volleyball cuts through the clear blue sky. Training instincts take over as they dive into the sand for a desperate save. A brutal impact sends one soldier reeling, proving even games have painful consequences. Laughter erupts as the team chases their commander across the burning shoreline. For a fleeting second, the horrors of the Nova Empire feel like a distant dream. However, Minjong's cold eyes suggest he hasn't forgotten the war just yet. His subordinates make a fatal mistake, trying to drag the monster into the surf. He retaliates with overwhelming force, launching them into the waves like discarded ragdolls. A subtle smirk reveals the rare satisfaction of a warrior finally finding peace. The elite hunters cast aside their bloody pasts for a moment of pure laughter. Even the coldest soldiers cannot help but glow under the warm summer sun. They sit in silence, watching the waves wash away the stench of battle. For once, the only mission on their minds is enjoying this fleeting paradise. The overwhelming beauty of the horizon brings a blush to the toughest veteran. But in this world of monsters, peace is often just a bouncing ball away. A young boy wanders onto the sand, oblivious to the powerhouses nearby. His innocent eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of something unexpected. A worried mother calls out, unaware she is standing near living weapons. A peaceful day at the beach is shattered by a child's terrifying discovery. The mother looks toward the horizon, spotting a strange, unnatural vapor rising. Far across the waves, a dark shadow looms over the jagged coastal rocks. Thick, suffocating mist begins to swallow the shoreline, signaling an approaching nightmare. Within the fog, a monstrous silhouette emerges, far larger than any natural beast. Beneath the surface, massive predators circle, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The nearby resort stands oblivious as the ultimate disaster prepares to make landfall. Realizing the danger, the hunters sprint toward the facility to sound the alarm. A confused clerk fumbles with the phone, unaware that every second is precious. Yunzeo screams for reinforcements as she reports an urgent threat at the resort. The resort's peaceful facade shatters as reports of the scarlet anglerfish flood in. Yunzeo frantically calls for an evacuation before the coastal nightmare reaches the shore. A distant shadow on the horizon marks the epicenter of the coming destruction. Deep beneath the waves, Minjong dives headfirst into the heart of the swarm. He discovers a bottomless abyss teeming with thousands of lethal, unhatched monsters. These unstable organisms pulse with heat, ready to ignite into a massive explosion. He remembers how these eggs were once used to level entire fortresses instantly. Detonating them now might clear the threat, but the scale is far too great. If the blast reaches the resort, every living soul will be completely erased. Suddenly, massive predators emerge from the darkness to surround the lone hunter. Minjung takes one final breath before plunging into the abyss to face the unknown. He dives deep into the crushing pressure where no ordinary human could survive. His worst fears are confirmed as he finds the pulsating heart of the infestation. The heat from the unhatched monsters is already rising as the countdown begins. Shadowy predators emerge from the depths to protect their territory from the lone intruder. He quickly realizes his powerful demonic energy is dampened by the surrounding water. These monsters move with a speed that defies the weight of the ocean. With his back against the wall, a dangerous smirk crosses the legendary hunter's face. He activates a high-speed charge, gambling his defense for a single explosive opening. Minjung dares the beasts to strike, ready to tear them apart from the inside. Deep beneath the surface, the legendary sergeant searches for the source of the infestation. A sudden shockwave through the water catches him completely off guard. He wonders what kind of monstrosity could move with such terrifying, silent speed. From the crushing darkness, a cold, glowing eye fixates on its new prey. A massive predator lunges forward, its rows of jagged teeth ready to tear. The nightmare intensifies as more shadows emerge to join the underwater slaughter. Minjung struggles to maintain his composure as the beasts deploy a coordinated attack. These creatures hunt with a level of intelligence no common monster should possess. With his lungs burning for oxygen, he realizes the ocean is their domain. He finally breaches the surface, gasping for the air that almost cost his life. Minjung erupts in fury as the relentless predators finally push him past his limit. But the chaos is suddenly interrupted by a presence that shouldn't be here. The legendary sergeant freezes, unable to comprehend how his companion found this location. Standing atop the jagged rocks, Bongu watches the underwater struggle with eerie calm. He claims he couldn't stay home while his leader faced certain death alone. Suspicion flares as Minjung wonders how his secret position was so easily compromised. A cryptic smile spreads across Bonga's face, proving that everything is going to plan. Suddenly, the air screams with the arrival of a deadly, sharpened steel point. Emerging from the shore, a powerful warrior arrives to fulfill a violent prophecy. With explosive speed, she strikes, turning the tide of the battle in an instant. Bongu demands to handle the scarlet anglerfish, ordering his leader to retreat immediately. Minjung remains skeptical, while the silver-haired scout warns him of the mounting danger. A violent splash signals the start of a hunt that defies all logic. Plunging into the dark depths, Bongu prepares to exploit the enemy's primal instincts. Swimming with predatory grace, the sergeant remembers the brutal aquatic battles of Isgard. The rare scarlet-eared squid appears, acting as the ultimate lure for the abyss. Blinded by lust for food, the monstrous anglerfish charge toward their certain doom. Underwater predators collide in a frantic race that only one side will survive. Reaching the shore, the sergeant feels the weight of a narrowly avoided catastrophe. He stares at the distant explosion, realizing his fate is shifting toward survival. Minjung stares into the darkness, confirming the sheer scale of the coming disaster. The risk is absolute, threatening to consume him if he stays a moment longer. He realizes that every choice he made has led to this singular, world-altering moment. If fate can be bent, he will be the one to break it completely. His eyes burn with malice as he invokes the terrifying power of corruption. Casting aside all restraint, he prepares to perform the unthinkable to survive the night. Deep below the waves, the scent of blood draws the ocean's hungriest nightmares. A target emerges from the blue, serving as the perfect bait for a monster. In a flash of teeth and scales, the trap is sprung with lethal precision. The water turns crimson as the apex predator of the abyss claims its prize. The ocean depths become a deadly racetrack, as predators close in on their prey. Bongu desperately maneuvers through the current to keep the hungry beasts at bay. A single glance back confirms that the trap is set exactly as planned. Breaking the surface, the chase takes a violent turn toward the open sky. Razor-sharp teeth snap inches away from the bait as the monsters commit to the kill. Driven by mindless hunger, the deep-sea terrors fail to see the real threat waiting. From above, a hunter descends like a crimson comet to intercept the leaping monsters. She readies her weapon with lethal focus to end this feeding frenzy forever. The spear finds its mark, plunging deep into the heart of the beast's gaping maw. A shockwave of pure power erupts as the predator becomes the ultimate prey. The creature's remains rain down as the ocean erupts in a shower of gore. Even the scout can only watch in terror as the shockwave consumes the area. Emerging from the depths, the hunter gasps for air while the world shatters. Her lungs burn with exhaustion, yet her eyes are fixed on a terrifying sight. A sudden realization freezes her heart as she witnesses power that shouldn't exist. She screams out in desperation, realizing the true scale of the impending disaster. On the distant shore, a familiar figure stands engulfed in a vortex of darkness. She desperately tries to reach him before the forbidden energy tears everything apart. The legendary sergeant finally unleashes a corruptive force that defies all natural laws. In a flash of blinding light, The hunter witnesses the birth of a monster. A massive explosion rocks the coastline as a desperate cry for Minjong echoes. Feet pound against the pavement in a frantic race against the clock. Yunseo sprints through the chaos, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. A sudden call from her father interrupts the panic with a familiar face. She answers him immediately, reporting the casualties while struggling to keep her pace. Desperation takes over as she explains that the resort evacuation is failing. The commander tells her to wait, cutting through her frantic report with authority. He explains he did not call for information, his grip tightening in resolve. He orders Yunseo to listen carefully and evacuate everyone from the area immediately. The nearby hunters stop as they realize the division commander has been contacted. The hunters learn a dark truth about the monsters that the public never knew. Yunseo freezes as the horrifying body count from the last raid is finally revealed. Her father races through the streets warning her about the volatile eggs left behind. Fear paralyzes her as she realizes the entire resort is sitting on a powder keg. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the ocean, shattering the fragile peace. The group stands speechless as the sky turns black with the smoke of destruction. The reality of the situation sinks in while the screams begin to echo nearby. Minjong explains these beasts are normally solitary cannibals that never hunt in groups. The fact they are working together suggests a much more dangerous power is controlling them. Determined to end the nightmare, Minjong prepares to face the unnatural threat alone. A trembling hand reaches for the only lifeline remaining in the unfolding chaos. Her father's frantic warnings echo from a phone abandoned on the debris-strewn sand. Yunseo flees in absolute terror as the weight of the disaster finally breaks her. Minjung stands tall against the horizon, radiating a chilling and predatory composure. He prepares to strike, knowing that every single second lost costs human lives. Tears of pure helplessness stream down her face while she witnesses the nightmare. She screams his name, desperate to follow him into the heart of death. Suddenly, a comrade tackles her to the ground to prevent a suicidal charge. The soldier warns her that the entire beach is now a ticking time bomb. Her allies struggle to restrain her as she loses herself to absolute grief. Yunzio sinks into a pit of despair, believing the worst has finally happened. Her desperate screams for Minjong echo across the desolate, smoke-filled beach. But a familiar, cold voice cuts through her grief with an arrogant correction. Her companions freeze in utter disbelief at the impossible figure before them. Heavy footsteps splash through the tide as a shadow emerges from the haze. Minjong stands tall, his gear shredded but his predatory composure completely unshaken. Pure joy replaces terror as they realize their legendary commander is alive. They sprint toward him, cheering for the man who just cheated death itself. To understand this miracle, we must go back a few hours earlier. Somewhere quiet, a lone girl documents the final moments of peace. A moment of quiet reflection is interrupted by a shadow descending from the clouds. Without warning, a feathered projectile crashes violently through the kitchen window. The intruder collapses onto the floor, twitching amidst a mess of broken kitchenware. To her absolute shock, the bird starts apologizing for falling asleep mid-flight. Infuriated by the constant trouble, she delivers a brutal lesson with her heels. With a puff of smoke, the scout returns to human form with the passports. She stares in cold disbelief as he presents the key to their escape. The shapeshifter proudly flashes a fake identity and demands a ridiculous new name. Ignoring her mounting rage, he casually walks away to scavenge for some food. Their entire mission now rests on whether these forged documents can fool the Empire. The fiery-haired girl explodes in rage over the wasted fortune. She demands answers, but her frustration only meets a wall of silence. The silver-haired scout mocks her, knowing she is just as clueless as him. Her anger softens into a blush at the mere mention of her master. Suddenly, her vision fractures as an ancient power surges from within. A terrifying blue flame erupts, consuming her body in a silent, agonizing scream. Her eyes ignite with a celestial energy that defies all known logic. Miles away, a lone figure battles the crushing weight of the endless ocean. Minjung pushes his physical limits, desperate to return before everything falls apart. But a monstrous predator rises from the depths, hungry for a legendary soul. Minjong fights for his life against a monstrous predator in the crushing depths. Even a legendary hunter cannot escape the agonizing jaws of death itself. Back on shore, the horrific aftermath of the explosion is finally revealed. Dozens of elite warriors are reduced to silent rows of cold body bags. The commander screams in agony as the weight of the tragedy sinks in. Total despair washes over the survivors as they witness this ultimate sacrifice. Bongu stands frozen before the one body he never expected to find. His fist tightens as he whispers the name of his fallen comrade. He refuses to believe that their strongest pillar has actually been broken. The horrifying reality leaves them paralyzed in a world without their leader. Bongu trembles as he realizes a dark prophecy has finally been triggered. The future has shifted, and their legendary leader is now marked for death. Pure terror consumes her as the vision of his demise becomes unavoidable. Bangu stares in disbelief, knowing they are already far too late to help. Desperation takes over as she violently demands the location of her commander. Her eyes burn with a frantic need to reach him before time runs out. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears through the ocean, ending all hope for survival. She drifts through the waves, searching the burning debris for any sign of life. Tears of absolute despair fall as the crushing weight of loss sinks in. But through the smoke, Kim Min-jung defies fate and breaks the surface. Her eyes widen in shock as she witnesses a miracle she never thought possible. Diving into the abyss, she frantically reaches for her commander, drifting in the waves. Floating amidst the wreckage, he realizes his plan had nearly cost him everything. She clings to him, relieved that the explosion lacked the strength of her visions. He struggles for air while revealing that another scout was his true savior. Moments earlier, he stood at the epicenter of a world-ending demonic surge. Dark energy collided with the ocean's weight, creating a volatile and unstable reaction. Refusing to die, he gritted his teeth against the soul-crushing pressure of the deep. His demonic eye glows as he pushes his body far beyond its natural limits. A blinding burst of purple flame erupts, signaling his return from the brink. A blinding surge of demonic energy erupts, shattering the silence of the ocean. Min-jung can barely process the chaos as the forbidden power consumes him. Suddenly, a massive, crushing tentacle coils around him with predatory speed. Gasping for air, he realizes he has been caught by a monstrous force. The legendary commander is hurled into the sky like a broken doll. As he falls toward the depths, the weight of certain death looms. But beneath the waves, a familiar shape emerges from the blue. Bangu signals his survival with a confident grin, proving he is still here. Watching from the shoreline, the red-haired hunter freezes in absolute disbelief. Tears of relief blur her vision as she realizes their leader has returned. Bangu drifts silently in the waves, seemingly having paid the ultimate price for loyalty. But the silver-haired scout refuses to let death claim his soul just yet. To everyone's shock, the fallen companion begins to float with a cheeky, triumphant grin. Min-jung lets out a rare, hearty laugh as he realizes his friend survived. Though his hands are charred by the energy, Bangu remains incredibly high-spirited. He smiles warmly at the commander, knowing their bond has only grown stronger. The heavy tension finally breaks as the survivors gather amidst the vast, blue ocean. Even the red-haired hunter can't help but admire the scouts' sheer tenacity and luck. Far in the distance, a colossal explosion marks the end of their desperate struggle. Standing alone on the shore, the legendary sergeant prepares for the next inevitable war. The 110th Division finally makes landfall, blanketing the shore with elite military force. Major General Son Tae-ho arrives in a panic, fearing the worst for his family. The hardened leader crumbles into a desperate embrace upon finding his daughter alive. Order is swiftly restored as the soldiers secure the perimeter of the disaster zone. Amidst the debris, the surviving hunters rush toward Min-jung with tears of disbelief. Tae-ho is stunned to learn that the situation was handled before he even arrived. Despite the emotional reunion, Min-jung stands like a ghost, untouched by their warmth. A sense of relief washes over the general, knowing a true monster was here. Meanwhile, in the cold halls of power, a dangerous new player answers the phone. Major General Du Sukyong's gaze hardens as the real conspiracy begins to unfold. Min-jung stands alone amidst the wreckage, his silence heavier than the battle itself. The survivors gather on the shore, still reeling from their narrow escape. Even with broken bones, Bangu finds a reason to smile in the hospital. A scheming official prepares to steal the glory for Min-jung's impossible feat. As the sun sets, the blood-soaked waves finally begin to calm. Soldiers pack their gear, knowing this peace is only a temporary illusion. The sound of rolling luggage echoes the end of a nightmare turned reality. The group departs the resort, leaving behind a battlefield disguised as paradise. Tears fall for a vacation ruined by monsters that shouldn't even exist. They walk away, unaware that the true conspiracy has only just begun. A lone survivor stares at the towering fortress that once promised safety. She carries the weight of her past in a single suitcase. They walk away from the military zone as the world continues to burn. High above the chaos, a comrade watches the sun set on their innocence. Min-jung searches for his loyal scout, wondering if anyone truly survived the blast. The demonic energy shared between them is the only thing keeping them alive. Bangu rests in his avian form, his body pushed to its absolute limit. Even while unconscious, he hitches a ride toward an uncertain future. Min-jung realizes his companion's survival skills border on the supernatural. But even after facing death, some rivalries are far from being settled. Min-jung stares in disbelief at the stubbornness of his newest traveling companion. Even with tattered clothes, The mysterious red-haired girl refuses to spend his money. He questions her hygiene, but she insists her dirty outfit is still perfectly fine. A massive headache forms as she claims his precious resources shouldn't be wasted. The dark shadow charges forward with a frantic, purple-glowing intensity. Without warning, the creature slams into Minjong's face in a desperate embrace. The red-haired girl watches as the tiny spirit clings to him with overwhelming concern. Minjong finally peels the demon off, yelling at it to just calm down. Held by its scruff, the little monster lets out a sigh of relief. He smirks, realizing the creature was terrified of losing its master forever. Minjong reacts with shock as the spirit reveals a mysterious gate has appeared nearby. The red-haired girl freezes when she hears the location is dangerously close to home. Her heart races as her past and future collide in a single, terrifying moment. He tests her resolve by asking if she truly possesses the will to fight. Without a hint of hesitation, she declares her absolute commitment to the hunt. A dark, predatory smirk creeps across his face as he accepts her answer. He offers a partnership that will change the course of their destined path forever. The sun rises over Gangneung as the city unknowingly prepares for an inevitable storm. Standing in the shadows, they wait for the signal to begin their secret operation. She leans against the wall, her nerves fraying as the real battle starts now. Minjong commands her to stay still as he prepares his next calculated move. She breathes a sigh of relief, offering her gratitude to the legendary commander. He remains silent, his mind already weaving through the complex variables of survival. Suddenly, her right eye erupts with a haunting blue light, revealing her forbidden gift. This fickle power grants visions of the future, but demands a heavy price. To see what lies ahead, they must stay within 10 meters of the event. The immense pressure of the vision begins to take a visible toll on her. Every second of foresight drains her demonic energy at an unsustainable, lethal rate. Overusing this rare gift is a death sentence that neither can afford right now. With a final surge of power, the eye focuses on the tragedy about to unfold. Xiaoyan senses the rift, warning her master the gate arrives in mere moments. She identifies the coming threat as a pack of lethal, bipedal lycanthropes. The vision drains her, revealing a powerful leader leading the imminent slaughter. Instead of fear, a dark grin spreads across Minjong's face at this advantage. Outside, the reality begins to crack as a violent surge of blue energy erupts. The two hunters stand ready as the gate tears through the city's skyline. Panic instantly grips the unsuspecting civilians as they witness the impossible rift. Minjong remains cold and composed, deciding to execute their secret, prepared strategy. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Xiaoyan confirms she is prepared for the coming fight. To hide his legendary identity, Minjong masks his face before stepping into chaos. She steps forward with one priority: protecting the innocent from the coming slaughter. Every forbidden skill must remain hidden as she prepares her secret weapon. Xiaoyan vows to follow these orders even if it costs her life. Suddenly, a massive beast slams its lightning-charged claw into the earth. Standing back, Minjong promises to intervene only if the situation turns fatal. His final command is simple: she must survive this impossible encounter. Facing the towering monster alone, the young recruit prepares for her first hunt. She reaches for a forbidden power, manifesting the deadly demonic energy whip. With a cold gaze, she unsheathes the darkness to face her destiny. The predator roars, unaware it is now the one being hunted. Xiaoyan grips her weapon, ready to prove she is no ordinary recruit. A cold smirk reveals she is far more dangerous than she looks. Minjong knows he cannot interfere directly after the chaos of the previous day. This high-stakes gamble only works because of Xiaoyan's hidden, terrifying potential. The air shatters as a forbidden power finally begins to awaken. She is a rare combat-type dark mage, built for pure destruction. While the commander watches from the shadows, the crowd remains blissfully unaware. Every swing of her bat carries the weight of a desperate, changing destiny. The monstrous predator lunges, meeting a force it was never meant to face. This isn't just a fight. It is a brutal statement of her new power. The commander watches closely as his intuition about her power finally proves correct. A monstrous predator stands ready, its savage hunger fueling a terrifying primal presence. The beast lunges forward with a speed that defies its massive, muscular frame. Xiaoyan tightens her grip, refusing to let fear cloud her lethal, focused intent. She maneuvers through the chaos, moving with the grace of a seasoned, elite warrior. With a bone-shattering strike, she meets the creature's overwhelming power head-on. Hidden behind his mask, Minjong realizes he has discovered a truly rare weapon. Her raw talent explodes as she delivers a crushing blow to the monster's skull. Dark blood sprays the air as the unstoppable predator is finally sent reeling. In this moment of victory, her true, terrifying potential begins to awaken. The beast strikes with mountain-crushing force, yet she dances through the devastation. Skidding across the cold concrete, her eyes never lose their lethal focus. Even this monstrous predator recoils, feeling the sting of a truly superior talent. It snarls with primal fury. Realizing it is no longer the hunter here, a chilling silence falls as she casually rests her weapon against her shoulder. With a mocking smirk, she dares the Empire's nightmare to try again. From the shadows, the legendary commander watches his newest weapon begin to bloom. Driven to madness, the creature unleashes a roar that shakes the very foundations. She tightens her grip, channeling every ounce of her awakening demonic energy. In one explosive motion, she ascends to deliver a final, soul-shattering blow. The monstrous predator lunges, but she meets its fury with a devastating swing. Her eyes burn with a cold, unwavering focus that paralyzes her prey. A single, bone-shattering impact sends the beast crashing through the air. Blood sprays as the Empire's nightmare is silenced by raw, overwhelming power. She stands victorious over the carcass, a new legend born in the streets. Watching from the sidelines, the commander realizes his intervention was never needed. Her growth is undeniable, proving she can survive this cruel world alone. Military forces swarm the area, unaware of the true power hidden among them. They report only physical enhancements, missing the supernatural truth behind the kill. She must remain a ghost, for revealing her forbidden skills means certain death. The world's eyes are turning toward the girl who achieved the impossible. But for the legendary commander, staying in the shadows is the only priority. They believe she conquered a nightmare using nothing but a simple wooden bat. This deception ensures their forbidden powers remain a secret from the watching Empire. However, miles away, a lone witness begins to question what he truly saw. A simple question at a local cafe threatens to expose their greatest secret. High-stakes silence fills the room as the truth slowly begins to emerge. Though he hesitates, the man knows that no normal human possesses such strength. He realizes the sergeant was wielding a power that defies every known law. The mysterious woman smiles, demanding every detail about the commander's hidden strength. The man trembles as the weight of his memories finally begins to surface. A single business card serves as a grim reminder of a hidden life. His nerves fray as he prepares to recount the day everything went wrong. He vividly recalls the mission that changed his understanding of reality forever. Deep within a forbidden dungeon, his unit was surrounded by mindless, rotting abominations. At the center of the abyss lay a pulsating core of pure, malevolent energy. Suddenly, a violent explosion of purple shadow threatened to consume every living soul. That was when the commander unleashed a power that should not exist. His comrades watched in absolute terror as the darkness took a physical form. With one devastating strike, the very fabric of the dungeon was torn asunder. A single stroke of forbidden energy carves through the oppressive silence of the abyss. The once terrifying abominations frozen in place as they face their inevitable, gruesome end. Purple shadows tear the fabric of reality apart, erasing every monster in their path. The soldiers realize their miraculous survival is solely due to Sergeant Kim Min-jung's arrival. With the dungeon cleared, he stands amidst the wreckage of a completely one-sided slaughter. Hardened warriors break down in tears, overwhelmed by the sheer relief of being alive. He calmly instructs his men to settle down as the exit finally begins appearing. They hail him as a godlike savior, unaware of the darkness lurking behind his smile. The commander basks in their adoration, his expression shifting into something far more predatory. Now that he has their absolute trust, he prepares to demand a terrifying price. The survivors are desperate to repay the man who just saved their lives. Min-jung leans in, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. He demands they forget every impossible thing they just witnessed him do. The weight of his presence forces a terrified silence across the entire squad. They quickly swear an oath of secrecy, terrified of the commander's hidden power. Meanwhile, a sudden realization strikes like a physical blow in a distant office. High-ranking officials realize that Min-jung's existence creates a massive political nightmare. Disbelief turns into pure frustration as they process his lowly military rank. It makes no sense that a mere sergeant possesses such world-breaking strength. Panicked, they demand to know if this dangerous secret has spread any further. A terrified soldier confirms that the entire squad has kept their mouths shut. The mysterious woman warns him that this secret must never leave this room. Trembling, he stares at her card, knowing his life is now at risk. As she prepares to leave, he desperately tries to find his voice again. He reminds her of the high price he paid for this dangerous information. A cold smile spreads across her face as she acknowledges its immense value. She leaves him with a chilling command to call her after his discharge. The bell rings as she exits, leaving the man drowning in his fear. Walking away, she reveals that the entire raid squad's future is now uncertain. With dangerous files stolen and her memory wiped, she is now the suspect. Every call goes unanswered, as the weight of her choices finally begins to sink in. Days have passed in silence, leaving her frantic and exposed in the city streets. Her grip tightens around the phone, realizing the terrifying truth behind her recent involvement. A chilling realization washes over her that she has targeted the wrong man entirely. A few days later, the scene shifts back to the halls of military administration. Sergeant Kim Min-jong returns to his post, masking his power behind a perfect salute. His superior greets him with a smile, oblivious to the chaos the soldier survived. They share a moment of camaraderie as the lieutenant checks on his recent recovery. Even though a formal investigation looms, the sergeant accepts his new orders with indifference. Suddenly, a frantic voice cuts through the air, signaling that his secrets are never safe. A frantic officer screams for answers as the unit descends into absolute chaos. He lunges forward, refusing to believe the soldier survived, the impossible explosion unscathed. The inspection turns aggressive, a desperate attempt to uncover the sergeant's hidden scars. Amidst the commotion, a new directive arrives from the highest levels of command. Every movement is scrutinized as they try to expose the power he's masking. But the true nightmare is only beginning with the announcement of specialized training. Days later, the squad marches deep into the wilderness under a punishing sun. The elite hunters are pushed to their breaking point by the suffocating heat. Even the strongest veterans struggle, as their heavy gear becomes an unbearable burden. They realize this handicap training is designed to break more than just bodies. The specialized handicap suits are designed to push these hunters to their absolute limits. Every ragged breath becomes a struggle as the training strips away their remaining sanity. The destination finally appears, yet the commander demands they maintain a perfect formation. Exhausted voices cry out in unison, desperate to survive this suffocating physical nightmare. Min-jung realizes the true horror isn't the weight, but the suit's complete lack of airflow. On this endless road, even a legendary hunter feels his stamina draining into nothingness. What felt like a minor burden at the start now weighs several heavy tons. He understands that the environment itself is the deadliest enemy in this rigged trial. Elite guards stand watch as the squad finally reaches the edge of the unknown. A massive, unpredictable energy portal awaits, ready to swallow them into a new world. The swirling blue portal stands ready to transport the soldiers into a deadly new world. Elite guards prepare their gear while watching the horizon for the arriving reinforcement squad. A young recruit turns in shock as she senses an overwhelming pressure approaching them. The 2nd Battalion finally appears, moving like ghosts through the dense mountain trail. Thick beads of sweat pour down their faces from the agonizing weight of their gear. The local division watches in disbelief, noticing the heavy handicap suits being worn. One exhausted officer barely catches his breath after the grueling journey through the forest. First Lieutenant Ji Ye-yoon offers a hand to the elite warriors of the 2nd. A firm handshake seals the alliance between the 2 battalions before the mission starts. The surrounding troops whisper in awe of the monsters who conquered the impossible path. Kim Min-jung immediately takes command, checking his exhausted squad for signs of total collapse. Former comrades try to greet him, but he coldly brushes them aside for later. First Lieutenant Ji Ye-yoon watches the legendary commander arrive with a knowing, sharp gaze. A firm handshake marks the reunion of 2 elites bonded by past bloodied battlefields. She admits the entire division owes him a debt that can never be fully repaid. Despite his terrifying reputation, the notorious issue-maker can still share a rare, quiet laugh. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the reality of their next deadly objective settles in. With a serious expression, she asks if he is truly prepared for this suicide mission. They arrive at a desolate wasteland where the sun scorches a graveyard of fallen monsters. Countless creatures lie slaughtered in the sand, victims of a power that defies all logic. A cold hand retrieves a creature slaughtered with terrifying, surgical precision. The retrieval team scrambles to clear the desert of these fallen small fry monsters. Crate after crate is filled with the remains of a truly one-sided massacre. Kim Cheolman exhales sharply, the weight of the cleanup finally taking its toll. His comrade notices his exhaustion, asking if the heat is breaking his spirit. Cheolman insists he can handle the physical strain of this grueling manual labor. But a darker realization begins to flicker behind his weary, sweat-covered eyes. Looking at the corpses, he admits these creatures don't feel like monsters at all. His superior slams a crate down, barking at him to stop being so ignorant. He warns Cheolman to be grateful they are only here for support duty. Cheolman retreats with a heavy heart as the true horror begins to sink in. His comrades explain that the 4th Battalion is hunting a uniquely aggressive desert predator. A sickening realization hits him when he hears what these monsters consider to be food. He stops in his tracks as the air grows cold with an unspoken dread. These aren't just mindless beasts, but bloodthirsty carnivores that thrive on pure slaughter. Their razor-sharp fangs are designed for one purpose: tearing through human flesh with ease. Paralyzed by fear, Cheolman realizes they aren't the hunters in this godforsaken desert. High above the shifting sands, the scouts watch the chaos unfold from the cliffs. Reports flood in that the main battalion is advancing far quicker than anyone anticipated. The legendary commander watches silently, knowing they are rapidly losing control of the operation. Soldiers pile the mangled carcasses of desert rats into massive storage crates. Countless bodies fill the bins, revealing the terrifying scale of the infestation. Chaelman grows uneasy, questioning why the 4th Battalion is advancing so quickly. He consults the data, realizing these monsters aren't acting like normal animals. Finding a main habitat would turn this simple raid into a suicide mission. Violent sandstorms sweep across the dunes, rendering all tactical firearms completely useless. Fear glints in his eyes as he senses an ambush approaching through the dust. Screeching predators suddenly lunge from the shadows, hungry for fresh human blood. A flash of cold steel intercepts them, cleaving the beasts mid-air with precision. The lieutenant strikes with lethal speed, proving that she is the ultimate predator. Blades flash through the air as the elite battalion carves through the vermin swarm. The 4th Battalion stands victorious, but this dungeon raid is far from over. Ji Yayun pauses, sensing a chilling shift in the desert's oppressive atmosphere. Chaelman checks the incoming data, his expression hardening as the numbers don't add up. Tension thickens among the ranks as the scouts report a disturbing anomaly nearby. The realization hits like a physical blow. These monsters are behaving like a calculated army. Confusion ripples through the team as they realize the true scale of the threat. Looking down at the carcasses, they realize these are merely the expendable scouts. A heavy silence falls over the dunes, preceding a storm they aren't prepared for. The map reveals a terrifying truth. A massive, lethal swarm is hunting them down. A terrified scout screams as a massive swarm of desert rats crests the dunes. The sheer numbers are impossible to count, overwhelming the soldiers with pure dread. Panic ripples through the ranks as the enemy closes the distance at lightning speed. Meanwhile, measured footsteps echo across the sand as a separate unit moves into position. The legendary commander observes the chaos, weighing the necessity of joining the fray. He senses an underlying wrongness, questioning if there is a hidden motive at play. His predatory gaze sharpens, suspecting this attack is merely a distraction for something worse. Back at the front, the command to engage finally shatters the tense desert air. A tide of monstrous vermin surges forward, ready to tear through flesh and bone. Swords are drawn in perfect synchronization as the final stand for survival begins now. Chaelman demands to know the truth behind the enemy's strangely calculated movements. Minjong begins to explain a terrifying possibility that shifts the entire battlefield's dynamic. Small vermin scatter in a frenzy as if something far deadlier is approaching. The commander realizes these monsters aren't the predators, but merely the terrified prey. Panic spreads through the ranks as the ground beneath them begins to buckle. A colossal deathcrawler erupts from the sand, dwarfing everything in its path. Soldiers freeze in pure terror as shadows of certain death loom over them. The realization of this legendary threat sends a wave of hopelessness through everyone. Yayun screams a desperate warning that cuts through the deafening roar of battle. She orders an immediate retreat, knowing they stand no chance against such power. The order to retreat echoes as a nightmare erupts from the earth. Even the lowliest scavengers flee in a blind, primal panic. A monstrous predator towers over the battlefield, turning hunters into helpless prey. Its gaping maw becomes a tomb for anything slow enough to be caught. With a sickening crunch, the beast's jaws seal the fate of the fallen. Soldiers can only watch in paralyzed horror as their world collapses. The name of this legendary terror flashes through her mind like death. Her voice cracks as she desperately tries to save her remaining squad. She commands a full withdrawal, knowing that engagement means certain annihilation. They run for their lives while the colossal shadow of death looms behind. The raid team scrambles as a legendary terror known as the Deathcrawler emerges. Desperate for survival, the lieutenant screams for an immediate retreat to the assembly area. A colossal, many-toothed nightmare rises from the earth, silencing the battlefield with its presence. Panic spreads like wildfire among the hunters as they realize they are outmatched. Fear paralyzes them when they see the sheer scale of the monster's overwhelming power. Far from the front lines, the highest-ranking hunters gather to discuss the mounting casualties. The division commander demands answers for the total failure to contain these recent disasters. Shaking with terror, the subordinate officer can only bark a desperate response of obedience. The commander's cold gaze pierces through him while mocking their useless cleanup efforts. Humiliated and broken, the officer offers a pathetic apology for his division's complete incompetence. Commander Ku offers a chilling smile while demanding perfection from his terrified subordinates. The room falls into a heavy silence as the officers bark their desperate obedience. A single swipe on the screen reveals a secret that could change everything. The commander's eyes gleam with a predatory interest in a new, mysterious player. Footage of a mysterious girl single-handedly crushing a monster goes viral across the nation. He orders his elite forces to hunt down this unknown awakened woman immediately. The lieutenant accepts the mission, knowing the high stakes of this secret investigation. Just as the meeting ends, a final announcement sends a shockwave through the room. Terror grips the high-ranking officers as they hear of a major general's sudden arrest. Whispers of betrayal spread like poison while the threat of a total purge looms. Commander Ku moves to fill the power vacuum by appointing a new, loyal leader. He presents the promotion papers to a skeptical and heavily bearded General Du. Moon Yekin accepts his new rank with a smug, self-satisfied grin on his face. Du watches closely, sensing a calculated trap hidden behind this sudden military reorganization. Suddenly, another high-ranking officer enters the room with an air of absolute authority. A quiet whisper in the commander's ear signals that the real game has begun. A predatory smirk reveals that Ku has been waiting for this exact moment to strike. He questions the general about the elite soldiers who recently resolved the Soksho incident. Du tries to deflect, claiming they are busy with an urgent dungeon raid schedule. Ku smiles, knowing those soldiers are walking straight into a deadly, prearranged trap. Du confirms the report, his cold eyes hiding a web of lies. Ku leans forward, sensing the foul stench of a pre-planned conspiracy. The commander's voice drops, suggesting the timing of these events is no accident. Deep in the dungeon, a massive, segmented horror erupts from the sand. Ye-yun realizes with terror that they have been led into a slaughterhouse. Ku presses the general, demanding to know why the investigation was rushed. Du mocks him back, comparing the commander to a child losing his toys. The general dismisses the threat, insisting that there is absolutely nothing to fear. Chaos reigns as the lieutenant sprints for her life across the dunes. She bellows for her remaining squad to scatter before the beast strikes. The colossal beast erupts from the sand, turning the desert into a graveyard. Panic surges as the soldiers realize there is nowhere left to hide. However, the general remains unfazed, claiming they are ready for any disaster. Deep in the dunes, a massive heavy weapon is locked into position. The elite task force stands their ground, armed with overwhelming firepower. The monster bellows a deafening roar, preparing to swallow them whole. Suddenly, the mechanical barrels begin to spin with a lethal, high-pitched hum. A relentless hail of lead tears through the air, lighting up the battlefield. Thousands of rounds shred the creature's hide in a brutal display of force. Even a legendary predator cannot survive the sheer weight of modern military power. The colossal beast shudders as a relentless barrage of lead tears through its flesh. Chaelman grinds his teeth, unleashing the full fury of his heavy rotary cannon. From his high vantage point, he rains down an unstoppable storm of fire. Spent shell casings pile up like a mountain of brass at his feet. Ye-yun steps forward, ready to deliver the strike that will end this nightmare. Her spear ignites with a blinding blue aura as she charges the massive target. With a thunderous stomp, she anchors herself for the ultimate finishing blow. Her eyes lock onto the monster's core, fueled by pure military precision. A massive explosion of sapphire energy erupts, consuming the battlefield in light. The legendary predator finally collapses under the weight of this overwhelming combined assault. A piercing bolt of sapphire energy tears through the beast's thick, armored hide. Viscous green blood sprays as the creature's defenses finally begin to crumble. Chaelman unleashes a relentless wall of lead, his face drenched in exhaustion. Ye-yun charges across the dunes, gripping her spear with unwavering military resolve. The entire squad pours everything they have into this desperate, life-or-death struggle. Amidst the chaos, she realizes the terrifying gap between their power and elite rank. Witnessing a colonel's true strength leaves even the most seasoned soldiers in awe. She screams for reports, refusing to let her unit's morale break under pressure. With a final surge of mana, she hurls her glowing weapon through the air. The energy spear finds its mark, puncturing the nightmare and ending the slaughter. The monstrous beast shrieks as the spear pierces through its armored, segmented hide. From the ridge, the soldiers unleash a relentless hail of lead upon the nightmare. Chaelman grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of mana into the rotating barrels. The heavy ammo drum clicks empty, falling away as the firing mechanism stalls. It slams into the scorching sand, leaving the squad completely vulnerable for a moment. Desperation takes over as he screams for a reload before they are overrun. Ye-yun sprints across the battlefield, clutching the heavy drum with iron resolve. She slams the fresh magazine into place with a thunderous, mechanical crash. With the weapon primed, Chaelman prepares to turn the tide of the slaughter. A torrent of fire erupts, shredding the desert air and the beast alike. Ye-yun lunges forward, her spear pulsing with a lethal, azure light. With a violent twist, she prepares to unleash a strike that defies logic. The energized projectile screams through the air, seeking its colossal prey. It tears into the earth, barely missing the tail of the subterranean nightmare. The massive beast retreats into the depths, vanishing beneath the churning desert sands. Silence falls over the dunes as the dust of the missed opportunity settles. Frustration boils over as they realize the predator is now hunting from the shadows. They cling to the safety of solid rock, praying the monster cannot reach them. A desperate, high-stakes gamble is the only way to lure the creature out. With a chillingly confident smirk, the commander gives the order to begin the hunt. The hunt begins as a massive military transport screams across the wasteland. 2 heavy vehicles tear through the dunes, kicking up a storm of dust. Every driver pushes their machine to the breaking point, fearing what comes next. A desperate call echoes from the back as the target finally draws near. Minjung lets out a manic roar, taunting the beast with a bloodthirsty grin. Piles of fresh bait sit ready, the scent of death meant to lure him. The convoy races deeper into the desert, carrying a feast for a monster. Standing amidst the chaos, the commander feels the raw power of the wind. Free from his restraints, he feels his strength surging to impossible new heights. His grip tightens as a temporary rush of energy floods his very soul. Minjung mocks the legendary beast, claiming he could easily crush a deathcrawler alone. His manic laughter echoes through the desert as he taunts the unseen monster. The lieutenant watches in disbelief, wondering how anyone could remain this calm. Fear begins to set in as the reality of their situation sinks deep. Minjung explains the hierarchy of predators, comparing their current foe to ancient natural enemies. The sudden mention of a giant predator sends a chill down the officer's spine. A frantic radio transmission confirms the nightmare is real and lurking within the dungeon. Orders are barked to halt all training as the team prepares for immediate combat. While others panic, the commander fixates on the name of the creature they face. With a sharp grin, he steps forward to offer a plan for the coming slaughter. The lieutenant's hands tremble as he realizes the transmission is coming from inside. Suddenly, the legendary commander breaks his silence with a chilling, confident laugh. He keys the radio, ready to hijack the entire operation with a single command. While his comrade freezes in terror, the sergeant announces his plan to hunt. Silence falls over the command center as the unauthorized voice echoes through their speakers. He explains the creature's lethal patterns like a predator, who already knows the outcome. High-ranking officers trade shocked glances, unable to believe someone is defying their orders. The sergeant's calm demeanor only intensifies the growing panic of those standing beside him. A cold rebuttal comes from the battalion commander, demanding everyone stay in their positions. But the legendary soldier just laughs, already preparing to turn the battlefield into slaughter. The battalion commander demands to know the legendary soldier's next move over the radio. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he prepares to reveal his scheme. His comrade clutches his head in pure terror as the unauthorized transmission continues. The lieutenant screams that they are finished if the commander hears his madness. Despite the chaos, he calmly confirms the suicidal orders to the high-ranking officer. Stunned silence follows as the reality of their situation finally begins to sink in. The panicked officer jumps when the legendary sergeant suddenly addresses him with a question. With a predatory grin, he asks if his terrified partner knows how to drive. They race across the desert, using the vehicle's vibration to lure a subterranean nightmare. Suddenly, the earth shatters as a massive deathcrawler erupts from the depths below. The terrified lieutenant white-knuckles the wheel as they plunge deeper into the death zone. Every vibration of the speeding vehicle serves as a dinner bell for the monster below. High above the chaos, the legendary sergeant stands ready to face the impossible. He watches the shifting sands with a predatory focus that chills the soul. Minjung slams his fist against the metal to lure the subterranean nightmare out. Dust billows as the truck swerves, but the desert remains hauntingly silent. He wonders why the scent of death alone isn't enough to trigger a strike. Realizing the bait is insufficient, he prepares to unleash his true hidden power. Deactivating his concealment, a suffocating wave of demonic energy floods the dry air. The predator finally reveals himself, daring the beast to rise and meet its end. The military transport tears through the desolate sands at a breakneck pace. A massive cloud of dust follows the vehicle into the heart of the wasteland. Minjung smirks with cold anticipation, sensing the hidden predator finally drawing near. He prepares the sacrificial bait, ready to trigger a confrontation that nobody can escape. Glancing back, he confirms his elite backup is positioned high above the canyon. Heavy artillery and sharp blades wait for the signal to rain death from above. The truck swerves violently as the very ground beneath them begins to tremble. He slams his fist down, demanding the monster show its face right this second. A colossal subterranean nightmare erupts from the earth, dwarfing everything in its path. Instead of fear, a predatory grin spreads across the legendary commander's face. Chielman screams in pure terror as he floors the accelerator to escape death. Behind them, a subterranean nightmare lunges with a maw designed for absolute slaughter. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant blue energy tears through the sky like a comet. The projectile finds its mark, detonating against the beast in a shower of gore. Minjong offers a cold smirk and a thumbs up to his hidden snipers. The wounded titan recoils in agony, vomiting black ichor as the truck escapes. More deadly shafts rain down, pinning the massive creature to the desert floor. The commander calmly analyzes the unstable aura required to pierce such thick hide. As they vanish into the dust, a single spear stands as a warning. A weapon from an unknown source marks the beginning of a much larger war. Minjong's eyes widen as he realizes a legendary item just dropped from the sky. He slams his fist down, fueled by the adrenaline of this unexpected windfall. Hanging off the speeding truck, he laughs like a madman at his new prize. Nearby, the heavy barrels of a Gatling gun remain frozen and useless. General Du hesitates, unable to fire the heavy weapon into the crowded fray. Commander Ku takes charge, hurling a mana-infused spear to finish the job. The general watches in awe, wondering what kind of monster Minjong has become. He admits that the sergeant's growth is now entirely outside his field of understanding. With predatory speed, Minjong snatches the flying weapon mid-air, claiming his prize. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as the real hunt finally begins. Minjong unleashes a power so immense it justifies the legends surrounding his name. Inside the transport, the lieutenant watches in absolute horror as the madness unfolds. He screams for the sergeant to retreat, but Minjong only responds with predatory laughter. Suddenly, a colossal sandworm erupts from the dunes, dwarfing their entire convoy. With a single flash of blue energy, Minjong carves through the titan's flesh. The truck drifts violently through the dust as the beast's blood sprays the desert. Tires scream against the shifting sand, struggling to maintain speed in the chaos. Watching from a distance, the general and his officer can barely process the carnage. They race across the wasteland, leaving the wounded monstrosity in their wake. He tightens his grip, ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. Minjong crouches atop the moving truck, wearing a grin that promises absolute carnage. Cheelman's voice cracks in a panicked scream as the mission spirals into madness. The general points in fury, unable to believe anyone would drive straight toward death. Ye Yun watches with cold realization, seeing through the sergeant's suicidal but brilliant plan. Disbelief turns to sheer terror as the officers witness the reckless charge. Cold sweat pours down the general's face while he braces for the impact. High above the dunes, a monstrous sandworm dwarfs their vehicle like a titan. Cheelman grips the wheel with trembling hands, desperately chanting for his own survival. Death stares them in the face as the creature's gaping maw fills the windshield. The lieutenant's false bravado shatters, leaving only the hollow realization of his helplessness. Pure terror grips the lieutenant as he questions his choice to follow this madman. High above the chaos, the commander signals for the final, suicidal phase to begin. Wide-eyed shock replaces reason, while the reality of their certain death sinks in. Trembling with cold sweat, the driver prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice for victory. He screams a final prayer, choosing to trust the monster leading them into hell. The pedal hits the floor as they charge directly into the creature's waiting jaws. Their massive truck airborne, the squad flies toward a fate worse than death itself. Launching off the roof, the legendary sergeant defies gravity with a single, explosive leap. Sword in hand, he plunges into the abyss to slay a titan from the inside. Behind them, the stunned officers can only watch as the sergeant rewrites their destiny. He tightens his grip, refusing to waste another second on this pathetic training. Complaining about the low-quality gear, the sergeant prepares to end this farce. With a predatory smile, he warns everyone to stay out of his path. A massive pillar of azure energy erupts, blinding the entire battlefield. The giant beast recoils in agony as the sheer pressure begins to crush it. He dives headfirst into the creature's mouth, wielding a blade of pure light. The spear tears through the monster's thick hide, spilling toxic green blood everywhere. His eyes burn with cold fury as he pushes his power beyond human limits. Defying the laws of physics, he dances across the titan's massive, segmented body. One final, devastating swing seals the fate of the creature that shouldn't exist. Minjong channels his remaining strength into a single, piercing beam of azure light. The earth trembles as the concentrated energy erupts into a massive, blinding pillar. Caught in the blast radius, the titan shrieks as the raw power begins shredding it. Landing with predatory grace, he readies the twin spears for a final, decisive strike. His grip tightens around the weapon, pouring every ounce of demonic energy into it. The air screams as a spectral aura flares around him like wings of destruction. He drives the twin blades deep into the beast's pulsating, armored flesh. The creature's body swells, unable to contain the volatile energy surging through its veins. A cataclysmic explosion erupts from within, erasing the monster from existence in seconds. Standing in the aftermath, The high-ranking officers can only watch in absolute, terrified silence. The Titan's explosive death sends nearby soldiers plummeting through the sky. Amidst the settling dust, Moon Yekin marvels at the sheer destruction. He realizes the man who caused this is an absolute monster. Drenched in green gore, he knows this victory guarantees his next promotion. Far from the front lines, the High Command gathers for an emergency session. General Du demands to know the meaning behind their sudden strategic shift. Moon Yekin smugly proposes mass-equipping the entire Hunter Corps with mana weapons. The veteran general remains skeptical of this suspiciously convenient new opportunity. He erupts in rage, recalling the quality control disasters of the past. Without better oversight, they are wasting funding instead of raising soldier morale. Major General Sun watches the room with a cold, unwavering intensity. Commander Ku attempts to de-escalate the tension as the high-ranking officers clash. He admits the previous argument holds weight, masking his true intentions with a smile. Moon Yekin exchanges a knowing look with the commander, sensing their plan is working. Sun dismisses the need for further debate, siding with the cautious veterans. But a wicked grin spreads across Moon's face as he prepares his trump card. He reveals a shocking report of a lone sergeant slaughtering a high-level monster. This single victory becomes the ultimate proof that their new weapons are unstoppable. General Du erupts in fury, refusing to trust gear that previously failed them. Moon calmly promises absolute quality, tightening his grip on the military's future. Moon Yekin proposes a training phase to mask the true power of their weapons. Commander Ku offers a wicked grin, knowing their influence over the military is growing. The council table remains tense as the high-ranking officers finalize this dangerous arrangement. General Du watches with narrowed eyes, certain that a sinister plot is being hatched. A full week passes as the Academy shifts focus toward these mysterious new protocols. Deep within the facility, a battle-worn lieutenant is summoned for an unexpected meeting. Kim Chaelman freezes in shock, his eyes widening as he reads the official report. He has been named a model soldier, honored for his survival against impossible odds. A high-ranking officer offers his congratulations, praising the lieutenant for his remarkable dedication. Blushing with pride, the young lieutenant thanks his commander for the unexpected recognition. The lieutenant is told he earned his glory through blood and teamwork, but he quickly shifts the credit to the man who truly saved them. The soldier looks on, hoping for news about his commander's future. He asks if the legendary sergeant will finally receive his well-deserved promotion. A tense silence fills the office as the commander weighs the political cost. He admits the sergeant's power is absolute, yet the timing remains dangerous. Higher command has just implemented a secret condition for all future military ranks. Confusion turns to dread as the soldier realizes the status quo is shattered. The sergeant's recent slaughter of a deathcrawler has terrified the high generals. Now, the entire army is being forcefully upgraded with experimental mana blades. New military promotions now hinge on mastering the experimental mana weapons. While everyone expects the legendary sergeant to succeed, a darker shadow looms. A heavy, rhythmic stride echoes through the sterile military hallways. The battalion has been assigned an instructor known for his ruthless cruelty. Fear instantly replaces excitement as the monster's infamous name is finally spoken. Even seasoned officers scramble to apologize for mentioning that piece of trash. The predator arrives at the training room, casting a long, intimidating shadow. With a sharp creak, the threshold to the sergeant's sanctuary is breached. The legendary sergeant trains while his new instructor's pathetic track record is revealed. Sensing a predatory presence, the sergeant turns to face his new nightmare. Reports of brutal training methods surface against a man with a dark reputation. The heavy door swings open as a familiar shadow steps into the room. Captain Kim Sang-deok greets his old comrade with a chillingly confident smirk. Minjong snaps into a sharp salute, masking his shock at this unexpected arrival. The veteran captain brushes off his past, hiding a deeper agenda behind his eyes. This high-ranking officer hasn't come just to catch up on old times. Minjung maintains his composure, questioning the true purpose of this sudden visit. Two powerful warriors stand together, the air thick with unspoken history and tension. The captain reveals that a massive mana weapon overhaul is about to begin. Elsewhere, an elite soldier ignites a blade pulsing with pure, destructive energy. The veteran captain boasts of his elite status as a master mana sword instructor. But memories of a humiliating defeat at the hands of a monster haunt him. Minjong ruthlessly mocks the captain's failed ultimate strike with a playful smirk. Desperate to save face, the officer blames his poor condition for the disaster. The atmosphere shifts as Minjong is suddenly ordered to participate in the training. A cold, manipulative smile creeps across the captain's face as he lays a trap. He reveals that Minjong's entire future promotion now rests solely in his hands. The sound of heavy boots echoes as the captain tightens his psychological grip. Without a perfect evaluation from his rival, Minjong's career is effectively dead. Minjong glares back with predatory eyes, refusing to be intimidated by the threat. The captain begrudgingly admits that breaking a mana sword was an impressive feat. However, that raw power is exactly why he considers our hero a dangerous problem. He warns that hogging the spotlight in front of other trainees is strictly forbidden. To this corrupt officer, a soldier who stands out is nothing but a nuisance. With a smug wave, he leaves Minjong alone to process the blatant threat. Minjong realizes his entire future promotion now rests in this petty man's hands. The day for mana weapon training arrives as soldiers gather on the dusty field. A lone warrior stands before a massive monolith, preparing to test his inner strength. With a focused gaze, he readies his stance for the high-stakes evaluation ahead. He grips the blade tightly, knowing one wrong move could end his military career. The instructor unleashes a devastating strike, his blade glowing with lethal blue mana. The raw force of his energy collides violently against the indestructible training monolith. He stands amidst the rising dust, his smug composure hiding a calculated threat. A deep, impossible scar now marks the pillar, proving his overwhelming martial prowess. The officer warns the group that this fortified material is twice as strong. He mocks the recruits, claiming ordinary weapons cannot even scratch its reinforced surface. The surrounding soldiers tremble in awe, realizing the sheer gap in their power. Now, the pressure mounts as their entire future depends on duplicating this feat. Watching from the shadows, Minjung silently observes the growing fear among his peers. He senses a strange atmosphere, as the high-stakes evaluation finally begins in earnest. Minjung inspects the pathetic training swords, questioning if they can even withstand a test. He realizes the entire evaluation is a trap designed to humiliate the unsuspecting recruits. The arrogant officer challenges anyone to step forward and match his display of power. Fear ripples through the crowd as the soldiers realize the impossible standard being set. Just as the superior begins his lecture, a single hand shoots up from the back. Minjung boldly volunteers, wearing a mask of false excitement that hides his true intent. The officer freezes in shock, visibly sweating as he recognizes the legendary commander's presence. With a bright smile, Minjung insists on proving his worth in front of everyone. The recruits erupt in cheers, placing their absolute faith in the man they admire. Gritting his teeth, the corrupt official has no choice but to call him forward. Minjung walks past the officer with a confidence that borders on open disrespect. The panicked superior desperately warns him not to take this charade any further. A chilling smirk spreads across Minjong's face as he ignores the pathetic threat. He remembers the rod of Isgard and the pressures of dealing with cowards. Stepping forward, he realizes that these arrogant fools exist in every single world. His scarred hands steady as he grips the hilt with a lethal, quiet intent. Suddenly, an explosion of brilliant blue mana erupts, blinding everyone in the vicinity. The corrupt officer can only watch in pure terror as the true monster awakens. With a predatory gaze, Minjung proves that following orders was never his style. A single, effortless strike cleaves the massive stone pillar like it was mere paper. The corrupt officer bellows in a desperate attempt to regain control over the situation. A sudden, violent impact sends a massive shockwave through the dusty training ground floor. Minjung flashes a lethal grin, realizing the rules of engagement have finally changed. Brilliant blue mana surges through his grip as he prepares to unleash his power. The sheer intensity of his energy causes the standard-issue blade to shatter instantly. Veins bulge on the officer's face as he realizes the monster he is facing. He calmly steps over the discarded remains of the weapon that failed him. Mockingly, he points out that these flimsy swords are far too defective for combat. With a terrifying gaze, he asks permission to finally use his own legendary equipment. High above the chaos, the officer watches in silence as screams fill the air. The commander watches his men struggle to maintain their flickering aura blades. Even 1 minute of this intense pressure feels like a grueling eternity. He smirks at the suffering, convinced that this is the natural order. Suddenly, a vibration from his pocket shatters his moment of smug satisfaction. His face pales as he stares at the caller ID on his screen. Captain Sangdiak quickly answers, his arrogant posture replaced by a frantic turn. A cold voice on the line demands a status report on the mission. The officer stammers, unable to explain the monster currently wrecking his plans. Pure dread fills his eyes as he realizes his career is on the line. A massive surge of blue energy erupts, far surpassing any normal soldier's limit. Minjung stands over the wreckage, his mere presence shattering the instructor's finest steel. The once feared weapon lies in pieces, a pathetic reminder of his overwhelming power. Sangdeok trembles as he reports the impossible failure to his mysterious superiors. A cold voice from the phone cuts through his excuses like a blade. Major General Moon Yekin walks with the weight of absolute authority in his stride. The once arrogant officer can only stammer out pathetic apologies to the powerful commander. The order is clear. Minjung must be crushed before he rises any further. Desperation turns to madness as Sangdeok realizes his entire career is burning down. His teeth grind in a mix of pure terror and explosive, unbridled rage. He glares at the monster who ruined everything, vowing to end him at all costs. Minjung stands among the recruits, mocking the pathetic plan his enemies have devised. Sangdeok clutches his phone in a panic, realizing his failure cannot be hidden anymore. His hands tremble with sheer terror as the weight of his incompetence sinks in. Desperate for salvation, he knocks on the door of the only man who can help. A cold, commanding voice from within grants him permission to enter the lion's den. He steps inside, the air heavy with the presence of absolute, crushing military power. Every step forward feels like he is walking toward his own inevitable execution. He offers a stiff salute, masking his internal breakdown behind a facade of discipline. Before him sits the formidable General Moon, a man who demands nothing but perfection. Bowing low, the disgraced officer frantically greets the commander who holds his life. The powerful CEO of Baeksan Heavy Industry demands absolute compliance from his subordinates. By the following morning, the scene shifts to the high-security 104th Division headquarters. Deep within the facility lies the office of the most influential man in the division. A massive, intimidating commander waits behind his desk for the legendary sergeant's arrival. Kim Minjong enters with a sharp salute, masking his true intentions with perfect discipline. The general offers a seat, welcoming the man who has been making waves lately. Tension rises as the topic of special promotions and military recognition is finally broached. Minjung wonders if his secret efforts to change the future are finally paying off. The commander pushes a mysterious black case forward, demanding the sergeant see its contents. As the lid opens, Minjung stares in disbelief at the high-stakes reward laid before him. A weapon of pure energy hums with a power that defies all logic. Minjung stares at the blade, realizing this isn't just any standard military equipment. The commander grins, knowing he just handed over the division's most dangerous secret. This second-generation mana prototype was forged to outclass every weapon currently in existence. Feeling the crushing weight, the sergeant analyzes the sheer stamina required to wield it. It's 5 times heavier than normal blades, fueled by the purest mana stones available. The general offers it as a test, curious if any human can actually survive it. Without a moment of hesitation, the legendary commander accepts the impossible challenge. A dark satisfaction crosses the general's face as his perfect pawn takes the bait. Finally, he possesses a sword strong enough to withstand his overwhelming demonic aura. The general asks if the legendary commander feels cheated out of his promotion. Caught off guard, the soldier quickly denies any resentment toward his superior's decision. Despite his world-class feats, his rise to power is being intentionally held back. With a forced smile, he asks for the true reason behind this sudden roadblock. The general reveals a far more ambitious plan to turn him into an officer. Skipping the ranks of sergeant is the fastest way to gain absolute authority. They must move in the shadows to avoid the prying eyes of the military. The commander listens as the general puts his total faith in his unmatched capabilities. A dark grin spreads across his face, realizing he is finally being properly utilized. He knows that in this world, only overwhelming skill dictates who truly survives. Minjong accepts the dangerous proposition with a confident and chilling smile. The major general smirks, knowing he has finally found the perfect weapon. He reaches into his uniform to deliver a secret gift from high command. Minjung graciously accepts the small box, sensing the immense power hidden within. His eyes widen in realization as the lid clicks open. Resting inside is a rare runestone carved with ancient and forbidden power. He stares in disbelief at the legendary artifact that could change everything. Under the cover of a pale moon, the secret operation finally begins. They arrive at the restricted zone of Chirwan, where death constantly lingers. Gripping his gear, he prepares to step into a hell no one survives. He walks through a ghost town ravaged by the horrors of the past. In this desolate wasteland, not a single soul remains to witness his arrival. He stops before a crumbling structure, his target finally within reach. A predatory smirk crosses his face as he finds the perfect hiding spot. He descends into the shadows, his heavy footsteps echoing through the silence. The true objective of his secret infiltration is finally revealed. He pulls out the ancient artifact, its surface cold and dormant. Suddenly, the stone reacts, pulsating with a terrifying and familiar purple glow. A system notification confirms that the legendary power has detected an immense energy source. The forbidden rune awakens, swirling with dark mana that threatens to consume everything. Most hunters use these stones for simple stat boosts, but Minjong knows better. Utilizing a forbidden method from Isgard, he forces the artifact to resonate. A massive surge of dark mana tears through the fabric of reality itself. The legendary stone shatters, releasing a power that shouldn't exist on Earth. A predatory smile spreads across his face as the true transformation begins. This isn't just a level up, it is an evolution beyond human comprehension. The system confirms his entry into the legendary hidden gate of growth. He steps into a desolate realm, where the air reeks of ancient death. This twisted landscape holds the secrets needed to rewrite his doomed future. Only those with enough demonic energy can survive this hellish secret dungeon. He steps into a realm where even the most elite hunters fear to tread. Every step forward echoes with the weight of a world-ending threat. In this ever-changing hell, only one absolute truth remains for the sergeant. A primal predator watches from the shadows, waiting for a single mistake. Suddenly, the silence shatters as a crimson horde descends with murderous intent. He draws his blade with a predatory grin, ready to harvest their lives. Survival in this dungeon guarantees a level of power beyond any human limit. The beasts let out a deafening roar, signaling the start of a bloodbath. High on the treacherous cliffs, he faces the swarm with cold precision. Surrounded by death, the legendary sergeant begins his hunt for absolute power. The crimson beasts howl in a bloodthirsty frenzy, desperate to tear him apart. But their primal rage is no match for the sergeant's cold, calculated strikes. A predator's grin spreads as he prepares to harvest every soul in sight. With a single fluid motion, he carves through the horde like a god. Dark energy ruptures their flesh, ending their miserable lives in a heartbeat. Even a surprise ambush from the shadows fails to rattle his absolute composure. He unleashes a lethal dark arrow, piercing the beast with terrifying precision. Gravity means nothing to a man who has already conquered death itself. To escape this hidden hell, he must annihilate every single monster remaining. He calculates his remaining power, knowing the true slaughter has only just begun. A massive furred claw strikes the earth, signaling a lethal ambush from above. Dozens of blood-red predators descend upon the lone sergeant from every direction. Minjung decides to hold back his demonic power, testing his raw martial skill. A predatory grin stretches across his face as the thrill of combat takes over. With a blinding flash, a circular blue blade carves through the surrounding air. The shockwave ripples outward, tossing the mindless beasts aside like tattered dolls. The savage beasts hesitate, finally sensing the overwhelming aura of a true predator. He grips his newly acquired blade, feeling the surge of its sharp energy. It would be a waste not to play with such a lethal new toy. Despite the slaughter, the relentless horde surges forward for one final desperate clash. A single swing unleashes a devastating arc of blue energy across the battlefield. Minjung grins, savoring the lethal functionality of his newly acquired military blade. He plants his foot, shattering the ground with the weight of his presence. A blinding circular flash bisects the entire horde in one fluid motion. The sergeant laughs, praising the incredible durability of this high-grade tactical weapon. His strikes are a blur of predatory grace, carving through flesh effortlessly. He pivots through the slaughter, leaving nothing but severed remains in his wake. Each movement is a testament to the power of a man who shouldn't exist. The shockwave from his final blow slams the survivors into the earth. Broken and terrified, the beasts realize they are nothing more than his toys. A pack of crimson beasts emerges from the shadows, hungry for blood. Their primal screams echo through the forest, marking the start of a slaughter. But the sergeant just smiles, mocking their pathetic attempts to intimidate him. As the first monster lunges, he doesn't even bother to take a stance. Suddenly, his predatory instincts flare as he senses a familiar, dark presence. With a single casual swing, he carves through the charging beast like paper. He dances through the horde, turning the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. His eyes widen as he realizes this isn't just mana, it's demonic energy. Before he can react, a dying creature reaches out to seize his leg. A sinister purple glow erupts as the beast refuses to let its prey go. Minjung stares in disbelief as the fallen beasts begin to stir once more. A sudden impact crushes the skull of a creature that should be dead. Eerie purple light surrounds the corpses as they crawl back to their feet. He realizes this is no accident. A necromancer is lurking in the shadows. Instead of fear, a predatory grin spreads across the legendary sergeant's face. The resurrected monsters growl, their empty white eyes fixed on their prey. Suddenly, a dark weapon thrusts through the chest of a mindless thrall. The jagged spear tears through flesh, proving even the undead can be broken. A towering dark presence emerges from the gloom behind the red horde. The true mastermind reveals itself, wielding a staff topped with a glowing skull. Minjung looks down at the red horde with a mocking, predatory smile. The legendary sergeant finally locks eyes with the hidden mastermind pulling the strings. He unleashes a volley of dark arrows, testing the limits of his new foe. Deep in the shadows, a monstrous primate commander orchestrates the entire bloody assault. The dark beast watches its minions fall, completely unfazed by the sergeant's power. It tightly grips a cursed skull staff, channeling a sinister, necrotic purple energy. Driven by the staff's influence, the red monsters shriek in a blind, murderous frenzy. With a single chilling gesture, the primate marks Minjong as its next victim. Hundreds of frenzied beasts swarm the area, scaling the terrain to overwhelm their target. This isn't just a skirmish, it's an all-out war against a tide of death. Minjong realizes the situation is far more dire than he initially anticipated. He stops holding back, channeling a dense swirl of volatile demonic energy. Surrounded by a sea of red beasts, he prepares to unleash hell. The dark power at his fingertips begins to pulse with destructive intent. He activates the Rain of Corruption, drenching the battlefield in purple shadow. A toxic downpour pierces through the hides of the mindless primate horde. But the sergeant quickly learns that simple corruption won't stop these undead. Pivoting instantly, he ignites a far more explosive demonic technique instead. Lethal sparks from the depths of hell scream through the air like meteors. The fiery projectiles tear through the monsters, turning the tide with pure heat. Minjong wears a sadistic grin, knowing the massacre is already decided. With a single, casual snap of his fingers, the trap is finally sprung. A violent sequence of purple explosions erupts across the entire front line. The beasts scream as concentrated energy cores detonate directly inside their chests. Continuous blasts of demonic power turn the once deadly horde into mere ash. Within seconds, the overwhelming primate army is reduced to a pile of corpses. The legendary sergeant stands amidst the carnage, completely untouched by the chaos. Deep in the shadows, a far more ancient predator watches in utter disbelief. Minjong mocks his hidden foe, asking if they truly expected to win. The true king of the dungeon emerges, draped in bones and pure hatred. The king of the primates grips his bone-chilling talisman with murderous intent. He swings the ancient relic, triggering a surge of forbidden power. Violent purple energy begins to spiral around his massive, furred fist. An explosion of demonic mana completely consumes the beast in a dark light. The monster emerges, transformed, radiating a pressure that crushes the very air. His subordinates tremble in fear as the overwhelming aura of their king expands. Minjong reflects on the countless enhanced monsters he has encountered in his past. The beast stands fully evolved as Minjong realizes this opponent is truly unique. The sergeant admits his curiosity while mocking the monster's inability to speak. The primate king lets out a guttural roar, fueled by pure demonic hatred. The primate king grips his morbid weapon with bone-crushing strength. A deafening roar echoes as the beast prepares to unleash its primitive fury. Minjong remains unfazed, declaring that the monster's evolution won't save it today. Steel meets bone in a violent collision that sends shockwaves through the air. The sergeant's blade carves through the cursed skull, proving his overwhelming power. Shards of bone explode outward as the soldier parries every desperate strike. Driven by pure hatred, the beast leaps high to deliver a crushing blow. Minjong moves with predatory precision, deflecting the onslaught with absolute grace. The primate king swings with enough force to shatter the very earth itself. Blue and purple energy collide as the sergeant dominates this high-stakes duel. Minjong wears a cold smirk, knowing the outcome of this battle is already decided. He unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy that illuminates the entire battlefield. With a single leap, the legendary sergeant descends like a god of destruction. The beast scrambles to react as Minjong moves faster than the eye can follow. A violent collision of power erupts as the primate king desperately tries to defend. Pure terror flickers in the monster's glowing eyes as its primitive instincts scream danger. Minjong effortlessly catches the creature's heavy weapon, stopping its momentum with one hand. He prepares to deliver a finishing blow with his blade glowing with lethal intent. The two warriors lock in a high-stakes struggle that determines the future of the empire. Minjong smiles through the chaos, proving that this king is nothing but common prey. Minjong activates his corruption skill, searing the beast with agonizing purple flames. The primate king shrieks in pain as the dark energy eats through its flesh. Standing back, the sergeant watches his prey struggle to maintain its footing. He casually tosses his blade aside, deciding that conventional weapons are no longer needed. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he prepares to reveal something different. Enraged, the monster lunges forward for one final, desperate attempt at survival. Minjong sinks into a predatory stance, his entire body radiating a sinister dark aura. He ignites a vicious charge, transforming into a lethal projectile of pure demonic power. The beast freezes in terror, realizing too late that its opponent isn't even human. The legendary sergeant slams into his target, unleashing an explosion that shatters the ground. The beast finds itself trapped in a web of suffocating purple energy. Minjong activates his demonic grasp, lifting the massive predator like a helpless doll. The creature lets out a pathetic screech as it realizes the gap in power. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sergeant begins the final execution. He slams the monster into the dirt with the force of a falling mountain. A twisted, manic grin stretches across his face as he prepares a lethal follow-up. Dark arrows manifest around his hand, vibrating with the intent to kill. The monster stares into the abyss, paralyzed by the sheer pressure of his aura. In one explosive motion, he plunges his fist straight through the beast's core. The nightmare finally ends as the sergeant stands victorious over the mangled remains. The air thickens with malice as forbidden power surges through his fingertips. System alerts chime incessantly as his demonic energy reaches a terrifying new peak. A lethal new skill awakens, permanently enhancing his already overwhelming arsenal of destruction. He looms behind his prey like a phantom, radiating a pressure that paralyzes. The once ferocious beasts tremble in the shadows, realizing they are no longer hunters. With a cold, predatory gaze, he prepares to claim the rewards of slaughter. A single, blinding flash of steel bisects the creature before it can scream. He dismisses the carnage with a casual flick, leaving only blood and silence. The trial concludes with notifications declaring his absolute dominance over the entire dungeon. A sinister smile plays on his lips while checking his newly ascended power. A notification appears, revealing he broke the dungeon by slaying more than existed. He realizes his necromancy forced the system to count his victims twice over. The reward screen flickers, offering him the forbidden skills of a dead king. For a moment, even this seasoned soldier is stunned by the choices provided. 3 legendary powers manifest before him, each capable of reshaping the world's order. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he evaluates his next evolution. He dismisses the power to command beasts as a trivial and useless parlor trick. Leading an army of rotting corpses would only draw unwanted attention from the military. His eyes lock onto a final option that promises a source of infinite energy. Suddenly, a dark memory of a total massacre reminds him of true, absolute power. Standing over his broken prey, Minjong demands the truth behind their dark experiments. He questions how they force demonic energy into creatures that shouldn't possess it. The captive mocks him, claiming that imbuing monsters with power is pure poison. Cold fury fills the sergeant's eyes as he repeats his question one last time. The man sneers in defiance, betting his life that the secret remains hidden. A sudden, violent strike sends the traitor crashing back into the shadows. Agony and fear finally shatter the captive's pride as he gasps for air. Minjong wears a twisted grin, admitting he has nothing left to lose anymore. He prepares a final strike to finish exactly what he started long ago. With a predatory glare, he delivers a blow meant to silence all opposition. The captive begins to reveal a horrifying secret about the nature of demonic monsters. Minjong freezes in shock as the reality of the situation starts to sink in. The traitor explains their research into forced demonic skill implantation for ultimate power. A cold realization washes over the sergeant as he connects the missing pieces. He considers the terrifying possibility that irregular monsters were actually created through experimentation. The man's twisted grin grows wider as he imagines a dark mage wielding such power. He mockingly clarifies that this evolution is physically impossible for a normal human body. The secret lies in a gruesome procedure involving the transplant of monster flesh and blood. Overcome with rage, Minjong seizes the captive and demands the truth about human testing. He realizes the kidnapped dark mages were nothing more than disposable lab rats for science. The broken captive sneers, refusing to give the sergeant the answers he desperately needs. Minjong realizes the silence itself is a confession of the horrors they have committed. He turns his attention to a legendary forbidden skill that could change everything forever. One final choice remains, as he prepares to activate a power beyond human comprehension. Determined to transcend his limits, he vows to break the very boundaries of magic. Violent purple energy erupts as the perpetual motion machine begins rewriting his physical existence. He screams in agony while the system forcibly adjusts his body to the overwhelming pressure. Within the chaos, his gaze transforms into something far more predatory and ancient. The dust settles as he kneels amidst the residue of a successful, terrifying evolution. Now, radiating pure demonic energy, the sergeant smiles with a power that shouldn't exist. The sun sets on a new day, as the military academy remains blissfully unaware. Without warning, the silence is shattered by a sudden and forceful entrance. The legendary sergeant returns with a casual wave and a chillingly calm smile. His unexpected presence sends the entire barracks into a state of absolute shock. A subordinate snaps into a frantic salute, reporting for duty with desperate intensity. Minjong passes by, genuinely baffled by the sudden change in his unit's behavior. The soldier reveals he is giving his all before their inevitable, painful parting. He offers heartfelt congratulations on a promotion that would change everything forever. But the sergeant drops a bombshell that leaves the entire room in silence. Total confusion takes over as the rumor of his rise is instantly shattered. His subordinates desperately question why he isn't celebrating a massive promotion at headquarters. The sergeant casually denies the rumors, leaving his men in a state of shock. They wonder why he would refuse a private room in the elite residential sector. Minjung playfully mocks them, asking if they enjoyed the peace while he was away. Overwhelmed by his presence, the soldiers break down into tears of pure relief. He settles into his seat, preparing to drop a truth they never expected. Tying his boots, he claims to understand the deep emotional bond they share. Hope flares in their eyes as they imagine he stayed out of pure loyalty. But he instantly crushes their dreams with a cold and blunt rejection. The legendary hunter simply couldn't handle the agonizingly slow internet at the elite base. His men are losing their minds over his refusal to leave this dump. They demand to know why he really visited the high-ranking division headquarters. Minjung casually claims he was only there to test a new mana sword. His subordinates exchange looks of pure confusion at his lack of military ambition. He buttons his uniform, acting like losing a promotion means absolutely nothing. But his peaceful demeanor is far more terrifying than any fit of rage. As they whisper in fear, the legendary sergeant hides his true intentions. A dark, predatory smile slowly spreads across his face in the shadows. He isn't disappointed because he just traded status for overwhelming raw power. With his stats reaching monstrous levels, the sirens of war suddenly scream out. The sirens scream as a terrifying emergency broadcast shatters the silence of the barracks. Minjung senses the desperation in the commander's voice as the situation spirals out of control. Under the cold gaze of a full moon, the mountains hide a deadly secret. A tactical unit moves like ghosts through the shadows of the dense forest. Leading the charge, the legendary sergeant prepares to face a high-level threat. With a single silent signal, the entire squad freezes in the face of danger. He orders a brief moment of rest before the true bloodbath begins. Every second counts as they prepare their bodies for the coming slaughter. Even the most seasoned soldiers can feel the crushing weight of the atmosphere. In this brief silence, they wait for the inevitable clash against an impossible enemy. The eerie silence of the forest weighs heavily on the resting tactical squad. Hours of fruitless searching have yielded nothing but exhaustion for the search party. Chilling rumors of a northern ogre begin to circulate among the nervous men. They wonder if even their legendary sergeant feels the weight of this hunt. He simply smirks, knowing this is merely his first time hunting them here. Capturing such a monster alive is considered an impossible feat for any human. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he considers the ultimate prize. Sudden movement silences the soldiers' chatter as the atmosphere shifts to pure dread. While protocol demands they call for backup, the sergeant has much darker plans. These men are about to witness a power that defies every military law. Minjung's predatory grin sends a wave of absolute terror through the ranks. The soldiers realize their legendary sergeant is far more dangerous than any monster. A sudden disturbance high in the canopy forces everyone to look up in dread. Crows scatter across the moonlight, signaling that the true hunt has finally begun. Minjung casually hums as he leaves his confused squad behind in the dark. He orders them to stay back, claiming he just wants a quick look. With his rifle ready, he prowls forward while his men watch in silence. The sergeant vanishes into the thick shadows of the haunted northern woods. Suddenly, his sharp senses catch a sound that shouldn't exist in this forest. He continues deeper into the darkness, lured by the crunch of approaching footsteps. The ancient canopy of the northern woods hides a terror lurking in the night. Minjung watches from the darkness, his predatory gaze fixed on a massive, unseen threat. Fresh blood stains the earth as a mangled carcass is tossed aside like trash. A grotesque giant emerges, mindlessly devouring its prey with a hunger that knows no bounds. Instead of retreating, the sergeant flashes a terrifying grin at the sight of his prize. Black ichor spills from the monster's jagged tusks as it finishes its gruesome meal. He casually reaches for his equipment, ready to turn this beast into a simple achievement. The creature suddenly freezes as a human voice cuts through the thick, oppressive silence. Standing tall against the behemoth, Minjung treats the high-level threat like a mere toy. He mockingly asks the beast who gave it permission to hunt on his territory. The massive beast lets out a guttural roar, its hunger echoing through the night. Minjung calmly analyzes the creature, deciding that killing it would be a total waste. As the behemoth lunges forward, the sergeant doesn't even bother to draw his weapon. A surge of purple energy ignites his fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The monster's eyes widen in shock as it realizes it isn't the apex predator here. He activates his demonic energy, pinning the massive threat down with ease. A thrill of excitement surges through him as he relishes this one-sided hunt. One heavy strike to the gut sends the titan flying back like a ragdoll. Blood spills as the sergeant promises to hold back enough to keep it alive. With a predatory smirk, he tells the creature to hold on for its life. The sudden sound of a predator sends a chill through the entire squad. Fear grips the soldiers as they realize they are no longer the hunters. Panic sets in as desperate footsteps echo through the dark, oppressive forest. They raise their weapons, but their trembling hands betray their absolute terror. A monstrous beast descends from the shadows, hungry for human flesh and blood. Amidst the chaos, Minjong steps forward with a cold, predatory grin on his face. The creature is already battered, leaking dark blood from its mangled snout. It spits out a shattered tooth, realizing it has finally met its match. His subordinates scream for him to retreat before the monster strikes again. They watch in horror as the titan looms over him for the final blow. Minjung screams for his men to hold fire while dancing through the beast's strikes. The soldiers stand frozen, watching their commander claim this monster as his personal prize. He maneuvers with impossible speed, declaring he will bring the massive creature in alive. A panicked subordinate realizes the sergeant hasn't even reported their location to headquarters. Minjung bellows that he won't share the glory of this hunt with anyone else. His men scramble to keep up, terrified that such recklessness will get them killed. The beast lets out a low growl, its golden eyes burning with primal hatred. It prepares a devastating blow, but the sergeant merely watches with a cold gaze. Minjung pauses, sensing a strange and familiar power hidden within the creature's frantic movements. Against all logic, he drops his guard and offers a mocking, confident smile. The soldiers freeze in confusion as the battlefield suddenly warps around them. A violent shockwave erupts, sending the massive beast flying through the air. Pure terror grips the squad as they witness a power that defies logic. The overwhelming pressure forces the men to their knees, gasping for breath. Minjung simply smiles, adjusting his gear with the terrifying calm of a predator. The monster's eye flares with rage, yet it cannot hide its growing fear. In a flash of movement, he delivers a punch that shatters the creature's pride. Broken and bleeding, the beast clutches its throat, struggling to stay conscious. The sergeant stands over his fallen prey, looking down with cold, mocking eyes. Paralyzed by fear, the beast finally understands it was never the hunter. Minjung flashes a grin that signals the beginning of a living nightmare. The massive beast realizes too late it has become the helpless prey. A dark whip cuts through the air with lethal precision. It coils around the creature's neck like a tightening noose of shadow. The sergeant plays with his food, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Gasping for air, the monster is dragged back into the darkness. Blood and terror leak from its eyes as its strength finally fades. Looking down from above, he delivers a smile colder than death itself. He strikes with a purple-infused fist, punishing the beast for trying to escape. The earth shatters under a power that no monster was ever meant to survive. Minjong stands atop the fallen beast, proving no monster can withstand his might. He flashes a predatory grin, impressed by the creature's stubborn refusal to die. Deep within the military base, a frantic voice screams in absolute disbelief. The report of a live capture sends shockwaves through the battalion's command center. The major barks orders through the phone, desperate to secure the captured prize. Soldiers whisper in awe, questioning how anyone could subdue an ogre without killing it. The base descends into a frenzy as the order to mobilize is issued. The announcement that Minjong succeeded shatters the composure of every officer present. Exhausted soldiers can only mutter his name, realizing his power has reached new heights. A hero's welcome awaits as the sergeant hauls his massive captive into the light. The next morning, the military base erupts into a scene of absolute celebration. Massive slabs of meat sizzle over open flames as the victorious battalion feasts. Soldiers dance with unbridled joy, fueled by a triumph that defied all odds. Laughter fills the air while the men finally enjoy a brief, hard-earned peace. High-ranking eyes watch the chaos, questioning the source of this sudden high morale. Minjung stands tall, wearing his black uniform with the pride of a true leader. A fellow officer rushes toward him, eager to congratulate the man of the hour. They exchange crisp salutes, honoring the hero who provided this entire grand feast. Heavy praise follows every step as he is hailed for his impossible live capture. Rumors of a massive 200 million reward trail them through the camp. Word of the massive bounty spreads like wildfire through the excited ranks. Minjong remains the center of attention as his legend continues to grow. They head toward headquarters to report on their unbelievable recent victory. The mood inside has shifted drastically thanks to their sudden streak of success. A luxurious feast is laid out for the soldiers who defied death. The battalion commander watches with an expression that is impossible to read. Minjong stands before his superiors to face the consequences of his bravery. Tension breaks as the stern leader finally lets out a hearty laugh. But a jealous officer immediately starts picking apart Minjung's reckless solo tactics. Dealing with petty military politics proves more exhausting than fighting real monsters. Sangdeok tries to downplay the victory as mere luck to undermine the achievement. A cold, authoritative voice cuts through the room, silencing the petty officer instantly. The arrogant superior flinches in terror as he realizes who is watching him. The stern commander demands the truth about the results of the impossible ogre raid. Trembling with fear, Sangdeok admits the beast was somehow captured alive and unharmed. The commander scoffs at the idea that such a feat was pure coincidence. Tension thickens over the feast as the jealous officer is put in his place. With a piercing gaze, the general questions why anyone would ruin this celebration. The once proud officer frantically begs for forgiveness as his influence completely crumbles away. A true leader respects tactical intuition over the rigid rules of a military manual. A sudden realization strikes as the tension in the room begins to boil over. Petty officers attempt to mock a man whose real experience far outweighs their own. Their smug faces crumble the moment Minjong's legendary reputation is finally brought up. The atmosphere turns icy as the man they were insulting stands right behind them. With a mocking laugh, he reveals he knows exactly who sent these pathetic puppets. Despite the underlying threat, he plays the part of the perfect, obedient soldier. His charisma is infectious, effortlessly turning former enemies into his most loyal supporters. A dangerous smile creeps across his face as his true plan begins to unfold. He basks in the fact that every single person here is now his pawn. Meanwhile, deep within the Hunter Corps headquarters, the real power struggle is just beginning. Major General Moon Yekin strides through the halls with the weight of absolute authority. But even a commander of his stature cannot ignore the shifting tides of power. He checks his messages, expecting a report that would finally end his latest headache. Instead, he finds only failure, and his cold eyes burn with sudden, sharp fury. His subordinate admits that Minjong's performance was simply too perfect to even sabotage. Disgusted by such incompetence, Moon curses the useless puppets who failed their simple task. His steady pace halts abruptly as the realization of his losing hand sets in. With an ogre captured, there is no longer any way to block Minjong's promotion. He grits his teeth, knowing his best bait for recruitment has just been rendered worthless. Now, he can only watch in frustration as the legendary sergeant becomes completely untouchable. Suddenly a massive presence looms behind Moon, demanding to know who he is cursing. It is Major General Du, whose unexpected arrival sends a cold shiver down Moon's spine. Du mocks his obvious frustration, forcing Moon to desperately hide his true venomous intentions. The power dynamic shifts instantly as Du reveals he has been summoned by top leadership. With a predatory grin, he announces they are finally discussing Kim Minjong's inevitable promotion. Moon freezes as he realizes the Corps commander is personally stepping into the fray. Every ounce of control he fought for is being stripped away by higher powers. Du offers a mocking handshake, sarcastically congratulating Moon on his rival's meteoric rise. Forcing a strained smile, Moon can only offer a hollow thanks while dying inside. The air turns heavy as the two generals lock eyes in a silent, deadly confrontation. Moon Yekin demands total national loyalty while masking his own growing internal panic. A forced smile barely hides the terror of losing his grip on power. Du Sehun intercepts him with the crushing weight of a superior officer's command. The scene shifts to the high-altitude heights where the real decisions are made. He strides forward to finalize a deal that will change the military forever. A mysterious figure of immense rank stands overlooking the horizon in silent judgment. Respect is demanded as Du offers a formal salute to the division's apex. General Ku greets him with the casual confidence of a man holding all cards. They discuss the immediate promotion of the monster who shouldn't even be alive. With the capture of an ogre confirmed, the path to power is finally cleared. Du accepts the promotion order until a sudden warning halts the celebration. Confusion strikes as the Major General senses a dangerous ultimatum approaching. A singular condition is laid out by the man who controls the military. Du is left reeling as he tries to process the commander's unexpected demand. Minjong must survive a specialized dungeon raid to earn his new rank. The Major General questions why the apex of command is personally intervening. He realizes this is a calculated test to witness the monster's power. Shock sets in as the true scale of the mission is finally revealed. Entering a dungeon meant for the elite task force is a suicide mission. A chilling smile confirms that Minjong is walking straight into a trap. General Ku flashes a predatory smile as a double-layered dungeon is finally uncovered. Under the cover of night, the military headquarters hums with a deadly new secret. Minjong remains motionless, centering his spirit for a trial that would kill any man. His physical limits are being pushed further than the human body was ever intended. Even his fellow soldiers are haunted by his relentless and inhuman training schedule. They whisper in the shadows, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of his discipline. To the average hunter, this level of dedication looks like a descent into madness. In the cold darkness, the sergeant ignores the world to refine his lethal power. He grits his teeth, forcing his mana to submit to his iron will. The perpetual motion machine awakens as purple energy begins to flood his veins. Minjong realizes that his grueling training has finally unlocked a lethal, hidden truth. He visualizes the ancient skill as a mechanical engine churning deep within his core. Feeding his raw demonic energy into the gears causes the internal machinery to ignite. The system confirms the perpetual motion machine is now operating at an accelerated rate. Standing tall, he celebrates a breakthrough that pushes him far beyond any normal human. His momentary peace is shattered by a frantic voice calling out his name. Wiping away the sweat of his labor, he demands to know the urgent news. Confusion turns to irritation as the report from his scouts becomes utter chaos. Deep in the woods, his loyal companions are caught in a ridiculous, petty squabble. The spirit frantically accuses the crow of trying to steal credit for the discovery. Minjung roars for silence as his companion's petty bickering finally pushes him over the edge. He holds the mysterious purple crystal, while his scouts tremble under his intense, judgmental gaze. The two spirits continue to argue, each desperately trying to claim credit for the find. Exuding a terrifying aura, he forces them to admit they worked as a single team. Terrified by his power, they quickly change their tune and celebrate their forced cooperation together. The tension breaks as he finally offers a rare word of praise for their efforts. Validation from their master sends the two scouts into a state of pure, sparkly euphoria. Without hesitation, Minjong crushes the rare crystal to absorb its raw, untapped demonic potential. A surge of dark power floods his veins, forcing his stats to climb ever higher. As his eyes ignite, a brand new forbidden skill awakens within his very soul. A forbidden power awakens, summoning a creature that demands a price for every use. Sensing a shift in the air, the two scouts look on in sheer confusion. Minjung reveals he just obtained a skill that defies the laws of their world. Bungus' eyes widen in absolute terror as the name of the skill is spoken. He frantically begs his master to reconsider using such a volatile and cursed ability. History is stained with the blood of mages who perished after summoning this entity. Ignoring the warnings, a sinister grin spreads across the commander's face. He whispers the scout's name, his confidence bordering on pure, unadulterated madness. Darkness coils around his hand as he prepares to unleash the unthinkable power. He commands them to watch closely as he tames the shadow that consumes all. Minjung unleashes the forbidden energy, tearing a hole through the very fabric of reality. From the swirling abyss, a nightmare begins to take shape amidst the suffocating darkness. A terrifying, hooded entity emerges, radiating a pressure that would crush any ordinary man. Standing unfazed, the commander greets the ancient horror as if meeting an old friend. The towering shadow looms over him, its cold presence demanding an unthinkable price. Within the void of its hood, a predatory hunger waits to consume its master. The creature raises a skeletal finger, signaling the start of a deadly negotiation. It reaches out, touching the commander with a touch that carries the chill of death. The entity demands his very eye as payment for this cursed and forbidden summoning. With a defiant smirk, he rejects the demon, proving he is the one in control. Bongu screams in terror, warning that the dark summoning cannot be cancelled now. The entity surges with malicious energy, preparing to claim its deadly, unthinkable price. A massive, soul-reaping scythe manifests within the creature's cold and skeletal grip. Death swings downward, aimed directly at the commander who dared to summon it. Completely unbothered, Minjung commands the beast to finally show its true assassin form. Suddenly, a second shadow erupts from the ground to parry the lethal strike. This is the Nightwalker's true potential, a grinning monster born from darkness. While his scout watches in total shock, Minjung simply smirks at the chaos. The two shadows clash in a violent explosion of purple energy and steel. The Reaper's blade shatters against the earth as the ancient horror begins fading. The shadow monster roars as purple energy surges through its massive, hulking frame. A silent Reaper emerges from the void, clutching a soul-reaping blade with skeletal hands. Minjong stares down the ancient horror, questioning if the beast truly forgot its master. The terrifying creature trembles as it finally realizes the true identity of its summoner. Watching from the sidelines, the scout can barely believe the impossible scene unfolding before him. A legendary warrior stands completely unfazed before a monster that should strike fear into gods. He admits his skills have faded, but his authority over death remains as absolute. Calling the Reaper a mere number, Minjung expresses his deep disappointment in its hesitation. The once feared assassin shakes in terror, desperate to avoid the debt it owes him. With a simple command, the commander dismisses the nightmare until its power is needed again. Walking away from the encounter, Minjong remains completely unfazed by the darkness. His loyal scout erupts in praise, baffled by the commander's effortless control. Minjung reveals his secret weapon, a small spirit designed to counter the untouchable. Physical attacks were useless, so he adapted by exploiting a lethal natural weakness. The raven watches in shock as the tiny spirit devours their enemy's essence. Only a master of his caliber could sustain creatures that consume such immense energy. The scout realizes the true depth of his master's unpredictable and terrifying power. He proclaims Minjong as the ultimate hope for the future of dark magic. Dismissing the dramatic flattery, the commander finds the constant praise increasingly annoying. Even the lowliest spirits under his command possess a hidden, deadly combat prowess. The commander's summoned spirits clash, their dark energy crackling with unsettling intensity. Even the loyal scout feels a chill watching these predatory creatures interact. Minjong remains focused, indifferent to the chaotic power brewing right behind him. Bongu wonders if he can even survive serving a master this terrifying. The sun rises over the military academy as a new day begins. Tension thickens as the focus shifts toward the administrative office. Soldiers huddle outside the door, desperately trying to overhear the secrets within. Minjung arrives at the scene, confused by the strange behavior of his subordinates. They immediately snap to attention, saluting the man they now fear and respect. An overeager officer clings to him, begging for orders or any scrap of information. Excited whispers spread through the ranks about a mysterious new female vice commander. Minjung isn't impressed by the gossip and demands his men get back to work. One threat of the training room sends the lazy soldiers scattering in pure terror. He lets out a heavy sigh, exhausted by the constant lack of military discipline. Behind his calm exterior, the legendary commander remains ever watchful of his surroundings. The persistent subordinates refuse to leave, hyping up the arrival of an overseas beauty. He curses their obsession under his breath while preparing to face the new arrival. With a steady hand, he reaches for the door to meet his potential rival. Suddenly, the mention of an overseas hunter triggers a sharp, unsettling realization. The heavy door slowly creaks open, revealing a presence that could change everything. A high-ranking sergeant introduces a mysterious new officer with a hidden face. Minjung offers a formal salute, completely unaware of the bombshell about to drop. His superior gestures forward, insisting the legendary commander meet his new partner. The woman slowly turns around, her presence triggering a sudden, sharp realization. A wave of pure shock hits Minjung as he recognizes a familiar face. Standing there is Kim Seohyun, a ghost from his past now in uniform. The heavy atmosphere of their reunion echoes throughout the silent military grounds. Seeking a moment of clarity, Minjung retreats to a lonely vending machine. He confronts her, demanding to know why she kept her enlistment secret. She snaps back, admitting she wanted to earn her rank before facing him. Minjung hands over a drink, acknowledging her fierce resolve for the coming war. As she accepts the gift, jealous eyes watch them from the hallway shadows. Their casual conversation leaves the surrounding soldiers frozen in a state of disbelief. One witness wonders if they actually knew each other before the military. Another suspects their connection is far deeper than just a simple acquaintance. They seem far too close, sparking rumors of a secret, unbreakable bond. He warns her of the coming brutality, but she refuses to leave his side. A predatory smirk crosses his face as he grants her permission to follow him. The commander shifts his focus, questioning the current state of her demonic reserves. She stares back with unwavering intensity, proving her strength is ready for the slaughter. Ignoring her claims of being fine, the commander demands she offer her hand. He feigns a slight injury, drawing her into his unpredictable sphere of influence. The moment their skin touches, a surge of raw, violet energy binds them together. A system alert confirms her loyalty as he transfers a fragment of his power. With a predatory smirk, he questions if she can feel the difference within her. She stares in disbelief at the strange yet hauntingly familiar power coursing through her. He reveals the fatal weakness all dark mages share, their reliance on external sources. The realization hits her like a physical blow as she begins to understand his secret. He proudly declares he has achieved the impossible by generating his own demonic energy. Overwhelmed by emotion, she hails him as the ultimate beacon for their entire kind. Rumors spread like wildfire as the cold sergeant leaves his vice commander in tears. The soldiers whisper in fear, convinced that Minjong is nothing less than a demon. Far from the barracks, a mysterious blue portal tears open on a secluded beach. Minjong arrives at the staging ground, ready to face his next high-stakes mission. With a sharp salute, he stands before the elite hunters of the Special Task Force. A grizzled commander watches him closely, sensing the overwhelming power hidden beneath the surface. Major Han Borum steps forward, greeting the legendary sergeant with a calculated gaze. A firm handshake seals their alliance as they prepare to dive into the unknown. Scanning the room, Minjong realizes these elite soldiers are far more dangerous than expected. Faces from his past resurface, forcing him to question where he met them before. Captain Ma Sukdu mocks the newcomer, doubting he can survive the coming storm. He arrogantly offers medical aid, certain that injuries are a statistical guarantee. The elite squad laughs along, Unaware of the monster hiding in their ranks, Colonel Lee Pildu silences the mockery, demanding absolute focus for the briefing. The march begins toward the rarest of anomalies, a double-layer dungeon. It is a nightmare realm tucked away inside a pre-existing dungeon floor. A pulsing red portal marks the boundary where all logic and safety end. With zero data to guide them, the mission is effectively a suicide run. Minjong stares into the crimson void, his predatory instincts sharpening for the hunt. The order to advance is given, plunging the unit into unexplored territory. Only the most elite soldiers are chosen to face this impossible mission. The air turns heavy as the unit crosses into the dungeon floor. Fear ripples through the ranks when the exit portal suddenly disappears behind them. Colonel Lee Pildu remains unfazed, instantly commanding the squad into a security formation. They march deeper into the abyss, rhythmic footsteps breaking the suffocating silence. Pildu reflects on the task ahead, finding the unexpected danger strangely refreshing. He senses an opportunity to learn something new from this volatile environment. A fist clenches in anticipation, nerves steeled for the coming slaughter. 3 dark tunnels loom ahead, each leading toward an unknown and deadly fate. The commander narrows his eyes, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. Colonel Pildu breaks the silence, ordering the squad to split into 3 separate teams. The strict mission parameters are set, demanding a retreat if the path ever forks. Survival depends on avoiding unnecessary combat while prioritizing the collection of vital intelligence. A thunderous response echoes through the chamber as the soldiers accept their dangerous orders. Pildu handpicks the elite, summoning Captain Sokdu and the mysterious Minjong to his side. With unwavering discipline, the chosen pair falls into step behind their commanding officer. He warns of hidden traps, suspecting this dungeon is a lethal, shifting maze. The teams vanish into the darkness, parting ways for a high-stakes 2-hour reconnaissance. Rhythmic boots hit the stone as the lead trio marches toward an uncertain fate. Minjung observes silently, acknowledging the tactical genius of the man leading them into hell. Minjung releases a spectral shadow to scout the darkness where no man dares tread. With a subtle flick, he sends his loyal spirit deep into the dungeon's throat. The 3 soldiers advance into the gloom, unaware of the horrors waiting ahead. A chilling smile spreads across Minjong's face as the pressure of death intensifies. Sukdu snaps, unable to understand why this lowly recruit isn't trembling in fear. He suddenly sees a glimpse of a legendary monster within the boy's cold eyes. The captain demands an answer, his own nerves fraying under the recruit's silence. Pildu cuts the tension, ordering them to focus on the massive threat looming nearby. They find themselves standing before a gargantuan gate, sealed by ancient, heavy magic. Even the shadow spirit is blocked, signaling a terror that cannot be bypassed. Pildu questions if the captain truly intends to open the ancient, sealed gate. Time is running thin, and he orders an immediate retreat to the rendezvous point. The team begrudgingly agrees to turn back, leaving the mystery behind them. As they walk away, a heavy silence settles over the dark, damp corridor. Suddenly, Minjong spots a legendary runestone pulsing with hidden, ancient power. Ignoring the commander's orders, the recruit reaches out toward the glowing artifact. The colonel roars in fury as the stone erupts with a blinding blue light. The entire foundation trembles as a violent earthquake rips through the dungeon walls. Cracks spiderweb across the stone, signaling the awakening of something long forgotten. Forced into a corner, the hunters draw their blades against the rising darkness. A stone predator lunges from the shadows, aiming straight for the captain's throat. Before the claws can connect, Minjong's blade carves the beast in 2. A deafening roar echoes through the chamber as the dungeon begins to wake. While the captain trembles in fear, Minjong stares down his next target. They step into the heart of the nest, surrounded by hundreds of stone statues. The silence breaks as a literal army of gargoyles descends upon the hunters. Steel clashes against stone in a desperate struggle for survival against the swarm. Major Borum screams for a defensive line as the monsters overwhelm their position. Terror strikes when the captain loses his weapon to a crushing blow. Death closes in, and this time, there might be no one left to save him. A blue blade of pure energy cleaves through the stone skull of a gargoyle. Minjong stands calm amidst the carnage while his terrified captain struggles to maintain composure. He mocks the captain, telling him to stay safe, so he can watch his back. Colonel Pildu roars a warning as more monsters descend from the dark dungeon ceiling. With a predatory smirk, Minjong acknowledges the threat like it is a mere game. The 2 warriors become a whirlwind of steel, carving a path through the swarm. Even the elite special task force can only watch in horror at this display. Pildu pushes his physical limits, gritting his teeth against the endless tide of stone. But Minjong moves with an unnatural grace that defies every known law of combat. He delivers a final, devastating strike that leaves no doubt about his true power. The stone monsters fall like broken dolls under the weight of an overwhelming power. Minjung stands amidst the carnage, his presence alone silencing the entire dungeon chamber. Major Borum acknowledges the feat, praising the young sergeant for his incredible combat efficiency. The commander admits that without Minjung, the entire unit would have been forced back. The momentary peace shatters as Borum wheels around with a face full of fury. He bellows at the captain, his voice echoing through the dark, cold stone walls. Captain Ma Sukdu trembles in fear, his previous arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Borum seizes the captain by the throat, enraged by his reckless disregard for safety. The captain pleads for mercy while Minjung watches the pathetic display with cold indifference. Minjung wonders how such an incompetent fool even qualified for the special task force. The captain's pathetic pleas for mercy fall on deaf, furious ears. Borum promises a final reckoning once they escape this living nightmare alive. The unit pushes toward the exit, tension thick enough to cut. Minjung mocks the coward, savoring the captain's total loss of dignity. Suddenly, Minjung's predatory instincts flare as he senses a looming catastrophe. He bellows a warning as shadows begin to move within the abyss. The veteran officers freeze in shock as the atmosphere turns deathly cold. Massive, obsidian claws tear through the silence, signaling a new predator's arrival. A monstrous demon emerges from the dark, its eyes burning with hunger. Its blood-curdling roar echoes, announcing a fight they might not survive. The squad stands paralyzed as a massive shadow looms over the dungeon floor. Minjung realizes this monster is unlike any dungeon boss he has ever encountered. He screams for everyone to duck as the winged nightmare prepares its strike. Colonel Pildu leaps into action, clearing the path with a desperate, high-speed maneuver. The veteran commander charges head-on, testing the limits of this demonic entity's power. A violent shockwave erupts from the beast, sending the elite officer flying backward. Pildu crashes hard into the captain, their tactical formation shattered in seconds. Despite the crushing impact, the colonel forces himself up to face the inevitable. The demon beats its massive wings, generating a gale that threatens to bury them. Minjung braces against the wind, mocking the beast as the stakes turn lethal. The beast's massive weight crushes the stone, signaling the start of a lethal dance. Minjung launches himself into the air, soaring high above the winged nightmare's reach. He taunts the creature with a cold smile before unleashing a devastating blue strike. The elite officers rush forward, desperate to close the distance and support their commander. Minjung senses a shift in the air, realizing the demon hasn't shown its true power. A massive wing cuts through the darkness like a scythe, aiming to bisect everything. The sudden shockwave sends the veterans crashing back, their formation broken in an instant. Ignoring the chaos, the legendary sergeant lunges forward for one final, decisive blow. The glowing blade sinks deep into the demon's flesh, ending the nightmare once and for all. Minjung strikes with a blinding arc, cutting through the heavy, suffocating darkness. The blade carves deep, but the monster's glowing eyes show no sign of pain. Despite the lethal blow, the beast heals instantly, forcing the sergeant to retreat. Instead of fear, a predatory smirk grows as he acknowledges the creature's terrifying skill. Borum commands his subordinate to rush for reinforcements before the situation turns fatal. The veteran officer's gaze hardens, knowing he must hold the line alone. Seukdu hesitates for a fleeting second before steeling his resolve for the mission. He sprints toward the exit, leaving his commander to face the nightmare. Behind him, the demon unleashes a soul-shaking roar that vibrates through the very stone. The beast unleashes a suffocating shroud of absolute darkness upon the elite squad. Panic erupts instantly as the sensory deprivation hits the veteran soldiers like a physical blow. One officer screams in pure terror, realizing he has been rendered completely blind. Borum barks orders to maintain formation, even as his own vision vanishes into nothingness. Amidst the void, the sound of clashing steel echoes through the pitch-black corridor. Every movement becomes a desperate gamble against an enemy they can no longer see. But Minjung recognizes this forbidden technique, his eyes igniting with a predatory purple glow. Even the most powerful mages would be helpless within this suffocating, supernatural fog. Instead of fear, a chilling smirk spreads across his face as he finds his advantage. A grinning shadow spirit emerges, ready to fight on his master's behalf. Minjung watches as his summon unleashes a flurry of devastating energy slashes. The dark scout dances through the chaos, overwhelming the beast with speed. Even the massive winged demon cannot withstand the relentless glowing purple onslaught. The creature crumbles into nothingness, but the true battle has only begun. Minjung realizes that the enemy's insane regeneration will make this fight difficult. His elite allies collapse behind him, paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of fear. Knowing time is running out, a chilling smirk spreads across the sergeant's face. He activates a forbidden skill, cloaking himself in the power of the dark. The winged beast screams as purple energy tears through its monstrous hide. Minjong glares at the creature, frustrated by its relentless and annoying regeneration. He ignites his mana blade, preparing to end this nightmare once and for all. With a deafening roar, he commands his shadow to strike with its massive scythe. The Dark Reaper soars through the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Suddenly, Banga's spirit form manifests behind the demon with a predatory grin. A flash of purple energy carves through the air, aimed at the beast's throat. Panic fills the demon's eyes as it realizes the hunter has outplayed it. Its massive wing is severed, sending the creature spiraling into the abyss. The Reaper descends for the final blow, leaving no room for escape. A blinding white arc of energy tears through the darkness, striking the beast. The horned demon reels back, its glowing eyes wide with pure, unfiltered shock. Emerging from the shadows, the silent Reaper looms behind its prey like inevitable death. A devastating purple crescent cleaves through the air, shattering the monster's fragile defenses. The creature lets out a blood-curdling screech as its demonic form begins to crumble. Minjung draws his flickering blue blade, ready to unleash his true, hidden potential. A cold, predatory smirk plays on his lips as he anticipates the coming slaughter. He lunges forward, his movements far too fast for any normal human to track. This is the Darksider's innate power, capable of neutralizing any enemy skill instantly. With a feral grin, he prepares to deliver the final, soul-shattering blow. A monstrous gargoyle bellows as it prepares to tear the intruder apart. Minjung stands his ground, his flickering blue blade humming with lethal intent. From the darkness, Banga's spirit form watches the carnage with a sinister grin. Purple energy arcs through the dungeon as the monsters find themselves completely outclassed. With a single fluid strike, the legendary sergeant cleaves through his demonic prey. He smirks, declaring that even a fleeting moment of power is more than enough. His blade becomes a blur of light, decapitating the beasts with terrifying precision. To a man of his caliber, these creatures are merely pesky bugs to swat. The chamber falls silent as he prepares to confront the mastermind hiding ahead. Beside the trembling captive, the dark spirit manifests to extract every forbidden secret. Minjung surveys the broken remains of the elite squad he just completely outshined. The medical officer trembles in terror, his pride shattered by the overwhelming darkness. Even the legendary Colonel Pildu collapses, unable to fathom the speed of this slaughter. He looks up in disbelief as a shadow looms over his failed mission. Minjung casually presents the boss's head, proving he is the only true monster here. The survivors emerge from the gate into the cold reality of the military base. Pildu marches forward with a heavy heart, haunted by the impossible feat he witnessed. Behind him, the young sergeant whistles, acting as if he just took a stroll. The waiting troops salute their commanders, unaware of the power shift that just occurred. High-ranking generals watch in stunned silence as an unprecedented record is set today. The elite officers turn in shock as the young sergeant approaches the camp. Minjong stands amidst the veterans, his presence demanding respect despite his low rank. A veteran major offers his hand, acknowledging the impossible feat he just witnessed. This simple handshake marks the moment a mere soldier becomes a military legend. With a humble smile, Minjung accepts the praise while hiding his true monstrous power. Even the exhausted Colonel Pildu cannot ignore the shifting tides of authority today. The stern commander pauses, realizing this boy is the key to their survival. A silent pat on the shoulder signifies the passing of an unspoken torch. Suddenly, the colonel barks a command that snaps the entire unit back to reality. The arrogant captain now stumbles in terror, desperate to keep up with the elites. Minjong leaves the terrified captain behind, knowing the true trial has only just begun. A cold smirk reveals that every impossible event unfolded exactly as he planned. News of his godlike feat reaches the headquarters like a sudden, violent thunderclap. Elite officers tremble as they realize he cleared a legendary dungeon entirely alone. But for his most loyal follower, such a miracle was simply a foregone conclusion. The soldiers can only marvel at the man who single-handedly saved their entire division. A predatory smile creeps across her face as she acknowledges their newfound respect. She commends the corporal for finally seeing the monster hiding in plain sight. The corporal bows in gratitude, finally understanding the true scale of the sergeant's power. The legend returns to report his victory, leaving a trail of absolute awe behind. The command is set as the military prepares for a shift in power. Even the most seasoned agents can't help but marvel at his artistic precision. What once seemed like simple praise has transformed into a deep, genuine respect. They remember him as a mere private, a memory that now feels like fiction. Meeting this monster has fundamentally changed how these soldiers view their very existence. Now, the desire for a meaningful life burns within those who follow him. Nobody has ever seen a rise this meteoric in less than a single year. His prowess in the double-layer dungeon has placed him in a league of his own, Talk of his promotion stirs excitement and fear throughout the entire 2nd Battalion. High-ranking officials gather in silence, realizing the legend has only just begun. The commander roars with laughter while confirming the legendary soldier's official promotion. Minjung accepts the honor with a humble smile that masks his predatory nature. The surrounding officers can hardly contain their joy at this unprecedented success. Crucial promises made during the dungeon raid are finally being honored today. After his final training ends, he will be commissioned as a platoon leader. The general grants him total freedom to select any unit within the division. Tension fills the room, as everyone waits for the monster to choose. He sets his sights on the specific platoon where his journey first began. The commander asks if the chosen battalion is ready to receive him. Without a second of doubt, the request is granted with absolute enthusiasm. Minjung sits before his superior to make one final, game-changing request. The officer watches closely as the legendary hunter unveils his secret strategy. He claims his loyal follower as vice commander to solidify his inner circle. Within these walls, a new era of military dominance is quietly being born. A seasoned officer carries the documents that will change the division's future forever. He stops in confusion, as an intense presence suddenly commands his full attention. Minjung delivers a perfect salute, his eyes burning with newfound purpose and power. The commander smiles back, recognizing the unstoppable momentum of his most elite soldier. He marches off with absolute triumph, every step bringing him closer to his goal. His promotion is finally set, granting him the ultimate authority he truly deserves. A predatory grin spreads across his face, masking a secret far beyond simple rank. While a promotion was guaranteed, another discovery has Minjung trembling with pure adrenaline. Flashing back moments earlier, a mysterious delivery arrives at the heart of the barracks. He reveals the Gargoyle's Pouch, a legendary bound item with massive storage potential. He initially dismissed the treasure mid-mission, but his loyal scout had other plans. Bongu chirps with pride, basking in the absolute shock of his master's reaction. The small spirit celebrates, knowing he just secured a game-changing tactical advantage. But the pouch was merely the beginning of the treasures Bongu managed to retrieve. From the darkness, the spirit produces a handful of shimmering, high-tier soul stones. Minjung freezes in disbelief, staring at the most broken healing items in existence. Minjung praises his loyal scout for retrieving the legendary treasure from the battlefield. Without a second thought, he claims the Gargoyle's Pouch as his own personal belonging. This legendary item holds infinite storage, but its true power is notoriously hard to maintain. Even the greatest hunters struggle with the cost of keeping such a broken artifact active. But Bongu has already secured the high-tier soul stones needed to fuel its endless hunger. With these resources in hand, Minjung's tactical advantage has reached an entirely new level. Later, in the training hall, a different kind of challenge begins against his vice commander. Seoyun gasps for air, pushed to her absolute limit by the sergeant's overwhelming presence. She ignores her exhaustion and kicks off the ground with everything she has left. Yet Minjung stands completely unfazed as his student launches a desperate, final assault. Seoyun pours every ounce of her strength into a single, desperate strike, but Minjung moves with a grace that borders on the supernatural. He treats her lethal assault like a mere child's game. Gasping for air, the vice commander realizes the terrifying gap between them. Refusing to break, she steadies her breathing and lunges once more. Her determination is admirable, but she is fighting a literal monster. In a flash, Minjung closes the distance and halts her mid-motion. He calmly explains that her strikes are far too slow for real combat. With a single, effortless flick, he sends her crashing across the room. The sergeant smiles, satisfied that the true lesson has finally begun. Seoyun collapses, her body steaming from the sheer intensity of the sergeant's brutal training. Minjung towers over her with a predatory grin, mocking her resolve to continue fighting. Despite her broken state, she refuses to quit, begging for just one more round. The legendary sergeant casually hydrates, completely unfazed by the one-sided beatdown he just delivered. He acknowledges her slight improvement while she struggles just to keep her lungs working. Covered in bruises, the vice commander bows in gratitude for the monster's harsh lessons. The conversation shifts as Minjung questions her knowledge regarding the legendary soul stones. These artifacts are famed for regenerating lost limbs and boosting a mage's mana reserves. She warns him that these rare treasures are temporary and command a staggering price. Minjung's eyes gleam as he wonders if they can fuel his own demonic power. Seoyun warns that soul stones are useless for recovering his unique demonic energy. The sergeant just smirks, revealing his body can generate that dark power naturally. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief at the monster standing before her. She admits that legendary items might actually work if the user is special. Suddenly, he produces a mysterious pouch that leaves her gasping for air. Minjung reveals a hoard of glowing stones, proving his preparation is absolute. She recognizes the artifact as a mythical item capable of defying time itself. This pouch prevents the stones from expiring, securing a limitless supply of power. A predatory glint enters his eyes as he prepares for a reckless experiment. Without a second thought, he swallows the stone while she screams in terror. Minjong absorbs the soul stone, forcing its raw power into his core. The results are immediate as his internal machine begins evolving beyond human limits. Without hesitation, he prepares to consume another shard of concentrated divinity. Suddenly, the ancient machine within him rejects the overwhelming surge of energy. He realizes that his own physical vessel has become a terrifying anomaly. Xiaoyan begs him to stop before the experimental power tears him apart. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he rejects her desperate warning. He craves the absolute strength that only comes from dancing with death. His demonic stats skyrocket as he screams through the agony of evolution. Standing in the center of the storm, he has finally surpassed mortality. The weight of his own evolution finally brings the legendary sergeant to his knees. Xiaoyan rushes forward in a panic as her commander's body begins to give out. She frantically checks for injuries while the ground still trembles from his concentrated energy. A chilling grin breaks across his face despite the sheer agony of the process. System notifications flood his vision as every demonic skill reaches a terrifying new peak. But one specific notification stops him cold, with its potential for absolute global devastation. This forbidden power creates a wasteland that consumes every living soul in its path. Xiaoyan marvels at the return of his ancient, godlike authority from a forgotten life. He prays the world never forces him to unleash such a catastrophic plague again. Yet the look in her eyes suggests the coming war will demand everything. Xiaoyan warns that his devastating new power is far too dangerous for this world. Minjung simply smiles, acknowledging that he may have underestimated the sheer scale of destruction. He playfully mocks her intense seriousness, wishing she had a bit more carefree spirit. The unexpected comparison to their companion leaves her completely speechless and visibly shaken. He suddenly remembers an urgent matter that requires his immediate and personal attention. He announces a sudden 2-week departure for specialized off-site training starting tomorrow. Desperate to understand his path, she questions the true nature of this mysterious regimen. A chilling, knowing glint in his eyes suggests the training is anything but ordinary. The narrative shifts to the massive, high-security training grounds located deep within Gyeonggi province. A heavy, decisive stride signals the arrival of a force that will change everything. Minjong arrives at the facility ready to begin his official officer candidate training. The massive academy looms ahead, a fortress designed to forge the world's strongest hunters. Hundreds of elite recruits begin the grueling climb toward their future military ranks. Every heavy footfall echoes the desperate ambition of those fighting for a promotion. For 2 weeks, these warriors must endure brutal physical trials and complex tactical theory. This is the final hurdle before they earn the title of second lieutenant. While most are fresh academy graduates, few have risen from the gritty enlisted ranks. These advanced awakened have spent years honing their powers for this single moment. He watches his new peers, wondering if anyone here can actually challenge him. The group assembles before the main hall as their true nightmare finally begins. The recruits gasp for air as the morning drill begins with grueling intensity. The instructor checks her watch, realizing there is still time for more suffering. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the trainees realize the nightmare isn't over. With a piercing scream, she orders the exhausted warriors to run another lap. Every muscle screams in agony as the elite hunters reach their physical limits. Minjong watches with a cold smirk, noting the instructor's deviation from the routine. This psychological torture is designed to break their spirits before their bodies fail. Confidence vanishes instantly when a finished drill suddenly turns into an endless loop. Suddenly, Minjong notices one person who isn't buckling under the immense pressure. Xiaoyan stands tall among the fallen, proving her training has finally paid off. A new face approaches, her eyes filled with recognition and hidden curiosity. Trainee Li Yuna introduces herself, eager to meet the living legend standing before her. Minjung remains cold, wondering how his secret identity is already becoming common knowledge. She excitedly recounts his legendary exploits, from the Sokcho incident to the ogre capture. It quickly becomes clear that this talkative recruit knows far more than she should. Leaning in close, she whispers about another fallen high-ranker hidden among the trainees. She mentions a disgraced captain forced into re-education after a humiliating military failure. Nearby, Ma Sokdu struggles through the drill, his body trembling from pure exhaustion. Minjung knows him well, having watched the man's entire career crumble in person. A sadistic smirk crosses Minjong's face as his terrified prey realizes who is watching. Disgraced and desperate, the fallen captain curses the man who ruined his life. But the ruthless training cycle of the Hunter Division waits for no one. Among the elite recruits, a legendary monster hides in plain sight, blending in perfectly. The moment they step onto the mats, the atmosphere shifts into something lethal. Every strike he makes is a masterclass in efficiency and absolute predatory precision. Even the most talented trainees struggle just to keep up with his casual pace. From the sidelines, the bitter captain can only watch his nightmare unfold again. One foolhardy challenger thinks he can break through with pure, unbridled aggression. With a single, effortless flick, Minjong sends his opponent crashing across the room. Silence falls over the hall as they realize they are witnessing a god. Even during a quick meal, the weight of his hidden secrets remains heavy. Days bleed into nights as the grueling military regime pushes everyone to their limits. When the sun finally sets, a rare silence falls over the elite hunter barracks. For a legendary monster like Minjong, true relaxation is found in the simplest moments. He leaves the battlefield behind, trading tactical boots for the comfort of casual slides. With a predatory grin, he prepares to end his day with his favorite ritual. He steps into the one place where he can finally drop his deadly guard. A row of high-end gaming rigs waits like sleeping beasts for their master. The glowing hardware shines brighter than any artifact found in a high-tier dungeon. Now, the world's strongest soldier faces his toughest choice: which character to play first. Minjung stares in disbelief as he uncovers a secret hidden within the barracks. Before him lies a digital world filled with elite, high-level warriors. One specific avatar stands out, radiating a bizarre and overwhelming presence. The legendary soldier is moved to tears by the developer's absolute dedication. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his rank, shattering his private moment. Li Yuna approaches with a smile, claiming the very machine he intended to use. Minjung's predatory intensity is replaced by the pure joy of finding a fellow player. The two hunters bond instantly over their shared obsession with the ultimate RPG. She begins a passionate monologue about the artistic mastery behind her leveled-up account. Blushing, the recruit asks the legendary commander for a digital alliance. Minjung freezes in absolute shock as a secret he never expected comes to light. The girl frantically tries to backpedal, fearing she overstepped with the legendary commander. But instead of rejection, he offers a hand that could crush steel in friendship. She laughs nervously, unaware she just allied with the world's most dangerous man. This handshake seals a bond between two players who dominate both reality and fiction. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he vows to keep this asset close. The sun rises over the elite academy, signaling the start of a brutal trial. Platoons gather under the morning sky, prepared for the final stage of their training. The commander announces a high-stakes rotation, where every trainee must lead or fall. Minjung realizes the next mission involves a transforming dungeon where nothing is as it seems. Minjong's predatory gaze sharpens as he senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The elite squad marches forward, unaware of the monster hiding in their ranks. Suddenly, a familiar face appears among the soldiers, catching him completely off guard. The troops snap to attention as their commanding officer arrives to deliver orders. He explains that elite instructors have been dispatched to fill the tactical gaps. With a thunderous shout, the commander gives them 10 minutes before deployment begins. Minjong demands to know why a specific assistant instructor is joining this mission. The woman stands frozen, her heart racing as she faces his intense scrutiny. He questions if their constant meetings are truly just a string of coincidences. She frantically denies the accusation, her composure crumbling under his overwhelming dark presence. Minjung realizes the situation is spiraling far beyond his calculated tactical control. A bubbly trainee suddenly interrupts, demanding to know if they share a past. The sergeant stands paralyzed with shock, simply hearing the legendary name spoken aloud. Li Yuna introduces herself with a bright smile that cuts through the tension. Completely flustered, the veteran officer stammers out her rank and official name. With a playful hush, the recruit insists on discarding all stiff military formalities. They finally share a handshake as the sergeant reveals her true battalion identity. Yuna gushes over the sergeant's rank while the officer questions their mysterious bond. Minjung claims they are just friends despite the blood dripping from his ear. The sergeant stands speechless, stunned by the casual lies of a legendary predator. Ma Sukdu watches the recruits with a look of pure and unadulterated disgust. He scoffs at their casual behavior, claiming they are treating war like a picnic. Nearby, Soyeon freezes as she spots a mysterious figure that shouldn't be there. The scene shifts deep inside a lethal transforming dungeon for high-stakes officer training. Ma Sukdu completely loses his mind, screaming that the current plan is absolute madness. Minjong remains unnervingly calm while reviewing the tactical data on his digital tablet. The captain bellows that a true commander must protect his men from certain doom. But Minjung coldly declares they will march directly through the massive monster colony instead. Horrified, the captain accuses him of leading the entire platoon to a gruesome death. The legendary predator just stares back, his silence more terrifying than any monster. Minjung asserts his absolute authority as the acting commander over his panicked superior. He demands respect, questioning why a subordinate dares to speak so informally. Their comrade desperately tries to de-escalate the tension before the situation turns violent. The fallen captain's mind fractures as he struggles to accept his new reality. Suddenly, the high-ranking instructors arrive to settle the dispute once and for all. Major Han Borum steps forward, his presence demanding immediate silence from the trainees. The coward screams that marching through a monster colony is nothing but suicide. Borum calmly asks for a logical reason behind such a high-risk tactical decision. Minjung coldly explains that every second wasted means certain death for their allies. However, the major shuts him down, refusing to gamble lives for the sake of speed. Borum challenges the trainee to prove his high-risk strategy is actually viable. Minjung reveals that the monsters they fear are actually paralyzed by the blinding sunlight. He points toward the open fields, where no shadows exist to hide their enemies. The cowardly captain trembles as Minjung warns that only an idiot would trigger them. Silence falls over the group as the major carefully considers the logic presented. Surprisingly, the commander smiles and admits the trainee's tactical assessment is flawless. With permission granted, Minjung prepares to lead the squad through the monster colony. A sharp signal cuts through the air, demanding absolute focus from every hunter. Borum bellows the command to march, putting their lives in the trainees' hands. The small unit moves forward into the open, gambling everything on one man's knowledge. The recruits can only whisper in awe of Minjung's terrifyingly perfect tactical instincts. Even the most talented trainees realize they can never hope to reach his level. Desperate for strength, they beg for a chance to serve under his legendary command. But for one fallen officer, every word of praise feels like a jagged blade. Ma Sokdu seethes with resentment after being utterly humiliated by a mere sergeant. He reflects on the greedy choices that destroyed his career during that cursed raid. Now, the cold reality of his failure is being finalized on a formal report. High-ranking officials gather in silence to decide the fate of the disgraced captain. Colonel Lee Pildu prepares to hand over the final judgment to the task force. Paralyzed by fear, the once arrogant officer realizes his life is no longer his own. The dismissal is final, sending the high-ranking officers away with a cold command. Colonel Lee offers a crisp salute, leaving his subordinate to face the coming storm. But the atmosphere freezes when Captain Ma is ordered to remain behind in silence. The door closes on his only hope for protection as the colonel departs. Now alone, the disgraced captain stands before the ultimate authority of the military. General Ku leans forward, his voice dripping with a terrifying and calculated pressure. Paralyzed by instinctual fear, Ma screams his acknowledgement while trembling from head to toe. The room grows dark as the general questions if his previous orders were unclear. Desperate to survive the interrogation, the captain frantically denies any lack of effort. The general demands to know why the secret behind Minjung's power remains a mystery. A broken captain trembles before the highest authority, begging for a mercy he never earned. The general reviews the records of a mission where vision and hope were lost. He confirms the impossible truth that Minjung slaughtered the beast entirely on his own. Fury simmers beneath the surface as the general crushes the table with silent, terrifying rage. A cold voice cuts through the tension, focusing solely on the failure standing before him. One final opportunity is granted, a dangerous lifeline offered by a man who never forgives. This is not a standard command, but a secret shadow operation outside military laws. Confusion masks the captain's fear as he realizes he has no idea what comes next. The general's gaze sharpens, piercing through the lies and looking for the ultimate truth. Finally, he reveals his darkest suspicion that Minjung is hiding power beyond human comprehension. Desperation claws at the soldier as he realizes this is his final opportunity. Provoking the legend failed, and now even a fake friendship seems impossible. Soyeon trembles as she reveals her father has finally acknowledged the monster's strength. The unexpected confession sends shockwaves through the ranks of the young recruits. She admits her family ties run deep within the elite Hunter Corps hierarchy. A familiar name from the 107th Division brings a wave of crushing embarrassment. Minjung watches in silence, calculating how to weaponize this girl's powerful bloodline. Every detail of the conversation is recorded by a mind built for war. Suddenly, his commanding roar shatters the air, demanding an immediate halt to everything. The entire platoon freezes in terror as a new, unseen threat approaches. The recruits tremble as the very ground beneath their feet begins to groan. Panic spreads through the ranks as the environment starts shifting in impossible ways. Minjung curses his luck, realizing another catastrophic event is unfolding around him. A massive fissure tears through the earth, threatening to swallow the entire platoon. He leaps back as the terrain crumbles into a jagged, bottomless maw. The landscape shatters like glass, revealing a hidden, sinister structure buried below. An eerie crimson glow erupts from the depths of the newly formed abyss. The soldiers stare in horror as the air burns with an ominous light. Minjong bellows a desperate command for everyone to flee this cursed zone. The nightmare is real as a legendary double-layer dungeon finally awakens. The earth shatters beneath them as the nightmare finally claims its first victim. Even elite soldiers are powerless as the terrain dissolves into a bottomless pit. Xiaoyan freezes in pure terror as the abyss stares back at her soul. Gravity betrays her, and she plunges toward the heart of the crimson darkness. A desperate hand latches onto her arm in a final attempt at salvation. Her eyes widen as she realizes the true scale of the ancient power. Bathed in a malevolent red glow, she prepares for the inevitable impact. The dungeon consumes her entirely within a massive sphere of pure chaos. Yuna screams in total despair as her comrade vanishes into the void. Minjung dives headfirst into the jaws of death to reclaim his follower. Minjong's gaze sharpens as he prepares to defy the laws of the world. The elite officers can only watch in horror as the atmosphere turns lethal. With purple energy surging through his veins, he lunges toward the impossible. They realize too late that this trainee possesses the eyes of a monster. Desperate screams echo across the battlefield as he ignores every direct order. He plunges into the crimson tide where no human was ever meant to survive. Demonic power erupts from his soul as the abyss tries to swallow him whole. The system confirms the nightmare as he crosses the threshold into the unknown. Panic spreads through the ranks as their tactical formation crumbles into pure chaos. Gravity claims them all in a violent descent toward a certain, bloody death. Minjung descends into the dust, landing with the weight of a seasoned killer. Standing within the ancient stone circle, he scans the horizon for his target. An ominous red gate tears through the sky, defying every law of nature. Sensing a presence behind him, he turns toward the cold steel of a blade. His loyal follower stares in disbelief, recognizing the legendary sergeant in this hellscape. He casually sheathes his weapon, asking if she survived the fall without injury. Realization hits her like a physical blow as she wonders why he came alone. He dismisses the military manual, prioritizing her life over every standing regulation. She is overwhelmed by the fact that he dove into the abyss for her. Staring into his calm gaze, she questions the true nature of his dark devotion. Xiaoyan stands frozen in shock as the reality of her rescue finally sinks in. Minjung ignores the chaos, focused only on guiding her back to the extraction gate. She grips her weapon tight, ready to follow his lead up the vertical cliffside. They move toward the ascent, hoping to find their squad before it is too late. Suddenly the sergeant halts, his predatory instincts sensing a hidden, murderous danger lurking nearby. A grotesque monster lunges from the dark, its claws inches from her defenseless back. He roars a desperate warning for her to duck beneath the coming lethal blow. His counterattack is a blur of pure violence, meeting the beast with overwhelming physical power. The shockwave of his strike blasts the creature through the air with terrifying force. The forest falls silent as the predator becomes the prey, slumped against a tree. The realization hits like a physical blow as she screams of the incoming trolls. Feral eyes gleam from the shadows, hungry for the blood of the unwary soldiers. They draw their blades in perfect unison, preparing to face the encroaching nightmare together. His senses sharpen instantly as a thunderous vibration shakes the very ground beneath them. A mountain of muscle and malice emerges, dwarfing the lesser beasts in its wake. Terror replaces focus when they gaze upon the true scale of this impossible monstrosity. He stands defiantly against a titan that could crush him with a single finger. The beast lets out a primal roar, its yellow eyes burning with ancient, murderous intent. He commands his subordinate to flee upward, choosing to face certain death alone. Desperation cracks his voice as he begs her to run before the monster strikes. A bone-crushing strike sends the legendary sergeant reeling as the massive beast connects. Frustration boils over as he realizes his current strength isn't enough to stop this. The sheer force of the impact carves a path of destruction through the forest. His subordinate watches in horror as the monster targets her next. Another devastating blow sends him flying, his weapons scattered across the dirt. He lies broken and defenseless beneath the shadow of a truly unstoppable predator. A massive hand clamps down on his leg like a vice, sealing his fate. Dragged like a lifeless doll, the commander is pulled into the dark woods. Sinister laughter echoes through the trees as more monsters emerge for the kill. Surrounded and unconscious, the hero who was supposed to rewrite destiny finally falls. The predators close in, unaware they are about to become the prey. But a cold blade erupts through bone before they can even scream. He grips his weapon with the calm precision of a seasoned killer. Minjuang explodes into action, transforming a desperate ambush into a one-sided slaughter. These monsters never stood a chance against a man who defies death. Dark energy surges from the earth, manifesting as lethal purple spikes. With a single command, he unleashes a rain of corruption upon the horde. They are torn apart by a power that shouldn't belong to a human. Silence returns to the forest as the last of the beasts fall. The legendary sergeant walks through the carnage, his mission only just beginning. Minjung stands alone, surveying the quiet forest after the brutal storm of battle. He grips his blade, realizing the taste of defeat is a bitter, forgotten memory. His eyes dart across the clearing, searching for the girl who has suddenly vanished. A dark realization hits as he suspects the monsters dragged her into their lair. Fury erupts within him, twisting his features into a mask of pure demonic rage. He taps into a forbidden power, calling upon the demonic energy of desire. Every fiber of his being screams as his physical limits are shattered by darkness. He becomes a blur of purple lightning, launching a vicious charge toward his prey. So Yeon stares in absolute shock, her face stained with the blood of the fallen. She is pinned against the cold stone, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence before her. A monstrous predator hauls Seoyeon away like a piece of worthless meat. Consciousness slowly returns as she realizes the nightmare is far from over. She knows the gruesome fate awaiting her if she cannot escape this beast. Every movement sends a searing jolt of agony through her battered body. Desperation claws at her mind while she searches for any way to break free. Amidst the terror, her only concern is the survival of her legendary commander. The monster's predatory hunger flares as it prepares to finish its catch. Suddenly, the beast pauses, sensing a presence that simply shouldn't be there. A massive shockwave erupts in the distance, signaling an impossible arrival. Seoyeon stares in disbelief as the true predator finally makes his entrance. The hunt is on as he closes the distance with blinding speed. Minjung's eyes burn with a murderous intent that would terrify any normal man. He tears through the forest like a force of nature, blade already drawn. A deafening roar demands the return of his captured comrade from the beast. The towering monster reaches out to crush the intruder with its massive hand. Minjong effortlessly evades the crushing blow, soaring high into the afternoon sun. Vibrant demonic energy coats his blade as he prepares a strike of absolute destruction. The legendary sergeant delivers a devastating slash that carves through the giant's thick hide. A guttural scream of agony echoes through the woods as the monster finally falters. Seoyeon falls through the air, her fate resting entirely in her commander's hands. A massive shockwave of dust settles as the battlefield trembles under his weight. His boots slam into the earth with the crushing force of a falling meteor. Blood streaks her face as she braces for an end that never comes. In a flash of impossible speed, the legendary sergeant catches his falling subordinate. Her eyes widen in shock as he chides her for ignoring his orders. A confident smirk plays on his lips while reminding her to listen next time. Tears well in her eyes, overwhelmed by the presence of her powerful commander. He coldly asks the trembling girl if she can still move on her own. Stuttering through her panic, she confirms she can still manage to run. Without a second thought, he hoists her up to continue their relentless assault. Seoyeon collapses, her strength failing as the shadow of death looms over her. But the legendary sergeant intervenes, his blade carving through the air with lethal precision. He stands alone against a monstrous giant, a mere man challenging a titan's fury. The girl watches in stunned silence as her commander dominates the blood-soaked battlefield. Turning back with cold intensity, he commands her to leave this slaughter behind. She sprints through the dense woods, passing the corpses of those who dared oppose him. A flicker of realization hits her as she witnesses the true scale of his power. Surrounded by the fallen, she stands amidst a graveyard created by a single man. Her heart races with a mix of fear and unwavering devotion for her savior. He promises to follow shortly, having already paved a path of absolute destruction. Shock washes over her as she witnesses the aftermath of her commander's godlike power. A nightmare creature lies broken on the forest floor, yet it continues to twitch. Realizing the danger isn't over, she scans the shadows for any sign of movement. Her hand clamps down on a heavy rock, the only weapon within her reach. Driven by pure survival instinct, she leaps onto the fallen beast with murderous intent. A brutal impact echoes through the trees as she delivers a crushing, final blow. She rains down strike after strike until the monster's skull is nothing but pulp. Splattered in gore, her expression shifts from terror to something far more dangerous. The adrenaline fades, leaving her trembling over the corpse of a literal demon. Heavy breaths fill the silence as she realizes she has finally crossed the line. She lets the blood-stained stone fall, her hands trembling from the carnage. Walking through the silent woods, she leaves behind a scene of absolute slaughter. Her footsteps suddenly halt as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. Turning back with a haunted gaze, she realizes the true cost of survival. She can only pray that the legendary sergeant makes it back in one piece. Above them, the sky remains indifferent to the life-or-death struggle unfolding below. Deep in the shadows, a monstrous beast lets out a blood-curdling, primal roar. But Minjung isn't hiding, launching himself directly at the towering, nightmarish creature. Channeling pure energy into his blade, he prepares to deliver a lethal, glowing strike. With one explosive movement, he carves through the monster like it's nothing but paper. Minjung leaps into the fray, his jade blade clashing against a wall of muscle. He strikes with surgical precision, severing the giant's mobility in one swift, blinding arc. The monster roars in fury, its eyes glowing with the heat of a dying star. In the distant lands of Isgard, these terrifying trolls are known as forest keepers. They are the ultimate scavengers, consuming every living thing that dares cross their path. The creature collapses, its limbs twisting into grotesque, root-like appendages that grip the soil. While the name suggests a noble guardian, their true nature is far more sinister. Minjung remains unfazed, knowing these entities are a blight upon the natural world. They are mere parasites, feeding on the forest's vitality until nothing but rot remains. To the sergeant, they are nothing more than cancer cells that require immediate extraction. Minjung lets out a chilling smirk as he prepares for the coming slaughter. He draws his blade, the cold steel humming with a lethal, emerald glow. He realizes this creature has evolved far beyond the limits of natural regeneration. The beast towers over him, a mountain of flesh that never stops growing. It is a gluttonous parasite, devouring everything to fuel its own grotesque expansion. Its roots dig deep into the earth, draining the very life from the forest. But the sergeant senses something else lurking within the shadows of the trees. Heavy footsteps shake the ground as more of these monstrosities emerge from hiding. They encircle their prey, eyes burning with a hunger that knows no end. Surrounded by giants, any other man would run. But Minjung only sees more targets. The sergeant looks out, claiming the forest has already succumbed to the rot. Monstrous titans erupt from the foliage, driven by a primitive hunger for destruction. He dances through the chaos, narrowly escaping a strike that would pulverize any mortal. A mountain of flesh descends, yet he watches the impact with terrifyingly calm eyes. A massive palm reaches down to crush the life from his small, fragile frame. His blade sings through the air, leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake. There is no fear in his gaze, only the cold focus of a predator. Surrounded by towering giants, the hunter prepares to turn the tables on his pursuers. The beasts slam their hands together, sure they have finally ended the nuisance. They stare in shock at the empty ground, realizing their target has simply disappeared. From his high vantage point, he watches the lumbering giants close in below. With his energy reserves dangerously low, he reaches for his blade in desperation. He decides to scrape together his remaining power to manifest a deadly plague. A blinding surge of malevolent purple energy erupts as the curse takes form. The monsters sense a shift in the air, realizing their prey has fangs. He reveals a mysterious artifact, a cold eye staring back from his palm. One beast roars in pure frustration, unable to grasp the shadow dancing away. A massive fist shatters the timber, but the hunter has already taken flight. Suspended in midair, he looks down at the chaos he is about to unleash. Even he is surprised that these creatures forced him to reveal his ace. Minjung descends like a predator, dropping the cursed artifact directly into the beast's path. He delivers a crushing blow, channeling dark energy straight into the creature's skull. The impact shatters more than just bone, planting a seed of pure destruction. As he slides back, the massive creature staggers under the weight of the curse. Agony takes hold, as the monster desperately tries to claw the corruption away. A permanent mark of death glows on its brow, signaling the beginning of the end. With a cold smirk, he signals that the real show is about to begin. The creature's head swells unnaturally, its very flesh warping into a ticking mana bomb. Sensing the imminent detonation, he turns and sprints away from the blast zone. A grotesque tree of dark energy erupts, tearing the beast apart from the inside. The corruption tightens its grip, turning the massive troll into a helpless victim. Agony consumes the beast as dark energy drains its very life force. Minjung realizes the forest is doomed to become a literal demonic realm. From a mountain of corpses, the curse of the plague sprouts a lethal seed. With a predatory grin, he prepares to unleash a total cleanup of the area. The squad stands paralyzed before a massive crater pulsing with ominous red light. Terror washes over the soldiers as they witness the scale of the destruction. Even the most hardened veterans tremble, sensing the ancient power lurking within. Wide eyes reflect the horror of a reality they were never meant to see. The bottomless pit glows red, signaling that the end has finally arrived. Military reinforcements finally arrive at the edge of the pulsating, demonic crater. Heavy tires screech to a halt as the high-ranking command center makes its move. A figure of immense authority steps onto the field, silencing the panicked crowd. Terrified soldiers snap to attention, their hands trembling as they offer a formal salute. Major General Moon Yekin demands answers, his voice booming with lethal authority. He learns that a double-layer dungeon has been active for 30 agonizing minutes. A subordinate reports that 2 soldiers have already vanished into the bottomless pit. Suddenly, the general stops in his tracks as a specific name reaches his ears. His face pales with disbelief, realizing the monster lurking inside that dark abyss. The soldier confirms that Kim Min-jun and Sun Yun-seo are trapped within the gate. The general roars in fury, unable to believe the same monster is involved again. He exhales a heavy sigh, weighed down by the chaos surrounding this legendary sergeant. Elite Special Task Force units deploy immediately to seize control of the deteriorating situation. Skepticism clouds his face as he questions how such a high-ranking soldier simply fell. Amidst the frantic retreat, a subordinate approaches the general with a desperate hidden truth. The instructor tries to brush it off, clearly anxious to leave the danger zone, but she refuses to stay silent, pleading for him to judge the facts himself. Suspicion glints in his eyes as he carefully weighs the risk of listening further. Finally, he grants her permission to speak the words that could change everything. The mention of Sergeant Sun sends a jolt of pure shock through the onlookers. A heated confrontation erupts as a soldier demands to know the hidden truth. She stands her ground, shouting out the reality that no one wants to face. The spotlight shifts to the trembling Ma Suk-do as his secrets are dragged out. He waves his hands frantically, swearing the entire incident was just a tragic accident. A heavy silence falls as the unit realizes the gravity of Sergeant Sun's fate. Suddenly, the commander looms over the group like a shadow of impending doom. Moon Yekin demands a repeat of the confession with eyes full of murderous intent. The panicked soldier screams that he isn't the one to blame for her fall. In a flash of movement, a crushing grip seizes him by the throat. The commander barks a final warning for him to think before he speaks again. Ma Suk-do trembles in pure terror as the weight of his lies crushes him. The commander coldly orders the unit to stand down for a formal investigation. A witness steps forward to reveal the truth behind Sergeant Sun's tragic fall. She clarifies that the real issue involves the missing sergeant's influential father. The mention of Sun Yun-seo sends a wave of shock through the commander. She confirms the identity of the fallen soldier from the 4th Battalion. Fury erupts as the commander realizes she is the daughter of a major general. Ma Suk-do's face pales as he realizes his life is officially over. Enraged by the negligence, the commander seizes the coward by his throat. The interrogation is cut short as a terrifying presence emerges from the dungeon gate. A sphere of raw destruction ignites the air with a terrifying crimson glow. One warrior vanishes into the abyss as the world collapses into pure chaos. A single hand catches the ledge just before the darkness claims another soul. Sergeant Sun Yun-seo hangs by a thread above the mouth of certain death. Soldiers scream for her to hold on while her partner remains lost below. Only moments ago, this peaceful forest had transformed into a lethal killing floor. She ran until her lungs burned, desperate to escape an unseen prowling horror. The ground trembled as a massive predator closed in for the final kill. A nightmare-made flesh appeared behind her, ready to tear her world apart. Trapped and alone, she turns to face a monster that shouldn't even exist. With a desperate strike, she slams her fist into the prowling nightmare. The creature collapses instantly, its twisted body hitting the forest floor. Breathing heavily, she spots a discarded blade lying in the clearing. A single sword remains as her only hope against the encroaching dark. Pain surges through her body as she clutches her side in agony. Terror freezes her blood when more glowing eyes emerge from the shadows. Blood trickles down her face while her strength begins to fade away. The monsters gnash their teeth, hungry for the kill they have cornered. Their deafening roars echo through the trees, signaling a hopeless end. Nearby, a panicked soldier flees for his life, screaming for everyone to move. Yun-seo stares in disbelief as a familiar presence finally arrives to her rescue. Min-jung slides onto the scene, questioning how she could struggle against such weaklings. He checks her condition while a massive threat looms just beyond the tree line. A deafening explosion rocks the forest as the true monster finally reveals itself. Knowing they cannot win standing still, Min-jung commands her to grab on. Malignant shadows creep across the earth as the countdown to their demise begins. The ground fractures under the weight of an ancient and suffocating demonic pressure. Standing amidst the chaos, they realize the forest itself has turned against them. A grotesque spire of darkness erupts, twisting into a nightmare that defies logic. Everything vanishes in a blinding flash of purple energy as the real battle starts. Min-jung hauls his wounded comrade onto his back for a desperate escape. They plunge down the sheer cliff face as a sinister red portal looms above. Every finger-shattering grip on the jagged rock is a gamble against gravity. From their precarious perch, they witness a nightmare manifesting in the valley below. An ancient, corrupted tree stands as a silent sentinel of pure demonic malice. The air fractures as the cursed wood unleashes a wave of suffocating darkness. Terror paralyzes her heart when she realizes the true scale of the horror. She frantically questions the identity of the monster, while Minjung prepares his move. With a final push, they release their hold and dive into the abyss. Their only hope lies within the pulsing heart of the crimson energy below. Minjung seizes his ally with a grip of iron and absolute purpose. He hurls Yunseo away from the epicenter of the looming catastrophe. With a defiant smirk, he commands her to escape while he holds the line. She screams his name in desperation as the distance between them grows. Crimson light engulfs her vision as she is pulled into the protective vortex. Falling into the unknown, she curses his habit of playing the lone martyr. Her hand vanishes into the swirling blood-red energy of the forced retreat. Alone at last, Minjung watches the portal stabilize from the cliffside. He scoffs at her lack of respect even in the face of death. Dark power surges as he manifests demonic claws to crush the coming threat. Purple demonic energy grips the jagged cliffside as the monstrous power finally solidifies. Minjung smirks with predatory composure, vowing to discipline her for her reckless behavior. He plunges into the abyss, his dark mana trailing behind like a falling star. The earth shatters beneath his weight as demonic energy erupts across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Crimson Gate pulses with a violent and unstable spiritual pressure. A swarm of dark spirits floods the sky, signaling Bonga's chaotic interference. Terrified soldiers scramble in panic as the commander demands to know what is emerging. Crimson lightning strikes the ritual site, tearing a hole through the fabric of reality. A blood-stained hand reaches from the darkness, gripping the edge with desperate strength. Yunseo finally emerges from the vortex, battered but alive against all impossible odds. Soldiers race across the grass, desperate to reach the site of the disaster. Panic erupts as they scream for the survivor to be pulled from the abyss. Yunseo is dragged back to the surface, her body battered and spirit broken. Her comrades kneel beside her, frantically checking for any signs of life. She stares into the distance, haunted by the nightmare she left behind. Then comes the question that stops her heart. Where is the commander? Trembling with trauma, she shields her eyes from the light of the world. They explain that Minjung plunged into the gate the moment she fell. Guilt tears through her as she bites her lip to stifle a scream. The weight of his sacrifice finally breaks her, and the tears begin to fall. A violent shockwave tears through the earth as the gate finally erupts. From the smoke, the commander descends like a god who cheated death itself. Every soldier stands frozen, unable to process the impossible miracle before them. He rotates through the air with the grace of a seasoned predator. His boots strike the ground with the weight of a man returning from hell. He barks a harsh reprimand, reminding her exactly who holds the power here. His gaze remains cold and hollow, hiding the true horrors of the abyss. A suffocating silence falls over the camp as the general watches in disbelief. He casually brushes off the carnage, asking if the job is finally done. The nightmare has ended, but the legend of the sergeant has only begun. The military base remains a hive of activity as the wounded are processed. Medics scramble to make sense of the carnage that just unfolded in the woods. Ma Sokdu sits under heavy guard, a broken man awaiting his inevitable judgment. He trembles uncontrollably, the memory of the slaughter still fresh behind his eyes. Suddenly, a high-ranking black sedan tears through the dirt, signaling a grim arrival. The vehicle screeches to a violent halt, kicking up a cloud of suffocating dust. General Moon Yekin watches with a sharp gaze as the unexpected visitors emerge. Heavy doors swing open to reveal the arrival of the military's most feared enforcers. Commander Sun steps forward, his scarred face a testament to a lifetime of violence. He marches toward the terrified witness, ready to extract the truth at any cost. Ma Sokdu cowers in fear, the weight of the coming interrogation crushing his spirit. Commander Sun looms over him, his scarred face twisted into a mask of intimidation. General Moon tries to intervene, desperately suggesting the commander wait at the main headquarters. But the commander's grip tightens on his shoulder, a silent warning of impending violence. He growls a chilling command to move, his single eye glowing with murderous intent. With a single, effortless shove, the general is tossed aside like a mere child. The commander stands tall, radiating a suffocating aura that freezes everyone in their tracks. His presence is a storm of raw power, a man who has forgotten mercy. Panicking, Moon Yekin screams for his men to block the monster at any cost. Two soldiers rush forward, but they are nothing compared to the juggernaut before them. A witness trembles in the presence of a true monster. Even restrained by elite guards, the commander's killing intent remains suffocating. He stares down his prey with eyes that have seen hell. The terrified trainee can barely whisper his own name through the fear. With a burst of raw physical power, the guards are thrown like paper. Veins bulge as he prepares a strike meant to shatter bone. He lunges forward with a punch that could level a building. But the devastating blow is caught by an unexpected wall of force. The monster's eye widens as his unstoppable momentum is suddenly halted. General Moon stands firm, mockingly asking why the commander has arrived. Commander Sun's gaze burns with a hatred that could ignite the very air. The general's iron grip halts the commander, signaling that his authority is absolute. Commander Sun offers a rigid salute, forced to respect his superior's presence. The commander declares his presence, refusing to let this operation slip from his fingers. Nearby, the terrified witness trembles, his sanity fraying under the weight of the tension. General Moon sneers, questioning whether the commander acts for duty or personal vengeance. Power radiates from the veteran leader as he prepares to reclaim his lost authority. Moon whispers words like venom, pushing the scarred leader to his breaking point. Even the smallest distraction feels like a death sentence to the paralyzed, sweating trainee. Minjung suddenly strikes, unleashing a blow that shatters the silence with overwhelming power. The surrounding soldiers watch in pure horror as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Commander Sun's composure breaks, his face contorting in a mask of pure disbelief. A heavy silence falls over the camp as the weight of the moment sinks in. On the ground, a mangled soldier trembles, his face battered beyond recognition. Minjung reveals the culprit, a crushed dungeon mosquito that supposedly caused the chaos. He plays the fool, frantically claiming that the tiny insect's bite was agonizing. The bearded officer roars with laughter, mocking the absurdity of the entire situation. Sun finally relaxes, relieved that a potential disaster was avoided by sheer luck. But beneath the laughter, sharp eyes narrow, searching for the truth behind the act. General Ku watches from the shadows, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Minjung's cover is tested as the military's most dangerous man finally finds him. General Ku steps forward with a presence that demands absolute and total submission. The sergeant is forced to keep his composure during a deadly handshake. Every instinct in Minjung's body screams that this man is a walking disaster. Standing before the peak of the Hunter Corps, the power scale shifts completely. He maintains his disguise, searching for any weakness in the general's overwhelming aura. Ku wears a smile that conceals a mind sharper than any enchanted blade. While the injured are cleared away, the real battle of wits begins. The general praises his heroic actions, yet his eyes remain cold and calculating. Under the gaze of the elite commanders, Minjung realizes the trap is set. General Ku acknowledges the young soldier's merit with a chillingly polite smile. A promotion to second lieutenant was already planned, but the stakes just grew. The general promises a special gift that feels more like a dangerous tether. Minjung stands frozen, wondering what kind of game the high command is playing. Suddenly, the battlefield camouflage is replaced by the weight of a formal uniform. Cameras flash as the legendary sergeant is thrust into the blinding public spotlight. The world watches a hero who is actually a monster hiding in plain sight. Suspicious eyes from the elite commanders track his every move during the ceremony. The prestigious Medal of Merit is brought forward to seal his new public identity. Ku pins the medal on his chest, officially trapping him in this gilded cage. The medal is pinned to his chest, sealing his fate as a public puppet. A shadow of a twisted smile creeps across the general's face in the dark. He is told his new role is far beyond just leading a task force. The military wants a walking advertisement to trick the public into feeling safe. Minjung sees through the lies, realizing he is being used as a political tool. Under the blinding flashes of 1,000 cameras, the legendary commander stands trapped. He forces a predatory grin, deciding to play along until the time is right. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, the news of his promotion spreads fast. His comrades can hardly believe the news of the sudden and prestigious award. A dark secret from a recent training accident threatens to shatter this fragile peace. Rumors of a legendary promotion spread like wildfire through the elite barracks. The news of a medal from the general himself leaves the men stunned. Ambition burns bright as the soldiers realize their unit is changing forever. Their nightmare is returning to lead them as the new platoon commander. Chaos erupts as the ranks shift and old leaders are pushed aside. A grim warning echoes that the sergeant's brutal hell training has just begun. Amidst the celebration, one man stands frozen in a state of pure shock. His ghostly pale face and hollow eyes suggest a secret he cannot share. He tries to hide his trembling hands behind a mask of simple exhaustion. His comrades sense that something far more sinister is haunting him tonight. Back at the barracks, the men wonder when their terrifying commander will return. While an elite award ceremony begins, the sergeant's true location remains unknown. He has traded the bloody trenches for the sterile halls of a city hospital. Dressed in formal blues, Minjung walks with the swagger of a celebrated hero. He carries a simple gift, masking his predatory nature with a hollow grin. His target is the room of the girl who knows too much. He bursts inside with forced laughter, ready to silence a potential witness forever. His heart stops as he realizes he is not the only predator here. The air turns cold as a powerful general looms over the trembling patient. General Ku Hak Cheol watches him, his silent gaze piercing through every deceptive mask. Minjung offers a perfect salute, hiding his dark intentions behind a soldier's discipline. Commander Sun watches him with an intensity that suggests he sees through the act. A gleaming purple medal rests on his chest, a symbol of his manufactured heroism. With a heavy hand on his shoulder, the commander thanks him for his service. The high-ranking officer departs, leaving the predator alone with his terrified prey. Yunseo freezes as the man who saved her life suddenly stands before her. He offers a gift with a smile, acting like they are the closest of friends. She stammers in confusion, remembering the cold authority he commanded on the battlefield. A flash of memory reminds her that this hero is far more than he seems. Minjung settles in, playing the role of a concerned comrade to perfection. Minjung flaunts his new medal, basking in the glory of his fabricated heroism. Yunseo remains unimpressed, seeing right through the predator's thin, charming disguise. He presents a simple gift, masking his dark intentions with a mundane gesture. The legendary commander plays the fool, offering food to the girl he rescued. A brief moment of levity breaks the tension as she starts to relax. Behind closed doors, they bicker like old friends while the world watches. But shadows linger in the hallway, listening to every word of their staged interaction. Commander Sun remains unconvinced, his suspicion growing with every passing second. He reaches out to a trusted ally to dig deeper into the hero's past. The hunt for the truth begins as the commander questions Minjung's ultimate plan. Suspicion lingers as the veteran commander prepares to set a dangerous trap in motion. He turns away, satisfied that the pieces of his investigation are finally falling into place. Walking through the sterile halls, he demands full access to the classified operation immediately. His eyes harden with resolve while discussing a secret plan to expose the truth. Meanwhile, the remnants of a shared meal signal a temporary truce between unlikely allies. The legendary hero maintains his playful mask while checking on the girl he saved. She watches him closely, searching for any crack in his perfectly crafted heroic persona. Her gaze shifts to the new insignia, marking his rapid and impossible military rise. The tension finally breaks as she begins to accept the man standing before her. A sudden promotion changes everything, thrusting the undercover monster deeper into the light. Minjung maintains a playful facade while visiting the survivor he pulled from the wreckage. She watches him with growing confusion as he hints at another impossible promotion coming. The undercover monster reflects on the chaotic ceremony that thrust him into the spotlight. He meets with a massive officer who has witnessed his meteoric rise through ranks. The bearded giant seems irritated, forced to abandon his plans for a higher summons. With a cheerful wave, Minjung expertly plays the part of a humble, loyal soldier. A firm handshake marks the end of their meeting before the next operation begins. He stands alone, watching the high-ranking officers retreat further into the secure military base. His solitude is short-lived, as another superior officer calls out to the legendary hero. The superior explains that the high commander is now summoning every officer for an emergency. After a long day, the superior officer grants the undercover monster a brief reprieve. Minjung finally has a moment of peace to plan his first night of freedom. Suddenly, the air shifts as the commander calls out with one final request. The officer admits he hasn't properly thanked the man who saved his life. Maintaining his perfect mask, Minjung offers a humble smile to his unsuspecting superior. A firm hand on the shoulder signals that this conversation is far from over. The mention of an accelerated promotion leaves even the legendary sergeant completely speechless. The commander reveals that his word alone can rewrite Minjung's entire military career. With a knowing grin, the superior prepares to launch him into the elite ranks. News of the impossible promotion reaches the hospital, leaving the survivor in total shock. Inside the hospital room, Yunseo stares in disbelief at the man she once knew. Minjung calmly explains the suspicious conditions of his continued service in the battalion. She finds it impossible that a mere soldier could reach such heights so quickly. With a confident smirk, he reveals his official promotion to the rank of lieutenant. Yunseo desperately seeks confirmation, questioning if the military has truly lost its mind. He laughs off her concerns, noting the high command has already blessed his rise. Watching him, she realizes his overwhelming power makes this impossible promotion seem almost natural. The brief reunion ends as the man hiding a demonic secret prepares to leave. Saluting his comrade, he promises to deliver her regards to the high-ranking general. Left in the quiet ward, the survivor prays for her savior's continued safety. Just as he turns to leave, the legendary sergeant halts his steady pace. He playfully warns his comrade that slacking off is strictly forbidden in the military. The rescued survivor stares in shock, unable to process his lightning-fast rise to power. She smiles through her pain, promising to work hard and rejoin his side. Walking through the hospital grounds, a desperate cry from above breaks the silence. His sharp eyes narrow, instantly locating the source of the commotion nearby. Near the garden path, An elderly patient sits paralyzed in his heavy wheelchair. A stray cat is trapped high in the leaves, trembling with visible fear. The old man gasps as a decorated officer suddenly appears to offer his help. Masking his demonic aura, the hero maintains his perfect disguise with a kind smile. The elderly man explains that the stray cat is a frequent visitor to these grounds. Despite his legendary status, the decorated commander offers to personally rescue the trapped animal. Beneath that kind smile lies the cold calculation of a man rewriting his destiny. With a sudden burst of power, he launches himself toward the towering branches above. The terrified creature trembles as a hand reaches out from the shadow of death. Defying gravity itself, he secures the target with the precision of an elite predator. He descends instantly, returning the small life to the stunned patient's trembling hands. Without a second thought, the feline flees back into the safety of the garden. Overwhelmed by such unexpected kindness, the old man can only offer his heartfelt thanks. Maintaining his perfect disguise, the sergeant insists on being treated like a close brother. Minjung maintains his perfect facade, playing the part of a humble military hero. The young patient beams with admiration, believing he has met a true guardian. Their peaceful moment is interrupted as a family member approaches from the distance. A mother arrives to collect her son, unaware of the monster standing before them. With a final wave, the sergeant watches the pair depart into the afternoon sun. Behind that steady gaze, a hidden darkness waits for the right moment to strike. As they walk away, a single name mentioned in passing freezes the air. Recognition hits like a physical blow as the sergeant hears a name from his past. Days later, the peaceful hospital gardens are replaced by a frozen, lethal battlefield. Heavy gunfire erupts across the snow as a new, bloody operation begins in earnest. The massacre is absolute, as the monsters fall to overwhelming demonic force. Standing amidst the carnage, the soldiers witness a power they cannot comprehend. With the suppression complete, the frozen wasteland is littered with the fallen. Minjung orders his men back to base, his authority now absolute and unquestioned. They march through the biting cold, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Beneath his helmet, the legendary commander's mind is already planning the next move. Whispers spread through the ranks about his impossible rise to first lieutenant. Even his peers admit his meteoric progression feels strangely natural and terrifying. Suddenly, a group from the 4th Battalion appears through the thick winter mist. A sharp salute marks the meeting of two units bound by the same war. Minjong marches through the biting frost, leading his unit with silent, undeniable authority. His presence alone is enough to leave even his most seasoned soldiers starstruck. The legendary commander remains stoic, his mind focused entirely on the path ahead. The squad radiates pure admiration, invigorated by the sheer brilliance of their leader. They praise his tactical genius, stunned by a rotation plan that ensures total dominance. To them, his lightning-fast promotion to lieutenant is proof of his transcendent power. Suddenly, the air turns cold, as a desperate cry warns of monsters nearby. Instinct takes over as the soldiers pivot to face a sudden, lethal ambush. Minjung prepares for a slaughter, commanding his unit to crush the charging beasts. The snowy silence is shattered as monstrous predators lunge from the shadows. Minjung roars a command, his instincts sharper than any seasoned veteran. Without hesitation, the squad levels their rifles, ready to unleash a leaden storm. Death leaps through the air, closing in on a scout frozen in fear. A crushing blow strikes true, obliterating the beasts in a single, violent flash. The monsters fall like puppets with cut strings, staining the white snow crimson. Only the faint trail of gun smoke remains as the adrenaline begins to fade. A stern warning echoes, reminding them never to drop their guard again. With a unified shout of understanding, the unit prepares for the trial ahead. Minjong exhales, the weight of the recent skirmish finally settling in the freezing air. A subordinate bows his head in shame, apologizing for his momentary lapse in judgment. With a silent gesture of reassurance, the commander acknowledges the harsh reality of war. Suddenly, a talented recruit takes the lead, her spirit unbroken by the surrounding carnage. Minjung watches her walk away, stunned by a reaction speed that rivaled his own. He analyzes her every move, realizing her precision borders on the supernatural. Shooting without hesitation while a life was on the line requires a terrifying resolve. A dark, predatory smile creeps across his face at the discovery of this anomaly. He wonders what hidden powers this mysterious ally is truly concealing from the world.